The story begins with the fact that even years later, the main character still did not understand why he was so narrow-minded. In his opinion, the fantasy world is not an outlet for introverts and other social outcasts. He grew up on Earth, an ordinary otaku who was content with reading manhwa and watching anime. He didn't fully understand why he was treated like a loser, sitting silently with a dissatisfied face. He realized that this was such a fate, so he began to get up. Gathering his confidence, he finally decided to end this as quickly as possible. In this world, the strongest rule, a real utopia for barbarians. The main character was the chosen one, dispensing justice. Of course, it was not he who came up with a name for himself, but the local residents themselves chose him and called him into this world. Having broken his way forward, he believed that he would now be called a legendary hero who saved humanity from the devil. Presenting yourself before the main devil of this world. The main villain was glad to see the guy because he was really looking forward to this chosen hero that everyone was talking about. The guy with a serious face asked the demon if he was the devil, to which he, with an evil laugh, confirmed the hero's words, because the devil stood at the top of the hierarchy of demons. He was the ruler of the darkness of this world. Devil Pedinar! The main character, making sure that the main demon was standing in front of him, took a fighting stance with a sword, and with a confident smile, he said that this would be an entertaining performance, because all these years he had been fighting with boring fakes, and now he had gotten to the original, his ticket to Earth. The devil rejoiced at the hero's words because he liked the sparkle in his eyes and desire for victory, so he accepted the challenge of humanity. But suddenly the guy asked them to wait a little before they start fighting. He wanted to ask something. The main character was very interested in why the devil simply sat idly by and watched his servants die over the years. The devil was a little surprised by this question from the guy. He began to tell the guy that all this time he had been sending the strongest servants to him to take revenge, but they all died, so he sent even stronger ones. However, the hero didn't want to just listen silently, so he teased the devil a little. Because of this, the demon became even more angry with the guy. The demon believed that luck was simply smiling on the guy. The main character heard this and decided to continue teasing the devil. He began to tell that over the years, the demon had lost many servants and even his property. The main character, meanwhile, only became stronger because the demon was his best sponsor. This angered the devil even more because for him it was a meaningless assumption. He asked the guy to remain silent if he did not know the politics of the demons. Holding his sword tightly with his hands, the hero understood that the demon did not understand his words. All these years, he was tormented by doubts that he would not be able to solve all the issues. But now that he's here, he shouldn't have any problems. With furious eyes, he began to attack the demon because he wanted to get out of this wild world as quickly as possible. The devil also did not defend himself, so he began to head towards the guy. Faced with each other, the main character sincerely believed that he would return to the life of an otaku on Earth. A bright purple glow appeared around them, and everything began to collapse. The main character stood and watched the main devil, who was slammed into the wall from a collision with him. The guy didn't need dirty tricks. He didn't lie when he said that he had suffered all these years. Blood was bleeding from the devil's mouth, but he still continued to smile. He said that the hero's powerful strength arose from anger for his lost comrades. These words were very painful for the guy, but still, having overcome this pain, he said that it was all the result of his preparation. The devil smiled at these words. Bleeding, he said that he really liked this fight. After this, the main villain of this world simply died. The main character looked at his defeated opponent with a surprised look and could not believe that this was the end. He did not believe in such an ending to the fight, so he continued to tell the demon to fight properly. Out of misunderstanding, he began to laugh. And then, with relief in his soul, he began to shout to the heavens, turning to the deity of the fantasy world. With a raised tone of voice, he recalled the agreement, which included the destruction of the devil. The guy really wanted to be sent back to Earth now. While sobbing, he laughed with joy, but still he felt sorry for his time wasted on this useless devil and his minions. But now, when he returns to Earth, he will be respectful to his parents and will be able to find his love, play, and eat deliciously. And the most important thing for him was that he would finally be able to use a comfortable toilet. When suddenly someone behind him addresses him. turning back. The guy was a little worried because he didn't understand who was behind him. A dark silhouette of a girl appeared before him, from which a terrible aura emanated. The guy was scared by this turn of events because he was afraid that it was another hidden boss. But the girl wanted to reassure the guy with her words that she had watched his journey over the years. According to her words, one could understand that she was the goddess of this world. The main character was a little worried, and the goddess continued to talk about the fact that the path of a real hero was not easy. But the guy did not give up his dreams and hopes because he had those who could support him in difficult times. The main character learned what love and friendship are. He also developed and finally defeated the terrible devil. The goddess congratulated the guy with all her heart. After that, she decided to look at his grades. The hero, smiling from his praise, did not understand a little what the goddess had just told him. After that, he immediately began to get nervous as soon as he realized what was being said. He started checking his report card, in which a certain note was written which made it clear that the hero had killed all his innocent comrades. The guy was shocked by these events. He began to remember the swordswoman who was dead. Queen Fay and the sage were also dead. The mercenary king was also dead. The main character did not know what to say to the goddess in defense, so he looked away from her. Before killing the demon Pedinar, he considered his comrades to be an obstacle to his goal, so he suddenly attacked and killed them. The main character began to panic, which made him even more worried. He explained to the goddess that all these years they had belittled him, and there was no end to this injustice. They interfered in all his personal affairs. Under the guise of training, they mocked him and neglected his human rights. And that crazy woman, due to her own negligence, came out in the clothes her mother gave birth to, and then she also started waving a sword. He tried to convince the goddess that this was just retribution. The girl didn't listen to the guy for long, so she immediately said that he had failed the test. She continued to tell the hero that while possessing enormous power, he had to be aware of his responsibility. His character, however, does not correspond to the strength he possesses. In the name of order and world peace, they take him back to the first day of the test. The guy was shocked by these words. Magic rings appeared around him, symbolizing a portal to the reverse past. Having almost disappeared into the portal, he could not come to terms with the fact that he would again meet the comrades he had killed. After that, he himself disappeared, and all his legendary armor remained here. Moving between the spatial world, the main character was completely shocked by what was happening. Meanwhile, the administration wished him further success and victory. The guy was given the status of an amateur hero, and after that, he immediately appeared in a child's guise, surrounded by certain magicians who were casting a spell. It was that same day. The main character, looking at all this, still could not believe what was happening. Events are transferred to the classroom, where his friends gathered around the hero sitting at his desk and discussed how to get into the fantasy world. The hero, reading a book, listened to the dreams of his friends, who wanted to become heroes in that world and save a beautiful princess. The second friend told his friend that the adventure was truly boring. For him, the story with science was more interesting, because it was possible to invent nuclear weapons and take over the whole world. But a classmate with glasses defended his position that the fantasy world was better. They continued to argue over this issue because each believed that his world was better. But suddenly, they became very interested in how the main character thought. They addressed him by his name, which showed that the main character's name was Kang Han-soo. Khan was a little surprised by such an unexpected question. He looked at the phone, which had a photo of the toilet, and said that his dream. But suddenly, he falls into a portal and does not have time to finish talking about his dream. This was his last conversation with his friends before he was transported to another world. The phone fell to the ground, and he himself appeared at the teleportation site where the magician stood who called him here. Looking around, he realized that this was the same place as years ago. There could be no mistake. Khan immediately recognized that it was a magic circle kidnapping heroes. The guy looked at his hand and saw that he had a childish, weak hand compared to the one he had before. He began to touch his body in the hope that his physical strength remained with his previous life. Convinced that he was in the past, Kang Han-soo began to panic because he realized that he was again at the very beginning of the path. All his equipment, and even his muscular physique, were all gone. There is nothing left except the memories accumulated over these years. He recalled the words of the goddess who finally said that he had failed. Khan was nervous about this because he hoped to the end that it was a joke. He understood that he would again have to live 6 days without a toilet. This was enough to get married, have children, and send them to primary school. During this time, he could finish school and become a university graduate. Every day, Khan tried just to get into his world, and he humbly endured the humiliation and insults of these damn partners. Suddenly, while the main character was remembering his torment, someone behind him addresses him. It was a fair-haired girl who looked joyfully at the guy. Her name was Lanubel. The main character, looking at the girl, recalled that when he first got here, the first person who spoke to him was Lanubel. The girl, with a smile on her face, decided to ask the guy how he was feeling, but he turned away and did not want to talk to her. He remembered about the girl, that she was an archaeologist and the organizer of the call, because of which he came here. Meanwhile, the girl began to open the curtain that blocked such a beautiful view of nature. She understood that the guy was confused about being called so unexpectedly, but she asked him to pull himself together quickly. Pointing to the fantasy world, she told Khan that this world was different from the one in which he was born and raised. Several minutes passed. Khan folded his hands and decided to sum up their conversation. According to him, it could be understood that he was called here to save the world from the demon lord. The girl was impressed by the respected hero because he completed her speech perfectly. While the girl was surprised by the main character, he himself understood that it could not be any other way because he had already come through all this. The girl, remembering that she forgot to introduce herself, decided to say her name with sincerity on her face. Khan, looking at the girl, blushed a little, because now, after years, he sees right through her. He was only a teenager then. Therefore, I lost my head over her appearance. When suddenly he interrupts the girl with his words so that she does not smile, because it really infuriates him. The girl was a little confused by such words, but the hero continued to tell her not to pretend. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he told the girl that she had pulled a calmly living person out of his usual environment, and now she was also asking for help. Continuing to speak the same way, the girl was excited by Khan's words. Having scolded the girl, he looked at her with a satisfied face while she awkwardly apologized to him. Looking at her, he believed that now she had the proper appearance to continue the conversation. But suddenly, behind the main character, a certain warrior in armor addresses him. He notified the guy that His Majesty was expecting him. Hearing these words, Khan said with an evil smile that he was also looking forward to this meeting. The guys were surprised by such words from the hero. However, Khan could not understand why the guys were surprised. Pointing his finger at the guard, he asked them to think how many people there were in the world who could defeat the devil, to which they answered that he was alone. Having heard what he wanted, he began to laugh with an insidious smile, because only he was a hero. There was no one else, and without him, this world would end. The guys were even more surprised by such words, and Khan continued to sit on the floor and talk with an insidious smile about the fact that if the king wanted to see him, then the guys should have told him not to take him out and quickly come here. He understood that they had no other choice, so he commanded the guys like that. The guard immediately ran to convey the guy's message to the king. Khan watched this with a sly smile and considered himself cool. But suddenly someone turns to him to calm him down. The main character's smile immediately disappeared. It was a certain girl from whom strange energy emanated. She told Khan that there was an old proverb, "No one will bow their head to the hidden treasure. Those who bow down will rise up, while those who have risen up will fall down." The guy with an intense look did not understand what it was, because the whole situation had somehow changed. But suddenly, the thought struck him that he had not met this girl in a past life. So he decided to ask her who she was. The girl in the mask did not remain silent for long, so she immediately answered that she was a professor. She was sent to him because he received an unsatisfactory assessment for his behavior. She will try to do everything possible so that the guy can become a worthy hero. Khan, in a panic, was shocked by the professor's stated words, because he could not even imagine that this would happen to him here. He realized that the professor of morality was standing in front of him. The professor continued to tell the disgruntled hero that the heroes who successfully passed the exam did not even know about the existence of professors. So it wasn't surprising to her that the guy was so dumbfounded. He also said that cases of instructor intervention were so rare that they could be counted on one hand. With a smile on his face, Khan knew that one of these cases concerned him. He also understood that she was sent to this world to interfere in its affairs. Looking at the professor of morality, he also understood that not only would he have to go through everything again, but he would also be under surveillance. Because of this, he clenched his jaw tighter, thus expressing dissatisfaction. But still, he did not understand why this was necessary. After all, he heroically defeated the demon lord. He also fulfilled his destiny perfectly. The professor responded by telling him that this was the problem. Khan was stunned and could not fully understand what she was talking about. She continued to explain to him that he constantly made the same mistakes and should have been defeated in the battle with the Demon King. However, he easily defeated him. As they said, failure breeds success. But he also could not analyze his actions, since he did not know the taste of defeat. The guy understood what was being said. Standing slenderly, he turned to the professor with his guess as to why she had come to him, to which she replied that he thought correctly. Correct and good people were like water. They never argue and benefit all things. So the professor expected the main character to become an endless sea for his comrades. This is where theory ends and practice begins. She will come tomorrow at the same time, so she wanted the guy to work hard before then. The guy began to scream from nerves. He believed that it was easier for him to deal with the devil than with her. Kang Hansu from his comrades. They even gave him a headache. Ranubel was a little worried about the state of the main character because he suddenly grabbed his head. She told him that transference magic had not yet been fully researched, so they didn't know if there would be any unknown side effects. Khan, looking at the girl, understood that if he told her, it wouldn't make it any easier. He thought more about the teaching staff. It was something like a group of professors who raised the hero. This is when a student is locked in a school or course and forced to study all day. They kidnap people from the ordinary world, call them heroes, and try to educate them, so the guy thought. He did not know the goals of this organization, but the Khan understood that they clearly did not feel hostility towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here now. They easily returned him to the previous field of how he defeated the Demon King. The main character also understood that if they were unhappy with him, they could kill him without difficulty. Bowing his head, he realized that he had no other way to live, so for now he decided to cooperate with him. Until he has a backup plan. Looking at Lunabelle, Khan realized that it was useless to be angry with her and blame her for all the troubles. One way or another, their relationship now is the same as in the first round. Standing on the floor, he asked the girl to take him to the king. Walking along the corridor to the king, he thought that first of all, this was a struggle for the influence of the king. The hero was not a citizen of their kingdom, and he was not obliged to obey the kidnappers. With determination, he was ready to fight for his fair human rights. Understanding everything that was happening, he knew that if he died, he would not be able to return to Earth. Therefore, there is nothing left but to find mutual understanding with this incompetent king, who does nothing but sit on the throne and issue decrees. When suddenly the hero is approached by a guard who asked the guy to be more legible in his words in front of his majesty. Through the guard's mask, his serious look at the guy was visible, and then the guy's thoughts came out. With a strange expression on his face, he asked the guard why he was staring at him. He then proceeded to tell them that he was their only hope, a hero who could defeat the Demon King. The guys were again nervous because of the guy's words, when suddenly someone speaks to him loudly. Khan recognized the voice immediately. Behind the guy stood a certain guy who, with an angry expression on his face, was ready to hit the hero, as he wanted. He immediately tried to strike quickly, but Khan fortunately kept up with the stranger's speed. While dodging the blow, the main character could not understand why this guy was here. He realized that he had relaxed too much. Now, being in this body, he will not be able to resist it. Lenouvel did not tolerate this, so she began to shout at the evil guy, addressing him as Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex was the commander-in-chief of the kingdom. Standing in front of the main character, he was several times larger than him. Alex began to laugh without thinking twice because he thought it was just a test. Holding his cheek with his hand, Khan looked at the commander-in-chief and thought to himself that this was exactly what he didn't like. In his opinion, these barbarians kidnapped innocent people and then also abused them. He remembered a past life where Alex used him as a toy or a hound that could simply be thrown away. Reaching into his pocket, he took hold of the pen with the thought that this time everything would be different. With a serious look, he pondered that teacher morality is self-defense. Suddenly, he falls to his knees in front of Mr. Alex. The commander-in-chief could not understand what was happening, but suddenly the guy confidently pulls off a trick. Khan looked up and realized that his body could not keep up with the technology. However, he considered himself a hero with years of experience. The commander-in-chief looked at the guy and said that he was an asshole. Khan, smiling an insidious smile in response, told Mr. Alex that he was sorry because he believed that the commander-in-chief could have made a good eunuch. He first met him during training, during his first pass, and under the pretext of practice, he constantly beat him like a worthless dog, even though he was his fencing teacher. Lunavel did not tolerate this, so she shouted at Mr. Alex and asked him to immediately apologize to their hero. However, Alex did not listen to the girl. With a satisfied smile on his face, he told the hero that with such a dead physique, he was able to encroach on him. He measured himself against the hero, which made the guy a little furious. Commander-in-Chief Alex liked the guy, so he suggested to him that if he could defeat him, he would kneel down and apologize. He swore on the honor of a knight. But Khan understood that this was a lie, because having won last time, he did not apologize until his death. The hero decided to play a joke on Mr. again, but he asked him not to play the fool. The main character was pondering his return to the past and didn't even know if it was so bad. Maybe this is some kind of divine revelation, a chance to relieve all the stress accumulated during the first playthrough. The guy thought so. It was absolutely clear that he had lost all the skills he acquired the first time, but this did not make him weaker. He also did not know what the teaching staff was like. However, he knew for sure that no one could take away his years of experience, and therefore everything else looked ridiculous. Meanwhile, the gates opened to the king's palace, where in the center the king himself sat on his throne, and in front of him stood in the distance on the red carpet the main character himself. The king looked a little fat. Kan, looking at him, thought that the king still looked like a dumpling. They say that in his youth he was a brave warrior who fought in many battles, but somehow it turned into a dumpling with a crown. For the main character, there were a lot of faces here that irritated him. Suddenly, behind the guy, a guard turned to him and asked him not to forget that he was standing in front of His Majesty the King. During his first playthrough, Khan greeted the king very politely, although no one appreciated it. Maybe because he already knew what would happen in the future. Now I didn't feel the need to present myself in a good light in front of this king. The hero, remembering the past, knew that the king would be killed soon anyway. But still, Khan recalled the words of the professor of morality, who asked the guy to behave modestly. Having come to terms with this, he clicked his teeth. He decided that he would be modest, and therefore, becoming the sea, he would flood everything entirely. Kang Hansu introduced himself as his name. He also thanked him for the warm welcome. Everyone around, seeing the manners of the main character, began to whisper among themselves, because everyone thought that he was just an ill-mannered savage. Someone even said that the hero's manners were better than those of his son. Standing bent over, Khan was tense about this because of the years spent in the fantasy world. He did it not because he liked it, but because during this time, he simply had to learn all the etiquette and culture. These manners and culture of the main character, the king, were very impressive. He thanked La Nouvelle for doing a good job and teaching the guy manners and culture. It was a great honor for the girl because the king himself praised her. After that, the king extended his hand to the guy and asked him if he saw his abilities. Khan stood silently and looked at the graphical interface. This meant that he wanted to confirm his status. So far, there has been nothing new. Everything has developed exactly the same as during the first playthrough. He looked at his initial statistics, where his level and skills were starting. He understood that if everything was repeated, then there would be no changes in skills. Plus, with increasing skill, the rank of the skill will increase, and its effectiveness will also increase. However, he noticed that there were changes. Namely, courage and murder were Class F. This was the effect of the test of courage conducted by Alex. Clenching his fist, he realized with a little despondency that from level to skills, absolutely everything had been wiped clean. Khan did not make the king wait long for his answer, so he replied that he had seen everything. After hearing the answer, the king also decided to ask what special talent the guy had. The main character immediately replied that it was a % experience bonus. The king was shocked by this feature and the percentage of the hero. Khan looked at other people and remembered that then and now, a rather violent reaction. This meant that regardless of his talents, he would develop 5 times faster than others. If you repeat an action for 1 hour, it will be equivalent to 5 hours. Taking a breath of air, He knew that this was the special talent of the legendary hero. At this moment, Lunabelle was spinning around the guy and looking at him with admiration. He was the chosen hero. The king, with determination, began to announce to everyone that a crisis had come in their country, located near the lands of the devil. Because of this, he believed that the protagonist had to strike the demons by enhancing his abilities and destroy their king, Pedinar. However, the guy didn't really want to do this, because His Majesty always blamed the demons for everything, but it wasn't about them. All the problems of this country lay elsewhere. He believed that there was no point in placing all the blame on the demon lord. He just needed to look at what was going on around him, namely, the useless king. However, the main character calmed himself down because he understood that he had to be modest. Can decided to ask the king how he could support him. From these words, the king was surprised. He began to say that he called on the main character in order to save humanity, and this was the highest support. The main character was stunned by the answer he heard. A thunderstorm and a storm was raging inside the guy, which meant that his modesty was running out. Without thinking twice, with a serious and confident face, he replied that he refused and therefore advised everyone to look for another hero. Everyone was shocked by the main character's answer, but he did not look at them, but continued to say that the crisis of the state was not his business. Khan, unable to bear it, continued to say that the king did not know at all how to treat the hero. The guy believed that Majesty needed to beg him on his knees and not give orders. With insidious ridicule, the hero turned to the king, nicknamed the Dumpling King, and looking at his furious face, he said that he was not even a citizen of your state. One of the gentlemen could not contain his indignation. He began to shout at the hero, but suddenly the guy's hand flies into his forehead. Kang Hansu looked very angry as he threw a pen at the gentleman. Turning away from the victim, he looked at his hand and realized that his throw was no longer the same as before. But if he concentrated, he would hit him right in the eye, so the hero believed. The guards immediately took a fighting stance. However, this did not frighten the main character. With a contorted face, he teased the warriors to attack him. The guards were very surprised by this, because they considered the guy abnormal. Khan, walking forward to the spears, said that if you kill the king, a prince will take his place. And if there is no prince, then the princess will take his place. And if she is not there, then one of his distant relatives will take the king's place. Taking another step closer to the guards, his neck was sticking out from the sharp end of the spear. But nevertheless, with a confident face, he continued to say that if you kill a hero, then no one will replace him. While the guy was wondering who would kill the demon king then, the king sat on the side, who was tense from the guy's words. Continuing to stand in front of the guards, who pointed spears at him, he believed that for these barbarians, modesty meant nothing. If it's just left like that, these pigs will continue to use it. Khan believed that this was the same as dragging a dog into the hunting grounds and letting it off the chain without a single command. Continuing to think about the lords, he compared them with the king of demons, who compared to them seemed like a conscientious gentleman because he never left him empty-handed. Every time the main character defeated his subordinates, he gave him a reward. Sometimes there was so much prey that he felt embarrassed. But even if you count like that, Khan could not understand what the hero was supposed to eat. Looking at the guard, he believed that they would not be able to kill him. And even if someone dares, he doesn't care what happens to this world. But if he died on these lands, he had no guarantee that he would be resurrected. Therefore, with an insidious and confident smile, Khan decided to ask if the king wanted to tell him something in response. The king was shocked by the words he had recently heard, so he was very worried, which is why he was shaking all over. Holding tightly to his throne, he told the guy that he was called here to protect their state. He ordered all the aristocracy and merchants to purchase magical catalysts, and Lunabelle, who stood sweetly behind the guy, was ordered to summon a hero to their lands. However, these words did not really touch the guy, because of which the king flew into a rage and began to shout at the main character that he was his property. These words hurt the guy. Khan responded by saying that having caught a fish, the fisherman can call it his prey. But he was not a fish, but a hero. It was funny to him that he was considered property of the kingdom. With a crazy face, he suggested to the king that he announce his words to the whole world so that the kingdom would finally fall apart. The king was nervous and sweating because of these statements of the hero. Everyone just silently looked at the guy and could not compare anything in response to his words. Khan, raising his finger up with an insidious smile, said that he would go to the country that would honor him as a hero. He didn't care if he was locked up, because he didn't want to lift a finger. With an evil smile, he continued to reproach all the royal majesty that if all humanity learned about such treatment of him, they would lose all hope. And their country will end. This applied to everyone who supported this ridiculous king. The lords and guards were frightened by such statements. The king at the same moment put his hand to his forehead because his head began to hurt from excitement. Having taken stock of the hero's words, he asked the guy what kind of support he wanted. Hearing what he wanted, the guy smiled. He began to tell the king what he needed, namely clothing, high-quality housing and food, equipment and potions. He also needed a geographical map and immunity, and also room service. The king is a little surprised by this request. The main character did not waste time, so he raised one little finger on his hand and showed it to the king. This gesture pointed to the woman. The king was shocked by this request, but suddenly Khan once again turns to the king, which is why the majesty was shocked that he wanted something else. The hero put his fingers into a ring, hinting at his money. It was quite boring for the main character to go through a game that he had already completed. Therefore, he decided to take a more fun route by using cheats. Meanwhile, the professor of morality was shocked by the main character, because he could not even think that he would be able to learn something else in one day. She explained to the guy that the king who provides him with financial support will demand an appropriate return from him, and therefore greed will destroy the guy. Kan thought her words were a little exaggerated, but the professor said that an unfavorable agreement was better than serious complaints. Even if the hero wins, there will definitely come times when he will have to suffer losses. If she had more time, she would have been there to stop him, but she is so busy because of the flow of students. The owner of the mill thought that the wheat grew only for his sake. With these words, she wanted to say that student Kang Han-soo was not the only candidate for the role of hero. There were already quite a few graduates. The hero was a little agitated by these statements. These aspirants were quietly returned to Earth, and they helped those who were in difficult situations and live happy lives. Disappearing, she hoped that the guy would also try. These words made the main character panic, because now he understood that he was not the only person who ended up in this world. He realized that there were other candidates, each of whom had their own practice room in which they were raised as heroes. Collapsed from the strain of his brain, he realized that he was such a fool because he thought so. He had no sense of reality, when suddenly someone turns to him. It was Lanuvel, who sat and looked at him impressed. Khan, due to his strong excitement, began to get nervous at the girl and scold her for addressing him so sharply. Since yesterday, she had not left his side, except for time to sleep. Previously, being in such a situation, his heart would jump out of his chest, but because of what the professor told him about morality. Either way, it makes me worry. He asked the girl if he was the only summoned hero in this world, to which she replied that it was absolutely accurate. Analyzing the previously spoken words, he understood that she said that she was too busy with the flow of students. This meant that, even now, there were many people fighting against the demon lord. However, he understood that in this world, he was the only hero. Thinking about different outcomes, he believed that parallel worlds existed. The main character began to assume that the number of exactly the same worlds corresponds to the number of students, like an offline role-playing game where he enjoyed the gameplay. Holding his head, he realized that the situation had become even more delusional. He began to pull himself together, and therefore he believed that it was time to think about how to quickly return to Earth. Thinking about the professor's words, he understood that the graduates were returned to Earth and are now living a happy life. Khan knew that there was some way for him too, so he did not waste time. The hero immediately told the girl to follow him, because he wanted to get the long-awaited support. The day before, the king, as promised, opened his treasury and provided him with material support. But he had one more condition. His condition was that he trusted Lanuvel to control the hero's expenses. The guy accepted this because he understood that there was nothing to be done about it. He would have done the same thing himself if he were the dumpling king. After this, events are transferred to the city. Lanuvel, pointing her finger at the magic ball, really asked to buy it, because she had wanted one for a long time. The guy looked at this and realized that apparently the king had chosen the wrong observer. Looking at the price, he calmed down and allowed the girl to buy this ball because he believed that it was not his money. And by the way, this place is the center of trade for the entire kingdom. There were a lot of great quality items here. However, due to the very high rents, the prices here were terribly high. All products with the word magical in their names were incredibly expensive. They could be compared to advanced technology products on Earth. Suddenly, the girl came closer to the hero and said what she bought. With a happy look, she looked at her long-awaited thing that she wanted. But the guy was not very distracted by the girl. He was more stressed by the people who stood behind and were angry with him. He became increasingly uncomfortable, so he told La Nouvelle to move quickly. During the first playthrough, Khan walked around the streets in his school uniform, which attracted undue attention. He would not like to repeat this experience. Passing by a beautiful dress that was on display, La Nouvelle drew attention to him. She really liked how the main character looked, who was dressed in an aristocratic suit. Khan, with a serious face, told the girl that there was no need for flattery. He himself knew that it was simply a fashion disaster. With a face of praise, he said that it was all for the sake of shopping. Walking along the street, all the people looked at him and were very impressed by his luxurious suit. They considered him an aristocrat, and therefore thought that he was the son of some noble family. As Khan expected, the common people will not treat the aristocrat haphazardly. This way, they will also stay away from La Nouvelle when they see her with him, and they will be able to focus on shopping. The girl was wondering where they were going, so she decided to ask the guy because she did not understand the main goal of the hero, because they had already missed all the famous forges and alchemical shops. Khan, without thinking twice, told the girl that they were heading to the black market. La Nouvelle was surprised that the noble hero was going to have a hand in illegal trade. However, the guy knew how to answer her. He knew that the girl who bought that magic ball also bought it illegally because she acquired it for her own benefit. With an evil smile, the hero said that although he allowed her, she did not refuse. With this wording of the speech, he made it clear that both of them were accomplices with her. The girl was shocked by this. Having come to terms with this, she smiled happily at the main character and said that it seemed to her that if it was in the name of world peace, then the black market could be suitable. After all, even in medicines, they often use deadly poison. However, she was wondering how they would end up on the black market, to which Khan asked her to keep quiet and just follow him. Even the girl, who lived here for a long time, heard about him only through rumors. They constantly changed the location of the auction, so it was very difficult to detect them. In truth, the newbie hero, who had just come into this world and knew more about everything than the locals, looked very suspicious. At this moment, the girl told the hero that he was the chosen hero. Khan wanted the girl to think carefully, because if he could defeat the demon lord only with the help of his skill, plus % to experience, then some dragons, fairies, and other magical creatures living for millennia would have been able to overwhelm him long ago. He wanted to be listened to carefully. The true face of a hero who could crush the devil himself was not in some numbers. Afterwards, he turned away from the girl, who was impressed by the guy's story. He asked her to keep quiet and continue to follow him. But just like La Nouvelle said, he didn't know where the black market was located. However, it was easy to find out if you went to some local pub. Arriving at the pub, they stopped right in front of its doors. The guys carefully watched what was happening in the middle of the building, where men argued and competed, simply taking a mental break from the routine of life. The main character, looking at this spectacle, understood that nothing had changed. It was understandable because he returned to the past. Approaching the bar, the hero turned to the bartender named Tony. The bartender was wondering how Khan knew his name, but he simply replied that he knew it completely. Tony was a former hitman who quit his job and opened his own bar. During my first playthrough, he was a lost wanderer, and he taught me how to survive in this world. He was not only a good friend, but also a teacher. The hero would like to make friends with him again, but that's not why he's here, and the annoying La Nouvelle was always hanging around. Tony told the guys that he was very glad that they, along with this wonderful beauty, visited his modest establishment. At the same moment, the main character was considering whether he should now use the secret language. He decided to ask the bartender if he had some good alcohol, to which Tony replied that if Khan had a sufficient amount, then he was ready to pour it for him. Holding glasses in his hand, he continued to say that today he received a 7-year-old Black Dragon dark beer. Therefore, he advised them to order fried lamb with it to fully reveal the taste. Khan, with a serious look, understood that there would be a black market today. Black Dragon was the place where the auction was held. In addition, some additional information depended on how the bartender poured the alcohol. Tony, holding a beer barrel in his hands, began to listen to another question from the guy. Khan was curious about the quality of the lamb. Roast lamb meant that, although illegal in the kingdom, this time the main item of the auction, there will be slaves. With a confident smile, the main character wanted to order 2 servings of lamb. After that, Khan began to rush somewhere, so he quickly moved in the other direction, and the girl, not having had time to finish the whole meal, did not understand what was happening. This question irritated the guy. He began to tell the girl that they sat down for lunch because they had reserved seats, and they still had time before the auction began. But she said that the lamb they served her was too fatty, and because of this, they waited until they cooked it for her. New portion. The girl decided to ask how the guy knew the bartender, but he did not answer this question, because for him, a naive schoolboy, Tony was a true friend who taught him the laws of the jungle of this world. If he weren't a hero, they would have opened some kind of business with him. Suddenly, the guy remembers to warn the girl so that she should not tell the king about something else. In addition to the 5-fold bonus to experience, the hero had one more ability. From the moment he came into this world, he can see information about anyone. He wondered many times, why could only he do this? But after Professor Morale's words, he began to understand a little. If you think about it, in the early stages, a hero candidate is not able to distinguish the strong from the weak, and can get involved in a battle that is obviously losing for him, and die a stupid death. Fortunately, this ability is still effective. Khan told the girl that for a hero whose goal was to kill the Demon King, isn't it logical to have such a skill? The girl, with a smile on her face, pointed her finger at herself and wondered if the guy had seen her characteristics as well, to which the guy immediately replied that he saw it. To himself, he thought that Lanabelle was of the TH level. She was not even at the level of the weakest minion of the Demon King, but her skills were of a high rank, and despite the fact that she has frightening potential. When he remembers the first circle and her future, after that, he abruptly begins to remain silent because the girl begins to sob. Suddenly, a suspicious man with a knife passes next to the girl. With his knife, he cut the rope that held the magic sphere on her body. The girl, out of surprise, could not immediately understand what was happening. The scoundrel began to run away from the girl. Meanwhile, the sphere had almost reached the ground. However, the main character manages to catch her, who immediately began to attack the scoundrel. He threw a magic sphere directly at the bandit, who was shocked by what was happening. Not even a second later, the scoundrel immediately falls to the ground. Khan, tossing a magic sphere in his hand, advised the bandit to quickly start his treatment, because the lower back was now expensive to treat. The main character also added to his words that the scoundrel's daily life will become more difficult because his legs will lose sensitivity. However, these words did not really frighten the thief, because he began to get up again. The thief was level 8 with escape skill. He could barely stand and held his knife in his hands. The hero, holding the sphere in his hand, realized that his characteristics had dropped, so all he could do was throw himself at everyone. There was a difference of 7 levels between him and the thief. He was stronger than him. The first time he tried to avoid maniacs and bad guys, but now he was different from his past self. Standing in a confident pose, the guy told the enemy that if he surrendered, returned the money and ran away, he would pretend that nothing happened. These words made the thief very angry, so he began to attack the main character with furious eyes, because he could not stand that the guy looked down on him. However, Khan was not at all worried. Adjusting his hat, he was ready to show the experience of past years. At the moment when the thief almost reaches the guy with his blade, he responds by throwing his hat at him. Feathers from the hat hit the thief's eyes, because of which he was distracted for a moment, and the main character took advantage of the moment, walked around him from behind, and struck. At the moment of the blow, Khan whispered to the scoundrel that the blow fell between the 6th and 7th cervical vertebrae. According to him, he acted on the same principle as with the spine. He knew that there would always be a weak spot, and if the thief does not want to suffer from loss of sensitivity in his hands and curvature of his neck, then he will have to properly take care of this place. The guy said that it was a scoundrel's punishment for going against him. After the end of the fight, the guards began to pull the thief aside. Meanwhile, the main character was sitting on the side, to whom Lanuble ran to report that she had explained the situation to the guards. Of course, she hid the fact that he was a hero. Even so, in a couple of days rumors will spread throughout the kingdom. But for now, the main character believed that it was better to hide his status to make it easier to move around the city. At the same moment, the girl began to finish her speech, in which it was said that Khan had already killed people. These words shocked the guy. He immediately started yelling at the girl because he didn't want to be called a killer. Doing different things over the years, he developed a habit of killing those perceived as the enemy without a second thought. The main character turned to the girl because he wanted to ask her if she knew the average level of an ordinary adult. He didn't wait for an answer, so he replied that it was the 3rd level, and if, figuratively speaking, you give a gun to a farmer, then it will add about 2 more levels to him. But the level of the thief who attacked him was 8th, and judging by his skills, he was neither a hunter nor a soldier. After these words, the girl immediately realized that the main character knew that the scoundrel committed crimes and killed many townspeople, and therefore she considered that the respected hero decided to completely exclude the possibility of other victims. But this was not the right thinking because even the guy did not know what she was talking about. Admiring her thoughts, she continued to say that before slaying the Demon King, Kang nobly decided to save the lives of civilians. Noticing that Kang did not listen to her, she began to follow him. At the same moment, she decided to ask the guy whether his level had increased or not. The main character was also interested in this, so he immediately opened his statistics to check it. While the guy looked at his statistics, Lanuble told him that all animals and plants have inner strength. Some become stronger as they evolve, but most increase this power through theft or absorption. And the accumulated power is displayed in the level view status. Meanwhile, Khan was thinking about the levels. He knew that the 4th level corresponded to athletes on Earth. The system where he became stronger by killing others was quite consistent with some kind of role-playing game. In any case, the scoundrel was a thief and a murderer, so he did a good deed. Because of this, Khan felt great. After that, the guys continued to walk around the city. And at the same moment, they were being watched by a certain girl who was serious about them. Khan and Lanuvel arrived at the right place. He immediately applied to have it opened for him. When suddenly a man who was already waiting for the guys comes out to him, because he had already been warned that they would come from Tony. However, Kana did not have such a joyful smile as the worker. The main character with a serious face said that he was not a client, but was his sworn enemy. The man looked at the guy and asked them to follow him. The black market, which operated secretly behind the scenes of the entire continent, lurked by no means an easy enemy. Their safety was indeed close to a clinical case of misophobes, because even he was unable to reveal their identities during the first playthrough. In any case, this password was still valid. While the hero was flying in his thoughts, they were finally inside. From the outside, the market looked like an ordinary old house. The girl, following the main character, asked him if this place looked like the general's house. Khan, in response, told her to look down. Under their feet was a spatial transfer magic circle. The materials from which it was made were very expensive. According to the guy, people from the black market were very meticulous, so they didn't want to hide somewhere in the capital. This behavior of the girl infuriated the main character, so he began to speak out to her again. But suddenly they were approached by a market worker who asked the guys to put on masks. The main character immediately put on, and after him she put on Lanuvel. The main character understood that he could not appear on the black market without a mask because he was a hero. He told the market worker to hurry up. After this, the portal immediately began to activate, and the guys began to disappear into it. In an instant, there was a bright flash. Having moved to the black market, they could see little, because it was very dark there, and they could not turn on the lights. Khan, looking around, remembered that he was here during the first passage. It was located approximately under the forest, in the western part of the capital, until some idiot who believed in a cult came here and summoned the devil. This place was sometimes used as a black market. It is also a place he visited as a guest several times. Suddenly, one of the market workers approached the guys and greeted them. The worker said that there was little time left before the auction, so he would lead the guys to their places after a short explanation. If the main character wanted to place a bet, he needed to lightly hit the bell in front of his place. He had to pay in advance in gold or precious stones, and management itself was not responsible if someone suffered problems or losses as a result of their identity being revealed or their mask being lost. After hearing the warnings, Khan asked La Nouvelle whether she understood everything or not, because he wanted to avoid information leakage. However, the girl wanted to address the main character by name, but he managed to close her mouth. The girl was an archaeologist, a famous beauty on the middle continent of Fantasia, so the guy could not understand why the girl wanted to declassify herself. At the same moment, the worker asked the guys to follow him. Following the man, Khan asked La Nouvelle to never cause trouble here, unless she wanted to be buried alive. Events moved to the auction itself, where guests stood waiting for the start of the event. The worker wished Kanu to have a good time and leave afterwards. After this, the event host, who stood right in the center of the stage, announced the start of the auction. The first item was a survivor from the land of demons. He was a war veteran. The host introduced this survivor to the guests and lured them in with the fact that he had many scars from severe wounds. It was a warrior who offered himself to repay the debt. He was ideal as a gladiator or bodyguard. The main character, while watching the presentation, understood that the war veteran was a complete zero. No matter how much they praised him, Khan could not be fooled, so he believed. Being a war veteran was the only highly valued skill he possessed, but there was hardly a fool who would buy someone weak, strong only in spirit, with money. At this moment, the buyers began to hit the bell, symbolizing that each of them was bargaining for a warrior. Kang Hanzu was surprised that there were so many people here who wanted to buy a warrior. While the guy was considering the guests' decisions, La Nouvelle approached him from the side, who told him that she understood his plan. According to her, it was clear that she believed that the guy wanted to buy the best slave and make him a comrade. These words irritated the main character. On his first playthrough, he did it differently. Trying to save the slave, he rather became a pain in the ass. If he had only known about her annoying nature and hatred of people, he would not have placed the bet at all. While Lanovel was panicking that the strongest warrior had been sold, the main character tried to calm her down so that she would stand out less. According to him, the real auction will begin now. He understood that if you spend money thoughtlessly at the very beginning, you will only lose your advantage when a more valuable product appears. The presenter pointed to the second person, who had soft and smooth skin. This girl was a respected daughter from a noble family who was captured by demons. As soon as La Nouvelle saw this girl, she immediately began to turn to the main character, but the guy was very tired of this, so he asked her to keep quiet. If that girl were here, she would forcefully stop the auction without asking his permission and insist on freeing all the slaves. Khan will remember all the trouble he went through to clean up after her. At this moment, while the guy was recalling the past a little, a third person was shown on stage. The guy saw him and was impressed. With a joyful smile, he realized that this was what he needed. Khan immediately started yelling at the girl to place a bet. After this, the lot closed almost immediately, and the main character sat with a satisfied face and listened to congratulations from the organization in his direction. La Nouvelle was interested in the status of this mercenary, so she asked the main character. He responded by saying that he had level 86, which meant that the mercenary could compete even with Mr. Alex. Such a remark would upset the future Sword King, but since the moment has not yet arrived when Alex became much stronger and was nicknamed King of the Sword. This mercenary has such a high level for a very simple reason. He's been to a lot of places and killed a lot of people, although it only sounded simple. The main character was given a key and a contract. Meanwhile, behind the main character stood his new mercenary, who looked terrifying. After purchasing new reinforcements, La Nouvelle was confident that they would return home. However, the guy said that this was just the beginning of the bidding. A goblin was brought onto the stage, which we immediately bought. Looking at all this, La Nouvelle began to feel sick, but the hero asked her to wait a little longer. Khan also didn't intend to stick around for long. Since the price of the bet fell as competition decreased, the black market began to offer only tatty goods. Having calculated today's result, the hero calculated that it was not bad at all. The guy started to get ready, so he told the girl to leave slowly. But suddenly, he felt a strange aura around him. He saw a new lot on stage. It was a girl who looked very strong and cute. It was an elf they found in the famous forest of the southern continent. As everyone could see, her mind was slightly broken, but her appearance and breed spoke for themselves. Besides, she was innocent. Kan, already getting ready to leave, paused because he was very interested in this proposal. After all, the elves were the highest race and the sharp-edged stone of all human desires. It would be strange to treat all this as fantasy if there weren't elves here. Everyone immediately began to bargain for the elf, because everyone wanted her to be with him. The guy looked at this and realized that all the buyers were fools. That's because compared to their life expectancy, their fertility looked like a joke. Their birth rate was so low that one would think that the entire race was on pills, and their libido was no higher than that of a eunuch or a monk. La Nouvelle, watching this lot, told the guy that the elves, who lost the territorial war with people, took refuge in the darkest corners of the forest. They have fallen to the level of mere prey. But suddenly the girl notices that the elf was strange. The hero knew about this oddity, so he was not surprised. He decided to reproach the girl a little because she had recently been sick of it. He understood that being an excellent magician, she probably felt it too. Looking at her with an attentive gaze, he realized that this elf was special. Her level was 8, and her status was cursed, poisoned, exhausted, magic neutralized, numb. Kan knew that there was no reason to worry. If he didn't buy it, he wouldn't forgive himself. The elf's appearance did not matter. However, he did not realize how close this was to the level of an ordinary ranked demon. However, the superior race makes up for everything, and the skill levels are so high that it can be recorded somewhere between medium and high rank. This put her on par with the demon lord's pet. The truth is, the girl's general status was more like a hospital discharge. The first curse, probably the consequences of some demon's work. She was alive physically, but not mentally. And everything that followed after the curse was, without a doubt, the merit of the merchants who captured it, so that she couldn't fight back. At the same moment, the main character knocked on the bell again, thus making another bet. Other buyers understood that such a beautiful elf was not so often seen, but they could buy another warrior. Kan understood that they did not know her level, and therefore no one would dare to go beyond a reasonable price. The presenter at that moment announced that the elf was sold to the buyer with the highest price, that is, to the main character. But suddenly there was an explosion, because of which everyone was shocked by what was happening. No one could understand who was able to destroy the entrance, but they knew for sure that it was clearly not a natural phenomenon. The main character, watching this, understood that if the hidden guards could not stop this, then it meant that it was an invasion. Behind the guy stood La Nouvelle, who began to be very worried about this situation. Suddenly a sound was heard from the entrance. These were earth elementals. Kan understood that if they were here, then the attackers were elves who appeared from the hacked entrance to the black market. The market workers began to panic because they realized that it was an elven invasion. Suddenly one of the elves began to say that it was thanks to the stupid nobility that did not know modesty. They were able to break in here easily. Therefore, they did not want to miss the moment they began to attack. The elf archers began to shoot with bows, from which arrows flew out, which immediately hit people. The guards started protecting the clients, so they wanted to capture them all. However, the elf was not going to just give up. She began to activate the elementals. Raising his hand up, a bright, icy radiance appeared that enveloped everything around. This radiance immediately began to amaze the black market guards. But suddenly, Kan felt that someone from the royal family had come to this flea market. It was the elf queen Sylvia. Now she was a princess, but once the elf king died during the coup, she would retire from adventure and take the throne. In short, she is the future queen of the elves and a former member of the group's protagonist, and to save some of his sisters, she sacrificed the majority, which was typical of her last time. She had just yet to join his group, so her level was contently low, but she was born gifted, which means the rank of her skills is as high as in her heyday. The elf began to activate fiery magic, which instantly began to hit the guards. When suddenly a black market employee turns to the hero, he called him to follow him. Even in this situation, the first thing they thought about was the evacuation of clients, which showed high professionalism. But suddenly La Nouvelle turns to the guy so that they can help with the rescue. The girl waited with eager energy for his answer. Kan noticed her look, which showed that she wanted to help the elves and teach the black market a lesson. He ordered the girl to go to the shelter. To persuade her, he began to press her for pity with his newly purchased mercenary. With a touching demeanor, he could not believe that the girl wanted to abandon their comrade who would fight side by side with them. By saying this to the girls, he understood that they were the only customers who had not yet been saved. Since the slaves were chained during the turmoil, they were forgotten, and they died. Khan told the girl that he is a hero, so now he will deal with all this himself. He ordered the girl to wait for him in the shelter along with their comrade. After this, the girl and her new comrade began to go to the shelter, and the hero himself remained here. The guy started calling the presenter who was standing on the stage. The presenter did not understand why the hero had not escaped yet, but Khan was not going to answer this question, so he simply told the presenter to answer the questions. He knew that this elf belonged to him, and the rules said that first you need to pay, but in such circumstances the presenter said that she was a guy. The life of the elf was in his hands, the buyer in the wolf mask. The presenter wanted to escape, so he suggested that the main character escape to a shelter with an elf. However, from Khan's smile, one could understand that he had no intention of retreating. He realized that the presenter was not a fool, because he realized that the elves were here for this girl, and that they will clearly lose. And since he didn't have time to worry about the drugged elf, it's easier for him to dump this burden on him. The presenter with a confident smile told the guy that he was forced to run away and fulfill his other duties. In an instant, he was able to defeat one of the elves who was trying to attack from behind. From the outside, he looked like an aristocratic jester, but the guy was really strong. The black market security guards, who have finished placing clients in the shelter, run to help. It seemed to the main character that he knew how everything would end. The future queen of the elves will be captured here, and they will turn her into a slave. And considering the price they will charge for her, they will not punish the girl for the sake of revenge. Part of the proceeds from the auction would go to the families of the dead guards, so it wasn't the worst outcome. He came closer to the elf lady and greeted her. He decided to tell her directly that if she remained alive, Sylvia would surrender. The elf understood what the guy was telling her. Sylvia did not give up, and when this leader was left alone, he took the slave hostage. She was overwhelmed with guilt for putting her people at such risk. She gave up and was sold as a slave. She told him this herself. Holding the elf's face with her hand, he knew that this expression on her face meant she was ready to sacrifice herself. Can moved closer to the elf and kissed her. The future queen of the elves was amazed by what she saw. Meanwhile, the elf began to blush from the kiss, but having calmed down, she closed her eyes. Kissing the elf, the main character understood that now her heart was his. The queen began to shout to the elf. She shouted at her not to give up because of scum like the main character. She didn't want the elf to experience the miserable life of a slave even for a second. Therefore, she wanted the elf to always be happy. The elf shed a tear because of the kiss and thanked the guy for it. Can, covering his face with a mask, said that there was no need to thank him. At that same second, the future queen, with tears in her eyes, shouted to the teacher, when suddenly the elf loses consciousness from lack of strength and begins to fall. Her sister at that moment looked attentively and touchingly at the fall of her sister. In an instant, the slave fell at the feet of the protagonist. For the hero, it was simply thanks to the curse. He killed a level 8 elf, which meant his statistics increased. He rejoiced at this with an evil smile. He leveled up in an instant by killing a level 8 elf. Yes, if he had done everything normally, such progress would have taken a whole year. Without talent or pedigree, simply killing those stronger than him by any means possible. It was possible to create a world where everyone would be able to become powerful. Although if you are going to kill the strong, a pinch of effort and luck will not hurt. But in any case, in this way anyone can be stronger. It was a beautiful fantasy world, radiating dreams and hopes. Of course, it will be wonderful for the main character if he wins. The presenter standing below could not understand why the main character did this to the elf. But the guy didn't want to talk about his action, so he simply asked him not to worry. He understood that people unfamiliar with the system thought that killing a slave was very unprofitable. It is usually much more useful to keep a slave as a subordinate. But he was a hero. And he had a 5-fold experience boost. He was like killing 5 level 8 elves. Having dodged the surprise attack, he knew that there was still a lot of experience around here. This attack was sent precisely by the future queen of the elves, who stood directly opposite the guy. With tears in her eyes, she was angry at Khan for doing this to her teacher. But suddenly the hero jumps off the stage, and he takes the sword in his hands. It wasn't the type of sword he liked. But it would do for once, that's what the guy said. Now he was level 6. What he could not do at the 4th level is now mere trifles for him. Looking at the teacher of the elf queen, he laid her to rest because her sacrifice was not in vain. After all, now no one will take the elven princess as a slave. He immediately started running to the elf because he wanted to quickly cut his way to his dream. But suddenly 2 elf archers appear in front of the elf, who came to the queen's defense. They immediately started shooting at the main character. However, he successfully dodged their attacks. In an instant, he appeared directly above the elves above. His body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. He thought that leveling up would make it easier. But compared to the time when he was at the peak of his abilities and kicked the ass of Demon Lord Pedinar, which was 4th, that level was nothing. With a sly smile, he looked at his opponents, and I saw that their skills contradicted each other. The girl's reaction speed was no good. In addition, her movements were easily read by the guy, so he easily took their lives. The second elf watched desperately as his comrade fell lifelessly to the ground. And Khan at this time was thinking about the deceased, who chose a dagger as her weapon and could not bring her closer to the enemy. However, the main character was no longer interested in this, because he now had a high-quality dagger. The second elf, with sadness on his face, decided to take revenge on the guy by attacking from behind. Khan immediately noticed her, so he was surprised that this elf was even stupider than before. With screams and rage, he ran towards the main character. However, this was a great stupidity because Khan, taking advantage of the moment, quickly dodged all of his attacks and got as close to him as possible. With a wicked smile, the hero stopped his blade next to his neck and greeted him. And then, he immediately delivered a very strong blow with his fist, which caused the elf to fly to the side. Khan did not want to waste time, so while his opponent was in flight, he began to re-attack him with the blade. And then he immediately pierced him with it. With furious eyes, he looked at his opponent, when suddenly a magical attack comes at him from the side, which leaves a scar on his body. These were 2 other elves. One was a magician, and the second was a warrior who protected the magician. This attack greatly angered the main character, but the elves were not going to stop. They immediately began preparing for a new attack. A powerful fire attack immediately reached the guy, but he was able to hold back this attack. From what they saw, the elves could not believe in such abilities of the hero. While they were shocked by what they saw, the main character had already reached the magical elf with his attack. With one blow, he sent the magical elf straight into another elf. At the time of the battle, the main character decided to borrow a sword from the elf, which immediately took the life of the magical elf. The second comrade saw this and fell into a rage. But Khan did not spare the second, so he immediately pierced him with a sword while he screamed with rage. He sat down to the elf to say some words to him, but suddenly the elf queen appeared behind him, looking very angry. However, the guy did not notice her, so he continued to tell the dying elf that he really needed her precious experience. With a sly smile, he looked at the elf. Suddenly, behind him, the cry of the elf queen is heard, who angrily ordered all her subordinates to kill the main character. The elves immediately began to attack the guy, and arrows and magic. However, Khan was not worried at all. Looking at all this, he realized that elves always follow their emotions. Because of their longevity, they lived in the same commune for hundreds of years, and they became family. This was their strength, and at the same time, their weakness. The main character, with an insidious smile, rejoiced that the death of their comrades forced them to turn off their brains, and they open up. Besides, he was not the only one who fought here. The guards immediately surrounded the protagonist because it was their duty to protect the buyer. They instantly closed the distance with the elves and began to fight with him. Khan cried while watching this fight because he felt sorry for his little experience. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred behind him. It was the elf queen who was already on the verge of a breakdown. Khan, having pulled out the sword from the elf's corpse, realized that he would be buried today if he did not upgrade even more. Therefore, he believed that he had no time for cowardice. He understood that he needed to fight without fear of losing a couple of fingers. Suddenly, one of the elves who was behind him cuts off his finger. Because of this, the hero began to nervously shout at the elf, whom he had just kicked in the head. He continued to be angry with his opponent, so he did not feel sorry for him, but immediately finished him off. Khan's finger lay right in front of him. The guy took it in his hands and leaned it against the cut point. This action instantly healed and reattached the finger to the hand. While the main character was rejoicing that his finger was again in place and unharmed, meanwhile the queen was looking at him, emanating a terrible aura from behind him. She looked at the hero and could not believe his capabilities, so she considered him a demon. However, Kang looked at her with a devious smile and told her that she was being hypocritical for her statements. He remembered a past life where they committed a terrible massacre together, so he believed that these words were hypocritical precisely because of this. She was the only survivor, just like the first time. True, something has changed. Khan, smiling with an insidious smile, was glad that he had changed the course of events with his intervention. Since they failed to capture the hostage, Sylvia's rage was unstoppable. The black market was almost completely destroyed. He could estimate the number of people killed by the princess just by looking at how her level has changed. He noticed that she had raised many levels just like him. Without thinking twice, the main character bent down in front of the princess and began to express gratitude to the elf, who turned to experience for his benefit. Because of these words, the princess flew into a rage, but the guy did not worry, because he considered her the last remaining vessel with experience. Standing bent over, he didn't want to miss this. Meanwhile, the princess decided to take advantage of the moment to strike the main character. She was ready to die with him in this fight, just to avenge her comrades. Slamming her sword into the ground, she began to summon earth elementals. Everything around them began to collapse, which is why everyone began to panic, so they all began to run into the street to escape. However, Khan was not worried. He simply scratched the back of his head with his hand and asked the princess to wait a little with her actions. And then, looking at her, he told her with an evil smile that if she did this, then the corpses of the elves would become unsuitable for him. The princess was surprised by the guy's words because she couldn't think that he knew about it. The corpses of elves could be sold for a very high price. Just like virginity symbolizes purity, the blood and flesh of the elves. All this was often perceived as a magical source of eternal life. Running his finger along the blade, the hero continued to say disgusting things to her. That is precisely why the princess could not abandon her comrades and run away. However, the guy continued to tease her that she wanted to turn this place into a mass grave. It was funny for him, because she was the one who brought her friends into this hornet hive. After these words, he smiled insidiously at the princess. These words and the hero's behavior hit the princess's psyche hard, covering her eyes. She screamed at the guy because she considered him guilty of all this. According to her, it was clear that she believed that they would win, and all the problems would disappear. However, Khan raised his mask and said that this was nonsense, because it was not worth involving her comrades if she was not ready to be defeated. Throwing the mask onto the floor, he continued to tell the elf that she had been saying for several minutes that he was a demon. Suddenly, everyone noticed that everything had stopped. The princess could not understand why the elementals all stopped and did not follow orders. With panic inside, she could not understand why she was protecting the main character. But suddenly at this moment, Khan, with an evil smile, pierces the princess with his sword. Taunting the elf, he said that the elementals decided to choose the hero as more worthy. In the girl's eyes, one could see the guy's evil and insidious smile. Having fallen to the ground from a mortal wound, she continued to listen to the main character who said that elementals love nature, and if they wanted to save it, there was no way they could do it without a hero who would kill the demon lord Petinar. Putting his foot on his sword, he wondered, what is the use of the elementals in burying him here alive? Finishing off the princess, the hero said that it was better for them not to meet a third time, and when the fierce battle came to an end, the future elf queen lay at the hero's feet. It was a worthy end in the opinion of the main character, because everything went off without a hitch. After that, Professor Morality stood and looked menacingly at the main character. He, in turn, innocently averted his eyes from her gaze so as not to fall for it. She couldn't believe that a guy could kill all the elves in one go in one evening. They say that when revenge and anger unite, they strike a daughter, which is called cruelty. This was a very problematic child. The good was heavy like lead, and evil is as light as a feather. Therefore, even if the hero defeats the demon lord, it will be difficult for him to pass the exam. Because of the words he heard, Kang was shocked. Out of excitement, he began to tell the professor that it was dishonest. He tried to convince the morality professor that these evil elves themselves attacked him. However, the professor responded by saying that calm brings peace and anxiety brings regret. She told the main character to control himself, because calmness and time can do much more than the power of anger. She addressed the main character by name and asked him not to rush, so that he would look back and then say what he saw. Kang Hansu thought for a moment, and then he said that it was just an experience. He thought that now he could kill the Sword King Alex, but the professor asked the guy not to look at his weaker comrades as experience. The dwarf who sat on the giant's shoulders saw more than the giant himself. And when the paths of a priest and a farmer converge, together they can know much more than separately. So she decided to give the main character homework, which involved trying to live in harmony with others by smiling at people, even when he doesn't like them. Can was a little shocked by such a difficult homework. Leaving the main character, the professor told him that they would meet again in 2 days. Left alone, Khan was surprised that he needed to establish harmony with everyone. Sitting on the bed, he didn't know with whom he needed to establish harmony, so now he will walk and worry. When suddenly they ask him what he will worry about. It was La Nouvelle who entered the main character's room. Khan immediately attacked the girl with a nervous expression on his face because he did not understand what she was doing here. He remembers that he left her to deal with the consequences of the massacre on the black market. She had to send the corpses of the elves home, so he could not believe that the girl managed it so quickly, but with tears in her eyes, she said that she did it. The corpses of elves could be used as magical material. Therefore, the main character simply did not want them to be cut up for meat and sold. Smiling insidiously, he believed that it was impossible to allow others to profit from them when he did all the work. However, the girl, looking at him, asked him not to forget to treat his opponents with respect. It was a hassle to carry a bunch of elven corpses from the 5th floor to the royal suite. Khan decided to make the most of the gold in his bag, so they bought the corpses cheaply and paid on the black market for delivery. While changing clothes, the main character asked his friend how the negotiations with the Elf King were going. The girl immediately began to answer with a smile that she retold what happened through the magic sphere, so everything was in order. The delegation from the land of the elves will arrive any day now. Listening to the girl, the hero realized that he had spent all his savings on buying elven corpses from the black market. It will be hard for him if they can't get them back, simply because he is a world-saving hero. It didn't mean that the townspeople would feed him for free. It was enough for him that they weren't trying to fool him. Without money, he will die of hunger, even though this is his second life. Everyone thought that his level after the call, still 4th, but smiling insidiously, he was glad that he was able to deceive everyone. So even the Elf King himself cannot assume that his daughter was attacked by the hero and killed by him. There were no witnesses. All the black market security was killed. And he told La Nouvelle that there were no winners in the battle. Suddenly, behind him, someone addresses the main character. That someone was Alex, who hit the guy on the shoulder. Khan, looking at him, understood that, as he thought, he couldn't do anything about the rumors. A small problem. He didn't need to respond to these childish provocations. Mr. Alex asked the guy what she had forgotten at the royal training ground, but in truth he was just passing by. Alex looked at the arena and said that the hero's debut would be in 2 days. Therefore, he was really looking forward to this day. Can looked at him tensely in response and said the same thing. There was intense eye contact between them. However, the main idea for the protagonist in this visual duel was that he was watching. On Mr. Alex's statistics, he recalled the words of Professor Morality, who told him to try to live in harmony with others, smiling at people even when he doesn't like them. Therefore, he immediately answered Alex that he was right with his words that the hero was now an undertaker. He smiled sincerely and said that Alex's coffin was almost ready. These words made Sword King Alex very angry. His eyes turned red and he became furious. Sword King Alex was a natural tank. Contrary to popular belief, mere swordsmanship is not enough to become a great swordsman. The swordsman is a very important role in combat. He protects his comrades while killing his enemies. He cannot be surrounded, even if he is left alone, and the swordsman always returns from the battlefield, thanks to his skills and endurance. Alex will be called the King of the Sword, not only because he has allies under his protection, like behind a stone wall, but also because he is able to carry out missions alone. But he will soon realize that the real King of the Sword is the hero. Meanwhile, Alex furiously tells the hero that with such a loose tongue, you can defeat the Demon Lord himself. But Kang is not nervous, so he continues to tease the Sword King. If you remember his experience from the first time, the Demon Lord was much more eloquent than him. He believed that in the battle of speakers he would have known complete defeat. But this time he was sure that he would definitely win. Suddenly, Alex turns to him, saying that he couldn't wait 2 days and start teaching him today. Continuing to speak, he tried to offend the guy, saying that he could not defeat him without his training. However, this was not the main thing for Khan, because he was in no hurry, so he asked the big man to get lost. After that, he began to walk away from the King of the Sword, while he stood in rage and looked at him leaving. If the main character starts training, he will reveal his level, and since he wants to get rid of any suspicion on the part of the Elf King, he needs to act like he's still level 4. He will soon provide a plausible justification for his level. You just need to hide it until you get a chance to go into the ancient ruins, somewhere deep in the forest. So just tell everyone that you can get a level there. It seemed to Khan that he had grown as a person, all thanks to the instructions of the moral professor, in terms of, he treated the situation with calmness. In the past, he would have already cut Alex's throat in a fit of rage, but now he has made such progress that his provocations are as good as peas against the wall. Looking at himself in the mirror, he considered himself a genius. But suddenly La Nouvelle turns to him because she was interested in what he would do today. The guy looked at her and saw that she was slightly wary. Yesterday's events on the black market shocked her so much. It's not like he left behind a mountain of corpses. Suddenly he decided to ask what happened to their new comrade, or rather the mercenary. Initially, it was supposed to turn into a level up for him, but the professor said not to look at their weak comrades as experience. Therefore, he decided to use him as a porter, to find the heritage of an ancient civilization. Last time, the main character assembled an expedition to remote areas of fantasy, but this time, he doesn't have to waste time wandering from place to place. After all, he already knows where what he needs is located. Meanwhile, at the rehabilitation center, the mercenary ate like he was crazy. He ate and recovered at such a pace that the palace cook could not even rest. Levels have a monstrous effect on progress in this harsh fantasy world. Unlike RPGs, where you can greatly improve one ability that he needs, this increases the overall effect. The more Khan thought about it, the angrier it made him. They took away all of his 10 years of progress in one click. Returning to the past convinced the hero. What if the teaching staff or those behind them want to? They can erase his levels and powers at any time. If he, with his heroic 5-time experience boost, puts in the effort, he can gain fantastic skills. But Khan understood that skills meant nothing if the gods interfered in everything. Clenching his hand into a fist, he understood that his only real strength was science. From now on, he needed to rely much less on his equipment. They didn't mean anything, since he couldn't return to Earth with it anyway. The same applied to the hero's sacred sword. Since it is impossible for all heroes returning to Earth after defeating the demon lord to be given a portable nuclear bomb. Looking to the side, he saw shopkeepers who were looking at him. Khan, scratching the back of his head, said that there weren't that many useful stores. From these words, La Nouvelle immediately understood that the hero was going on an adventure. So with joyful expressions of emotion, she asked him in more detail about this adventure. The main character reluctantly said that he couldn't get to where he was going in a day. Even if you use the magic transport circle and shorten the distance, you will still have to travel for 2 more days. He told the girl that they needed to hurry and prepare for the adventure, because they were leaving as soon as they received money from the elven delegation. How I didn't want to go on my own 2 feet. Therefore, he believed that it is best to travel in comfort, even if it turns out to be more expensive. Well, since he will have a lot of money, be it a troubled settler who was kicked out of the village, or a group of suspicious guys. Time and safety can be bought with money. This was the only lesson he had learned in his past life. At this moment, La Nouvelle understood that the road would be long, so she told the main character that she would have to obtain permission from His Majesty, the King. However, Khan knew that the king would give permission because the hero knew perfectly well what this king wanted to hear. He will humbly give the main character permission if the guy promises him to return as soon as he finishes everything, although it was not yet clear to the hero whether Alex would follow them as an observer. Following the main character, La Nouvelle decided to ask him where they were going, to which he replies that they are going to meet a powerful creature. If his spiritual teacher is Tony the bartender. The creature that the hero is looking for can be called his mentor in physical strength. Last time he met him completely by chance, but this time he can go there again. Meanwhile, the girl compared his physical mentor to an ancient dragon, but the guy asked her not to do this because it looked offensive. Suddenly, La Nouvelle looked at the guy with a charming look because it was strange for her that the hero admired someone. Continuing to follow the guy, she told him that he usually looks at everyone as if he already knew everything, but Khan said that he watched because they deserved it. Inside, Khan was nervous because with all this magic they didn't even think of toilets. He did not understand how it was possible to look at people who lived among the dirt as equals. But suddenly he stops and lightly hits the girl with a notepad because he wanted to tell her what they needed for the expedition. But suddenly, he is interrupted by a guard who ran to him because he wanted to notify him that His Majesty had called him to his place, because a delegation from their elven country has just arrived. Khan, upon hearing this news, smiled insidiously because he understood that it was the right time. Not even a day had passed, and the elven delegation was already in place. Although their precious princess died, what was there to be surprised about? This was good for Khan because he didn't have to wait long. Afterwards, he pulled himself together and seriously said that the guard should hand him over to His Majesty, let him deal with it as he wants, because the hero simply needed money. However, the guard interrupted him because the delegation demanded a meeting with the hero. But Khan continued to insist on his own, so he asked the envoy to convey that the hero refused. But suddenly the guard expressed his concern, which made the guy a little surprised. After all, the delegation was accompanied by the first prince of Elfheim. This news gave the main character goosebumps all over his body. Holding his head, he understood that the insanely strong intermediate boss wanted to see him. Therefore, he had no choice but to go there. After this, events are transferred to the castle where the meeting was to take place. The main character, leaning against a column with his whole body, stood waiting for someone. He was dressed in a cultural manner. Lanuvel came closer to the guy and expressed surprise at him. After all, it was the first time she had seen him so confused. He also did not know that the prince would come with the delegation. Royal elves or arch-elves. Theoretically, one of the strongest races in this world. Eternal youth is inherent in all elves, and since as levels increase, they develop immunity to disease. They can only die a violent death. However, there are very few warriors capable of defeating the royal elves. Levels never drop. Sometimes the level can be lowered by an ability, but the levels themselves do not fall. Consequently, the elves accumulate experience in layers, like on a pie, making them forever strong. Of course, skills and ranks can disappear or weaken if they are not used for a long time. But if you constantly hone them, they can increase, like levels. And this means monsters like the Royal Elf Prince are born. The limit on displaying levels is 999. Anything higher is displayed with a plus. He may be level 9 and will be shown as 999, or he may be level 9 and he will also be shown as 999. From this point on, there is no reliable way to assess an opponent's combat ability other than by relying on luck and instincts. In the past, fearing such invisible levels, Khan only trusted widespread rumors and spent years training and traveling to become stronger. However, defeating the Demon Lord turned out to be much easier than he thought. Based on his experience, it seems to him that this elf is much more dangerous. Perhaps this is because the hero did not prepare for a fight with him the same way he prepared for a fight with the Demon Lord. When suddenly the prince's attention stops on the main character. It was a great honor for the prince to meet the great hero of legends. His name was Nasus. He didn't know how to express his gratitude to Khan for protecting his little sister and her fighters. He asked the hero not to bother with titles and just call the prince by name, because he believed that the hero could be allowed to do this. The first time, Khan never spoke to him, but he could not even think that the prince was so pleasant. Therefore, he realized that not all elves were as bloodthirsty as Sylvia. The hero immediately greeted Prince Nasus in a wonderful manner. He did not want this world to live in harmony, where people and elves meet as they do now. Nasus smiled, and then they shook hands together. Everyone was impressed by the handshake they saw. After that, everyone raised their glasses and began to drink for peace between humans and elves. After all, there was nothing wrong with making friends with the mid-boss, Khan thought so. Holding a glass in his hand and smiling, he recalled the words of his mentor, whom he considered right. Suddenly, the prince slammed his glass on the table and began to say that his homeland, Elfheim, was slowly falling apart. With sadness in his voice, he continued to say that the Elf King did not want to hear about anything and still looks down on people. Pouring a little drink from a glass, he understood that eternal life is a blessing and a curse at the same time. Sometimes you don't have time to notice how his time passes. Not noticing that he began to pour out the drink, Nasus was a little surprised. At that moment, the main character approached him, who extended his hand to the prince with a napkin. Nasus, taking the napkin, immediately smiled and began to tell the guy that he showed the hero his unpleasant side. so he assumed that he had drunk too much, but the guy simply smiled in response. But there was an insidiousness inside him that was planning something. Looking at the prince, the main character liked him more and more. The level, appearance, abilities, taste, philosophy, manners, and there was nothing even to reproach. Such a gentleman that Khan easily believed that he was also from Earth. The current king of the elves did not understand anything. That's why he kills time on some stupid things. Their people have no interaction with the people who have captured the central fantasy. He remained on the elven land, practicing seclusion for hundreds of years. And worse, he appointed that stupid Sylvia as his heir. If someone asks if she is worthy of such a post, Khan will answer no. According to the guy, she was never disciplined, as befits a ruler. Always running away from the kingdom, just for fun. With her level, Sylvia could be defeated by any mid-ranking demon. But if people who were weaker than her tried to flirt with her, she was turning into a cruel narcissist, burning everyone alive. Now the main character understood what forced the first prince to carry out a coup and take the throne. Nasus told Sylvia many times not to underestimate people, but she always grinned in response to his words. The prince knew that this day would come, but that didn't make him any less sad. These words touched Lanavel so much that she even began to cry. However, the guy, looking at his status, could not understand why the prince's status indicated that he was satisfied. Actually, this makes sense. The king valued his youngest daughter, who was so similar to him and hated people to the point of insanity. He valued her enough to steal the throne from the perfect eldest son. Afterwards, Khan came closer to Nasus and suggested out loud that perhaps his heart was broken. The prince responded by expressing concern that Elfheim would also die after Sylvia. So he grabbed the guy's hand with both hands and asked him for help. He promised that the elves would not stand aside either. Here, in order for the hero to defeat the demon lord. After these words, the prince pointed with his hand at his servant, who was holding a certain box in his hands. The main character immediately understood what it was, so he was very excited. This was his treasured sword, Endymion. He was one of the 3 treasures of the Elven Kingdom. Therefore, Nasus asked the hero to return it when he received the holy sword. Khan took the sword in his hands and raised it up to the moon. Holding the sword in his hand, he began to glow with moonlight, which looked beautiful. Lanouvel, standing to the side, charmingly looked at the sword and was impressed by its beauty. Khan knelt before the prince to express his gratitude for his generosity. However, being kneeled, he smiled evilly. The hero continued to smile insidiously, because it was not his plan to twirl the Endymion to the prince. But he really won't forget it. One of the 3 treasures of Elfheim. This is the elemental sword Endymion. The first time, the hero helped Sylvia defeat Nasus, and even though he seated her on the throne, he failed to get this wonderful sword. Khan couldn't believe that he got it so easily. Looking at the prince, he believed that Nasus was truly capable of becoming a worthy king. The hero was even a little ashamed that he was not going to return the sword. This did not mean that he was going to undermine their mutual trust and friendship. Prince Nasus asked to return Endymion after the hero takes out the holy sword. But Khan is not going to do this until he kills the demon lord. This sword will be enough to chop the demon lord into pieces. Khan smiled happily and said that he liked the sword. In response, the prince was glad that the hero liked it. However, this was not the only gift. There was also a scabbard made from the skin of a blue dragon. In general, the hero preferred wild demonic swords because they promote a more aggressive fighting style. But a clean sword was also not bad. It just takes time to get used to it. For some reason, it seemed to him that they would make a great team. Suddenly, the prince interrupts the main character's dreams and says that he noticed that the guy was very strong. Nasus, continuing to smile, noticed that the hero with the 4th level was able to hold the Endymion in his hands. These words shocked Khan, because he realized that he had revealed himself. Suddenly, there was silence between them. And then the main character began to joke that he just ate a lot of porridge. That's why he was able to hold the sword. Continuing to smile, Khan understood that the prince was able to discover his true level. He also understood that Nasus could have guessed that he was the person who killed his sister. He gave him the treasure to check his guess, and if this was exactly the case, then Khan needed to be more careful with it. Looking down, Khan could not understand how the prince knew that he had a weakness for worldly pleasures. Meanwhile, the royal elf delegation left the royal castle for their kingdom. Khan believed that this was a good deal. In 3 days, he became rich, literally from scratch. A decent amount for travel expenses. Elemental sword Endymion, your own porter and archaeologist. Now Khan can easily go to the village where the supreme being lives. But suddenly events are transferred to the kingdom where Alex shouts to the king that he is against it, because he considered it a wrong decision to let go of the novice hero, who was called 3 days ago on a journey. However, the king said that he was sure that the hero had his reasons. He didn't need any extra red tape, so he postponed the test for 10 days. At the same moment, Khan decided to take advantage of the moment, so he made fun of Alex, who began to get angry with him. After this, the main character left the royal hall and asked La Nouvelle to take him to the magician's tower. In response, the girl began to rush around the guy and ask him about the magic circle and adventures. But he couldn't stand it for long, so he started saying that he didn't need all this. He just needed her to take him where she was told. When suddenly someone interrupts him and says that everything was ready for the hero. This was a mercenary who was fully equipped and looked cultured. He was washed, fattened, and gained weight. He looked much better. Now the hero could use him as a porter. Khan decided to ask what the mercenary's name was, to which he began to answer that after he fell into slavery, he abandoned his past name. Therefore, he asked to call him whatever the hero wants. The guy thought for a minute. He didn't want to waste much time on the mercenary. Therefore, he began to tell him that since he would be handling their luggage during the trip, the hero would simply call him Porter. The porter immediately began to thank the hero, but he did not pay attention, but simply began to rush to the magician's tower. The events are transferred to the designated place, where the guys have already arrived. Khan, looking at the magician's tower, believed that it was similar to an airport. An establishment called Magician's Tower serves to use the magic circle. Its name was Magnus for short, but the guy didn't know why exactly the tower. According to the words of the sage, who was one of his party members last time, a magician is a profession that requires a lot of money for research and the purchase of rare materials. At some point, you will inevitably have to look for a sponsor. They have no choice but to live in a place where there are plenty of supplies or where their labor is in demand. And this was a problem, because, like water and oil, magicians and the city do not get along very well together. Here are some of the reasons. Magic tends to cause explosions. The noise outside makes it difficult to concentrate. Gas debris covers the stars. You need to beware of thieves. The purity and effectiveness of magic decreases. Ancient magicians tried to solve this problem. The solution was high towers. In this world, it is rare to find anything taller than 3 floors, even in big cities. If you build a tower 10 stories high in the middle of the city, the summit will be isolated enough for the magician to live in peace. And since in this situation it is almost impossible to meet a girl, they very quickly become lonely magicians. Suddenly, doors open in front of the main character, in which he is greeted by 3 beautiful girls. The guy now understood why only the sage could become an archmage. Khan immediately provided the girl with documents and exit permits. The girl, seeing that it was a letter from the king, immediately began to accompany the main character and his friends to the exit. Arriving at the main Lord Magician, who was sitting on the throne, the girl began to call him. Without answering the first time, the girl decided to call Mr. Magician harder. She asked him to get ready. While the girl was talking with Mr. Magician, her beautiful back appeared before the hero, who tried not to look at her. Khan, listening to their dialogue, realized that this magician did not look very reliable. But he didn't care as long as he activated the magic circle correctly. As soon as the guys entered the center of the magic circle, Mr. Magician immediately began to cast magic. Suddenly, the magic circle lit up with different colors. This meant that the transfer had already been completed. The hero understood that he had shortened a year-long journey to 1 second and got rid of all the extra fuss that would have arisen during the trip. Past life, somewhere among the ruins. The woman in armor shouted to everyone that the temple was being destroyed, so everyone had to run to the exit with all their might. The main character and his friends fled as quickly as possible, because they were afraid to remain under the rubble. When suddenly La Nouvelle notices something. Pushing the hero away, she saves him. Suddenly, large stone fragments from above begin to fall on the guy. In an instant, time around him seems to freeze, and he looks at the same point. He sat and shouted at La Nouvelle, but suddenly someone grabbed him by the shoulders and said that she could no longer be saved. It was that girl, she said with a knowing look that if they didn't hurry, then everyone would stay here. La Nouvelle, lying under the rubble, with the last of her strength, told the hero to run further. With her hand trembling, she told him her last words that she wanted to be with him until the very end of their journey. But all she had left was her last wish. Bleeding, she asked the hero to defeat the demon lord and bring order to this world. These words touched the guy very much. Without wasting even a minute, he stood up and began to run further. With a feeling of guilt, he clenched his teeth more and more, because he realized that he had lost his girlfriend. However, suddenly he laughed insidiously, because in truth, he did not consider any grief and sadness for his friend. On the contrary, he rejoiced at the loss of La Nouvelle. He believed that she was the main villain who dragged him into this world. He kept waiting for the moment to take revenge, but she died anyway. Later in the evening, around a campfire in the forest, one of the hero's friends said that she was hungry, so she asked the guy to cook dinner. Also, one scarred old man asked with a smile that he also wash his things. The third girl asked him that as soon as he managed, he would immediately set up camp and sort out his luggage. All this put a lot of pressure on the main character. Unable to bear it, he scattered all his things and began shouting at his friends why they were forcing him to do such nonsense. In response, they pointed their fingers at him and said that he had the most time. He was seething with nerves because after the death of La Nouvelle, the only one who was suitable for such work was he. Sitting alone by the fire at night, he realized that they were all bad at business affairs. He forgot about it because La Nouvelle was doing everything. But suddenly he remembers his mercenary. However, the princess immediately said that she was a princess, so she did not want to do such nonsense. She couldn't stand it and started yelling at him because she didn't like that the guy was dumping all the housework on the woman. Khan let tears fall from his eyes because he regretted that he did not know what would happen to him next. If he had known, he would never have allowed La Nouvelle to die and would not have abandoned her. Suddenly, the events returned to the present time where La Nouvelle, standing over the guy, asked him about his well-being. Opening his eyes wide, Khan looked at her, and he understood that it was a dream and he was dreaming about the past. Now, La Nouvelle seemed to him like a real angel. Meanwhile, the guys were in the restroom of the magician's tower. Khan was so happy that everything was going as it should that he fell asleep. At one point, he notices that he was lying on someone's lap. He realized that La Nouvelle was sitting aside. Therefore, there was only one option left for the poet. He slept on the lap of a mercenary who looked at him sweetly. The mercenary was glad that he could help the hero sleep. However, Kong was simply trembling from this situation. He forced himself to endure if he broke his legs, then who would carry his luggage? He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes he made with La Nouvelle the first time. After this, the events are transferred to the allied country, where La Nouvelle sighed heavily. Khan couldn't understand why she was sighing, so he decided to ask if she was unhappy with something. The girl responded with sadness and told him that it was not at all like a journey. However, the hero did not tolerate this, so he immediately began to put pressure on her. He didn't get rid of her just because she could use magic and handle housework. Suddenly, a mercenary stood aside from the guys, who also expressed his dissatisfaction with the fact that they were not raising their skills and levels. These words greatly infuriated the hero. He believed that he had spoiled him, and now the mercenary thought that he was an equal comrade of the legendary hero, so he asked his friends to keep quiet. Continuing to walk through the city, La Nouvelle said that she had already been here. She talked about the sign that hung on the wall. There was a mercenary guild there. However, Khan did not understand why the girl was telling him this, so La Nouvelle agreed that there could be a group of traders with whom they were on the way. She said that they could get horses, maybe even a cart, if they were lucky. She wanted to help merchants in need of protection and kill evil monsters or bandits on all dangerous paths. However, the main character was not at all interested in this because he did not have time for any part-time work. But the truth was that he was in no hurry at all. The demon lord, like a gentleman, waited for him for 10 years. Events moved to late night. The morality professor scolded Khan for avoiding heroic deeds. However, the guy believed that the professor liked it when he suffered. The professor responded by saying that she didn't mean anything like that. She asked not to abuse her percentage bonus to experience. She also added that he should level up with regular adventures. After this, the events are moved closer to the day, where the guys were heading to the appointed place. Khan, standing in front, wanted to show the professor his goal. La Nouvelle, at the same moment, told the guy that he said that they were in a hurry, and they walked to this mountain village for 2 days. She didn't understand why she came here. Afna continued and continued talking until the hero asked her to shut up. This landscape was the same as he remembered it the first time. although this time the guy came 9 years earlier. He knocked on the door and asked Master Mullen if he was there. The guys were impressed and just stood aside and watched on how the main character asked Master Mullen to become his mentor, when suddenly La Nouvelle begins to speak. But Can immediately turned to her and asked her to be silent, because a great one lived here. Suddenly the doors open and a girl appears from them who is interested in who the hero was. The little girl could not understand how Can knew their Mullen. The main character, standing and looking at the girl, realized that the daughter of the village elder was standing in front of him. Now it began to dawn on him that 10 years had passed. When he found this place for the first time, she was no longer shallow. She was an adult, married and with a child. And now he came here 9 years earlier than last time. All the memories of that time are like a dream. But the fact that the Great One lives in the house of the village head man has not changed. At this moment, the mercenary and La Nouvelle were a little excited. The girl asked the main character for forgiveness because she could not believe that they had spent 2 whole days and a lot of money in order to see the slug. Can immediately started yelling at the girl to shut up. He will not tolerate caustic remarks towards the great. However, the girl believed that a whole bunch of such great ones could be caught in the capital's sewer system. These words made the main character very angry, so he began to shout at her even more. And a little girl, who also considered Mullen special, also shouted in support of him. The guy realized that it would be easier to show these stupid barbarians than to explain everything. Can knelt down and sweetly asked the girl to let him hold his dear friend for a minute. The girl immediately started giving her slug. Reaching forward to the guy's hands, she hoped that he would not offend him. Having given it into the hands of the hero, the girl asked Mullen not to be afraid. The guy with a smile immediately hugged the slug harder. Khan did not know an ideal creature than a slug. Holding Mollard in his hands, the hero felt a strong surge of energy and strength in his body. His eyes began to glow, and the power began to burst through him. He felt a familiar feeling. According to the hero, the human body was imperfect. A prison of bones and ligaments, a chain of aging, weakness from the fact that he cannot restore lost body parts. Stupid and desperate people, who are constrained by this weakness, try to find strength in fantasy things. Martial arts, magic, elementals, physical strength, demonic and holy swords. But this was not the case. It was all stupid. After all, with the help of these things, you cannot tear yourself out of the cage of your body. But for a slug, the body was not a prison. His body may not have had a brain, but it had plenty of emotion and intelligence. He could move his jelly body simply by willpower. The slug's body was not a prison, but freedom itself. And it was true, this creature gave the main character a scientific understanding of all processes to such an extent that it boggled the imagination. She gave him something that the savages from this fantasy world could not even dream of. It gave him the power that created refrigerators and toilets, the power that sent people to the moon and stars, a power that exceeded all limits of imagination. Khan thanked Master Mullen, because the first time the guy did not study his wisdom diligently enough. Can continued to stroke the slug and tell him that then he had suffered humiliation from this savage world for 9 years, but this time Mullen's teachings would be interspersed into his soul. Control over the autonomic system began. The guys were shocked by what they saw. The main character's body became increasingly stronger and his clothes were torn. Skeletal muscle tissue tenses. And after this, immediately all the clothes on the main character are torn, and his body becomes much stronger. All the guys were shocked by what they saw because they could not even imagine this. La Nouvelle immediately started jumping on the main character because she was very impressed with the guy's abilities. Khan began to tell the girl about growth hormones and proteins in the body, but she did not fully understand what the hero was telling her about. He understood that the savages from the fantasy world would never understand this. Since the human body is built on a vegetative system, it is called the autonomic nervous system. The beating of the heart, the work of the stomach, the release of hormones, as well as things like the formation of muscles, will be carried out regardless of his will. But what if it is fashionable to control them at will? It is natural for slime to have complete control over its body. This is so familiar to them that they cannot teach it to others. However, there is one creature, a special creature that remains in a soft state for days on end. And thanks to the primitive, soft rhythm, its knowledge can be transferred to a person. Having felt the rhythm of Master Malin, it is fashionable to understand the technique based on a scientific understanding of the world. But this spiritual teaching cannot be explained in words or writing, but intuitive knowledge, according to Plato, will help. This gentle, great being can share his enlightenment with the whole world and not even understand it. The moral professor, listening to the guy, could not understand this, even after seeing everything with her own eyes. But to get the nut, you need to break the shell. However, the main character rejected the professor's words. To be honest, he didn't care how hard it was for everyone else. He said with seriousness that the professor had no right to talk about diligence, even if she were a god. The professor simply remained silent. And then he said that the guy was right. She sincerely apologized on behalf of the entire teaching staff. Student Kang Hansu was the first to achieve an S rank in combat ability. She didn't want to argue about this with the hero anymore, so she began to leave and finally asked for forgiveness again. Khan, watching the professor leave, could not even think that they would actually apologize to him. He sighed, and then he looked at his hand. Looking at his pumped-up arm, he thought how wonderfully it worked. In fact, last time he was able to defeat the demon lord without even fully understanding the wisdom of Master Malin. Thinking about what to do next, he decided that he needed to take care of his level. This guy was hanging around here somewhere. If Khan wanted to go home, he needed high scores in all 4 subjects: combat ability, achievements, reputation, and character. Therefore, he believed that this time Kang Hansu would surrender everything. The hero is judged on 4 criteria: combat strength, achievements, reputation, and personality. For the first time, his combat power was undeniable, so much so that he single-handedly took down the demon lord. There were no special problems with achievements and reputation either, because over the 10 years of his heroic adventures they accumulated on their own. But now, in his second playthrough, his goal is a quick release. Therefore, he does not have time to volunteer for free for the sake of achievements. In other words, if he accumulated the combat power to beat the demon lord and retained his personality points, he could still fail the exam because he would get an F for achievements and reputation. Continuing to go to the appointed place, La Nouvelle decided to ask Khan about the slug. She was very worried about returning to the capital, and before she could finish speaking, the guy interrupted her. He asked the girl to think carefully, because the world was teeming with thieves and monsters. But not only heroes, not even knights would come here for training. The hero continued to say that since they had come this far. For the safety of the local residents, they had to get rid of the monsters in the surrounding areas. These words greatly impressed the girl, because she could not even think that the hero would undertake such a feat. Continuing to follow the main character, the girl decided for the first time to speak out that she was worried about whether she had called the hero. However, the guy was not going to react to this, because he believed that the hero's destiny was worth nothing. He believed that only losers could spend money on such a thing. Achievements also have a cost-benefit ratio. Nearby was exactly what the hero needed. Remembering a past life when Princess Sylvia screamed. This cry was addressed specifically to the main character, who stood in misunderstanding. His friends just stood silently and watched the situation. During the first passage in the vicinity of the village where Master Malin lived, a small dragon was discovered. This dragon was too close to the village. It couldn't be left here just like that, because it could lead to big problems in the future. However, the princess thought differently. She said that dragons were brothers of spirits. These emotions of the girl made Khan very nervous because he considered the princess a misanthrope. Suddenly, behind him, someone turns to him. It was La Nouvelle, who told the guy that it was not necessary to kill. Dragons were so obedient, and it was innate for them to follow someone. She was also supported by a man in armor, who said that violence was not a solution to problems. The hero's assistant also told the guy that the hero was not supposed to bring murder, but hope. Khan simply smiled at his comrades, but inside he was burning with rage towards them all because they all infuriated him. In his opinion, the dragon itself was a good achievement, but its core was also good. It contained experience points that should help him in the fight against the demon lord. But these fools, who call themselves the hero's companions, constantly scratched their tongues about defeating the demon lord. But in fact, for 10 whole years, they prevented him from becoming stronger. And they were more focused on containing him. But this time, no one will stop him from graduating. This quiet dragon doesn't hunt much. Therefore, he has low skills and level, But when the hero catches him, he will be able to get a huge amount of experience points. In other words, he's a perfect alibi for his level. Besides, no one can find fault because he is just hunting, and the moral professor should not be dissatisfied with this. The hero believed that if she remained dissatisfied even then she simply had no conscience. Sitting by the fire at night, Khan looked at his comrades who were dozing. He believed that his two comrades were nothing but trouble. Khan considered them to be thieves of his experience points, which they received for themselves. He looked at Lanival and thought about her that she was a famous scientist. If she died a violent death 5 days after she joined them, the morality professor would grumble again. But the problem wasn't just her grumbling. If he fails the exam due to a drop in reputation scores, he will be able to meet Sylvia a 3rd time. You still have to go through that place, so the guy thought it would be better to leave her there. The day has come in the forest, and in the distance behind the trees, some sound was heard. Suddenly a huge hand grabbed one of the trees and instantly knocked the tree down. These were orcs who didn't think about anything and just walked forward. If translated into their language, then these are complaints. To be honest, they were called that because of their nose, and they had bodies. They were like bodybuilders. Can, watching the orcs, still could not understand the language they spoke. A place where monsters like orcs spawn. It was an endless source of experience. They do not live long and speak some primitive language. Like some kind of MMORPG game, all they do is provide this world with experience points. No one was clear why else they existed, when suddenly his comrades appear behind him and begin to shout decisively, thus showing their readiness that they are ready to help. Can did not want to listen to his comrades, so he went out behind the orcs. The orcs immediately noticed him and turned to him. Now he was level 1. No matter how weak a dragon is, such an enemy is difficult to challenge. So he plans to level up a bit, in the orc settlement, which is located nearby. As long as these two sat there and did not rock the boat, he could fight with peace of mind. At that moment, the orcs began to shout at him. Even frightened by the Endymion, they were going to fight. Smiling insidiously, Khan knew that it was all thanks to the provocation skill. In any case, everything turned out very well for him. Meanwhile, the orcs approached as close as possible to the main character. Khan was already serious about fighting the giants. He immediately swung his magic sword at the orcs, thus depriving half of his body. Because of this attack, the orcs began to scream, and therefore other giants who were in the depths of the forest also heard this cry. In an instant, they surrounded the main character from different sides, appearing from the depths of the forest. However, this did not frighten the guy at all. He understood that although they were weaklings, they could collect a few experience points from them. As he said, "With the world, there is nothing left but a shirtless shirt." He realized that this was precisely the way of growth that the professor of morality liked so much. At this moment, the guy's comrades were also ready to join the fight. However, Khan did not like this. With an angry face, he told them not to interfere. The guys were shocked by the hero's response to their help. If the orcs are distracted by them, he won't be able to work here properly. The orcs, with rage in their eyes, ran with all their might towards the main character, and other orcs stood in the distance and attacked him with their bows, shooting many arrows at him. However, Khan was confident in himself. At this moment, one of the arrows was moving closer and closer to the guy, but he did not shy away from her. He simply extended his hand in front of him and took the arrow inside him. At the same moment, other orcs tried to take advantage of the moment, so they attacked him. Can at that moment stood and thought that if you follow the teachings of Master Mullen and make your skin as hard as steel, then the attacks of such low-level weaklings will simply be of no use to him. Due to the fact that he defends himself purely with his body, his stamina rank increases. In the past, he knew people who liked to fight elegantly without getting hit, but they were only good for becoming good bags of experience. Suddenly, one of the arrows hits the main character right in the butt. However, he continued to ponder that no matter what techniques he mastered, in life you never know where an arrow might come from. The orc archer, looking at the guy, understood what awaited him, so he was shaking all over with fear. He began to run as fast as he could into the forest to get away from the hero. La Nouvelle did not waste any time, so she immediately decided to finish off this orc, who was running away from the hero. But Khan stopped her because he was ordered not to interfere in his affairs. After all, if you leave one alive, he will call the whole group. This indicated that his insidious plan was for him to bring more orcs to him, because he did not want to comb the entire forest and waste a lot of time. The girl, looking at the guy, saw how he was bleeding, so she decided to help him, but the guy stopped her. because she was needed to hide his scent. Orcs had a very keen sense of smell, just like dragons. Meanwhile, in the orc tribe, the army of orcs stood with bloodthirsty eyes and listened. How in the center of them stood two leaders who told them that they needed to take revenge on the main character. One of these orcs was called an orc champion, whose expected level was. The second was an orc sorcerer of the expected level. All this was observed by the guys who were lying in the distance of the orc tribe on the mountain. The main character told his comrades that there should also have been an orc leader who had a level. The guys continued to watch the orc army, when suddenly Kang Hansu told them that he would now explain the strategy to them, so they had to listen carefully. They will surround and destroy the orc settlement with the power of their friendship. He attacks from the northern gate. La Nouvelle, the western ones, will be on it, and the porter will get the eastern ones. He would also like to block the southern direction, but their strength of friendship is not enough for this. La Nouvelle, listening to the guy, really wanted to know about their reinforcements, but the hero in response asked her not to worry because a wide river flows in the south, so they would not be able to escape. With an evil smile, he continued to say that the orcs would have no choice but to run to the gate where they would stand. They can cope without reinforcements, which will only get in the way. The comrades looking at the guy could not utter a word, so they silently agreed to his plan. After this, they began to implement the main character's plan. La Nouvelle immediately stood next to her gate, from which a crowd of orcs were already emerging. They looked at her angrily, and then they immediately started running towards her. The girl was shocked by the number of orcs that ran towards her at high speed. At such moments, she always thinks about whether she summoned the right hero. She was just not very worried. That's what the girl said while a horde of orcs was rushing towards her. La Nouvelle realized that nothing could be done about it, so she sighed heavily. And then she began to activate the magic in her hands. She called herself the companion of the legendary hero, so she believed that she could not lose. A magic circle appeared behind her, and her eyes and hands began to shine with magic. One of the orcs almost reached the girl and began yelling at her. However, she was not afraid, because she wanted to finish what she could not do during the day. She would finish now. Her magic began to act on a huge okra, which was many times larger than her. This glow of magic could be seen from afar in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a terrible and huge explosion occurred at the place where the girl was. At the same moment, Khan simply watched the girl who was fighting a huge horde of orcs. Jumping off the cliff, he smiled, because the detachment that was distracting the main forces of the enemy began to pay for the food that he had been buying for them all this time. All the orcs defending this place ran towards the porter and La Nouvelle. He simply smiled, because he did not consider his comrades as something useful to him. As far as he remembers, that ugly tent is the home of the orc leader. The fact that he distracted the orcs with the help of a detachment that distracts the main forces of the enemy was a strategic decision in order to calmly reach their leader and kill him. Opening the entrance to the tent, he saw in front of him an elf who was hanging upside down towards him. With tears in her eyes, she was glad that someone had come to save her. She told the guy that she no longer thought that she would be able to return to Elfheim, and they would make a barbecue out of her. She was ready to reward the guy well for his help. Looking at the elf, he did not like that again. This was the mark of a hero, which made him suffer for 10 years. Khan felt that if something went wrong, everything would only become more troublesome. If a person does the same thing for 10 years, then whether he wants it or not, he develops feelings. Just because there is a hero in front of her, dangerous and troublesome things can be thrown at him, and some meager reward can be given. The feeling that he is completely connected with people who think this way. Can, having thought it over, asked the girl to wait for her here. She hoped with hope that the guy would help her, but he was not going to help her. He won't waste time on useless things like he did in his first playthrough, and as they want, he tells the Demon Lord, and will definitely graduate. As for saving and sending home stupid elves who were caught by orcs, he will not do this, even if he is paid extra. In front of the main character lay the sleeping leader of the orcs. He was almost level 3. Can, looking at him, realized that the leader's level was much lower than he remembers. Apparently, this is due to the fact that he came 9 years earlier. The guy thought so. However, with a wicked smile, he considered that what was missing could be filled with the remaining orcs, so he wished himself a bon appetit. The hero held in his hands a gift received from the elven prince, the sword of spirits Endymion, while the guy wanted the orc leader to accept the honor of dying from a weapon filled with rage and becoming experience points for him. However, at the same moment, an elf was watching what was happening, who could not believe what she saw. She looked at the protagonist's sword with interest. After all, she understood that in front of her was a sword of spirits, which was the treasure of the elves. She immediately had thoughts that the main character was a thief. Therefore, without thinking twice, she began to scream towards the guy because she considered him a thief who stole the elves' treasure. The elf continued to scream at the top of her voice, because she did not understand where the guards were looking. Can, in turn, looked at her in surprise, because he could not predict such a reaction and events. While the girl continued to scream, Khan stood motionless and watched as a large shadow grew in front of him, which enveloped him all. When the leader of the orcs stood up to his full height, the hero realized that they were too noisy. He looked at the giant with a menacing look and realized that he was very angry because he was woken up. However, the guy was also angry because his plans were ruined. In an instant, the orc leader and the main character grabbed their swords. They immediately began a magnificent sword fight. Looking at the leader of the orcs, the hero realized that he was terribly twisting this weapon with one hand. But due to his low skill level, he did not provide much of a threat to the hero. Kang Hansu did not waste time, so he immediately began to attack the giant in order to quickly turn him into experience. After a strong attack with the main character's sword, the orc leader immediately fell. While the giant was thinking about it, the main character's blade appeared in front of him, which symbolized that he should sit still. With an evil smile, the guy told the monster that it was better to die from one blow, because it wouldn't hurt so much. Bringing the blade closer to the giant's nose, he wanted the orc leader to fear him. But at the same moment, the elf, who was hanging upside down, still continued to blame the main character for stealing the elves' treasure. She went on and on, repeating curse words. Suddenly, Kang Hansu notices something behind her. Suddenly, a flame flared up, which instantly enveloped the entire tent where the guys and the giant were. This flame was generated by an orc magician who stood and conjured with his brothers to kill the main character. Suddenly, a big foot stepped in front of them. It was the leg of the orc leader, who was covered in burns from the conjured orc flames. He began to head towards his subordinates, and at that very moment, the orc mage simply stood still and shook with fear. Suddenly, the orc leader hits him on the head with all his might, thus defeating him. Once he dealt with the orc mage, he immediately began turning to his army of brethren, who responded by supporting him. Meanwhile, the main character lay under the rubble of a burning tent. He was indignant because he did not understand why it was necessary to use magic against the leader's tent. So, he was going to do everything quietly, when suddenly he sees in front of him an elf, who lying on the ground with all her strength accused him of stealing the sword. Looking more closely at the defenseless elf, he noticed that she was at the 9th level of strength. He could not understand how the orcs were able to catch an 8th level elf. She looked like the elf he had seen on the black market. It smelled like something he couldn't figure out the first time. He didn't want to deal with all this, so he simply finished her off so that she wouldn't suffer, and he himself would gain more experience. Judging by her status, if we didn't use restoration magic on her now, she would only suffer in pain and then die. He covered the body of the elf with a blanket, and then he moved on, because she had already become experience points for him. With an evil, devious smile, he rejoiced that she had contributed to the fight against the demon lord and his quick release. At the same moment, the orc leader and his brothers continued to discuss the plan, when suddenly the giant notices something. He saw the bloodthirsty smile of the main character, which was already behind the orc. He instantly attacked him with his magic sword, leaving no chance for the giant. With cunning, he continued to kill the terrible monster with the words that he, too, would give his experience points to him. The orc leader began to scream in pain throughout the entire area. After this, he immediately fell unconscious in front of his brothers, who looked at him with sadness. Khan has the experience gained from a level 9 elf and a level 9 orc leader, and also with a 5-fold boost. His level began to rise rapidly. Having stepped on the head of the orc leader, he could not imagine such a result, because he planned to deal with him one by one. But now it was optional. Therefore, he needed to save time, so he took a fighting stance and ordered them all to attack at once. The orcs immediately began to attack the guy, who silently and motionlessly watched their attack. But suddenly he squatted down and with an evil smile began to laugh. Then he immediately jumped back and disappeared from where he was sitting. With an evil smile, he continued to run towards the orcs in order to quickly destroy them and take away the experience. The orcs, in turn, ran towards him. As soon as they got as close as possible to the main character, he immediately deprived them of all their heads. Cutting off heads one after another, the main character felt as if he was already in his best shape from the first playthrough, although the average level of opponents now was 10 times less than then. Suddenly, he noticed that something was happening behind him. These were orc magicians who directed fireballs at him with their magic staffs. The attack immediately reached the guy, after which a terrible explosion occurred. However, Khan suddenly appears from the smoke, laughing out loud because he was invincible. No matter how they prick or cut, no matter what wounds were inflicted on him, and no matter how many bones were broken. Thanks to Master Malin's technique, he recovers quickly, so he won't just stay alive, but it also quickly improves skills related to defense. When suddenly someone speaks to Khan from behind him, these were his comrades who were surrounded by a horde of orcs. With their last hopes, they screamed and called the main character to help because they were already at the end of their strength. Lanovel had already run out of mana, and the porter in his hands no longer had the strength to do anything. The girl, also from a distance in the crowd, continued to call for help to the main character who stood and looked at them. Having lost all their strength, the guys allowed all the orcs to approach them, who could kill them any second. But suddenly Kana's foot bounces off the ground, and after that, immediately the entire horde of orcs scatters in different directions from the guys. While the guys stood silently and looked at the guys, they, in turn, thanked him for saving them all. The hero turned to the porter. He in turn looked at the guy in surprise. Kan began to scold the porter for fighting so hard, because the protagonist's plan was reckless, so he hoped that the guys would retreat from the 1,000-strong army of orcs. Because of the words of the main character he heard, the porter smiled. Raising his spear, he said that he had been freed from the shackles of slavery. From that moment on, his life began to belong to the guy. Kan, standing silently and listening to the porter's speech, was surprised because he did not think that he would hear such a thing from him. He wanted to hear these words from Sylvia. After this, the Khan decided not to waste time and therefore sent the guys back to the village. He convinced the guys not to follow him, because he had to finish off the orcs hiding in the forest. But inside himself he thought how he could not take advantage of such a good moment to get rid of them. Pointing his finger at the corpse of the elf, he asked the guys to quickly contact Prince Nasusos, because it was imperative to get payment from him. Suddenly, Professor Morality appears behind the guy, who said that she would appear unexpectedly. However, the guy wasn't worried. He turned to the professor and said that there had been no problems before. But the teacher insisted otherwise. This problem was an elf who was abandoned to the mercy of fate by the hero. According to her, as long as there is life, there is hope. They say that life is a journey leading to death, but this does not mean that you should give up easily. However, the guy with a smile on his face said that it was some kind of misunderstanding. After all, he tried to convince the professor that he did not abandon the elf he met in the orc settlement. She was level 9, and by comparing the level he was trying to deceive the professor. He continued to say that he saw a bright future where they would soon become one. And that's exactly what happened. It was a good experience for him. In response to these words of the hero, the professor simply remained silent. But then I decided to say that stubbornness makes people unhappy. And those who do not seek joy cannot enjoy it, so she advised the guy to appreciate the new connection. Leaving the main character, she finally said that he could find happiness that he didn't even suspect about. After listening to the professor, Khan sighed, and then he scratched his head. He wanted to deal with the dragon first, and then he would think about what the professor said. Wandering with a smile on his face, he believed that then, it seemed to him, he would be happy. Suddenly the dragon's eye opened. In front of the dragon stood the main character, who understood that he had come to the right address. For the first time, a young dragon lived in this cave. As soon as the dragon began to stand up, the main character became more and more shocked by its size. The dragon, standing up to its full height, was 10 times larger than the main character, who looked like a creep in comparison. The Chaos Dragon had a level above 1,000. Kan, looking at the dragon, understood that it would be very difficult for him now. With a frightened face, he continued to look at the Chaos Dragon and ponder that, in his first playthrough, in which he suffered for 10 years, it was just recently. Suddenly, the dragon began to attack the main character. However, the guy managed to dodge the dragon's giant paw. He understood this in his head, but it still didn't fit in his heart. That only a week has passed since he was called into this world. At the same moment, the chaos dragon began to growl very loudly at the guy. Suddenly, events are transferred to the past where La Nouvelle, sitting above the main character, calls him to wake up. While Kang Han-soo was lying on the ground, the girl stood up for him in front of Mr. Alex, who deliberately used more force on the guy. Last time, throughout the first week, he suffered from complications due to severe beatings, which were carried out under the pretext of exams and training. Therefore, he did not know what was happening in the world at that time, and I didn't know anything about those who by that moment had already left for another world. A dark dragon with 3 pairs of wings, supreme dragon of Oblivion Noebius. Because of the resurrected demon lord, his place was displaced, but this monster was one of the 5 calamities of the fantasy world. But for the first time, while the main character overcame the remaining of the 5 disasters, a lot of time had already passed since his departure. Therefore, he only heard about his bad reputation. Events returned to reality, where the guy continued to stand and look at the giant dragon eye. He instantly turned his back to him. Khan realized that it was necessary to change plans, so he immediately began to evacuate, running away from the dragon. Judging by the decline in his condition, there is not much time left before his natural death. Apparently, the dragon killed the young dragon the guy met in the first playthrough and took over his home. But even if he doesn't have much time left, with the main character's current skills, he is completely helpless in front of him. On the contrary, it will be a hunt by a bloodthirsty dragon for the hero. Continuing to run from the dragon, Kan suddenly noticed something behind him. It was a dragon who was furious at being disturbed. The hero, running away, tried to convince the dragon that he had only confused the owner of the house. He said, but they did not understand him. Even the translation skill does not work on dragons. He is especially bloodthirsty. And the fact that he has so many SS skills rank. This means that he killed many for their experience points. Finally, Kang Hans managed to run out of the dragon's cave. Continuing to run away, he understood that a dragon with such a temperament, he won't let the invader go so easily. And after that, everything around began to shake. Due to the fact that the dragon tried to break free to destroy the main character. Having freed himself outside, he saw a guy in the distance running away from him. The chaos dragon immediately flew up, its size inspiring fear and strength. The hero, running away with a frightened face, realized that no steps could be heard, which meant that the dragon had risen up. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared in the area of the dragon's neck. The guy running away did not understand what the sound was. Suddenly, the dragon released his fiery power outward, and his fiery flame from his mouth instantly reached the main character, who immediately began to disappear in the fire. In the village, which was not far from the cave of the terrible monster, all the houses began to shake. Suddenly, one vase falls down and breaks. La Nouvelle with the porter, and also the girl with Master Milan stood and looked into the distance with horror. In the distance, behind the mountains, a large pillar of fire and smoke could be seen. The smoke from this flame came out purple, and the trees burned from this fire in an instant. Khan, barely alive, stood motionless, because he no longer had the strength. He understood that if the dragon had been hit on the head, he would definitely have died. His hands were completely burned. The hero understood that it was necessary to increase blood circulation and liver activity in order to neutralize the poison, platelets close wounds, and speed up tissue repair. Thanks to Master Malin's teachings, if his brain is in order, he will be able to recover immediately. The guy stood and observed what was around him. Everything around him was destroyed by the fire and smoke of the dragon, but suddenly Khan thought that if something goes wrong, then all this poison will reach the village. It didn't matter to him what happened to the dummies, but he couldn't leave Master Malin in trouble. Therefore, he decided to shout and address the dragon, calling him names. He wanted to provoke his attention to himself in order to protect the risk of an attack on the village. The hero continued to shout and provoke the dragon. The guy, watching the dragon turn to him, did not know whether the dragon understood him or not, because the translation skill did not work on him. But he knew one thing for sure to hurt this killer's pride. It is enough that someone could survive his poisonous breath. The flying monster immediately began to attack the main character with its flames. And Khan, in response, began to run away from the terrible explosions again, screaming. He ran in the other direction to take the dragon as far away from the village as possible. The main character believed that if the dragon did not blow his head off, he would be able to produce antibodies to neutralize the poison. He managed to take him away from the place where Master Malin lives, but he did not understand how long he needed to wage this battle with pursuit. Suddenly, from the distance of the forest, the flames are noticed by orcs, who could not understand what it was. At this moment, the main character runs past them, running with all his might and asking them to go to each side. Having run past the orcs, they still remained in place, when suddenly their bodies disappear in an instant in the violet, poisonous flame of the dragon. The guy, running away, watched as the orcs all burned in flames. He laughed because of this, because he joked that they got what they deserved for not missing him right away. He said as adrenaline washed over him, and then it dawned on him how to turn this dangerous moment into an opportunity. Suddenly, there was a huge, loud explosion behind the mountains in the forests. All this was observed by the orcs, who silently looked at the giant fire. When suddenly the leader of the horde noticed something. This something was the main character, who was running through the forest from a deadly dragon. Suddenly, Kang Han-su, who looked quite courageous, jumps out from the depths of the forest. Flying over the orcs, they were all shocked and frightened by such events. However, the guy laughed because he had finally discovered the target. Landing on the ground, all the orcs looked at him, but no one looked into the distance of the sky behind them, on which the silhouette of a giant dragon could be seen. The guy immediately began to run away from the orcs, laughing. But the monsters didn't do anything. They didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, the entire horde was covered in a giant purple pillar of fire, which instantly wiped out the entire army from the face of the earth. All that was left of them were some bones that were barely visible from the toxic smoke. However, suddenly a giant hand rests on the ground. It was the hand of the orc leader, who was half wounded by the dragon's attack. At the same moment, the main character approached him with a laugh. Khan was happy to take this opportunity to gain more experience. The supreme dragon of Oblivion handed him experience points on a silver platter. Therefore, he did not wait long. He immediately swung his magic sword at the wounded orc. It doesn't matter who dealt the damage during the battle. The experience goes to the one who dealt the final blow. Having completed the procedure, he smiled insidiously. He was able to dodge the dragon's attack, but the orcs around him were poisoned by his skill. So they simply become carcasses from which the hero can take experience points with one blow. Suddenly, a deadly dragon roared high in the skies above Khan. Flying at altitude, he watched the guy, who smiled and looked at him in return. The dragon did not tolerate this, so he immediately began to attack the main character. But he miraculously manages to dodge the deadly attack. However, the deadly dragon is not going to stop, because he does not stop attacking the guy at all, but on the contrary continues to release poisonous flames from his mouth, which affects everything in its path. The poisonous smoke from the dragon flames reached the village, and dark clouds began to appear above the houses. Immediately after this, a bell began to ring, signaling the alarm to local residents. Local villagers immediately began to panic, because they saw in the distance the supreme dragon of Oblivion, which was rushing towards them. Suddenly the village was covered by the shadow of a deadly giant dragon, which immediately began to erase everything in its path with its powerful flame. Local residents drowned in this purple fire, and the main character still continued to run from the stream of fire that had been pursuing him all this time. It was good for him to run on adrenaline because his body's attack did not get tired. But he felt uncomfortable that his view was narrowing. It was necessary to concentrate so as not to lose experience points. Suddenly a cyclops appeared in front of him whose level was 6. The guy immediately took advantage of this moment and immediately destroyed the cyclops with one swing of his sword. On his way, he also met poisonous snakes, lions, and other monsters that were lying around like garbage because of the poison. Khan still continued to run away from the column of flame rushing behind him, but he was not upset, but rather laughed, because it was the first time that he had raised the level so quickly. He believed that he and the dragon were well compatible, so they traveled day and night through the world of fantasy. No one could block their path. Demons who were frightened by the mere sight of them. Forests and monsters that instantly disappeared at the sight of one dragon flame. Mercenary squads and many others. They all disappeared like specks of dust swept away by a vacuum cleaner. Taking a deep breath, he rejoiced because in just a few days, his skills had increased to the limit. If you increase the level further, you will have to fight the demon lord. And here, you will need the help of demons, who give the hero plenty of experience points. Suddenly the dragon growled and the guy turned to him. In an instant, a giant shadow enveloped the hero, and then the deadly dragon fell exhausted to the ground. Khan looked at him with a kind and contented look, because he had fun all these days, and therefore he thanked the dragon. And the dragon himself, a few days later at the end of the flight, collapsed from senile illness. The main character did not waste time, so he immediately continued on his way. He remembered the dragon and his fortitude, since he attacked the guy until he damaged all his joints. He bent down in front of the dragon's dead body and said that their acquaintance was not long, but it was fun. The hero has greatly increased his level. As Professor Morale said, new connections are important. There was just one more problem, and it could be a crushing blow to one's reputation. Turning back, Khan saw a trail of flame behind him, which erased everything in its path as it moved behind him. All that was left was dead earth and the remains of bones. After this, Professor Morality began to scold the guy for the fact that many cities were destroyed due to the breath of the supreme dragon of oblivion. Half of the central continent burned and was contaminated with a deadly poison, so everything there cannot be restored. However, Khan tried to deceive the professor and blame all the crimes on the demon lord. But the professor did not believe him. She continued to say that he was a terrible person. The professor continued to say that due to the dangerous situation, she could not intervene. It would be terrible if everything went wrong because of her. So she waited until the battle was over. But the end came not only to the battle, but also to the continent itself. However, the main character believed that there was no end yet, and it was too early to give up. These are the northern and western continents of the fantasy world, both southern and eastern. Although, due to the chaos caused by the supreme dragon of oblivion, half of the central continent was incinerated. The other continents were intact, so 9% of the land was spared. The hero tried to convince the professor that there was still hope. In response, she told him that for a hero, hope is an important moral principle. In any case, you cannot remove the bridle from a beautiful horse. This incident occurred due to the fact that the hero blindly trusted memory and information from the first playthrough. The guy didn't deny it. He thought a young dragon lived there, but who knew that in his place there would be a dragon in a dying state? Thanks to him, there is now no need to worry about Kanu's identity. He was going to increase his achievements, but in the end, he lost all his reputation. But he still has something left. The guy told the dragon that he could return to the cave and ultimately live another year. Placing his palm against the dragon's nose, the hero asked if he was happy that he burned everything at last. Suddenly a vibration appeared. The giant dragon rose again in front of the main character. Khan looked at the dragon impressed, because he didn't even have the strength to nod. He did not waste time, so he began to take out his treasured sword. Khan said that he also had fun with the supreme dragon. After that, he immediately began to swing his sword at the dragon. In the moment, he pondered how much spirit power there was in Endymion's sword. He couldn't just take the life of such a creature. The supreme dragon of oblivion gave his all in a fierce struggle to burn half the continent. This is only possible because he made his last choice. Pushing the sword further, some bubbles appeared. The guy didn't understand what was happening. He continued to hold his sword, which was stuck into the giant dead dragon. Suddenly there was a splash of purple liquid that rose to the very heavens. Khan, being in this liquid, said that Noibius had more willpower than Pedinar. A lake with a poisonous liquid, it made you tremble with horror until the very end. Sitting on his knees, the guy laughed with joy. After all, the enormous power that the supreme dragon Nubius has accumulated over the years. All his experience points went to him. Khan continued to smile evilly, because the dragon also left him an element of chaos. He stood and watched his high-class abilities, which were pumped to the maximum. The morality professor, watching the hero's statistics, could not believe that this was possible. She told the guy that the hero could not hunt the Chaos Dragon. While the hero grows and gathers reliable companions, the Chaos Dragon dies a natural death. However, Khan did not care. He looked at the professor of morality with a smile, and he said that he was just going to hunt the young dragon. If he had known that ATM was the supreme dragon of oblivion, he would never have come. He continued to say that he did not know about him, and defeated him only thanks to a fortunate coincidence of circumstances. Taking the heart in her hand, the professor asked Kang Han-soo to wait to do this. She couldn't believe the guy was doing this. The hero held a dragon heart in his hands. He wanted to learn about a new skill on his own. The dragon's heart contained his attribute and skills. He caught the supreme dragon and acquired this skill. So if you use the heart of the supreme dragon of oblivion, a hint may appear. However, the professor of morality told him that she simply could not tell him about it. It was also her first time seeing this. She tried to stop the main character, who listened to her carefully. Disappearing into the portal, she said that she would find out as quickly as possible about the skill that was covered with a mosaic. So she asked to wait a little for it. Holding his heart in his hand, Khan looked at it and said to himself that although the professor was strict, she did not understand something. Pandora's box was there to be opened. If it didn't need to be opened, the contents shouldn't have been placed in the box in the first place. He got this box from the teaching staff. They themselves sent him to the past, so he considered himself innocent of anything. The more something was forbidden, the more you want it. Curiosity is what drives human progress. Therefore, with a gambling face, he held and looked at the heart, which he wanted to quickly open and find out if he would win the lottery. This dragon heart was only the size of a fist, but it contains the power and attribute of the supreme dragon of oblivion, Noebius. Khan didn't want to linger any longer, so he decided to get started right away. Taking it into his mouth, he tasted dilo, ginger, and raw beef. Suddenly his eyes shot open. An eerie purple energy poured from his eyes, causing the main character to scream loudly. The chaos attribute that the chaos dragon Noebius contained began to rage in his body. His veins and muscles began to tense greatly from the terrible strength of the dragon. Khan, looking at his hand, felt as if he had been thrown into a meat grinder. The perverted Murim and swordmasters from fantasy books dreamed of exactly this kind of pain. Now he understood the pleasure of becoming stronger. He yawned with his mouth wide open, but unfortunately he is not such a pervert as he thought. That's why I didn't want to just endure it stupidly. It activated the release of endorphins in the body. The feeling was like being under anesthesia, waiting for the completion of the operation. Khan was very bored, so he wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. The dragon spirit looked at him silently, and suddenly everything disappeared. The guy stood completely safe and sound. He was surprised that it all ended so quickly. He decided to test his skills. The skill that was covered with a mosaic became like this. Khan understood that once the rank appeared, it meant that the skill was activated. He didn't care about the name. The most important thing for him was its effect. It didn't matter to him, even if it had at least the most unique effect. The skill was already good only because it puzzled the teaching staff, who sent an ordinary person back in time in this stupid world. Just this thought made him feel better. Looking at the skill, he knew that this would only be better for him, so he smiled. He wanted to maintain this mood and return to the village where the greatest creature lived. Arriving back at the house where Master Malin lived, the whole house immediately began to move from the screams. These screams belonged to Lanouvel, who was outraged that the hero was late. The guy standing at the entrance realized that the guys were very worried. He looked at the food and didn't understand where they got so much, but the girl didn't remain silent for long and immediately said that the funeral home employee had given them a large monetary reward. The main character did not like what they ate with the money he earned, but he decided to forgive the dummies for this as soon as he saw how angry Master Malin was. Lanouvel, while eating food, said that everyone was worried about the hero, so she was very interested in where he had been. These words struck the guy very much, because he thought that everyone already knew about his exploits with the dragon. The girl continued to say that no one told them where he was going, so they could not know anything. She decided to enlighten the guy that the supreme dragon of oblivion had appeared, from whom there had been no news for years. The hero decided to show surprise so that they would not suspect anything. The girl continued to tell him that it was a huge disaster, so much so that it seemed as if the end of the world had come. There was no news from the main character, and they already began to think that he was dead. Khan, watching the girl, could not believe that she really did not know about what was happening. The porter suddenly also began to say that many heroes went out, but no one returned. With a serious face, he continued to say that half of the central continent had become uninhabitable. Kang Hansu was surprised by the information he heard. After all, the fantastic duet of the hero and the supreme dragon of oblivion during their tour across the central continent, they did not leave any survivors behind. And if anyone saw them, they must have been so far away that Noebius's body seemed small to them. And even if they were able to notice him, nobody knows the face of the hero yet. He was called up quite recently, and his very face was stained with poison. With half of the central continent reduced to ash, he fell into despair, and I thought that I had lost all the points for my reputation. But Khan was happy, because he understood that there were no survivors, which means there were no witnesses who could not justify deducting points. Therefore, he believed that he still had hope of increasing his reputation and achievement scores. He decided to tell his comrades something, only he asked them to just listen and not be surprised. With confidence and heroism, Khan told the guys that the Supreme Dragon had been defeated by him. The guys were so impressed by what they heard that they couldn't say anything. But suddenly, their faces became even more shocking. They were surprised that the main character defeated the dragon. The guy, without wasting a moment, decided to tell them a fictitious story so that the guys would be even more impressed by him. However, he had completely different thoughts in his head, because the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion was quietly spending his last days in the cave and woke up because of him. Khan understood that if this was revealed, it would be the end of his reputation. The guys continued to listen to the hero, greatly impressed by the story and the guy's feat. Suddenly, the whole house was filled with screams from the emotions of the children. They were very proud that they were the assistants of the main character. At the same moment, the main character himself stood with an innocent, sweet face and told them that he thought that they would not believe him. He thought it was a brilliantly executed crime. But besides these two idiots, no one else will believe that he is the hero who defeated the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion. In his first playthrough, he was inexperienced, so around this time he only reached level 3. He didn't want to kill and doubted too much. Khan, with a thoughtful face, thought about the fact that for the sake of points for reputation, it was necessary to catch someone important, someone who will give him more experience than 5 disasters. The next day, the main character knocks down the doors in the house and tells the guys that they are going hunting. After all, one of the 5 disasters caused such enormous damage, so he believed that it was necessary to help the residents. Thus, he wanted to increase points for achievements and reputation, but suddenly he was interrupted by a girl who reminded the guy that there was only 1 day left before the promised meeting with Alex. Khan immediately cheered up from this news, because he really wanted to defeat this brutal swordsman. Thinking about achievements and reputation, he forgot about important companions. The hero believed that it was impossible to forget about the meeting with that guy. If Lanovel had not reminded him, he would have died. Smiling evilly, he thanked the girl for reminding him. Khan began to think about how to deal with Alex so that he would be praised. At the same moment, the girl began to tell the guy what she learned from the elves who were sent by Prince Nasus. That elf? The corpse they handed over? She was one of the knights of the Queen of Elfheim. The girl wanted the hero to guess what else surprised her. However, he immediately interrupted her and replied that the elf from the black market was also one of these knights. It wasn't hard for him to guess. Elves live long, but rarely do they reach level 8, because this is not a race that constantly fights, like the same dragons. Their average level is about 100th, so it's quite natural that level 8 elves should have been from the Royal Guard. As he suspected, it was related to something troublesome. So he turned to the girl, who, with a joyful face, was waiting for what the main character would tell her. But suddenly the guy tells her to shut up. However, the girl wanted to tell him something else, but the hero did not listen to her. He knew what the girl wanted to tell him, but he believed that it had nothing to do with him. The comrades were surprised by the guy's answer. Walking down the slope, the girl asked the hero how he found out about all this. However, the guy responded with simply invented events. Khan, recalling his first playthrough, understood that Lanovel, as in the first playthrough, was a master of getting through troubles, but he kept an eye on them so that this wouldn't happen. Suddenly, the girl turns to everyone so that they look there. The guy decided to take a quick look. Looking at the girl's indicated place, one could see smoke in the depths of the forest. More precisely, it was the dust that the horses created while dragging the carriage at high speed. They were pursued by robbers on horseback, who quickly overtook them. When suddenly one of the robbers took out a crossbow, immediately he fired at the carriage. But the driver miraculously remained safe and sound. In his heart, he wished that the horses would hold out a little longer. At the same moment, the main character was watching all this, who immediately noticed that the carriage was expensive. It seemed to him that he had seen her somewhere. Closing my eyes, he decided to use the ability to control the body and improve vision. He looked carefully at the carriage, which was rushing at high speed, and suddenly he notices a coat of arms that cannot be forgotten. The daughter of the Emperor of the Divine Empire crosses the border. On the cart is the personal coat of arms of the next successor. And if such a person leaves the country, there is only one reason: political repression. It seems her uncle managed to carry out a coup this time, too. Everything is the same as in its first playthrough. The only thing is that the Emperor of the Sacred Empire was supposed to die in 5 years, so the hero did not fully understand why everything was happening now. When suddenly he remembers that Moebius was flying over the capital of the Holy Empire, Khan stood and pondered what to do next. And behind him stood his comrades who asked him to help people and come in time for the battle for Alex. However, the hero didn't care about the guy's opinions, so he decided to distract them with the fact that Moebius had become a zombie and was now flying here. The guys were shocked by this. Well, while the guys were panicking, the main character decided to take advantage of this moment. He activated his poison breath skill, spewing poisonous acid from his mouth. This acid flew straight at the carriage with the princess. Suddenly, she reached her goal. The horses immediately fell to the ground and began to die from the poison. Everyone around was lying next to the destroyed carriage in acid. The princess's hand could be seen from the destroyed carriage. At the same moment, the guys continued to panic because of the hero's fictional dragon, and the guy stood happy and watched everything that was happening. In the first playthrough, the wise Emperor of the Holy Empire gave his younger brother the title of feudal lord and sent him to a distant region. But he did not lose heart and became stronger. And after the death of the emperor, he kicked out his niece and took the throne. The heroes group saved the imperial daughter from death, and all its members became vassals of the direct heir to the throne. And with the help of force, the power of the usurpers was overthrown. Everyone believed that this smart empress would lead the country to success, but it was necessary to understand that this was not so even when she, without understanding it, asked them to kill all the invaders. Remembering how he was scolded, he began to shake with horror. The girl, looking at the scene of the incident, did not understand what happened here. The hero folded his hands and believed that this time the empire would be better for everyone. Having returned the throne, the emperor's daughter became extremely suspicious and began to use her smart head for other purposes. Because of this, she became known as the Bloody Empress and was eventually killed. Khan was happy because today he had prevented troublesome matters, and at the same time he atoned for his sins for the first passage. After this, events are transferred back to the castle, where a strange, cute monster looked at the hero, and he, in turn, looked at the cute little monster who did not threaten him in any way. Lenouvel, standing behind the guy, turned to the main character, but he didn't want to listen and was nervous, so he asked her to keep quiet. Last time, he was afraid of this monster and could not do anything. Alex, watching this, believed that his efforts were not enough in the last training. Therefore, he decided to teach the guy a lesson in this training and teach him a lesson in willpower. Taking the sword in his hands, he said that before it was too late, he wanted to help the hero with training. The guy heard these words and shook with fear. However, Lenouvel tried with all her might to stop Mr. Alex so that he would not harm the main character, but he thought otherwise. Smiling insidiously, Alex said that the hero's strength did not lie in levels and skills, and it depends on how good his willpower is. Back to present time, the guys walked through the city to the training place. The girl, following the guy, said that thanks to teleportation, they returned in 2 days, but they were still 1 day late. After this, the events are transferred to the royal palace, where the guys were already scolded by the king for being late. He told the hero that he had no right to break his promise. However, this did not frighten Khan at all, because a terrible energy force emanated from him. After this, the problem with the delay was resolved, and the induction briefing from Alex began. Mr. Alex looked at the hero's smooth skin, which was without a single scar. He could tell that the guy had never trained properly. Smiling insidiously, he asked the guy not to worry, because he believed that the best sword in the kingdom would make him the greatest hero. While Alex continued to tell the hero about his future, he simply stood and looked at him. Now everything happens later than in the first playthrough, but there are still quite a few spectators and obligatory people on Alex's show. So that Alex can continue beating the victim, they carry out a very important healing mission. However, the hero did not care at all. He continued to tease the swordsman. hiding behind the demon lord. He said that although it would be hard, Alex had to give him intensive training. According to Alex, in order to increase the degree of mastery of skills, it was necessary to train as if it were a real fight. He was very annoyed that the guy continued to tease him. Therefore, he decided to fight to the fullest to break the spirit of the main character. He wanted to hit the hero on the head so much that his nerves twitched. However, Khan did not panic at all, but simply continued to tease Alex. The guy continued to advise the swordsman what to do next. However, he simply sighed, and then he turned to all the knights of humanity, because he truly believed that the main character was bluffing in front of him. Khan just stood and silently looked at Alex's behavior, because he remembered the Dumpling King, who also thought about him, but in reality everything turned out differently. The guy believed that even an army of millions consisting of Alex would not do anything to him. While the main character was looking at his characteristics, in a moment a large fist appeared in front of him, which could reach the guy from a second to a second. But the guy didn't even move an eye. He just dodged and continued to look at his analytics. However, Alex was serious at that moment. He attacked the main character with his fast attacks at full power, but he easily dodged them all. Khan, looking at Alex, remembered that he was saying the same thing as in the first playthrough and rushed forward. But Alex was now aiming at a different part of the body. While dodging, Khan understood that the swordsman began to strike so that he could not escape, but he really aimed in the secret place between your legs. Smiling insidiously, Alex thought that he would attack from surprise and defeat the guy with one blow. However, the hero, seeing this movement, decided not to feel sorry for the swordsman because he could not forgive him for this. In an instant he dodged and bent down to deliver a low blow to Mr. Alex's knee. All the knights who watched were shocked by what was happening, because no one could imagine that this was possible. Alex immediately fell down and grabbed his knee, and Khan at the same moment asked him to get up and not pretend anymore, because in a real fight, the enemy would not wait for him. Lying on the ground, Alex could barely endure the terrible pain. He couldn't even get up, but still continued to threaten the main character. Khan, looking at Alex, understood that in a few years he would be called the King of the Sword, and now he was so weak that he would not be able to resist even one or two low-ranking demons. The guy took his hair with his hand, and then he raised his head up to himself. He humiliated him because he himself lacked experience in fighting, so he said that the swordsman was weak. With a cunning look on his face, the guy continued to tell Alex that sensible people hid their real skills. The probability of winning a battle was always on, and in case of defeat, death. These words angered the swordsman even more, but the main character was not going to endure insults for long, and so he immediately stuck Alex's head into the ground. The knights, watching this battle, turned to the main character because at this rate Mr. Alex could die, but the guy didn't care because this was a real battle. Shaking with his hands, the hero told the swordsman that he was crucifying himself because he wanted him to understand something. Crouching closer to his defeated opponent, he wanted to teach him an even stronger lesson. Suddenly, an eerie energy appeared in the arena, from which Alex himself was shocked. This was the strength of the protagonist, who immediately hit his opponent straight on the back. Having finished the fight, Khan smiled because he would finally finish his goal, namely cutting problems at the root. After this, the professor of morals began to scold him again for killing the emperor's daughter. She advised the guy to let go of the past and move forward without looking back. The hero continued to listen to his professor, who continued to say that he had bad experiences in the past. However, the guy decided to answer by saying that he knew nothing about the future, but he also asked not to worry about it. After all, no one knew that he killed the emperor's daughter, and therefore this would not affect his reputation in any way. Besides, it's only better for the innocent inhabitants of the divine empire. Khan believed that he would kill this greedy and power-hungry daughter of the emperor. For many, it is better and safer than re-education. For him, it was also much better and easier. Listening to the guy, the professor again bowed her head from this situation because she meant to put aside the grievances of the first passage. According to her, the greatest victory is victory over your own heart. If a sage gets angry, he is no longer a sage. Greatness is an important virtue that a hero must possess. Professor Morali could not even imagine that she would have such a difficult student. After this, the events return again to the arena where they checked Alex's condition, opening his eyes. They also checked the heart rate. After checking, his employees were shocked by what was happening. While the main character stood aside and rejoiced, the worker announced that Mr. Alex was dead. All the fans were frightened by this news. The hero stood in the arena and listened to all the gossip that the fans were saying. From their words, it was clear that they considered such a death very stupid. But suddenly he appeals to everyone so that they do not worry. After all, a man who defended the royal family and the palace died before them, and he understood their concern, but still he asked them not to worry. Smiling insidiously, he asked to give all this to him. Everyone was a little misunderstood by such a speech. Standing silently in front of people seemed very strange to him, because he had been training this skill for 10 whole years. A wide smile that gives people peace of mind has always worked, but now people had a strange reaction. He was confident in his smile, but suddenly he realized that they were not just some powerless people. That's why they were so scared. If you shake them, you can definitely find out that they committed some atrocities in the past. Therefore, he believed that it was necessary to remember their faces. If he gets the chance again, he won't hesitate to kill Alex again. But the swordsman was responsible for the military power of the palace, and was also the head of the knightly order. So his death is a huge loss for the kingdom. As ruthlessly as he killed Alex, he is just as determined to take full responsibility. Khan told all the people that if they were tired of living, they could ignore him. From these words, they began to fear him even more. Immediately after this, a general gathering was announced. The main character was the first to turn to the respected gentlemen, who themselves saw that Alex died during training. He continued to say that in battle the most important thing was not strength, but insight. Alex ignored this, for which he paid with his life. Suddenly, Khan looked at everyone with a creepy look. From this terrifying look, everyone immediately began to sweat. While people were nervous, the main character looked at them and realized that since they were all silent, he thought that they understood him. These glances were full of respect and admiration, directed at the hero. In his first playthrough, it took him years, but this time he completed it in days. Having made sure that everyone respected him, he decided to finish the instructions. After all, now he wanted to begin to eliminate the problems that were harming this kingdom. Khan suggested a show of hands to those who did not understand what was being said, but no one bothered to raise their hand, because everyone grasped on the fly what the hero was talking about. Lanovel at the same moment was watching everything that was happening with a serious look. The Lanovel group's target was the Queen's villa. In the third room, they will find a purple cabinet with a secret passage. Therefore, the hero ordered the knights to go down it and see the altar for sacrifices. There, in the dungeon, the high priestess was already waiting for them, who performed the ritual next to the deceased person. The priestess's guard immediately began to cover her. However, this did not help at all, because all the knights immediately attacked the priestess and arrested her. The main character understood that the queen now faced the death penalty. He ordered a second detachment to defend the kingdom with him. Suddenly he kicks down the doors, where 2 bandits were sitting over an elderly old man. He ordered the guards to take them and close them, and he didn't care at all that they were under the patronage of the chief judge. He usually charges a fee for such services, but he has a duty and responsibility for killing Alex. Even without that wild sword king, he will cleanse this kingdom so that it becomes safe and peaceful, so good that no one could find fault. The inhabitants of the divine empire may scold him, but this will only make him tougher, and then he will show them his skills. Khan approached and told Professor Morale to watch and give him good marks for his reputation, because he will work hard. He continued to tell the professor that he was kidnapped into this wild world, but still solved many problems, almost for free. To be honest, he couldn't say that he did everything perfectly. At least it's good that he was called up and is here now. Clenching his fist, the hero said that starting with deeply hidden problems, and ending with the solution to all problems. Thanks to his knowledge, he is able to repay the people of the kingdom who lost Alex. At this moment, Professor Morality simply stood and silently listened to the main character. Before he gets a headache due to an emotional outburst, like in the first playthrough, he will cleanse this kingdom. After this, the events return to reality, where the main character, standing behind the knights, smiles insidiously, because he was watching all the aristocrats, who were frightened by surprise. 5 days later, everyone stood around the castle and shouted that the hero had gone crazy. By doing everything for free on his first playthrough, Khan learned something. There is a huge flaw in this wild world. The aristocrat, being tied up, panicked, because it was a shame for him to appear in such a form in front of the servants. And this is a level system. Usually, the higher the level, the faster aging slows down, endurance increases, and much more. In this world, with the level, you can look like a trained athlete. The problem is that the way to gain experience to level up is limited, with your zeal. Those who are interested in longevity and a healthy lifestyle care about increasing their level. Those who are constantly at war as part of their service and do their job honestly have no problems. Because in this wild world, wars neither against people nor against monsters stop. The problem arises with those who do not participate in battles. From the age of 10, the aristocrat began killing ordinary people. And in the 6th year of his first playthrough, the hero dealt with this guy. In order to preserve her youth, she kidnapped her father and daughter and sacrificed them. The guy dealt with her in the 7th year of his first playthrough. And this crying aristocrat, for the same reasons, dealt with him in the 7th year of his first passage. At first, Khan wanted to drown them in the sea, but he found a better way that would protect the environment and be the reward for killing Alex. The main character, smiling terribly, called the porter, who understood everything about what the hero was telling. Even if he clears the entire kingdom of this rabble, he will need someone like Alex. Otherwise, you will have to clean everything again. Therefore, the main character decided to give the kingdom a new cleaner who will replace Alex. He will feed these bags of experience to the porter. The porter attacked the first aristocrat, and immediately after this, the aristocrat became dead, and the porter himself received experience points. All this time, the common people stood and watched the executions of the vile aristocrats. Because of this, they rejoiced and thanked the main character. In the first playthrough, he spent a long time fulfilling this annoying request for revenge, but now he was able to deal with everything at once. How effective. But these aristocrats are just small fish. The hero believed that he had done his best on today's main dish. The aristocrats, hanging on pillars, asked to be released because they were trying to deceive the main character by saying that they were not guilty. The queen hung and sobbed. She tried to force pity on the guy. However, in reality, he understood that she was a queen who was caught red-handed for worshipping the devil. The other princes hung and accused the hero of being a criminal. These were the princes whom he killed in the first playthrough because they began to create lawlessness because of the inheritance. Khan could no longer tolerate and listen to the aristocrats, so he ordered them to shut up. He accused them of being all involved in murder, devil worship, and usury, as soon as the royal family did not mock ordinary residents. The main character continued to tell them that he understood why they were so vile, because they were all children of devil worshippers. Therefore, without hesitation, with a smile on his face, he ordered the execution of all of them. But suddenly, behind the main character, a porter approached him, who wanted to give a second chance to the aristocrats. With an upset face, he told the hero that the blood ties of the royal family were sacred. He believed that it would be too much if royal blood were executed. The common people were also shocked by what they heard. However, Khan did not care about this. He did not understand at all what kind of pitiful and wild talk they were telling him. These words made him very angry, so he began to shout at the porter because he realized that his instructive conversations were not enough for him. He tried to explain to his friend that the aristocrats were guilty, and this is undeniable. The guy kept telling the porter that the queen was a follower of the devil, and the princes were the sons of a queen who sold the country to demons. The people knew who was the first to betray the sacred blood ties and the state, so all the accused were traitors. With a serious face, the main character continued to say that they need to be dealt with in the same way as traitors are dealt with in the kingdom. At this time, the queen, hanging on a pole, was shocked by the words of the main character. After this, the execution with a spear immediately took place. Ordinary residents at the same moment simply stood and looked in fascination at the execution of the aristocrats. As soon as everyone was executed, the souls of the dead began to rise upward. Khan simply looked at it joyfully and wished the dead not to fight in hell and to show respect to their mother. They were all caught having connections with demons, so no one objected to the execution of the queen and princes. If they dealt with the royal family like this, then what can we say about the other vile aristocrats? Nobody could have imagined it. The main character wanted the porter to deliver justice, because the more evil the aristocratic family, the higher its level will be. And as a result, just recently, he was eking out a miserable existence as a slave with level 86. And now, under the leadership of a hero with 10 years of experience, he took on the appearance of such a courageous hero. when suddenly the guy puts his hand on the porter because he was glad that he did. Therefore, he advised his friend to find himself a wife. The porter did not understand what the guy was talking about, but the hero decided to tell him that he wanted to make him a king. And finally, instead of a dumpling, a real king will take the throne, which will bring peace and security to this kingdom. The main character understood that the dumpling king had become completely useless. It seems that the king wanted to lock the queen in prison and tell the others that she was killed by demons. This way he could save the princes. In the first playthrough, these princes were the main problem. Therefore, the guy did not understand why he should leave this cargo. The old king, lying on the field, accused the main character of being like a demon. And now the main character could only give the purified kingdom a new defender. Bells began to ring in the towers. It was a wedding ceremony, namely a porter. He grimaced with excitement because he didn't understand how to behave in public, but the hero behind him shouted for him to remain calm. It was a wonderful day for the main character because he carried out his plans into reality. However, the porter was not happy with what was happening because he was the groom. Suddenly, the princess appeared before him, who was frightened by this situation and by the porter himself because he had killed her entire family and was now marrying her. However, Khan did not care about this. He made fun of his friend, using execution and laws and jokes. He continued to say that even the princess could not erase the shame of being the daughter of a devil worshipper. No matter how they checked it, they found nothing. Therefore, he believed that the porter was the perfect match for her. He convinced his friend to believe him, because he was a hero. But the groom continued to be depressed, because he was afraid that he would be poisoned on the first night. News of the purge carried out by the hero spread throughout the world of Fantasia during the wedding of the porter and the princess. One of the old men wished the hero endless victories. He brought with him a small gift from his empire. He understood that the gift was modest, but still hoped that it would benefit the hero in the fight against the demon lord. Khan, in turn, said that he shouldn't have given him anything because he considered the situation awkward. Today, the main character was not him, but the porter with the princess. Sitting on a pile of donated gifts, he said that he needed to visit their empire somehow. The old man, hearing these words, immediately began to shake with fear, because he really did not want the hero to visit his empire. At this moment, La Nouvelle stood aside, nervously watching the main character. The old man had already fallen to his knees and bowed his head in front of the hero. He tried to convince the guy that he had nothing to do in their empire. He decided to tell about his gift, which was made by the best craftsmen of his kingdom. They put their whole soul into creating this armor. Therefore, he hoped that they would help the main hero in the battle with the demon lord. He also heard that the guy was lonely, so he offered to introduce him to their princess. Also, other representatives of different countries followed the old man, who were also all nervous in front of the main character, because no one wanted him to visit their country. Kang Hansu lying on a mountain of gold. I was glad that he was so rich. After all, in a past life he started from the very bottom, but here he is already rich. While he was playing with gold coins, a girl approached him, who was a little worried about the situation. The guy didn't understand why La Nouvelle was dissatisfied again. The girl immediately began to answer that the ancient heroes were respectful and also impartial to wealth. The guy at that moment continued to play with gold and joke. He did not care about the situation that was forming around him. This might offend, but among these gifts there was nothing that could be useful to him. Armor from the best masters of the continent, magic sword. He didn't understand why he needed them if he had endurance and recovery. An elixir that increases experience points, it would be of use if it had a level of about 0. The guys, analyzing the order, suddenly noticed that someone approached them to the side. It was the porter. The main character immediately dressed the groom in all the donated armor. However, the groom did not believe that he could take it all away, but the hero said that it was all true. He also asked his friend to sort out all this junk. And he also asked me to remember something. The porter could do whatever he wanted with the equipment and other things, but he did not dare to sell elixirs that increase experience, because the hero believed that it would be better if the porter drank them. With a terrible face, he threatened the groom that if he disobeyed, he would immediately turn into his experience. Out of fear, the porter began to shake again. This completed the free service. The hero repaid his debt to the kingdom. A porter with elixirs and high-level equipment can easily replace Alex. Khan has rid the kingdom of trash, so it will be quiet for a while. He believed that he had nothing to do here now. He immediately called La Nouvelle, who also thought that they would give her something. But suddenly he told her that he had no intention of giving anything. The girl became sad at this news. The main character ordered her to follow him. He will show her what a real hero is, and he wanted her to tell people about everything he saw. La Nouvelle was impressed by the protagonist's speech, so she asked what he would do, to which he asked her to first stop pretending to be nice. Turning to the girl, he confidently said that he was going to earn achievements. The girl was surprised by this news. The main character believed that he needed to start preparing for graduation. In his first playthrough, he accumulated many different achievements: finding a lost cat, harvesting for the sake of lonely old people, passing a love letter from a timid guy to his unrequited love, and other things that no one knows about and for which they don't even pay. This was justified by the fact that he did it for his own satisfaction. In fact, only his companions enjoyed it, and he was just wasting precious time and abilities and accumulated stress. But this time this will not happen. He will only do what can truly be considered achievements. There is still a whole year left until his best sponsor, the Demon Lord, begins to send him experience and achievements, although he didn't intend to wait that long for graduation. Therefore, Khan will commit another deed comparable to killing the Supreme Dragon of Oblivion, and he can graduate quickly. Arriving at the appointed place, the girl could not understand why they came here. They stood in front of a giant tree in the land of the elves, the square in front of the magician's tower, in the capital of Elfheim. Continuing to walk, the elves began to pay attention to the guys. The girl, following the steps of the main character, decided to joke about the fact that the hero wanted to capture them. Deep down she was afraid of this, but the guy. Turning around, he looked with an insidious smile because the girl hit the target with her speech. The girl continued to smile sweetly, but suddenly she realized that the main character was not joking. She began to panic because she was most afraid of this situation. Out of panic, La Nouvelle began to speak loudly and talk about the main character's plan, but he asked her to be quieter. After all, as soon as he managed to keep this bad head next to him for so long, he began to respect himself from the first playthrough. Suddenly, someone addressed them. It was Prince Nasus, who joyfully greeted the protagonist and La Nouvelle. It was an honor for him to accompany the legendary hero through the lands of Elfheim. Elven Banquet. In the first playthrough, Khan was already on this, so there was nothing new or surprising for him here. La Nouvelle, sitting at the table, was very nervous, because she was worried about the hero's plan, so she didn't want to eat anything. At the same moment, Khan was sitting next to the girl and eating to his heart's content. The girl could not understand how the hero could remain so unperturbed. Elves did not use meat or plant tops when cooking. Their main diet was cereals and fruits. If they kill an animal or pull out the tops of a plant, then the elementals will react to their pain and suffering and become angry. Nasus, sitting next to the guys, decided to tell about his late sister Sylvia, who loved to hunt and fry the caught prey. What often angered the elementals, so he was worried that no one would want to marry a troublemaker like her, although now he no longer had to worry about it. Khan, looking at the prince, understood that if Nasus started chatting about Sylvia, it could prolong the whole night. They traveled together for 9 years, so he knew that she loved meat very much, which is unusual for elves. The future queen of the elves was impulsive and cruel. She enjoyed the meat because she didn't care about the evil of the elementals. As soon as the main character thinks about this, he begins to feel sick. Nasus, noticing that the hero had become stronger, decided to praise him for this. Khan, in response, with a confident face, looking into the prince's eyes, said that not much. However, he understood that the prince, as always, was very insightful. The elf prince had a heart-to-heart talk with the guy, so he wanted to have another drink with him. He talked about his drink, which was made from an elemental tree that bore fruit once every 100 years, and it produced amazing alcohol. With a smile on his face, he continued to talk about how they hosted the legendary hero who defeated the Supreme Dragon. So he was sure that this drink was a match for the main character. At the same moment, Khan listened to the prince and realized that he was 100 times better than Sylvia. Therefore, to himself, he asked for forgiveness from him for killing him in the first playthrough. By the way, the hero also saw a familiar face here. This was the knight who guarded Nasus in the first playthrough, third in strength after the king of the elves and Nasus himself. Her help became a decisive factor in his coup. No matter how strong the elf king was, he could not withstand the second and third warriors of the kingdom at once. With outstanding fighting skills and durability S rank, she single-handedly dealt with the hero's group, although in the end, she lost to the power of friendship. The main character continued to look at the knight. He remembered her name. Her name was Elpha A. When Nasu suddenly decided to introduce this girl to the hero, whose name was Iris, he trusted her most of all. The girl Iris was human, and her superior skills proved that humans and elves could live together. Now Khan understood why she participated in the coup along with Nasus, all because the current king of the elves and Sylvia, who claims the throne, hate people. In other words, Nasus understands what he is doing. Suddenly the doors to the palace open. From them, someone addressed Prince Nasus, showing him indignation. The guys were embarrassed by this situation because they were spoken about as if they were animals. Khan knew that only one elf could call the prince by name so casually. It was Nasus's father, the majestic ruler of Elfheim, the king of the elves. The hero now understood what Sylvia was like. Suddenly Nasus began to stand up for the guys, so he asked the king to calm down. After all, the prince arranged a welcome banquet for Mr. Hero. From these words, the king began to get even angrier. After all, he understood that the hero was a man, and he did not like people. In the past, the hero did not have the opportunity to meet him, so they met for the first time. So he decided to take a look at the Elf King's skills. Suddenly, Khan was surprised. After all, if you close your eyes to race and profession, you might think that this is just an elf who has just reached level 999. At the same moment, the king continued to tensely resent the prince due to the fact that he had only recently lost his younger sister because of these people. However, the hero was thinking about his own things. He understood that in front of him was the king of the elves. His level was extremely high. Khan, observing the behavior of the king, thought about the fact that the king spent so much time on the throne that he lost his skills and ability to reason. Suddenly, Prince Nasus gets up from the table and begins to explain to his father that people were not to blame for Sylvia's death. He believed that this was the natural end for the arrogant elf, who did not understand that there was someone higher than her in the world. With a smile on his face, Nasus realized that judging by the horror and humiliation that Sylvia experienced before her death, it seemed that she had finally realized reality. He decided to admit that as her brother he was glad, that in the last moments of her life she grew up. The king was shocked by what he heard. These words made him very angry. The Elf King was instantly engulfed in flames due to his rage at his son. He decided to give up on his son, so he decided to finish him off. Fire dragons could be seen at the tips of the flames. The king did not want to listen to anything anymore, so he decided to remove Nasus from his kingdom. With furious emotions, he prepared to attack. Suddenly, something happens to the king and blood starts flowing from his mouth. It was the sword Endymion, which pierced through the king of the elves. The king immediately fell to the ground from powerlessness, and his son Prince Nasus stood nearby at the table and smiled at what was happening. Nasus modestly rejoiced at what the main character did. But Khan himself stood there, and as if nothing had happened, made the excuse that his hand had simply slipped. In the first playthrough, Prince Nasus staged a coup, and he killed his father, the king of the elves, with his own hands. Thus he seized the throne. The prince, holding the crown of the deceased king in his hand, asked him not to worry about the future of the elf country and to rest in peace. After this, he immediately put the crown on his head. Behind the prince stood his bodyguard Astrid, who condoled with him. Nasus himself turned and smiled confidently at the girl. She immediately knelt down and greeted her new king. At the same moment, the prince came closer to her and extended his hand to the girl. The era of the eternal reign of the new elf king. Extending his hand, he asked the girl to see the new era of Elfheim. This era lasted 100 days until the hero and his companions reached the bottom. The guys, passing by a living rock, suddenly stopped because the rock began to speak to them. This rock asked the listening heroes to free it from this burden. Everyone who had known the Elf King for a long time was dissatisfied with the coup. The hero understood that if they left it just like that, then some bastard would want to do the same thing in his kingdom. The human rulers didn't like it either. So in the end, Nasus and his people had to fight off the heroes group, who was supported by other kingdoms. And this time the main character killed the king with his own hands. All the kings and emperors were shocked by the action of the protagonist. They considered him a monster who had finally shown his true form. The supreme rulers were also shocked by the hero's strength. Now they finally believed that the guy killed the supreme dragon of oblivion, because the king of the elves himself was of an exorbitant level. They assumed that starting with the elf king, the protagonist would get rid of all the fantasy kings or turn them into his puppets, and eventually it will take over the entire continent. They all began to lose heart, because it was they who called on the hero to save everyone, but in the end he would destroy them all. Suddenly, the main character made an announcement in the square near the magician's tower. His hologram told everyone that the elf king was the first to attack the hero because he was a man. The guy convinced everyone that the death of the elf king was an accident during self-defense. He pretended that he was very sorry that everything turned out this way. The rocks also supported the hero that attacking a guest who came in peace was a great shame. Anyone would get angry in such a situation. The emperors were very frightened by what was happening because they did not fully understand what to do next. After this, a riot began. Flags could be seen with emblems against the elves. People walking with flags rebelled because of what was happening, so they demanded the death of all elves. They were completely mad and wanted to get rid of all the elves. Khan was lying and resting at that moment. He believed that it wasn't all that bad, because no one blamed the hero, and the self-defense version turned out to be plausible. Continuing to lie there, he tried to convince Professor Morals that there was nothing wrong with this. However, the professor thought differently because she accused the main character of killing the elf king, who fell into the prince's trap. She taught the guy that people need to be convinced not with words, but with deeds. She continued to teach the guy that if this continues, the string will be pulled too tight and the bow will break. But the hero still continued to lie with her eyes closed, and there was nothing to think about. Khan didn't understand why Professor Morality appeared here so quickly, so the professor explained that she came here as an emergency. Remembering the past, she understood that anything had happened before. It even happened that the coup did not take place, but Kang Han-su's student was the first to kill the Elf King himself, and so quickly too. So she came here to investigate what was wrong. The hero was glad that he had attracted their attention. He will be glad if he is released with some kind of certificate. However, the professor said that there would be problems with this. She would return when she dealt with the important documents, so she told the guy to wait for her no later than tomorrow. Professor Morality asked him to take care of his comrades in her absence. Khan, in response with a smile on his face, convinced the professor not to worry about it. However, the professor was not very pleased with this answer, so with a little nervous emotions, she asked not to touch her old comrades. The main character did not like such teachings. He didn't understand what the problem was. After all, he made the porter strong enough so that he could replace Alex. So there is such a difference. The place of the old comrade was not empty. The guy had no idea why there was such a fuss about it. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by Iris, holding some kind of box in her hands. Coming closer, she said that it was a gift from the new king of the elves, Nessus. It was an ancient elven ring that enhanced the effects of skills. Tiara of the elven count, which increases the experience gained, and the sap of the world tree, which contains the secrets of the universe. Khan was very impressed and happy with such a gift because he understood that it would help him raise his level. He understood to himself that it was worth admitting that Prince Nasus was his second sponsor, right after Pedinar. When suddenly his attention is interrupted again by Iris, who sat closer to him. She said sadly that she didn't even have anyone to talk to in Elfheim. Human blood flowed in her. She seemed stuck between two worlds. Therefore, she never managed to cross a certain line and get closer to her elven comrades. Prince Nasus knew what people were capable of. Therefore, he noticed her abilities and appointed her as a knight. But he had little power in Elfheim. The king of the elves who hated people, he was always ready to declare war on humanity. And she was ready for this war, between her human and elven companions. And when she saw Endymion slip out of the hero's hands and pierce the heart of the elf king, she knew it was a disrespectful and evil thought, but she came to it anyway. At the same moment, when the girl was sincerely speaking to the main character, Nasus himself overheard everything. With a smile on his face, he understood that the girl wanted the best for him. The girl believed that this human invasion was like a punishment for her for such thoughts. Suddenly, Khan hears about the invasion and could not understand what she was talking about. He didn't understand why the girl was worried when he was next to her. With a smile on his face, he continued to say that he would never miss such an opportunity to raise his reputation and earn achievements. Meanwhile, in the hall for receiving delegations of the Elfheim Palace, Khan, running his finger along the edge of his glass, told everyone that he, like a hero, wanted to inform the great delegations of each country as follows. Sitting confidently, he pointed his finger forward and said to stop waving these things. Representatives of other countries sat awkwardly and listened, as the hero told them that they were fools. After all, they brought these tablets to the Elven Palace. However, the rulers tried to convince the main character so that he would not condemn them. After all, they came here outraged by the bestial attitude that these elves showed towards the hero. Khan, sitting at the table, said that they had already sorted everything out. He did not understand why they reacted so sharply. Not all elves were racist, therefore it was not worth comparing with the old king. The hero pointed his finger at Prince Nasus, standing behind him, and joyfully said that many of them wanted to live in harmony, like the new king. Nasus also supported the words of the protagonist, because he understood that it was impossible to miss a gifted person based only on his origin. The main character continued to smile at the prince, and after that, everyone realized that the new elf king was a friend of the hero. Suddenly, Kanu gets the idea that many countries are starting to prepare for war, using him as a pretext. He did not tolerate this, so he looked at the rulers with a terrible face, and said that if they cannot calmly rule their country, then the hero can help them, although some difficulties may arise. With these words, he threatened everyone, so that they would not start a war. The rulers immediately understood the hint, so in a panic, dripping with sweat, they tried to refuse the hero's help and live peacefully. Prince Nasus was grateful to both the main character and the rulers who were convinced of his rule. Thanks to the hero's mercy and tolerance, the expedition to the kingdom of the elves ended peacefully. Having killed the king of the elves and the high dragon of oblivion, he gained a whole bunch of experience. And I also got a good sponsor. He also got an achievement for negotiating peace between elves and people. The main character was able to stop the war and earn a reputation as a loving and caring person. And this is a big step towards rapid release. At that moment, La Nouvelle stood miserably and asked the main character to do her a favor. She asked them to stay a few more days. She wanted to learn more about the monuments and culture of the Elven Kingdom, to which people had not had access for 1,000 years. The girl tearfully begged the main character to stay, because she did not know when else she would have a chance to explore and write down all this. The guy stood and sighed, but still he understood that she was an archaeologist. He told her that he understood her. These words immediately made her happy. But suddenly, smiling, Khan refused her. After this, events moved to the royal castle, outside of which terrible weather was raging. The princess stood in front of her father, the king, who said that he had no strength left. Everyone around understood that the life of the king, like all of them, depended on this wedding. With an unhappy look, the king told his daughter that the demon lord was the least of his problems right now. He believed that their kingdom and the whole world could not do anything about it. Holding his head, the king realized that they would have to bow to the main character, so he came up with a plan in which it was planned that the princess would marry the hero. The girl began to get very worried from what she heard because she really didn't want to and was afraid of this. After this, events are transferred to the porter, who was sitting himself. When suddenly the main character, who joyfully stood in front of his comrade, turns to him. However, there was no joy visible in the porter's eyes at all. He sat pale and did not show any emotions. But suddenly, he began to tell the hero that thanks to his kindness he married the princess. But he begins to doubt whether this is right. Khan could not understand what the porter was telling him, but still, he decided to analyze and realized that judging by his appearance, it looked like something had happened to the princess during the wedding ceremony. Suddenly, someone opens the door and shouts that he does not recognize this wedding. The newlywed stood in bewilderment and did not understand what was happening. This was the guy who protested the wedding. He came here to save the princess, as he promised. The princess immediately had tears in her eyes with joy that she had hope. At the same moment, the porter stood and looked at her. He understood that she did not love him. And at that moment, it became clear to him that the princess loved that guy, an uninvited guest who came to ruin the wedding. He couldn't achieve his goal and ran away, but such a shame could not be washed away so easily. Watching how unhappy and depressed the porter was after what happened to his wife, the main character remembered the words of Professor Morality that she told him before leaving. Professor Morality asked the guy to take care of his comrades in her absence, so Khan walked up to the porter and took him by the shoulder. The hero was a little dissatisfied, but still was ready not to abandon his people in trouble. At the same moment, events are transferred to the uninvited guest. He stood behind the hill and looked at the tall royal castle. There was only one thing in his thoughts, for the princess to wait for him. Suddenly, our main character appears behind him, looking at him with a murderous look. A second later, the uninvited guy was already lying on the ground, lying completely immobilized. He could not understand how the main character knew about this path. But Khan didn't say anything, he just smiled silently and tried to remember this bastard. But suddenly he remembers this guy, and accidentally says that this bastard was in a past life. The hero did not waste his precious time for long, and therefore immediately began to release poisonous gas from his mouth. From this poison, the whole body of the bastard began to shake, and then it completely disappeared in a thick, poisonous fog. Khan was curious that such a trifle as getting rid of this parasite would not help him in any way. But still he didn't understand why he felt proud of it all. He hoped that the porter was pleased. After all, he hoped that he did everything right. In his opinion, he believed that he was getting closer and closer to the end. On a clear full moon, the princess stood on the outskirts of the window and looked at the starry sky. Feeling lonely, she was at the top of the tower. The hero brought justice by killing the marriage destroyer. Now the porter could not worry about anything and be happy. As Khan left with a smile on his face, he reminded his comrade to remember what he had done for him. However, the porter did not smile so joyfully, but still tried to show the guys a smile on his face. Fully charged with energy, the main character rushed on a new journey, namely to his beloved land. Events move to the southern end of the central continent. The hero turns to the girl and with a serious look tells her that she has a serious task. La Nouvelle was ready for her master's request. And suddenly, the guy with an insidious smile says that from now on she can't go forward. He wanted her to stay behind him because that way she would be safe. After all, they were on the border of the demon lord Pedinar's lands. At the same time, a hologram of the hero was broadcast on the highest tower of the magician. Residents watching this were worried about the main character, because they understood that the guy was on a foreign land. Suddenly, a hologram of the hero sharply addresses the residents and says that the main character himself was in the lands of demons, where he was already fighting for the freedom of mankind. At this moment in the demon lands, the two little cyclops were getting ready to go eat. One of the cyclopes was glad that hostages were being served in the palace of the four kings today. However, the second cyclops sensed that something was wrong. Looking into the distance of the sky, he got goosebumps. Suddenly, the birds noticed something in the sky. They immediately began to fly away in the opposite direction. Suddenly, one of the birds falls from an incredible height right next to the cyclops. They ran closer and began looking at a dead bird in surprise. Purple smoke emanated from the bird's mouth, making it clear that it died from the protagonist's poisonous fog. Because of this smoke, the little cyclops got all tense, and immediately after that he began to burp. All the little cyclops were instantly enveloped in a poisonous fog. Suddenly, La Nouvelle appears from the smoke, wearing a gas mask. Next to her stood the main character, who freely breathed this poison. In all corners of the demon lord's lands, he sprayed poison. The skies, earth, rivers, and lakes will be polluted, and therefore nothing alive will remain. Local residents were frightened by this news, because it was an inhuman act. La Nouvelle also told the guy that it was a wrong move, but he asked her not to worry. Turning around, he joked at the girl, because he did not see anything useful for himself by killing them naturally. Suddenly, a giant blue hand steps next to the guys. This was a boss who, unlike Small Fry, lasts much longer. Purple poisonous liquid flowed from his mouth, but he still decided to ask who the guy was. However, Khan did not answer this question. He immediately closed the distance between the monster and him, and immediately cut off the monster's head with his magic sword. He learned strategies for finding cover and defeating bosses the first time, after many unsuccessful attempts. La Nouvelle, standing to the side, watched as the head of the terrible monster immediately fell to the ground. She understood that there had never been such heroes as Khan. At the same moment, Khan was incredibly happy, because his achievements and reputation would be assessed by the S rank. Suddenly, he is transported back into the world by the professor of morality, who did not know where to start. He, in turn, continued to make fun of the professor, because he considered himself ideal. He reminded her how ineffective he had been the first time. I couldn't get stronger because I was worried about my comrades. Because of them, he could not defeat the bosses, and they had to attack the demon lord in a long way. and after one single victory, thanks to the savage power of friendship. They were having fun, as if they had achieved something. The hero asked the professor to let her take a look now. Fantasia no longer had to worry about demons. After all, no hero before him had achieved this. Here the professor agreed with the guy. She understood that now the hero was simply waiting for results. She wanted to give student Kang Han-soo one last piece of advice. Accept the world as it is. If he takes care of the world, he will take care of it in return. When leaving, Professor Morality wished the guy victory in graduation, and he in turn joyfully thanked her. However, Khan was curious about what he had there, but the professor said she didn't know. After all, the assessments were beyond her jurisdiction. Saying goodbye to him, she thanked him for listening to her lectures. Khan, standing at the entrance to the large gate, also silently thanked Professor Morali. He stood in a confident stance and told the girl to take off her mask already. The hero understood that in front of them was now the room of the demon Lord Pedinar, so he was calm, because soon he would return to his world. Khan continued to tell the girl about the last time this place looked terrible. Pieces of human and demon flesh were scattered everywhere, and all because he was weak. Suddenly he turned to the girl who listened attentively to him. Khan turned to her and thanked her for everything she had done. Afterwards he began to make fun of her and give advice to her. Because of this, it seemed to the girl that he was not praising her, but rather insulting her. The main character was not going to take the girl with him, so he asked her to stay here. After all, he didn't want her to die, and he didn't get points for his reputation. Leaving La Nouvelle, the girl wished him good luck. With a confident smile, he understood that compared to the first time, now everything was going perfectly. His fighting skills, of course, were rather weak, but he could defeat the Demon Lord. Thanks to the achievements in La Nouvelle, which showed his campaign to the Lord, all fantasy admires the hero. Now that everything is in order with reputation and achievement points, personally everything will be fine too. So he came to a conclusion. Khan immediately knocked down the door to the Demon Lord with complete confidence. With a joyful face, the guy believed that he would graduate in any case if he now defeated the Lord. But suddenly his face changes because he was shocked. The hero burst in at a moment when the Demon Lord was not alone. In his arms was an elf who was kissing him. But suddenly Pedinar notices the main character. He immediately started yelling at the guy because he didn't understand when he was able to get here. However, Khan was in no hurry to answer this question. He decided to first apologize for interrupting their intimate moment. Holding the elf in his arms, the Demon Lord tried to teach the main character manners. But the guy didn't care about his advice and lessons at all. The hero decided to ask the Demon Lord why all the elves outside the country were kidnapped. However, the elf denied that she was being held hostage. Hugging her betrothed, she continued to say that they were a couple. Because of this, they both blushed. Khan was a little surprised that the elf queen was the wife of a Demon Lord. He remembered Sylvia from the first playthrough, who screamed that her mother was brutally killed by demons. The Demon Lord did not want to drag out the dialogue for long, so he asked his wife to wait for him in the office. The guy watched all this and understood that they were having fun here to the fullest. As soon as the elf left the room, Pedinar became serious. Sitting on his throne, he looked at the guy with his cruel eyes and asked the question why he came so quickly. Khan, holding his magic sword in his hands, did not want to talk to the demon for a long time, so he briefly answered that he was in a hurry to go home. Therefore, he wanted to finish everything very quickly and return home. The Demon Lord, looking at the guy, saw in his hands a sword that was not holy. But in reality, it was so that in order to get to the Demon Lord, you had to have a holy sword. Because of this, he immediately smiled, and he started laughing. The main character stood in bewilderment and did not understand why he was laughing. Pedinar laughed because none of the heroes had ever gotten to him so quickly. After all, they always shone before him, full of hopes and dreams. The Demon Lord was a little annoyed by this, so he didn't waste much time. Transforming into a terrible force, he looked at the guy and said that he appeared before him, although not even a month had passed since he was called, and even without companions and a holy sword. The demon was furious at such disrespect from the protagonist. However, this did not frighten the guy, because he came here earlier to quickly finish his story in this world. Pedinar was surprised by these words. Being surrounded by eerie energy, Khan stood in a fighting stance and said that he could defeat him. This time, he calmly looked at the Demon Lord's skills. As Pedinar liked to boast, there was no rival in this world equal to him. But according to the hero, this stupid profession pulled Pedinar down. When meeting a hero, a penalty is imposed on him to the level that he has accumulated since birth, although he only had a vague idea of this fine. But he thought it definitely had something to do with the fact that in order to defeat the Demon Lord, it was necessary to summon a hero. However, Pedinar considered the guy a fool because he did not know the real truth about him from his past life, and therefore thought that it would be easy to deal with him. Holding his demonic sword in his hand, the Demon Lord continued to tell the hero that since he did not have a holy sword, then he would do without a demonic sword. He will not use the demonic sword. He looked at the guy from above, so he thought that if he crushed him with such a great weapon, then his authority as a demon lord would only fall through the roof. At this moment, Khan looked down at the demon from above and told his opponent not to underestimate him. Although he does not have a holy sword, it is better not to joke with him. Suddenly, Pedinar was very struck by something. He saw the main character have an eerie energy that emanated from his sword. These were dead souls. From the beginning of time until now, the Demon Lord had never seen anything like this. Dripping with sweat, Pedinar asked the hero what kind of name this magic sword had. Khan, in turn, simply silently looked at his magic sword, from which terrible energy emanated. But later he decided to tell what kind of weapon he had. The souls of the demons he killed joined the souls of the elves in this sword. They resisted, so it was difficult. With madness, Khan looked at the Demon Lord as if he were living flesh for his sword. The dead souls instantly reached Pedinar and grabbed him by the shoulders. The main character, being completely insane, wanted to show his strongest opponent a fantastic combination. The Demon Lord began to scream from the pain that the souls were giving him. And suddenly, in the reflection of his eye, a wave of a magic sword appeared, which reached him from second to second. With true cruelty, Khan destroyed the greatest demon of all time in an instant. Having completed the duel, the hero looked at the dead body of the demon and realized that Pedinar was much weaker than in the first playthrough. After this battle, he understood how his penalty worked. Pedinar's weakness was that the difference between the hero's level in the first playthrough and now is proportional. In other words, the level of the Demon Lord is adjusted depending on the level of the hero. That's why he was stalling for time on his first playthrough and sending him experience points. Khan realized that he was simply straining in vain, so he considered his adventure stupid. At that moment, the goddess appeared and asked him if he liked the adventure. He answered with a smile that he had learned a lot. It was the same speech as in the first playthrough. He would like to say something. Yes, he was afraid it would affect his grades, so the guy decided to remain silent. The moment came when they looked at the main character's grades. While waiting, Khan was very excited and glad that everything would end soon. Suddenly, his behavior changed because he couldn't wait any longer and he was very nervous. While waiting for his grades, he hoped that he had passed everything. Suddenly, as soon as the statistics appeared, his face turned pale. His performance was again terrible. Out of despair and fear that he would have to start all over again, he fell to his knees and began to ask the goddess to let him go. Khan swore that he would behave well and live peacefully. Very nervous, he tried to convince the goddess that there was no point in behaving badly at home. Suddenly a new message appeared, saying that the guy had failed the exam again. Seeing this message, the hero was on the verge of a breakdown. Suddenly he started jumping and complaining why he didn't pass again. He was immediately told that the reason was that he not only did not repent of his past actions, but also abused his power. His actions horrified people. In the name of order and world peace, they take him back to the first day of the exam. Because of these words, Khan sat motionless, because he understood that he would have to go through the third circle all over again. Suddenly the floor began to collapse under his feet. Continuing to stand motionless, he listened in despair to the announcement of the teaching staff, who decided to make changes to the upcoming course. However, Khan no longer cared about anything because in his eyes one could see that he was broken because of this situation. He started to fall down, and at this moment the management continued to tell him that supervision would monitor and control him. Returning back to the past, Khan did not want to get up from the cold stone floor. As soon as he thought that he would have to do everything again, at first he lost the desire to live. Lanavel again stood in front of him, who joyfully greeted him. However, the hero did not even raise his head to greet her. While the girl was telling the guy about the new world where he ended up, he still continued to lie motionless. La Nouvelle, in order not to frighten the hero, continued to joyfully introduce him to the new world. However, the guy didn't hear her, Sitting on his knees, the main character didn't listen to the girl at all what she was telling him. There was only one thing spinning in his head, and that was that he would have to go through everything again. With a sweet smile on his face, Can realized that this was the third time he was listening to the girl's explanations. If he kills Lanavel at the very beginning, then he will have to go through everything again. Suddenly, a professor appears behind him, who told him that he is the only one who can change his destiny. She still continued to lecture the guy that it was not worth killing an innocent companion just because he was in a bad mood. But the guy didn't even turn to the professor. He immediately realized who was behind him. The professor, in turn, said that she was sad to meet him again. She tried to console the main character with the fact that he was able to defeat the supreme dragon of Oblivion and kill the demon lord in just a day. With a smile on her face, the professor continued to tell him pleasant words that his name would be inscribed in the Hall of Fame and would remain there forever. While the professor congratulated the guy, at that moment he was not happy at all. Emotions of irritation and regret with anger were present on his face. Khan sat motionless and pondered when everything went wrong in his life. After all, he achieved the best result in the shortest possible time and with minimal sacrifices. And this is not his subjective opinion. He believed that it was impossible to argue with such facts. In complete despair, the main character wondered why his reputation score had dropped so much. But suddenly he realized that this was because of the supreme dragon of Oblivion. Nobody knew that it was he who woke him up. But Noebius destroyed half of the central continent, causing many people to suffer. They just needed to find a scapegoat, and the hero suited this role like no other. Biting his finger nervously, he realized that as soon as people began to die, his reputation began to fall. While La Nouvelle continued to tell the guy about the world where he had arrived, terrible energy emanated from him at that moment. Suddenly, he could not stand the girl and began to shout at her with all his anger. The guard, standing behind the girl, decided to stand up for her, and therefore tried to explain to him that they did not have much time. However, this did not stop the guy. He looked at the guard with a nervous look, who continued to explain to the hero that the king was waiting for him. But Khan was not going to listen to anyone, so his answer was, like last time, that everyone should come to him. At the point of psychological breakdown, the hero turned to the guard so that he would not order him. After all, he still believed that he was irreplaceable. Suddenly, the guard answers that there were two heroes. Khan did not listen to his answer, so he said as before that he was irreplaceable. But in 1 second, he stopped talking because he realized that another stranger was sitting next to him. It was the second hero who looked very young. The guy turned to the main character all this time, but he did not hear him. While Kong continued to look at the second hero with wide eyes, the guy told him about himself, that he was an ordinary high school student and lived in Seoul. He was 7 years old. He said with a joyful smile that he was interested in games and reading. While La Nouvelle and the new hero smiled at each other, Khan realized that his skills were like those of an ordinary summoned hero. He had anticipation, hope, and excitement. He could not understand what kind of abnormal reaction he had. The main character could not understand why the second hero was so joyful, because his kidnappers were suspicious individuals. Suddenly, Khan notices something in the hands of the second hero. It was a phone with a beautiful anime-themed case. As soon as the guy noticed that the main character was staring at his phone, he immediately began showing it off to Khan. However, the phone number was not as important to Khan as what kind of girl was drawn there. He instantly realized that the second hero seemed timid. But the hero felt that this guy was not so simple. The main character immediately decided to meet a new hero. While the guys stood and got to know each other, they were unexpectedly interrupted by a guard who reminded the guys that His Majesty was waiting for them. Stretching out his hand for his jacket, Khan looked at the guard and looked at him irritably because he did not like that he was interrupted. It was the first time in 10 years that he met a fellow countryman. Pulling a pencil from his jacket, he wanted to stab the guard with it. He would like to do this, but the situation was not suitable. Even if they get rid of him, Hero A, then Hero B will remain and be able to save the world. Khan imagined how together the two heroes sat on the thrones and led the entire kingdom. In his fantasy, he really wanted the second hero to obey and have the same view of this world as he does. He wanted them to reprimand and punish the king together. Imagining how the second hero is outraged and releases his anger on the aristocrats, he wanted it to be in reality. The main character didn't pay attention to what was going on around him, so he didn't see that the second character was completely decent. Laughing insidiously, Khan thought that if they help each other, they will be able to take control of the entire country. But suddenly he heard the second hero speaking behind him, who, with an impressed voice, told the guard that their mission was to defeat the demon lord and save this world. He was looking forward to this. Khan was shocked by these words. The new hero smiled joyfully at the guys and advised everyone to call him Zig, because he decided to make it easier for local residents to pronounce his name. Suddenly, he turned to the main character and advised him to also change his name to make it easier for everyone. This kindness blinded the main character. And because of this, Khan realized that Zig's speed of adaptation to this world was simply insane. Thinking about the new name of the second hero, Zig Khan quickly guessed where he got this name from. That was the name of the main character of the game, the character of which was the saint depicted on the case of his phone. It was immediately obvious what this guy wanted. While Zig was talking excitedly to La Nouvelle, Khan addressed him, who was wondering if the new hero wanted to quickly meet his parents. He continued to say that they were all probably worried about him. However, Zig was not particularly interested in this because everything suited him. These words pierced the main character because such an answer irritated and angered him the most. He immediately fell to his knees and realized that this guy was simply incredible. No friends, no respect for parents. He has cast aside the past without any regrets and is ready to live in this world. Suddenly, the main character's thoughts are interrupted by Zig, who extended his hand to the guy and asked him not to worry. After all, Zig believed that he would easily stand up for him. The words "don't worry" were burned into Khan's brain again. You could see in his eyes how furious he was about it all. After all, in addition to the past characters who infuriated him, another one appeared who irritated him with his maximum kindness. Suddenly, he is approached by Professor Morality, who asked the guy what his opinion was about the new hero. The guy responded by asking where they could find such a good man. With a smile, the professor said that he was a hero candidate, carefully selected especially for the problem student Kang Han-soo. He has never even been here yet, but he shows incredible adaptation to this world. Khan, sitting with his head tilted down, told the professor that his joy at meeting a fellow countryman for the first time in 10 years had disappeared in a minute. In addition to surprise, this also caused him culture shock. Professor Morality, listening to the guy, smiled and asked him not to worry, because even the pedagogical council recognized him. They came to the conclusion that he could succeed as long as he had a friend who would direct his efforts in the right direction. At this moment, La Nouvelle turned to the heroes and said that she would lead them to the audience hall. From this speech, Zig was all red because he was struck by the feeling of falling in love. While the new hero and the girl followed the king, Professor Morality continued to tell the main character that people are greatly influenced by their surroundings. She hoped that he would follow the example of his friend and become a glorious hero. Khan, looking at the new hero, was in complete shock because he understood that Sieg had completely lost his head because of La Nouvelle. He hoped he wasn't the same on the first playthrough. This time there were no events with Noisy Alex, and all thanks to Zig, who was friendly with the kidnappers. Opening the giant doors to the royal palace, the heroes appeared together on the red carpet in front of the king. They leaned down together and greeted the king. Khan, listening to what the aristocrats were saying about him aside, was very pleased with this, because he appeared before the royal leadership better than the new hero. Listening to what they said about Zig, the main character understood that this was his third playthrough, and it would be strange if he didn't know how to do this. When suddenly the king turned to them asking if they could see their skills. Khan decided to remain silent and listen to the characteristics of Zig, who happily immediately began to tell everyone. His race is arch-human, and his profession is hero. A special perk is 5 times experience. After listening to the second character, the main character simply replied that he saw his characteristics. He did not tell them in as much detail as Zig did. Looking at his statistics, Kang felt sad that all his skills were reset, when suddenly he noticed something. This was a hidden ability from a previous playthrough. Suddenly the secret code began to disintegrate, and 3 letters SAS began to be visible in front of him. He was very surprised by what he saw. Perceiving what it was, he immediately smiled contentedly. Analyzing his skills again, he saw that he had all SS and higher ranks. But he did not reveal this, so he decided to name the characteristics, like the second hero. Now he finally understood what effect the black box had. As soon as the guy finished his statistics, the king immediately began to introduce to all the royal aristocrats the new heroes of their country who would save them from the demons. The king ordered the newly summoned heroes to destroy demons, develop skills, and then defeat the demon lord. Khan just stood and listened, and Zieg, greatly impressed, agreed to all the king's orders. Zieg turned to Khan Hans to try and save people from demons together, to which the main character agreed with a confident smile. Smiling evilly, the main character looked at the king and asked him to trust the new heroes and calm down. At that moment, Professor Morality stood and watched all this, who was shocked by Khan Hansu, because no one could imagine that the main character was capable of such a thing. As she sweated, she asked him how his skills were preserved despite being reset. Khan, looking at the professor with one eye, realized that even Professor Morality did not know about the black box effect. Because of this, he smiled wickedly, and then he began to tell her that he was a student who received the SS mark. He continued to say that he was no match for this timid newcomer. Suddenly, La Nouvelle turned to the new hero and looked sweetly. Because of this, Zieg turned red and turned away. At the same moment in the magical world, where there were only Professor Morality and the main character, the professor held her head with her hand, and I couldn't understand why this happened again and again. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, the main character with his hand outstretched. In an instant, he tensed and increased her strength. Looking at his hand, he was delighted with the teachings of Master Malin, which was still with him. The hero understood that in the end, knowledge could not be reset. He will have to raise levels from the very beginning, but with his restored skills, it will not be difficult for him to do this. Laughing evilly, he knew that let anyone be in front of him, even a teacher, even an administrator, or even God himself, he believed that he would still defeat everyone. At this moment, Zieg turned to him, who was wondering why Khan was laughing. The main character, without turning around, with an insidious smile, answered that he simply still could not believe everything that had happened. Zieg, after listening to the hero's answer, tried to calm him down and convince him that he could save him at any moment. Khan, listening to his colleague, did not want to give vent to his emotions, because he understood that this was his chance to graduate. Therefore, with an arrogant smile, he asked Zieg to simply call him Han Su. The main character continued to speak peace-loving, motivating words to the second hero, so he happily agreed with him. After that, they shook hands and sealed their alliance. But suddenly, Zieg, holding the back of his head with his hand, decided to tell the main character that he was not going to return to Earth. Because of this, one could tell from the protagonist's hand that he was annoyed. Squeezing his hand harder, he looked from above at his colleague, who was nervous from pain. But he still continued to say that he was going to stay and live here forever. Khan, listening to this, could hardly stand it and was at his limit. But he still decided to let go of Zieg's hand so as not to break it. As soon as the main character let go of his hand, the second hero praised Hansu with a smile for being very strong. This surprised him greatly, because he believed that they were both of the same level, but this was not the case. Khan was also a little surprised by this, because his friend continued to praise him, and was not angry at all. He was also surprised that he didn't see his skills. After all, it was the hero's privilege to see the skills of others at will, but Zieg couldn't see through all his skills in black box. Remembering the episode from the last playthrough, where Professor Morality asked him to wait until she found out about this effect, he realized that Professor Morality was indeed confused. Having heard about the black box, Zieg immediately began asking the main character about it. However, he believed that there was no need to tell him about it. Walking around the city, Khan was interested in the fact that Zieg did not want to return to Earth, so he did not understand why he would kill the Demon Lord. The second hero, in turn, said with determination that he wanted to defeat him, because he understood that the revival of the Demon Lord put the whole world at risk. The main character, listening to his colleague, simply confirmed the words. Afterwards, they continued their journey through the city, and Khan, inside himself, thought that Zieg did not plan to return home, but was still going to fight the Demon Lord. They agreed to meet Zieg in 5 days. At Alex's fun and safe instruction, walking around the city, Khan thought that he had lived here for 10 years, and was no different from a local resident. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by La Nouvelle, who wanted to catch up with him. She smiled happily and friendly at the main character, Because of this, it again caused disgust in the main character. Continuing to walk, he decided to ask her why she was here, and not with Zig. This question surprised the girl very much because she did not understand why she had to be with him. However, she decided to say that she studied the past of the heroes, so she knew that Zig fully corresponded to the image of Arkaman. He was not too different from the typical heroes of the past. But the main character, Gan SSU, was completely different from them. Therefore, she said that the researcher should have been interested in unusual phenomena. While the girl continued to talk, Khan thought that it was because of her that he did not graduate and would take the test for the third time. Suddenly, La Nouvelle kindly asked him if she could ask him something, to which he gave the go-ahead. While in a closed area, she said that entering the royal hunting grounds was punishable by execution. That's why she should have told him this earlier, but he walked so confidently. She gently asked the main character to go back with her, but he was not going to listen to her request, and therefore asked her to continue walking alone. Coming closer to the Queen's summer villa, in an instant, a dog ran up to them from the side, who immediately started barking at the guys. However, this did not frighten the main character at all, so he released poisonous steam from his mouth, because of which the girl was shocked. Having dealt with the dog, he asked La Nouvelle not to worry, because watchdogs were nothing to him. However, the girl, gloomily looking at the skeleton of the dog, answered that that was not what she was worried about. Putting his hand to the front door, Khan looked at the girl with a smile and asked her to help him. After her positive answer, he immediately opened the door in front of him with all his might. Opening the doors, he saw a servant standing in front of him on the red carpet. It was a maid guarding the summer villa alone. Smiling resolutely, Khan believed that he had arrived here just in time. The maid immediately began to get angry with him. The Queen's villa is located in isolated hunting grounds. It was not as big as other noble mansions, but there was only one maid here. In the world of fantasy, a person who has reached the 5th level will have the physical characteristics of an athlete from Earth. And if he also concludes a contract with a demon, then at the TH level she can jump and jump like a Hong Kong film actor. La Nouvelle did not want battles, so she began to apologize and say that they would leave now. But Khan, standing in a confident stance, was not going to do this. Suddenly the maid began to get even angrier, causing her eyes to turn bright red, indicating that she was furious. Leaning her whole body on one leg, she immediately jumped towards the guys. However, this did not frighten the main character, unlike La Nouvelle, who stood behind him in a panic. As soon as the maid closed the distance as much as possible, Khan immediately grabbed her forehead, and he stuck it into the floor, which made everyone shocked by what was happening. The neck bone immediately cracked in half. The girl, perplexed, watched as the main character warmed up. She couldn't understand how he overpowered the maid so easily, so she decided to ask. He, in turn, replied that he now had the 12th level. While Khan was enjoying his strength, La Nouvelle noticed something was wrong, so she immediately began to tell him in panic. Something began to emerge from the body of the deceased maid. It was dark energy. While La Nouvelle was considering the dark energy, the main character told her that the maid had made a contract with the demon, so he was not surprised by this. It infuriated him that the girl was constantly talking, so if she wanted to continue following him, then she had to remain silent. Each time he leveled up, all of his skills became slightly more effective. Usually, that's where it all ended. But, unlike previous playthroughs, all his high-ranking skills remained with him. And therefore, even though he increased the levels, as in previous times, the effects still became stronger. Simply put, it was better to look at everything from a mathematical point of view. In the case of hero Zig, we were given this. But the maid has it. As for the main character, it was as if he was playing an MMO on GMA's account. Having descended deep into the dungeon, Khan appeared in front of the underground doors. La Nouvelle, standing behind the guy, was very scared of what was happening in the Queen's villa. But the guy didn't listen to her, and immediately put his hand to the door. Having opened the doors slightly, the guys began to look at what was behind them. They saw a drum in front of them, into which someone was throwing bones. It was a certain stranger in a mask who sincerely wished for the gentleman's indulgence. He continued to pray and ask that he be granted eternal youth and eternal pleasure. Standing in front of a cauldron of blood, he asked for unlimited power. La Nouvelle, watching this, was shocked by what was happening, because it all happened right in the center of the city, and even in the Queen's villa. While the girl continued to talk, the guy stood silently and just looked contentedly at it all. The girl assumed that the main character knew about this through his superpowers, but Kan did not answer her assumption, and simply asked her to remain silent. Suddenly, the stranger noticed a noise behind him. Turning completely back, he saw the main character in front of him with a timid girl behind him. The demon worshipper could not understand who they were and how they even got here. Kan did not listen to him at that moment, because he was more interested in who was on their sides. Looking at the strangers in cloaks, he analyzed who they were by race. After looking through everyone, the hero realized that all the demon worshippers here were people, and only this guy was a demon. The masked demon immediately flew into a rage, which is why he began to shout at the guy for daring to set foot on his holy ground. Kan, watching the masked demon, realized that he had turned into a human to lead this cult. However, he didn't like that the low-level demon was being rude to him, so Kan instantly looked at him with a cold-blooded gaze. The masked demon saw this look and was shocked by the main character's abilities. Other demon worshippers were also scared, together with Lanival, who was hiding behind the hero. Kang clasped his hands together and continued to stand confidently in front of the masked demon, who was leaking sweat due to the fear the guy had caused him. Accepting his weakness, he immediately fell to his knees and bowed his head to the ground, thus asking forgiveness for his rudeness. Demon society has a very simple hierarchy. The law says the weak must obey the strong. SS, rank dark energy skill that the hero possessed is inherent only to very strong demons, so it was a good calling card. Taking advantage of the situation, the main character turned to the masked demon to take over the dull management, and he would give orders. With a creepy smile, the guy said that from now on he would be in charge here. Everyone around immediately began to glorify and bow to him. La Nouvelle, not understanding what was happening, decided to ask the hero about the situation, but he didn't even want to listen to her voice, so he immediately asked her to shut up. Suddenly, he turned to his fans to listen carefully to him, because they will rule this kingdom from the shadow of chaos. And in order to take the first step for this, now he will explain in detail what they need to do. With confidence, Kan wanted to take over the entire kingdom for himself. Events return to the first playthrough, where the main character defeats the enemy with one swing of his sword. After killing the old man, dark energy began to come out from him. The guys watching this action were very shocked that the influence of demons spread throughout the kingdom. Kan, in turn, also panicked, because he understood that the situation was getting out of control. The demons are already making themselves at home here, even though the demon lord has not appeared yet. The current state of the kingdom was shocking. It is obvious that demon worshippers committed crimes, murder, theft, drugs, and slave trading. Any crime even in broad daylight. But the further the investigation went, the clearer it became that not only peasants worship demons. Thanks to the wonderful leadership of the stupid king, the kingdom has become a playground for demons. The king, sitting on the throne, turned to the main character to help them. Here, without further ado, it was clear that the hero had to solve the problem. Suddenly, the main character bursts into the underground room, knocking down the doors, screaming so that no one moves. But then he added that it didn't matter, because everyone would still be killed for worshipping demons. The masked demon again threatened the protagonist with a furious look that he would deeply regret invading their sanctuary. Releasing fiery energy from his body, he ordered the hero to bow before the Lord of the Demonic Flame and meet his death. But the guy did not listen and therefore instantly threw his sword at the demon's head, which reached its target with great strength and speed. Standing on the corpse of a demon, the main character angrily said that all demons had to die. With each new word, Kan became more and more irritated, so having reached the limit, he finished off the enemy with screams. Once he got rid of the B-rank demon in the royal villa, the demon worshippers in the kingdom disappeared in the blink of an eye. Because the supreme demon who supported the dark energy was killed, worship is no longer beneficial. Kan believed that such dependence on a leader was a serious weakness of demons. But thanks to this, he himself took his place. The guys stood next to the cauldron, and around them there were new fans of the hero who worshipped him. Kan realized that eventually he could capture all the demon worshippers without resistance. At the same moment, La Nouvelle was looking at him, who had a bad feeling as she watched the hero smile maliciously. After this, events are transferred to the new hero, who asked not to worry and rely on him. After all, he convinced that you just had to trust the hero. With joy and enthusiasm, he said that the hero Zig would solve the problem for him. Khan was a little amazed when he looked at the second hero, because they told him to learn from him if he wanted a promotion. So he made this decision after watching him for a while in the throne room. When he thought about the fact that this would significantly increase his reputation since he did it for free, his thoughts thickened because he considered Zig not an example for himself. Therefore, he decided that this hero would be generous in his third playthrough. The main character will solve problems for free, and then the king will forgive and will not interfere. At the same moment, the king, sitting on his throne, asked Lord Chancellor what had happened. The Lord bowed his knee before his majesty, saying that he came here about the hero Kang Hansu. The king immediately began to say that he did not like him right away, because he considered him not such an ordinary person. Suddenly, the enchanted lord, who bowed to the main character, began to deny the king's words. He began to tell that the hero Kang Hansu tracked down the demon worshippers and was very helpful in arresting them all. Moreover, he distributed the confiscated gold to the townspeople. Lord Chancellor could only praise the hero who had been summoned a few days ago. If you compare him to the hero Zig, who is chilling most of the time, the hero Kang Hansu is able to save their kingdom and all the fantasy. All this time, the king sat and listened to the Lord. In addition, the queen stood by the king, who also said that the achievements and good intentions of the protagonist were amazing. The king continued to listen to how the queen and lord praised the main hero, when suddenly they asked to reward the hero for his exploits. But the king was greedy, so he saw no reason to reward the hero for his success. Suddenly something happened to the king. It was the queen who appeared close to him, and with an enchanted look, humbly begged him to sponsor the adventures of the hero. There was a mark of worship in her eyes, so she continued to tell the king that if the hero saves the world, your majesty who summoned him will shine even brighter. After prolonged eye contact, the king himself also came under control. He gave the queen the key to the locked vault and ordered them to take as much as needed from the royal treasury for the hero's needs. The lord and queen, being under the control of the protagonist, thanked the king for such a generous act. After this, the cauldron, which was filled with blood, became filled with gold from the royal treasury. Khan, lying on this gold, told the queen and lord that he would spend this money for a good cause. Unlike the second round, in which they would have argued until they were blue in the face, he managed to get the money peacefully, so his score for personality should not suffer. He's gotten better since his second playthrough. Continuing to bathe in gold, Khan said with a joyful smile that this money was a voluntary donation from the king, so technically, he's just a volunteer. The queen with enhanced dark energy will be the wild card. Vassals like Lord Chancellor will also be useful. Suddenly, the Lord begins to turn to the main character that all the assets of the church are now his, but they do not understand why the hero distributed the gold to those people. The guy, in turn, decided to ask the Lord for a report on the sources of income of the church. Lord immediately provided a schedule of income sources. Khan analyzed the sources of income and realized that 99% of the income was dirty. If he gets involved with this, his personality score will go down. He didn't know what the professor of morals or the teaching staff might get to the bottom of next time. Therefore, he must be extremely careful to release himself. Meanwhile, in the royal castle, the main character is called. The guard, catching up with the main character, ran and called him. He asked the guy to stop him. By him, he meant the hero Zig. The guy, listening to his appeals for help, suddenly heard the guard say that the hero Lord Zig had gone crazy. Khan and the guard immediately ran to the scene of the incident. The guy came closer to the place. I saw that Zig was standing and shouting throughout the entire square, accusing the unfamiliar man of harassment, although the lady said that everything was in order. However, Zig did not listen to anyone, and therefore thought that she spoke like that because the man intimidated her. He continued to insist that she was afraid, and that he would take revenge on her if she told the truth. The guards, in turn, asked the second hero to be prudent. This man was a baron, standing next to the girl who was hugging him. He did not understand why there were such complaints against him. There was an ongoing conflict between the two sides with shouting, and in the middle of this conflict was the main character, who seemed to understand what was happening. The man who was insulted by Zig, Khan had seen this face somewhere. But then I remembered that he was one of those guys who participated in a religious ritual in the basement of the royal villa. He was an F, rank demon worshipper. Events move back to the first playthrough. Baron's domain in the kingdom of dumplings. Thanks to the fertile land and high population, this place became very rich. But this abundance became a problem for the Baron. First, the stress from his management class made his appetite uncontrollable. Unfortunately, he was rich enough to satisfy this hunger. Eventually, when he inherited the title, he suffered from diabetes, hyperlipidemia, arthritis, bladder stones, cancer, and many other diseases that affected him. However, no matter how powerful the magical medicine of fantasy was, it was not omnipotent. The Baron bowed before the masked demon, who asked him if he was ready to follow the orders of his master and take this difficult path. With an enchanted look, he swore that he would follow the one who would grant him eternal health and strength. To restore his terrible health, the Baron began to worship the demon. Due to the effect of dark energy, he became very cruel and began to do evil things, until he was overtaken by the hero's justice. Events return to the present time. Suddenly, the main character interrupts Zig and asks what he did here. The new hero, noticing his comrade, began to ask him for help. After all, he convinced that he had definitely seen how this Baron was dragging her by the hand. Can looked at the girl and was glad to see her again, the Baroness. Or not, because in a year she will marry a poor patient. She will become one of the victims of the enraged Baron because of his demon worship. But now the main character believed that this was not what he needed to worry about. He asked the second hero to show him evidence. He, in turn, said that he saw his skill as a demo worshipper. Khan, listening to him, thought Sieg was a fool because that's all he said to the SS, rank hero. But after that, Khan decided to tell his friend that if a person has dark energy, this does not necessarily mean that he is a demo worshipper. If Zig eats the demon's heart, then dark energy will forever reside in his body. It can also be obtained through special training or beer elixir. There are many ways to obtain dark energy. Of course, Khan didn't mean to say that dark energy is good. Dark energy that is not controlled by a demon can become extremely chaotic and transform into a demon that takes over the owner's personality. Humans gain special powers by absorbing dark energy, but the demon can even torture the user when the latter develops an addiction. This is how demons control people. At the same moment, Sieg continued to insist that the Baron was a real demon worshipper, but the guy just smiled sweetly in response. Khan thought Sieg was a shrewd guy. After all, he bombarded him with facts like a coward. At this moment, local residents who observed the conflict took the side of the protagonist and therefore began to condemn Sieg for his behavior. At that moment, everyone who was around Sieg was angry with him. The girl who was holding the Baron's hand also tried to convince the second hero that it was just a simple misunderstanding. After all, he forgave her father and showed him his kindness. The Baron gave him food because of his bad leg. He even called a doctor to look at her father's leg. She continued to say that she fell in love with him and now follows him everywhere. After this, the guards immediately approached Zig and grabbed him by the shoulders. They began to drag him away from the scene so that people would not become even more angry with him. That guy's reputation was still good. His complete reincarnation due to dark energy will only occur in the distant future. Khan believed that if Sieg does not have evidence to put a person behind bars, then he should think twice about accusing someone. However, Sieg continued to insist that he was not mistaken. After this, the events are transferred to the dungeon, where the gentleman was given a weekly report on monitoring the hero Zig. The main character, analyzing the observations, realized that Zig quickly recovered from that incident. The new hero helped the child save the cat. Now there is peace and quiet in the kingdom. There was no heroic work as such, only small assignments. Therefore, sitting in the queen's arms, he believed that everything was in order. Since the demon-worshipping cult now follows Hero A, he has become a city militia that solves the kingdom's problems from the shadows. Demon worshippers can do many things. Khan also worked hard to improve his reputation and public opinion about the king. If this continues, his character points will not decrease. The queen, sitting next to the main character, was surprised that, as the hero said, yesterday a group of elves attacked the black market. She notified the guy that most of them died, but their cruel leader was captured. If the auction house gets rid of it, it will be very profitable for the church. Okay, now the future elf king will leave the stage. Professor Morality can't say anything because he didn't bring it up. Alex is the future king of the sword. He never liked this guy, he got rid of him in the second playthrough. However, this time Alex will be useful. That's why he's still alive. At this moment, Professor Morality appeared, who was happy that the main character finally understood the value of his partners. Khan agreed with the professor's words. After this, events are again transferred to the Royal Training Ground. It's time for Alex's stunning orientation to meet a new player. This day came. Having dealt with the demon worshippers, he returned to the kingdom from the front line. Alex stood and greeted the new heroes. Everyone around the training ground called the heroes still weak. However, of the two heroes, only Zig was worried. Alex, in turn, asked the guys not to worry, because he would make real heroes out of them in the shortest possible time. Zig was very impressed, so he enthusiastically promised Alex that he would work as hard as he could. Before the start of training, Alex introduced the guys to a special guest who was sitting on the side of the training ground. This guest was the Queen. The Queen, sitting on her throne, told the heroes that it was an honor for her to meet the legendary heroes. She believed that since the two heroes were summoned together, it would definitely bring great benefits to the kingdom. However, she could not contain her curiosity. Among the two heroes summoned to kill the demon lord, she wondered which of them was stronger. Zig was shocked by the Queen's words, but Khan agreed to her proposal. Because of this, Zig was even more shocked. The Queen wanted to watch the duel between the heroes, so she asked to pause the heroes' training in order to have a duel. Alex did so, because he also wanted to look at it. Taking them both by the shoulders, he wished that the strongest would win. But still, he wanted to tell them in advance, if someone surrenders or runs away in front of Her Majesty, his fist will not spare them. Zig, at that moment, did not fully understand what was happening, so he did not want to fight because he was friends with the main character. However, Khan said that he did not want to fight his friend, but he had no choice. The main character, taking off his jacket, turned to his friend so that they could fight as soon as possible, because he believed that it was inappropriate to refuse the Queen. Zig was confused by these words. Meanwhile, the main character believed that it was terrible what they had come to. However, listening to people's problems and doing what they did was part of his job. Doing it for free was quite normal. Therefore, why don't they listen to the worthy and beautiful Queen and do what she wanted? Kang Hanzu thought. At this moment, the second hero was looking at the guy, who was excitedly preparing for battle. Hanzu, in turn, simply remained silent. Suddenly, Zig began to close the distance between them. Hoping that he would win, the guy rushed towards the main character with full enthusiasm. But Khan was not going to give in to him, so he immediately began to seriously fight with Zig. In 1 second, he got close to the second hero, and at the same moment delivered a direct blow with his knee to the second hero's stomach. Hansu, continuing to beat his friend, with an insidious smile, asked him not to give in and to hit him with all his might. The hero had a hard time holding back his laughter, while Zig, with the last of his strength, almost lost consciousness. All observers were shocked by the abilities of the protagonist, but the Queen was almost surprised. She just sat and enjoyed her hero. Khan believed that if he had known that performing a heroic duty was free, then he could be so fun and exciting, he would have started earlier. While Zig could barely stand on his feet, the main character asked to listen to him. He decided to again ask the second hero a treacherous question about when he would stop being so careful with him. In fact, the only neat one here was Khan. If he had hit him with full force, this guy would have already died, and this would ruin his reputation and character points. After this, Zig immediately fell to the ground and lost in front of the main character, who stood and was completely happy with what was happening. Looking at his defeated friend, Hansu realized that his wounds could easily be healed by magic, while he will need some time to heal the moral damage. Suddenly, Alex approached Hans from behind and asked him whether the guy could distinguish between a real fight and light sparring. Alex looked at the main character and with a mocking smile said that he liked to mock the weak. So Alex decided to show him what a truly strong person means. Hansu, looking at the big man, thought the same about him. This main orientation event, realistic training fight with Alex, begins. Looking at Alex with one eye, Khan realized that he had the same abilities as in the first playthrough. Therefore, this was a very high level, especially considering the current peacetime. However, the main character's body has survived countless battles. While Khan was thinking about his own thoughts, he imperceptibly began to smile. Because of this reaction, Alex began to laugh at him, because he thought that the hero was about to give up. The big man immediately swung his left crown and then his right funeral. In an instant, his fist reached the main character, but between them there was an invisible wall that was able to protect the guy from the swordsman's attack. At that moment, Hansu looked at Alex and realized that this big guy wouldn't do anything to him. After that realistic training fight with Alex, a duel with a truly strong man. For the main character, this was even more fun than in the second round. Since then, Alex no longer invited him to training. Besides, he had enough of his own to do. The events are again transferred to the royal castle. Where was La Nouvelle, who told the main character that in such heat, if they don't have enough water, then they will die. However, the guy understood what the girl wanted to say, so he interrupted her and continued talking instead about the fact that due to a lack of water, a food crisis could occur on the middle continent. He thought about a solution to this problem, but suddenly the girl turns back, where there were many fans of the main character who was lying on a ladle filled with gold. The guy convinced the girl that his subordinates would help this world, but besides this, he continued to lie and think about how to solve the lack of food due to the drought. Suddenly he comes up with an idea to start a war and reduce the population. He decided to consult with the girl whether this would be useful. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Alex, resting his crutch on the floor with a raised tone, told the second hero that until he takes revenge on the main character, rest would be a luxury for him. Zig, barely able to stand, said that he couldn't do it anymore. However, Alex did not care. He continued to shout at the guy so that he did not give up and do it. Continuing to raise his tone towards the hero, the big man did not feel like he was overexerting himself, because of which he fell to the ground. Also barely able to stand, Alex swore that he would take revenge on Hans and kill him. Suddenly he turned to Zig again. Alex continued to provoke the guy with the fact that when his broken leg heals sooner or later, but if he does not take revenge, the scar on his pride will never heal. Therefore, he tried to turn Zig against the main character so that he would help him in the battle against Khan. Alex still continued to remind him of defeat when the main character beat the guy with all his might. Therefore, they continued to train, but Zig could not resist even one blow. He immediately fell to the ground. At the same moment, all this was observed by Khan, who had improved hearing thanks to the teachings of Master Malang. Alex changed noticeably after orientation. It doesn't matter how often Zig missed training or cursed at Alex because of harsh methods. Alex never got angry or hit him, unlike the first playthrough. He put up with Zig's whining and focused on training hard. As a result, Zig has changed and grown noticeably. The main character, watching what was happening, understood that if Zig trained at this pace for another year, he would be ready to enter the world of demons and defeat the demon lord. And it took him years. So it seemed to him that there was something special about the hero from the faculty. He thought that there was no point in the fact that they assigned him an exemplary student and told him to study with him. Sitting next to Professor Morality, he continued to tell her that he must understand Professor Morality's plan. However, the professor did not understand what was happening here. Suddenly, the main character turns to her with a joyful smile because he has not seen her for a long time. However, this situation did not seem normal to Professor Morality. She turned to the guy and said that they say that when you pour cold water into a boiling cauldron, it only kills the heat, and that's all. Looking at Zig, she said about him that the hero she recommended should be at the teenage stage of development. Taking advantage of the moment, the main character decided to finish off the second hero. But Professor Morality asked him to wait, calm down, and listen to him. She wanted to say that the candidate was having a hard time right now. Hansu, looking at the hero's training, believed that it seemed that Alex's one-sided love was exhausting him. Therefore, Khan looked at the big man with a murderous and happy look, because he had long wanted to finish him off. But the professor still continued to stop the guy, because it seemed to her that the heroes were now exhausted, because the weather was too hot. Therefore, the guy told her that he had to kill Alex, since he did not give Zig a minute of peace. But the professor meant that student Kang Han-su also looks tired. It is normal for a person to have violent and aggressive thoughts when he is tired. Hansu was a little surprised by these words. He confirmed that the professor was a couple because he had not thought about it. Even if all he did was give orders to other people, sitting on his butt, making a decision is very tiring, especially if he is a person who has to solve all kinds of problems and take care of people who are too drunk on dark energy. In fact, it was a burden that the king had to bear, considering that he did it for free instead of a useless king. Khan, admiring himself, continued to say that he had taken upon himself the responsibility of the kingdom as well as his heroic duty. Therefore, he believed that he was suffering from burnout syndrome. Suddenly, the professor of morality suggested that he go out into nature with his comrades. Despite the severe drought, Fantasia remains a beautiful place. Thanks to the magic towers, he can visit most tourism destinations instantly. For example, he can look at a beautiful sea dragon if he visits the mysterious North Sea. She also recommends exploring the floating islands. The Mermaid Lakes were a very interesting place. The main character was there during the first playthrough. This is a place that retains its beauty even during drought. Khan thought that the Lake of Mermaids sounded cute. He thanked the professor and said that he needed to quickly gather his comrades. Professor Morality was surprised that the guy quickly made a decision. The kingdom suffered from severe drought. If this continues, the harvest will suffer, and many people will die of hunger. But this is not to say that there was no water at all. The main character stood next to the lake and looked at its boundless beauty. He understood that it was a reservoir with clean water. Therefore, there will be enough water to supply farms, and then people will not starve due to drought. But mermaids were quite cruel creatures, and they forced people to suffer by monopolizing this water. Therefore, the main character wanted to get rid of these fish and save people from drought and hunger. At this moment, when he told the entire plan to Sieg, Khan considered himself a genius. After this, the events are transferred to where the heroes stand together on the mountain and look at their supporters. All these warriors came here on the orders of Khan Hansu because he did not want to start himself. All the royal guards, even elite battle mages. If you collect all the soldiers, you will get an army of 1,000. Khan turned to everyone and said with an enchanted look that he did not come here for peaceful coexistence or useless negotiations. After all, it was a game of survival. Officer level magicians, elite level knights, ordinary level knights, candidates for the title of knight level, thousands of elite level soldiers, thousands of level conscripts who were most worried about whether they would be fed or not. The main character looked askance at these warriors, and he understood that in front of him was a fairly average army for a country that borders the Demon Lord's territories. Khan, pointing his hand at himself, understood that in reality, the burden of the crown had to be borne by someone else. He needed to find a way that would not only bring him closer to graduation, but also save these people from drought. Plus, he will have to help the Dumpling Kingdom in case of an attack by the Demon Lord. Every time the Dumpling King makes a mistake, he gives the same excuse. Our country is in this situation because of the Demon Lord. Demons consider this statement unfair, but in fantasy, everyone agrees with it. The neighboring countries do not want to conflict with the Dumpling Kingdom because it will be the first line of defense in case of a Demon Lord invasion. Khan realized that due to the lack of wars, the army was weak and inexperienced. But he was interested in what if he got rid of the mermaids. It will not only solve the water shortage issue, but will also prepare the army for future battles against demons. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by one of the army commanders. He rode up to the guy on his horse and said that they had to hurry. After all, the soldiers were already exhausted due to lack of food and water. Therefore, they must quickly decide what to do next. Hansu, in turn, told him his plan, which involved making a dam and blocking the flow of fresh water into the lake, and thereby forcing the mermaids to come out of the water. This man's name was too long to pronounce, so he decided to call him Count A. The Count was the officer in command of the expedition. He is one of the few who did not join the cult of demon worshippers. Unless they can use water to their advantage. It doesn't matter how tired the soldiers are, because it will be very difficult for the mermaids to fight on land. The rivers that flow into the lake belong to our kingdom. Therefore, they will not have to negotiate with neighboring kingdoms to solve this problem. The Count considered the plan quite logical, but it was strange to him that he heard this from the lips of the hero. The guy responded by saying that he was doing this for the good of the kingdom. Khan chooses only those leaders who have not succumbed to the promises of the demons. Unlike the Queen, Chancellor, and B, rank demons who want to seize power in the kingdom and transfer control to their church. He was curious how the Duke would react. How will he feel when he finds out that his entire family worships demons? Suddenly, Khan offers to hold peace negotiations, which is why La Nouvelle really liked the protagonist's proposal. She was happy with this proposal, because she really thought that the hero decided to start a war with the mermaids. However, the guy tried to convince the girl that he was peaceful. If he puts pressure on the enemy's weakness so that he cannot resist, and makes them an offer that cannot be refused, then he can solve this problem easily and peacefully. While the guys were enjoying the new plan, someone approached the commander with what he thought about it. After all, the main character knew that they were always forbidden to interact with mermaids. It was one of the warriors who told him that after the demon lord was reborn, they agreed to cooperate with the hero. The count responded to these words by saying that they would attack the mermaids, as the hero said. He was also not happy with the appearance of the heroes. But the commander trusted the hero because the king also trusted him. Meanwhile, conscripts who joined the army spoke among themselves to save the people and save their harvest from drought. Suddenly, someone noticed something on the other side. This was the army of the Holy Kingdom. They gathered to watch them. If the army of the Dumpling Kingdom screws up, then everyone will laugh at them. Now the question was no longer a question of trust in the hero, but it was a game of survival. The game people against mermaids, and even people against people. The men immediately began work and building a dam. The commander commanded them all and ordered them to work to the fullest because if someone gets injured, the healers are ready. So there was no need to feel sorry for themselves. You just had to work to the fullest. They had to completely block this river within a week. La Nouvelle at the same time stood behind the main character and told him that past heroes were friends with mermaids. She considered the love between a hero and a mermaid to be romantic. The hero was thinking about La Nouvelle at that moment. He understood what kind of romance the girl was talking about, but it seemed romantic if he didn't know the truth. Years ago, a hero came here. He was attracted by a beautiful song, and he met a mermaid who was resting on the shore. She was the queen of mermaids and ruled over the lake. Suddenly she noticed him. Soon the hero and the mermaid became lovers. However, the queen could not leave the lake, and the hero lost to the demon lord, meeting his inglorious death. Since then, on the day of the death of a hero, a sad song can be heard on the lake. That's why this place is called the City of the Sad Mermaid. From this story that the main character had just told, the guys were impressed by such a story. To lose to the demon lord, who initially gave the hero a huge head start, Khan did not understand what an idiot he was. Walking through the city, Zig turned in different directions and looked around the city. Although this city was named after mermaids, he did not see the mermaids themselves here. It seemed to him that the whole reason was that there were too many men here. The main character explained this by saying that most of the city's residents were candidates for husbands of mermaids. Khan opened the doors and immediately heard a greeting in his direction. One of the waitresses asked him why they came here. Having looked more closely, Hansu did not immediately remember her, because he had not seen her for a long time. It was the owner of the tavern, the daughter of the mermaid queen, the second most powerful mermaid of the lake, and also his partner in the first playthrough, bitchy mermaid Princess Aqua. Watching through binoculars, one could see that the other side had divided its army into its own troops. It was an old man who was looking through a spyglass. He said that the army was too large for a diplomatic meeting with the mermaid queen, but he was more concerned that he did not know their intentions. They assumed that the army wanted to attack the mermaid queen. However, the shrine also had no ideas on this matter. Therefore, she believed that now they had to be as careful as possible. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by one of the warriors, who rushed to them with an urgent message from a spy. The commander immediately took the urgent message in his hands and began to read. After reading it, he thought that Her Holiness should also take a look at it. He only hoped that this unprecedented event would not lead them to a terrible crisis. Meanwhile, events returned to the bar. The main character was in full communication with his former partner, who asked him about different things. The guy responded by confirming her fears that he had come for the lake. The mermaid was shocked by the guy's answer. She immediately swung the mop she was holding in her hands, and the hero, in turn, began to draw his sword. Aqua, the mermaid princess and owner of the town tavern, was also the protector of the lake and the mermaids. Unlike Alex, who relied on brute strength, Aqua specialized in speed and attack power. Having collided with guns, they instantly increased the distance between themselves. Khan, looking at the princess, was pleased with her abilities. It would seem that she is holding an ordinary mop, but in fact it is a steel weapon. Not every high-level hero will be able to lift this thing. Plus, her way of moving on land is unique to mermaids. The hero who visited the lake years ago was a blockhead who couldn't even handle the demon lord, but he still managed to leave his mark on the fantasy. Firstly, a hackneyed love story that is sung by minstrels. Secondly, this is a monstrous sashimi that was born from the mermaid queen. At this moment, while the main character was thinking about her abilities, the mermaid in turn talked about her father, who was the previous hero and who was a virtuous man. Therefore, she believed that the main character was unworthy of the title of hero. The guy was a little impressed that the princess knew that he was a hero. The mermaid in turn continued to say that they knew what was happening outside the lake. Khan realized that all the mermaids were aware of what was happening in the human kingdom. Therefore, he decided to explain why he came here. While their race selfishly monopolized the water, humanity suffered from hunger. He believed that his desire to save humanity made him a more successful hero than the fool who couldn't defeat the demon lord. After these words, something instantly flew at the main character, which he successfully dodged. These were kitchen knives, spoons, and other utensils, which immediately began to evaporate in the poisonous acid. This poison was the saliva of the mermaid princess, who spat it out of her mouth while trying to attack the hero. Suddenly, she showed her eyes, which glowed with a bright red glow, from which one could understand that she was furious. She told the guy not to hope for a quick death. After this, she immediately closed the distance between her and the hero, thus trying to attack him with the mop again. Kang Hansu was glad that the princess finally showed her true nature. However, the girl was not going to say anything. She immediately began to attack the guy with her acidic, poisonous saliva. But Hansu was again able to repel the mermaid's attack. While the guy was repelling the attack, the princess was already next to him. Hitting again with her mop, the girl could not hit the main character, who was standing a centimeter away from her. However, she could not hit only because of one reason, namely because the guy defended himself with his sword, which after being hit by the mermaid, immediately shattered into small pieces. He thought that her power was connected to the hero's blood. However, Khan remembered all her movements. In the first playthrough, releasing poisonous steam from his mouth, he said that she was not the only one who had such an ability. Because of this, the princess was enveloped in great fear. Khan, without wasting a moment, immediately kissed the princess, because of which, her face began to tense up greatly from the mysterious attack of the hero. Lanouvel and Sieg, watching this fight, were shocked by the abilities of the protagonist. Hanzu, wiping the acidic saliva from his cheeks, told the guys not to worry about her, because he could not kill the precious child of the mermaid queen. A living hostage will come in handy during peace negotiations. But more importantly, if he wanted to defeat the demon lord easily, then it would be better for him to keep his level low. Suddenly, a shrine runs into the establishment, rushing to Aqua to inform her about something bad that was approaching them. But suddenly, he notices the main character with a lying princess, who stood right in front of her and held the mermaid in his arms. At the same moment, Sieg appeared behind Hansu, who was impressed by the fact that he saw the shrine, and the mermaid, who was on the guy's shoulders, was completely unconscious. The saint, in a panic, grabbed Khan by the shoulder, but this did not frighten him at all. He was completely confident in himself. The path to becoming a hero was thorny. School children who are kidnapped to become heroes in this world are much more familiar with a mouse and keyboard than with bladed weapons like swords. And the most dangerous thing they dared to do was fight mosquitoes in the middle of a summer night. As a result, they got used to a calm and safe life, when the lives of people around them do not depend on their decisions, in this cruel and barbaric world. It wasn't too late. It was very important to have a life preserver in order to prevent the weak-willed hero from going crazy. For example, a person who can resurrect the dead, accompanying the hero on his adventures. Saint, as the title implies, she is not only the hero's lifeline but also the guardian of England. Meanwhile, Kang Hansu was a little unhappy. On the contrary, Zig was joyful. Lanouvel was a little nervous at that moment, because the saint tried to heal the princess. The saint, healing the princess, could not believe that she had one foot in the grave. This had never happened before. The saint, along with Lanouvel, could not believe that the hero was capable of such a thing as killing the mermaid princess. But the guy at that moment, with an insidious face, continued to say that she was not dead. He simply gave her poison, which paralyzed her. He was in no hurry to raise the level now, but suddenly he asked everyone to forget what he had just said. Suddenly, Aqua regains consciousness. She immediately turned to the main character, because she could not believe that the guy was capable of such a thing. When suddenly blood started flowing from her mouth because she couldn't strain herself. This blood fell straight to the floor, where it began to evaporate instantly with a purple tint. After this, the saint immediately took Aqua away from the heroes because she was afraid for her life. Hansu watched all this and understood that healing a person who was near death was not as easy as it seemed. As soon as the saint brought the princess to the appointed place, she immediately put her on the bed so that she could rest, because she could not strain herself. How do healers who help the wounded gain enough experience points to level up? The answer was simple. They absorbed the experience points of their patients. The higher the patient's level and the stronger his wound, this all increases the loss of experience points. A player who constantly farms while fighting monsters may even lose a level because he spends experience on healing. But what if the patient has a level and no experience points? The guys all sat down at one table together. The hero Sieg, sitting next to the saint, was very happy about this event. Can, noticing this, was not happy with this because it really infuriated him. However, Zig continued to laugh. In his dreams, he imagined himself being a superb hero, saving the saint from demons. He imagined how he fought against a giant demon who could only be defeated by the power of love. Zig shouted to him that only love, not a sword, could save this world. Embracing the saint, he told the demon lord that he was nothing before their true love. In his dreams, he could defeat the demon lord with love alone, without even swinging a sword. Once Zig defeated the demon lord, the saint told him with joy that she would be with him until the end of his life. He really wanted the saint to call him dear. While he was imagining and dreaming inside his thoughts, the guys were very nervous, because they were infuriated by the guy's behavior. Khan, continuing to observe the second hero, could not understand which of Zig was the model student recommended by Professor Morality. Suddenly, the main character began to talk sadly about what he had done so wrong that he was now suffering so much. Suddenly, the saint decided to ask him why he attacked Aqua. Hanzu, holding his head, replied that it was all for the sake of peace. The saint could not understand what he was talking about. Therefore, the main character, smiling insidiously, replied that she was supposed to be a hostage for negotiations. Zig, hearing these words, instantly stood up from the table and was indignant, because he believed that the hero should not have acted like that. He decided to explain to the main character that using a helpless princess for blackmail, no matter how you look at it, is wrong. Therefore, Zig added to his words that only a demon lord would do this. However, Kang Hansu didn't care about this at all, because he came here for negotiations, and for their success, he would block the rivers and take a hostage. The saint could not believe the guy's intention, because it was an insidious decision. Suddenly, Aqua appeared from the side, barely able to stand on her feet. She leaned against the wall and was sweating due to overexertion, but still continued to say that she knew about the miracle that rain could cause. Continuing to lean against the wall, she convinced everyone that this miracle existed. There was a miracle that could cause a rainstorm. There is a legend about a divine guard who sleeps at the bottom of the lake, a long time ago. In the past, on the site of this lake there was a city of people, until one fateful day. In an instant, the sky was covered by a giant catfish, which plunged the entire city into darkness. After this, a huge, terrible downpour began. An endless downpour quickly flooded the city, and it created a lake, a safe haven above that city. The name of the divine guardian who caused that downpour is Olola. Turning over the pages in the book, Aqua continued to tell him that the mermaids of the lake continued to sing lullabies to him, so that Ululu would not cause even greater disasters. They did not allow him to wake up. At this moment, the main character sat and listened to this legend. It was the first time he had heard about it, what the princess was telling. He decided to ask Lanovel if she knew about it, but the girl, being very impressed, instantly told him that she had never heard of it. She wanted to ask Aqua some questions. Aqua closed the book and was ready to answer all the questions. All this was observed on the side by Khan, who listened carefully to what the princess was telling about the divine guardian. The divine guardian Ululu has the ability to cause rain whenever he wants. However, for almost years they have been doing everything possible to prevent this disaster from happening. After all, the songs they sing have unique magical powers. They put their lives on the line to prevent the disaster from happening, and one by one, they continue to sing the lullaby, sacrificing themselves to prevent the disaster for everyone. But suddenly, she began to look at the main character and get angry at him, because despite their efforts, the hero didn't care. As soon as Aqua tried to get up, the saint immediately stopped her. Afterwards, the saint immediately turned to the heroes because she knew that they could resolve this peacefully. She assured the guys that Aqua was not lying. Aqua confirmed that the rain would return, but the problem was in what quantity. The saint continued to say that it was necessary to kill Olola, and then the human kingdom will be saved from drought, and the mermaids will be freed from their duty to restrain the Olola. However, something was bothering Hansa. Zig, from the speech of the shrine, was all inflamed inside, so he energetically convinced the main character that this was the ideal solution to the problem. As the saint said, everyone will win if they defeat Olala the catfish. However, Khan was very infuriated that Zig, being very weak, was responsible for him. But he didn't take it out on his friend, so he just exhaled heavily and said that he was ready to think about this plan. First up is a giant catfish called Ululu. According to legend, he has such power that he can turn an entire city into a lake. People actually lived on the site of the lake. To confirm this, it is enough to examine the place where Ululu sleeps. Secondly, the mermaids of the lake cannot do anything with Ululu, so they keep it dormant for almost years. Finally, the main character came to the most important part. Suddenly, he asked the mermaid what her level was, because of which the princess was a little surprised, because she thought that the guy saw her level. She immediately began to laugh and mock Hansu, but he also joked and insulted her in return. The visual conflict between them flared up again. But the saint stopped them and told the main character that Aqua had a level, which meant that her level had decreased because of the guy. The mermaid queen had a level of about. Khan counted the levels of mermaids on his fingers to understand how much power they had. Regular mermaids had a level of about. Having finished counting, Khan, with a serious face, understood that he was now offered to kill a monster that the mermaids could not defeat for years. He didn't want to hear lies, so he asked the princess to be honest with him. Aqua was excited, but after looking away, she lowered her gaze and admitted that, to be honest, their chances were quite low. The hero, hearing these words, immediately began to be indignant. The saint, watching the main character, was a little shocked that he really was a hero. Zig didn't want to waste the moment, so he gathered all his determination into a fist, and he enthusiastically began to motivate Hansa that they could defeat the monster. Khan agreed with the second hero's proposal, so he said that Zig would lead first. Because of this, the guy fell into despair, because he thought that Khan would lead as always. Zig immediately fell silent after this, and Khan continued to look at him with a dissatisfied look, because he understood that he would have to do everything again. Although if Zig simply dies in battle, his reputation and personality rating will not suffer. Suddenly, a great idea came to him. He realized that this was exactly what he needed. He asked Zig not to worry, and he tried to convince that he would never know until he tried. So Hansu was ready to support the idea of killing Olula. Lenouvel, in turn, was also happy, because she would still have the opportunity to study the legend that no one knew about. But Khan, smiling at the girl, told her to shut up. The saint, in turn, was also ready to help if this would lead them to peace. Aqua thanked her for this with a weary look. At that moment, Khan listened to everyone's touching speeches and understood that sometimes love and friendship means, let's go and die. In any case, the death of the hero Zig plan looked promising to him. After that, they all held hands together and made a decision. Their goal was to defeat the divine guardian Ulula. Lenouvel was glad that she would finally go on an adventure with the right hero. The saint, in turn, said that she had to fulfill her duty to preserve peace and friendship. Zig, in turn, said with anxiety that he would do everything possible to help the saint. Aqua, holding on to the guys with her hand, was ready to help, because it was all for the sake of her sisters. And Khan, in turn, simply smiled sweetly, joyfully, because he considered them all fools. After this, events are transferred to the new ground camp, where the main character sat confidently at the table and ordered that only one document be signed. He said all this to the Queen of Mermaids, who was sitting opposite him at a long table. She was very interested in where her daughter Aqua was, but the guy assured her not to worry about her daughter because she was completely fine. He asked her to simply trust the hero. Khan convinced the queen that no one would lay a finger on the young Princess Aqua, whom they treasured so much. When suddenly the queen's gaze became excited. After all, she saw a cooked fish, next to which lay a document. After which, if she signed the agreement, her daughter would be immediately released. The queen excitedly took the document in her hands, and at that moment the main character was watching all this. He had some responsibility for this kingdom. Therefore, he considered this an honest and generous treaty that would confirm the cooperation between the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs and the Kingdom of People. Khan understood that he could not be fooled by the tales of Zig and Lenouvel about love and friendship. Therefore, he told the queen that as part of the Kingdom of Men, the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs had to obey their laws. Secondly, to strengthen friendship and trust between them, The mermaids of the lake had to hand over the three princesses, in a specially created lake in the royal gardens, as special guests. The special guests were to be chosen by the mermaid queen herself, and also, if they try to deceive them, they will be held responsible for it. At this moment, the commander stood behind the main character, who, listening to the demands, understood that these were suitable demands from the occupier. The queen, in turn, was very anxious, because she did not understand why the demands were such. Kang Hansu was not going to feel sorry for anyone, so with a cold-blooded look, he told the queen that if they don't like it, then a war will start. He told me what would happen if they refused. The dam project was almost completed. Plus, of their kind, only Aqua is capable of fully fighting on land. He was talking about her youngest daughter, who was now healing her wounds in their camp. Therefore, the hero waited for a smart solution. As the queen continued to read the terms in the document, Khan continued to say that the war did not bode well for them. However, if the mermaids choose trust and coexistence, they will be protected by the kingdom and the hero of legend. Moreover, the divine guardian Ululu would become their sole concern. The queen, listening to the main character, decided to say that they have always remained neutral, and now the hero was forcing them to choose between his kingdom and the saint. However, Khan did not care at all, so he continued to insist that the time had come to make this choice. The borders between their kingdom and the Holy Kingdom will be secure. The main character even enjoys fulfilling his duty as an actual ruler. At that very moment, the queen told him that he was different from the hero she loved. However, the guy did not deny it. He was different from the past hero because he had never lost to the demon lord Pedinar. As soon as the queen signed the document, the main character immediately began to announce that the mermaids of the Lake of Sad Songs were becoming part of their kingdom. He then added that the hero of the kingdom, Zig, would protect them all. The guy was shocked by this statement. But Khan continued to insist to him that he had done all this for nothing, from military support to these negotiations, so Sieg had no other choice. The main character was pleased, because the basis for starting the operation to kill Ululu was ready. He will fight like a hero and leave his legacy to the people. Pointing at the giant catfish in the book, he said that they would have a chance if they managed to pull it out of the water. The main character continued to tell a plan in which they would free the ruins from the water where the catfish slept and transfer it to the dry lands. The commander, having listened to the plan, praised the hero for such a good plan. But this plan would be relevant if only the soldiers could breathe underwater in order to complete the preparatory work. However, the guy told the commander that he already had a way. After all, they already had soldiers who could work underwater. According to the terms of their treaty with the mermaid race, they become part of their army. Hansu believed that, as always, his plans were perfect. After all, he has always been successful in finding the best solutions in situations with pitfalls. But somehow his plans for release always fell through, all because of the idiots who stubbornly drag him down. But this time he had a good feeling. Everything went according to plan. Before these fools screw it up, Kan anxiously asked why the lake looked so strange. Suddenly, a strong stream of air from a loud scream reached the hero himself. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the main character did not understand what was happening to the lake. When suddenly a mermaid jumps out of the water, which lands right in front of the guy. She looked very sad because the divine guardian had woken up. Once on land, her tail turned into legs. She could barely stand. However, the guy didn't care, because now all his attention was focused on the event that frightened him. Suddenly, in the distance of the lake, through the large waves, a divine guard was visible, who was looking straight at the main character. Looking at the giant, furious face, the guy realized that his suspicions were justified. The third playthrough was unfairly screwed up. An exemplary student who only gets in his way. The same faces that the main character is tired of. Every next morning, when he opened his eyes, he wanted more and more to leave this barbaric fantasy world. Despite all this, Khan did not give up and did everything possible. He saved the people from an oppressive and useless king. He even tried to solve the drought problem to help them, but he couldn't understand why things were only getting worse. Aqua, barely standing on her feet, told the guy that no matter how much they sang, the divine guardian did not want to fall asleep again. She speculated that perhaps the emotions in the songs had changed. After all, the songs drew power from their emotions. For a song to put you to sleep, it must radiate warm and happy emotions. But if others interfere, the song loses its soporific power. The mermaids controlled him. After all, they knew better than anyone how strong the divine guardian was. The princess, realizing what was happening, immediately began screaming at the main character. The melody of the lullaby changed. It became a song that a mother would sing at the end of every month, a song filled with longing and sadness instead of happiness and warmth. This is because their territory was invaded and their princesses were forced to leave their home, so the princess blamed the guy for being the cause of this sadness. Kan was completely confused because he understood and realized that he had done wrong. No matter what he did before, he finally realized his mistake. He believed that he conducted the negotiations too softly, and this became his miscalculation. He should have simply put pressure on them using force and intimidation. Hansu didn't blame himself, but blamed the mermaid who tried to thwart his perfect plan. After all, he consciously thought that the mermaids were guilty because they performed the lullaby incorrectly. As soon as the guy clenched his fist, his comrades ran towards him behind him and were ready to go with him. The commander also ordered the archers and magicians to form a battle formation. Their target was this giant monster. The magicians immediately began to create fireballs, and then they immediately started shooting at the giant catfish. The fireballs reached their target in an instant. The main character watched all this excitedly. Having finished the attack, he saw that there was not a scratch on the catfish. This meant that he received a special buff while he was in the lake. Kan immediately began to make a decision, so he turned to La Nouvelle because he told her that her time had come to prove that she was worthy of being the hero's companion. He asked the girl to pull the thug out of the lake with her magic. The girl was shocked by such a request. While the girl was in a panic, the main character was completely confident in himself. He understood that otherwise they would be accused of destroying an entire city. The girl, after the guy's request, immediately began to activate her magic to pull the giant monster out of the lake. But nothing happened, when suddenly a giant catfish rises out of the water. Kan was surprised by the size of the fish, and at that moment the girl stood and was glad that everything worked out for her. Suddenly, something got into the main character's gaze. It was a giant foot that covered the entire sky in front of the guys, when suddenly this foot steps with all its strength onto the place where the guys were. However, Kan barely escapes this attack. All because of La Nouvelle, who was able to save the heroes by creating a balloon on which they flew. But suddenly the boys were shocked again. This was all due to the fact that the size of the catfish exceeded all the princess's stories. Hansu, looking at the giant catfish, realized that Aqua did not tell them everything. Shocked, he thought about what he had previously told him about the divine guardian. Everyone assured him that it was a catfish. But he saw a giant with the head of a catfish. A large shadow hung over the city, which came from a giant catfish, which was the size of mountains. He mercilessly trampled houses into the ground, without feeling any pain from them. People, running away from the giant catfish, were very scared, because their homes were coming to an end. However, their escape did not save them. The giant immediately stepped on them with his foot. But suddenly the giant notices something. It was a balloon that was flying near his feet. At the same moment, Aqua and the Saint were in the ruins, who were able to survive in such chaos. The main character rushed towards them, pulling his friend Zig. Coming closer to the princess, he began to be indignant at her for saying that it was just a huge catfish. However, Aqua denied this, because she never said that it was a huge catfish. She told the guy that he shouldn't believe the children's fairy tales that were in her book. She continued to say that the children who read the book were receptive, so the book was written more gently. Suddenly, their conflict is interrupted by a terrible event behind them. It was the roar of a giant that continued to destroy the city and move forward. Kan, realizing how bad the situation was, decided to send Sieg first into battle, which made the second hero scared. At the same moment, the archers were preparing to shoot. As soon as the command to launch the arrow was given, they immediately fired. The arrows hit the giant's leg. Because of this, the catfish stopped and looked at his leg. The commander and archers were scared by this. Suddenly, they found themselves in the shadows. After which, the giant immediately trampled all the archers. The commander was miraculously saved on horseback. Kan, without wasting a minute, activated the secret teaching of Master Malin, improving vision. With its help, he can gain vision like that of a Mongol living in the steppe. He immediately noticed that the giant had arrows in his legs. While the guy looked at what was in the distance, La Nouvelle was impressed by the hero's abilities. Aqua, being behind the guys, sadly told the guys that they couldn't pierce the skin with ordinary arrows because it was too hard. However, the guy was glad that the arrows did not fly off, but remained in the giant's leg. Thanks to the fact that he got out of the water, the protection of the lake disappeared. The giant was now at a disadvantage. However, La Nouvelle and the shrine were more worried because the giant was so angry with them that he even came out to the ground. They looked at him and realized that he was calm, as if he were someone who had been woken up. At the same moment, Zig, delighted with the words of the shrine, said that she was right. They realized that the giant did not attack people, which meant that he was looking for something. Therefore, they needed to understand what exactly. Zig, being impressed, said that if now they do everything right, then everything can be resolved much easier. Suddenly, the main character grabs his shoulder, who with motivation told the hero to attack when the enemy was not expecting it. He convinced Zig that after the end of this battle, the legend of the hero Zig, who died in battle, would go on forever. However, the guy was worried about what it meant to be dead. But Khan did not listen to the guy, so he took him by the collar and began to drag him forward to the path of glory that awaited the second hero. Aqua, watching the heroes, also realized that they had to go. Holding onto the mop so as not to fall, the princess said that this hero was definitely a bully, but despite this, it was impossible not to admit that he wasn't afraid of anything and didn't care about other people's opinions. The Saint and La Nouvelle smiled at these words. Meanwhile, the main character was rushing forward on his own feet at high speed. Having reached the right place, he shouted to Zig that they had arrived. After which, he threw the guy straight at the giant so that he tried his best to attract the giant's attention. Suddenly, a giant catfish notices the flying hero. And all this was observed by Hansu, who with a satisfied face understood that everything was happening as he had planned, that the second hero would simply die from being hit by him. Therefore, he believed that he had already dealt with Zig without affecting his reputation or personality. Being under the giant catfish, he now began to think what to do with it. Well, he didn't think long and immediately made a decision. Suddenly, his arms began to grow larger, and the ground began to collapse under his feet. Hansu believed that it was time for the most powerful technique to strengthen the body of the Malin master. The hero sat down on the ground, and then he jumped sharply upward, creating a furious red beam underneath him. Even if the giant catfish has the head of a fish, Khan realized that the monster looked like a man and moved like a man. In other words, his muscles and bones have the same weaknesses as humans. Therefore, the main character could not wait to start the test. Kang Hansu, being in flight, instantly grouped himself to deliver a powerful blow to the giant. After that, his fist immediately collided with the monster's flesh, from which came a strong, pulsating force. However, the giant continued to walk and continues on his way. The main character's strongest blow did not work on the divine guard. The hero's skills were not strong enough to beat him. At most, he shook him, but certainly could not break his bones and muscles. Anyone could be killed by breaking his neck, but even this required a certain amount of strength. Hansu realized that in order to defeat the monster, he needed to somehow raise the level. Plus, he understood that if his level became too high, then the battle with the demon lord would not be easy. Meanwhile, Zig continued to fly in the sky, but suddenly he lands on the top of a tree. Being all shabby, the hero wondered why Hansu threw him so suddenly. Suddenly, a giant eye appeared in front of him, which was as big as the hero himself. It was a giant divine guard who stopped to look at the guy. As soon as Khan noticed his friend, he immediately began to motivate him again to continue to distract the monster. However, Zig did not want to continue to distract, because it seemed to him that he would not last even 1 second. But Hansu tried to convince the guy not to worry. Smiling at his friend, the main character said inside himself that he would remember his self-sacrifice for a maximum of an hour. Suddenly, the monster's giant mouth opened right in front of the hero. This scared Zig very much, so he began to cover his eyes because he did not want to see his death. But suddenly he notices that he was not eaten. This was because the divine guardian's attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. La Nouvelle, who was in a balloon, appeared behind the new hero. She wondered where the main character was, to which Zig immediately replied that the guy was on the monster's head. The girl, observing the behavior of the giant monster, thought that it would cause a disaster since he was forcibly awakened. But it seemed calm. Of course, it still did a lot of damage just by taking a few steps. At this moment, events switched to the main character, who, being on the head of the monster, was unhappy that Zig was even more useless than he thought. Hansu wanted the monster to go berserk and kill the young hero in a matter of seconds. However, the monster continued to go somewhere. He wasn't just heading somewhere, he saw a sword in the distance. The giant catfish's eyes were bright red, because of which he began to walk faster. Suddenly, he actually started running. Kang Hansu was surprised by this turn of events because he never expected the monster to run so fast. While the divine guard was accelerating, the guy remembered one saying, "Be careful what you wish for," when suddenly a giant monster suddenly jumped high because of what he rose above the mountains. At the same moment, while the monster was in flight, the main character could barely stay on it. While in flight, the monster began to group towards landing. Having landed, all living things around him instantly disappeared from the face of the earth due to a strong blast wave. Since this huge monster has SS destruction skill, every step he took was like an explosion, and another problem appeared that Hanzu could not predict. Lanovel and Zig, being in a balloon, chased the main character, who could barely stay on the head of a monster that was moving at incredible speed. Lanovel, making sure that the guy was still alive, was glad of this. Kan, holding on to the monster, understood where this monster was heading. The direction in which this monster is moving is the center of the Dumpling Kingdom. Plus, he was running through the most populated area. Therefore, the main character understood that in this situation, the monster would repeat the success of the Dragon King Noebius. Khan didn't want to waste any time, so he asked Lanovel to do something about it. However, the girl did not understand what he could do at that moment. So the guy, trying to do something, said that she must do her job clearly if she wants to remain in the company of the hero. The main character understood that he could not let him into the populated region. Therefore, he activated the body-strengthening skill. Suddenly, monsters appeared in flight, flying up to a height from the giant's blast wave. The guy, looking at the flying orcs, realized that the Divine Guardian had stepped on the monster's lair, just like the Dragon King that time. Continuing to beat, he stopped because he realized that it was of no use. He tried to avoid extra experience points, but if now he ruins his reputation and achievements, then it was all in vain. Hanzu pushed away from the giant's body and jumped up to quickly release. But this time he was really determined to graduate. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, the orcs heard a loud sound that was approaching in their direction. Suddenly a giant appeared above them, hanging over the forest. But then he immediately stepped onto the ground, on which there was nothing left. The main character, being in the air, watched the monster, which moved at incredible speed. He understood that the destructive skill of SS rank allows him to protect, like an eraser, any place where the monster's foot has stepped. The guy imagined what would happen if the giant was not stopped as soon as possible. He was also represented by Professor Morality, who informed the guy that now the reputation of heroes among the inhabitants of Fantasia was simply terrible. Kang Han-soo will have problems with the release this time too. To avoid this, an excellent student was assigned to him who should set a good example for him, but in fact, she was disappointed with the main character. Imagining the evil face of Zig, who also accused the guy, he resolutely gathered his strength to prevent such an event. Suddenly, a hero appeared above the orc, who with determination took the lives of the monsters one after another. Moving quickly and killing monsters, Khan realized that it was still too slow. Compared to the experience gained from the Dragon King, this time there was almost no progress. While the guy was rushing with all his speed to stop the giant, at the same moment Lanovel appeared behind him, calling him. Also standing aside were Aqua, the Saint, and Zig, who also came to help the hero. But Hans was not happy about this at all because he considered them a burden to himself, so that he could not hunt normally. Therefore, he considered them to be hyenas who were targeting his experience points. Suddenly, Aqua decided to ask the guy how they could help him, to which he simply remained silent and continued to run further. But suddenly he began to order Lanovel to detain the giant at all costs. The girl was motivated by the fact that the main character believed in her, so she was ready to give it her all. By conjuring her magic circles, she gave her word to the archaeologist of the royal palace that she would do this. Lanovel sent a magical ice beam straight towards the giant monster, so that he steps on its ice, slips, and falls. As soon as the giant stepped on the ice, the main character, continuing to run, was upset with the girl because he believed that she would not succeed. When suddenly the giant's foot slips on the ice, because of which Kang was shocked. After this, the giant catfish immediately loses its orientation and falls straight down. Having finally fallen, a terrible blast wave occurred around him, which instantly destroyed all life around him. Because of this, the guys could barely stand on their feet to avoid being swept away by the sandstorm. Suddenly, the main character turns to Aqua, because he needed her help. The princess was a little worried because the guy asked her for help for the first time. Khan was seriously ready to take responsibility for what would happen next. After this, he suddenly kisses the princess, causing her to blush. The Saint and Zig were shocked by the action of the main character, because they could not even imagine this. Suddenly, Aqua felt that there was poison in her body again. After this, she immediately falls and loses consciousness. The Saint could not believe that the hero poisoned Aqua again. However, the guy did not explain. He simply asked her to resurrect the princess again. He was ready to take responsibility and return all the levels that she had lost. Therefore, with a mad look, he ordered the Saint to be silent. An eerie energy emanated from the main character. He didn't have much time to wait for Ululu to rise again. However, he should have found a lunchbox with experience points, and freedom of action would appear. Kang promoted from level Thea to level Thiat. This is approximately twice as much as it was, but because he had high-level skills, it was strange to imagine how effective such a promotion was for him. Meanwhile, Ululu continued to lie on the ground, but suddenly he began to rise again. However, at the same moment, the main character flew at him from the heights of heaven with insane speed. Hansu was ready to defeat the giant to save the entire kingdom. Descending at an insane speed, the hero first wanted to strike another blow that would bring him victory over the divine guardian. From such a strong blow, the giant's spine immediately broke. Khan, landing on the monster, was glad to hear this pleasant and approving sound of breaking bones and tearing tendons. However, the giant catfish tried to get up again. Because of this, the main character, without wasting a moment, prepared to hit the monster again. He gathered all his strength into one fist. This was Master Malin's body control skill, so he used his skills. While on the monster's head, Hansu began to complete his battle with the giant. Therefore, he was determined to avenge Aqua. Immediately after this, there was a terrible explosive blow, because of which an even larger blast wave appeared than before. The Saint sitting next to the princess. I tried to reach the girl's heart. Despite the sandstorm, the Saint continued to sit and heal Aqua. When suddenly the girl regains consciousness, she immediately stood up and started screaming at the top of her voice. Barely able to stand, she asked the Saint where the main character was. But suddenly they noticed a giant who did not move. Ululu raised his bleeding hand, and he pointed his finger in one direction. However, the guy didn't listen to him, because he imagined how the two of them could make a good team. But then, with a cold-blooded and creepy look, he decided to finish off the giant, because he wanted to be guaranteed to get a diploma. Defeating the giant, Khan noticed that his level had increased noticeably, but still, he believed that this was not enough to easily fight Pedinar. Before and because his skills are so high-ranking, there were no changes to them. But Hansu noticed that one of the skills still rose in rank. But suddenly he notices that the effect has also been added. He immediately rolled up his shirt sleeve, and he looked at the body. In any case, the wounds healed on him like on a dog, so it didn't matter. Suddenly, Lenouvel appeared behind the main character, joyfully rushing towards the guy. However, Kana was infuriated by this, so he stopped the girl in flight, not allowing herself to be hugged. While the girl was sad, it suddenly started to rain. Finally, Hansu was convinced that it was raining, which meant that the legend was true. The rest of the guys were already waiting for the main character from below. Aqua, barely able to stand on her feet, suddenly started talking about the fact that she couldn't even think that the main character would cope. She convinced the Saint that everything was fine. She was just in a slightly strange mood. The divine guardian of Ululu, he killed their ancestors for 500 years. Even her father, the previous hero, gave up, unable to cope with this giant. And this rogue was really strong. The Saint at that moment was also looking at the main character, but suddenly she looked at the girl, which was completely red, because she fell in love with Kang Hansu. The Saint was shocked by this turn of events. As the legend said, the rain poured down like buckets. And now there is no longer any need to go out of your way to take water from the lake. The problem of drought that plagued the central continent was resolved in an instant. The main character, lying on his gold, smiled, because he believed that this time he would definitely be able to graduate. But he just didn't understand. Why didn't this rain stop? The downpour, which has been raging for 10 days, has developed into a large flood. The main character's growing reputation instantly became bad. The guy couldn't believe it, because he thought that if he saved the people from thirst, he would easily be released from this world. At the same time, the Saint and Aqua stood and looked at Hansa, who understood that the hero was getting worse and worse. 10 days earlier, immediately after the death of Ululu, Khan and Lenouvel stood in the rain and rejoiced that they were able to save and win. And Zig, being in the rain, realized that he could no longer remain such a weakling, so he decided it was time to change. The main character, going downstairs, suddenly heard that the princess was addressing him. Kan approached the girl in a good mood because he thought that the girl would now apologize to him for not believing in him. But suddenly the girl herself began to come closer. She was unhappy that the guy took advantage of her just like that. Therefore, the guy, instead of listening to praise, decided to apologize to her. But this was not enough for the girl. Suddenly, Aqua began to wrap her arms around the protagonist. Hugging him tightly, she told him that since he had killed and resurrected her, now he was responsible for her. From now on and forever. From these words, Hanzu was shocked, because he could not even think that this would happen. He believed that the princess was like a shark that had been waiting for its prey and now attacked it. He completely forgot the reason for the appearance of the mermaid settlement. It was needed only to find suitors. Therefore, he understood that Aqua also needed a groom. She is the daughter of the previous hero from the royal family. Her skill level is extremely high. She needs someone of at least the TH level. But suddenly the hero realized that he just fit these characteristics. Hansu didn't understand what to do now, because the girl didn't want to leave him even a single step. She tried to kiss, but he, on the contrary, avoided her. While the main character was barely holding the girl, Zig ran up to him, who said with determination that he would go in search of the legendary holy sword. The guy saw how Khan defeated Ululu. He realized what the appearance of a true hero should have been. Zig also understood that if he did not change, he would only be a hindrance for the main character. So thanks to this journey, he, Zig, will become a worthy hero. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the situation to get closer to the saint. With persistence, he approached the saint as close as possible to ask her if she would go with him on a heroic journey. However, the saint immediately replied that it would not work. Zig did not think that such an answer would be given by the saint. After all, in his dreams, he imagined that the saint would happily go with him. The saint could not go on a journey with him due to the fact that from today she would ensure the personal safety of the descendant of the great hero, Aqua, because she didn't want to let the main character touch her. All of Zig's dreams were immediately destroyed. That's how Saint and Aqua joined the main character. The rain caused by the death of Ululu solved the drought problem. Not only the Dumpling Kingdom, but all the countries in the central continent praised him. But after 5 days, his reputation began to plummet. Fortunately, the unprecedented downpour that engulfed the continent ended on the 10th day. A new day has come, the clouds have gone away, and the clear sun has become visible. The main character stood with a tired look under the warm rays of the sun and looked up. Looking at the beautiful weather, he had already accepted his failure in this passage, so he began to think about starting the 4th passage immediately. However, Professor Morality, being behind the guy, explained to him that the Demon Lord was not a ticket to retake. But Hansu did not want to listen to her because he was in complete despair and therefore did not believe in his success. The professor expressed her condolences, and after she gave it to the student Kanu Hansu, as they say, you shouldn't throw away the axe handle, even if the blade has deteriorated. She tried to convince the main character that she still had everything ahead of her, and that he would be able to graduate in this playthrough. After all, although it was not his plans to create such chaos, he solved the problem of drought, and the mermaids lost their orcs. Therefore, she believed that the positive aspects should not be ignored. However, the guy did not believe in the words of the professor, due to the fact that he was in complete despair that he believed the mermaids, who destroyed his reputation to pieces. Therefore, the main character wanted to catch all the mermaids and take revenge on them all. But the professor asked him to stop. She continued to insist to the guy that all was not lost, for better or worse, but they were talking about him. The attention of all the inhabitants of the continent is now focused on him. If the hero does something good, he can calm you down. After these words, the guy thought about it. In turn, the professor said that she had something to offer him. After this, events are transferred to the training ground. Where was Alex, who stood and looked at the tired hero? At the same moment, Zig had no strength left at all, but Alex continued to order the guy to get up and fight again. He assured the guy that no one would spare him during the adventure. Up to this point, the kingdom had strongly supported Hero Zig, but he, without consulting anyone, decided to go in search of the holy sword. The aristocracy was simply beside itself. After all, now the hero will not receive any help. However, taking the guy by the shoulder, Alex continued to believe in him. With vigor, he believed in Sieg that he would definitely take possession of the holy sword, and he will grind the main character, and the demon lord himself into powder. Hansu, being on the sidelines and listening to what Alex was discussing with Zig, understood that if everything continued like this, he would commit suicide before he became even a little better. Therefore, the main character wanted to give him a little break. While Alex continued to painfully train the new hero, all this was observed from the side by the queen, who had just arrived to stop all this madness. Alex, at that moment, stood and watched from above as Zig, barely conscious, lay on the ground and could not even lift a finger. Due to the fact that the guy himself did not get up, the big man himself began to lift him, to knock him down again on the ground. However, the queen, coming closer to the training ground, suddenly turned to Alex. The swordsman was surprised that the queen was here. He immediately knelt down in front of her, showing his respect. Afterwards, he said that the queen could order him whatever she wanted. The queen was glad to hear these words because this is exactly what she wanted. She began to tell him that right under their castle was located sewerage. There have been strange rumors about her lately. She ordered Alex to figure out the reason for the spread of rumors and prevent them from spreading widely among the people. Alex immediately bowed his head even more, and he said that the defense of the kingdom was the task of the knight. Therefore, he was gladly ready to deal with this reason. But suddenly a hand rose behind him. Alex and the queen were surprised by this event. After all, this hand belonged to Zig, who, barely lying on the ground, said that he also wanted to help. These words surprised Alex very much, because he couldn't imagine that the guy would want to agree to such a thing. However, the queen, on the contrary, was glad. She did not interfere with the hero because he wanted it. Because of this, a smile immediately appeared on Zig's face, and after that, the two of them immediately bowed their knees with their heads, and said that they would gladly carry out this order. The queen, in turn, blessed them. This incident put the new hero in the mood to do something again, and aside from above, the main character continued to watch all this, applauding Zig for his courage. Khan was pleased that everything was going as he had originally planned. He believed that soon Zig himself would understand, that he was just Alex's punching bag, and also the fact that he really needed experience points. So especially for him, a special event was prepared. Unless, of course, the new hero dies from overexertion. Suddenly, the main character decides to offer the guys his help so that he can go with them. But Alex and Zig, being excited about the test, immediately replied that he shouldn't have gone with them. The main character had to be proposed. After this, Alex began to gather warriors, to whom he explained that their goal was in the sewers under the palace. There was only one entrance and one exit, so one could say that their enemy was driven into a corner. Suddenly, with a raised tone, he decided to remind the knights of the oath given to the kingdom, so that they all see it through to the end. Therefore, the knights immediately began to advance into battle. Hansu did everything he could, gave all the information. He told about the dangers of the site and its location, and even how to get there. Suddenly, Alex and Zig hear someone screaming. They all immediately set off together in that direction. The main character told them everything except one important detail: a giant monster that could swallow a person in an instant. The monster swallows one of the knights. Suddenly, he notices Alex and Zig, who stood and looked at him as he ate. The guys immediately took a fighting stance to be prepared for the worst. Khan did not tell them who the boss of this level was. All the knights immediately began to move to the place where the boss was. Alex and the other knights were already exhausted from this monster and could barely stand on their feet. Meanwhile, the monster continued and continued to absorb monsters one after another. Alex, understanding the situation, turned to Zig, because he was the hope of the future of the kingdom. Therefore, the swordsman was ready to do anything to make sure that the hero could get out of here alive. Alex and the knights immediately began an attack on the creepy sewer monster. After that, nights and days passed. The events take place on a wonderful, warm evening, where people converge in one wonderful establishment. Everyone drank and rejoiced as if nothing had happened in the world. The bartender gave everyone free beer because the hero Hansu treated everyone. The main character, being next to Zig, who was not in the mood, raised a glass of beer to him along with everyone else to drink to the new hero. Suddenly, Can began to cough. And then, with a satisfied voice, he decided to honor the memory of the captain of the knights, Alex, so everyone had to drink to the bottom. Meanwhile, while everyone was rejoicing and drinking, Zig was in despair that everyone who was then in the dungeon died to save him alone. As a result, Alex died. In fact, the main character did not think that he would die. The Chimera was, of course, higher in level than Alex, but he could easily compensate for this difference thanks to his skills. The problem was with the variable, a variable called Zig. For the sake of saving the hero, he did not try to get out and fought with the Chimera to the end. Hansu recalled with surprise that they said that Alex was so shredded that even the saint could not resurrect him. Improvising touching, the guy believed that it was a stupid act, sacrificing himself for the sake of a weak hero. Meanwhile, while the main character pretended to be sad, he listened to what they were saying about the heroes in the establishment. Continuing to listen, he finally heard how amazingly they praised him. Because of this, Hansu was pleased. He leaned over to Zig, who was crying and in tears because of what was happening, to support and reassure him. All this was observed by guests who considered the main character a wonderful person. Hansu happily asked Zig to cheer up. However, he looked at him with despair, and he started shouting Alex's name at the top of his voice. Kan was shocked that the guy was so overwhelmed, but he looked at Zig and realized that there was still some point in it. Thanks to this hunt, his level increased significantly. La Nouvelle, watching Zig, suddenly approached the main character, expressing her concern for Zig. But this infuriated Kan, because he continued to believe that the girl was pretending to be nice. However, the girl insisted that she was not pretending, and therefore considered herself the personification of cuteness. The radiance that came from the girl began to blind the main character, which is why he started laughing out loud at her, because he thought it was such a joke. The most unexpected thing that happened was the death of the Royal Order of Knights. Hansu understood that the boss, who was supposed to help them raise their levels, had killed all the knights. While the main character was thinking about his future affairs, La Nouvelle sat to the side of him and began to drink a barrel of beer at one time. The guy looked more closely and saw that the girl had already drunk more than a dozen glasses of beer. Because of this, Kan began to get angry because the girl drank a lot and it was all at his expense. However, La Nouvelle was no longer able to think about something like that, so she ordered another glass of beer. Suddenly, from the other side of the main character, a loud scream was heard. It was Zig, who continued to hit the table and scream loudly, thereby continuing to grieve about Alex. He suffered so much psychologically that he didn't care about anything, so he continued to shout that he was a hero, who will continue to fulfill aspirations and dreams. Therefore, Zig did not wait long. He immediately ran out of the establishment to fulfill his duty. La Nouvelle and Kan were shocked by what was happening. The guy immediately thought that he had been drinking, but the girl said that he was still underage. Therefore, he considered that Zig was in adolescence. After this, events are transferred to the morning, where the main character sleeps in his bed after a difficult beer evening. Suddenly bursting into the room, La Nouvelle scares the main character, who suddenly stood up because of the scream. Hansu didn't want to listen to her, so he immediately turned away from her so that she wouldn't bother him. But the girl continued to insist that now was not the time for his discontent. After all, Zig has a girlfriend. This news shocked even the main character. He immediately turned to the girl, who continued to tell him that Zig had not one but 3 girls. Kan thought it was so impossible that it felt like he was having auditory hallucinations. He couldn't understand how such a busy guy who was always beaten got a girlfriend. Therefore, he decided to postpone the plan to kill the Lord of Darkness a little. After all, he was too curious. Zig was accompanied by 3 companions. The daughter of a famous count family is the priestess, an elf redeemed from slavery, an archer, and the last one is a lady with a dubious reputation, the thief. In general, as Hans was told, all 3 were beautiful and young. The main character was shocked by this news. Continuing to sit on the bed, he thought that no matter how you looked at it, it was still very curious. Kan believed that if Alex had not been stupid, then everything would be simpler now. If he really wanted to save the hero, he would only sacrifice himself. Therefore, the main character was unhappy that the royal order, which caused so many problems, also died. Soon everyone will know that Kan rules the kingdom. But what if the moment the secret is revealed, the kingdom is in decline? In this case, his reputation will again fall and be destroyed. In any case, Kan understood that nothing good was worth expecting. However, Hansu did not want to follow Zig, because he understood that he had more important things to do, such as his reputation and kingdom. Pointing his finger at La Nouvelle, he accused her of the fact that the kingdom and the death of Alex were on Zig. The main character was infuriated by the fact that Zig was not going to take responsibility, but was planning to simply go on trips with women. Therefore, Kan did not understand how Zig managed to get excellent for his personality. The main character had serious doubts about the adequacy of the teaching staff. Suddenly, Professor Morality appears behind the guy who said that Zig did not refuse responsibility, but he just wanted to become stronger through adventures and repay everything. In turn, the guy was interested in who would rule the kingdom all this time. But he did not hear the answer, and therefore realized that Zig was too weak for such an activity. He realized that it was too dilapidated. Now the palace resembled an empty hut. It is easy to invade. He can usurp the throne without even lifting a finger. But Zig did not even suspect that there was something wrong with the kingdom. He took the calmness brought by the main character for granted. However, the professor asked him not to think in such a negative way. She continued to tell the guy that it was not the circumstances they faced that made them happy, but the nature of their soul. Hanzu understood what she meant, but he thought it was like playing roulette. But he wasn't like that. He didn't gamble with life. Therefore, he walked into the future, relying on the present. That's why he prepared these guys. These were newcomers with skills, intended only for battles. Initially, people were selected. All of them were sent into battle against B-rank demons. Only 100 survived this fierce battle. In other words, the selection was carried out only by a percentage. And yes, the effectiveness of this approach was extremely doubtful. However, he told all survivors that they were the future of the kingdom. Therefore, their time has come. Being in a crazy stance, the main character told them that so far, none of them even had a name, but he would give them a chance to fix it. He wanted them to become stronger and earn a name for themselves. Hansu was ready to show them the right path, which consisted in the birth of the Dark Knights. The main character was glad that his dark energy was able to create for him an army that would replace the royal order. After that, all the Dark Knights unanimously began to bless the hero. And now the guy wanted to tell them about hunting grounds that would help them quickly become stronger. He instantly ordered them all to go, and it didn't matter to him if they screwed up, because there was other work for the weak. There will be no problems with restoring strength. Hanzu understood that in a month he would need a good reputation, so it was necessary to go on a trip now. Khan understood that Ululu was heading somewhere then. Therefore, he wanted to find out where he was heading. Well, or the hero can simply finish off the demon lord and call it a day. Suddenly his dreams are interrupted again by Lanuvel, who has been watching him from the side all this time. She was impressed by the guy, so she thought he was amazing. With joy on her face, she told the guy that if she had not seen him and relied only on the atmosphere around her, she would definitely have decided that he was sent by the demon lord himself. However, Hans still didn't like it when the girl said anything to him. He couldn't forget his bad reputation score on his second playthrough. He destroyed all the demons. But even despite this, his reputation was sinking, so this time he realized that he would need to choose a different method and means. Now his grades looked like this. They have fallen greatly due to Ululu, and now they need to be restored. If he fails, he will definitely go to the 4th round. In the 2nd round, manipulating public opinion through Lanuvel did not provide any benefit. Therefore, this time he will simply crush him with numbers, and his faithful demon worshippers will help him in this. To deceive the stupid savages of this world is a mere trifle. So the creation of a certain public opinion is only a matter of time. The Dark Knights and falsification of opinion in this kingdom will begin to correct its assessments. Meanwhile, Sieg's travels developed more and more. The hero, being wounded, sat down to the dragon to feed it. At this moment his girls were watching all this, who were impressed by what was happening. As soon as the guy fed the dragon, the girls immediately began to praise him because they considered him a kind person. At this moment, while Zig was rejoicing, Lanuvel was watching him with the help of a sphere. She did this to inform Hans about all the guy's movements. The main character, having heard this news, was dissatisfied, because while he was destroying demons and monsters, Zig was idle at that time. 2 months have passed, and 15 more days since Khan began exploring the path of Ululu. This was his adventure to improve his personality score. Suddenly, Lanuvel, holding a sphere in her hands, decided to ask the guy if it was possible to do something like what he did. She told him that it was impossible to kill all monsters indiscriminately. After all, previous heroes only killed evil monsters. However, the guy responded to these words by saying that this is why this world has come to its current state. Until people start begging for help, no one will lift a finger. But suddenly he thought about something. People only asked for help when they felt bad. And so the hero who appears at such moments, everyone will present and love. Understanding more and more, the main character was a little excited, because if someone protects the monsters in advance, then there will be no need for heroes at all. And he, a fool, voluntarily dug a hole for himself. He realized that he had to follow the example of Zig. Suddenly, he agreed with La Nouvelle's words, which is why the girl was shocked that the hero agreed with her for the first time. Khan, being in serious condition, believed that in order to improve the hero's reputation, such things as Chaos SS, Destruction SS, and Oblivion SS, in other words, a crisis. Suddenly, many monsters began to run out of the depths of the forest, screaming. The entire army of monsters that was in the forest was moving towards the kingdom. The scouts who were on the wall were enveloped in panic, because they understood that such a horde of monsters would break through the walls, so they were going to quickly inform the Lord. At this moment, all this was observed by the joyful protagonist, who was glad that Noebius did not let him down and did everything he needed. The Saint and La Nouvelle, in a very tired state, could not understand the intentions of the protagonist. After all, the Saint believed that the hero could not attack a human settlement for the sake of some kind of reputation. However, the guy didn't care at all, so he happily ran to save the city. Meanwhile, in the city, a defensive operation was being prepared. All the windows immediately began to close. A young mother with a child in her arms ran away from the wall to save her son. Suddenly, the child notices something. It was the main character who stood at the very top of the wall and shouted to the locals not to worry. After all, he wanted all the residents to provide everything to him. At the same moment, being at the bottom of the wall, the protagonist's comrades began to shout to him because they did not understand what to do, to which the guy angrily ordered them to defend the gate. After this, he jumped down to the other side of the wall to defeat all the evil that appeared before the kingdom. The monsters saw the guy in front of them and immediately rushed towards him. Hansu, understanding the situation that would happen soon, still did not want to use Endymion. Therefore, he was ready to fight them with his fists. He innocently punched the air, because of which a shock wave began to form, which instantly grew into a powerful attack by the main character, which immediately took away a third of the horde. Having destroyed a large number of monsters, the guy realized that he was ready for battle, so he began to swing his fists forward more and more. Because of this, more and more explosions were formed each time. But suddenly one of the monsters managed to survive. Getting closer to the main character, he tried to counterattack him. However, Khan was faster because he was waiting for this moment. Having defeated the last enemy, the hero looked into the distance, where there was nothing living after his terrible explosions. Having made sure that the kingdom was completely safe, he began shouting to everyone that everything was over. Having opened the doors wide, the main character with a joyful gait convinced everyone that they should not worry, because he had already taken care of everything. When suddenly someone started turning to the hero, which made the guy happy, because he thought that he would now be praised. But suddenly he realizes that something is wrong. Looking more closely, he saw a crowd of people in front of him, in which Zig himself was present, who was thanked for his help. This incident angered the guy. Because of this, he became furious with his friend, because he believed that he had done nothing and received all the glory. But suddenly La Nouvelle and Aqua ran behind Khan, who were the only ones who were happy about the guy. However, Hansu did not hear them, because at that moment he realized that he had miscalculated. After all, the naive townspeople did not care about the truth. With an eerie aura, he believed that he needed to control the crowd's opinion. From that moment on, he decided within himself that he had a cold war with Sieg. Manipulating public opinion is already bearing fruit. People have already said that the last flood happened because of Zig. Due to the manipulation of society by the main character, Zig became even more of a Casanova. They also said about him that he flirted with girls all day long. But they said about the hero Hans that he was very serious, because he gave a kick in the butt to all the girls approaching him. With an insidious smile, the guy was sure that no matter what, he would remain a real hero. He will be content with what is under his feet. Full of confidence, he decided to strike the decisive blow. At this moment, the saint could not believe in the hero's plan, because she believed that these were just rumors. She could not understand how there could be a beautiful girl at the bottom of the sea protecting the holy sword. She tried to convince the guy that there was only one holy sword in the whole world, so she shouldn't trust the rumors that the fishermen were spreading. The guy, picking his ear, did not deny her words, but he understood that this place was Ululu's goal, and since he hears his howl, the hero thinks that this place is worth searching. At the same moment, Aqua, in love, approached Hans to offer her help. However, He rejected the girl's help because he understood that she was a freshwater mermaid, and this was a sea with salt water. So if she didn't want to become a surströmming, she had to stay away. After this, the main character immediately jumped into the sea and began to sink lower and lower to the bottom. Sinking lower and lower into the depths, the guy suddenly noticed something. It was a bright red glow that came from the depths of the sea. Khan immediately began to swim faster in the direction, but suddenly he felt something. It was someone's voice that came from the distant depths, notifying the hero of this time to leave. The hero takes a closer look. I saw a guard who had the strongest characteristics. This guard warned the guy that if he decided to leave now, he would not do anything. However, Hanzu had no intention of doing this, so he wondered what the guard would do if he ignored her warning. The guard in turn said that this was impossible. Starting to speak louder, the guard warned the guy that he wouldn't remember anything. Erasing the guy's memory, the guard continued to say that he would forget everything, but suddenly something appeared before his eyes. It was the main character who kicked the guard straight in the head with all his might. Hanzu looked as confident as possible, because he was not afraid of this guard at all. The guard, looking at the guy with horror, could not even imagine that the main character could do this to him. While the underwater warrior was in shock, Hanzu wasted no time, and therefore began to counterattack again. With a terrible face, the guy was ready to beat the guard harder and harder until he passed out. After defeating a giant underwater warrior, the main character decided to drag him along with him. Sinking deeper and deeper, suddenly Khan notices something. This was exactly the place he was looking for. Because of this, the hero began to rejoice, because he could not imagine that everything would be so easy. But suddenly an interesting thought came into his head. Suddenly, during the first passage, he also found this place, but his memory was erased. He didn't have a black box back then, so it was entirely possible. Getting closer to the corals, he finally found the long-awaited holy sword. This was another holy sword which was guarded in the arms of the mermaid. Hansu, without hesitation, began to swim closer because he liked this combination of colors, almost sticking the sword. Suddenly, Professor Morality appears, who in a panic asked the guy to wait. The main character, seeing the professor, told her that he assumed that she would appear. However, she was still late. With joy, the guy held the holy sword in his hand. The professor excitedly told him that only one sword could fit into one sheath. Therefore, she did not understand what he was going to do, taking out a defective item hidden from prying eyes. By these words, the professor meant that the guy would no longer be able to use the original sword. She also wanted to reprimand him for killing the guard. However, the guy didn't care about this, because he believed that he was simply defending himself. Because of this, Professor Morali, unable to bear it, decided to simply leave, because she understood that there was no point in continuing the conversation. As soon as the professor disappeared, Hansu realized that he had to leave too. As soon as Khan climbed onto land, La Nouvelle and Aqua ran up to him screaming and began to report that they had problems. The Elf King was furious when he learned that his daughter had been sold into slavery to humans, so he came to them with a declaration of war, and Sieg sided with the elves. Listening to his friend, Khan realized that he had never been able to find Sylvia at the auction, so he believed that it was somehow connected. Without thinking twice, Hanzu with a fierce smile asked the girls to believe in him because he had something in stock. Meanwhile, the Elf King's hand was directed towards the kingdom of men, thus giving the order to attack. He ordered his entire army to go and punish the nasty people. Consumed by rage, he continued to order his warriors to kill all those exceptions. But suddenly something went wrong, because his entire army crumbled before his eyes. Because of this, the Elf King was furious with his warriors, because he did not understand why they were all retreating. But suddenly a magical blade passed next to him, which left a long mark on the ground. This was the main character's attack with his new sword. The guy was very eager for the battle because he believed that it would correct his reputation. Looking at his sword, Hans liked it more and more. Without thinking twice, the hero immediately swung his sword forward. Thanks to this, the area of carnage damage appeared, which became much larger. The Elf King, watching this from the outside, could not believe that this was even possible. After all, he was infuriated that some pathetic little man dared to go against him, so he gathered all the elements around him. He intended to wipe out the main character from the face of the earth. But suddenly someone pierces him with a sword. It was Prince Nasus, who killed his father and immediately ended the war. At the same moment, Kang Hansu was watching all this, and was happy that everything was going according to his plan. But suddenly his face changed. After all, he saw Sieg and Sylvia, who were shocked by the death of the king. However, Nasus didn't care about all this, so he immediately admitted defeat. His younger sister, in tears, could not understand why her brother did this. Nasus turned to her and asked her to look around. Because of the king's stupidity, many of their relatives died. Therefore, as the rightful heir to the crown, he will not allow the number of victims to grow. However, Sieg did not want to listen or believe the prince, so he and Sylvia immediately prepared to fight him, because they believed that they had no right to become king of the elves. Nasus, after listening to the accusations, asked the guy to think carefully, after which he instantly bypasses the hero and takes his younger sister. Holding Sylvia in his arms, Nasus told the hero that he would not kill him, but would only force Sylvia to go to the human kingdom in order to serve as a guarantee of a truce and alliance between their peoples. But Sieg considered himself strong, so he did not listen to the prince and began to attack him from behind. Suddenly, Astrid appears in front of him, but her assistant Ziga takes over. Holding the elf, she asked to save Sylvia. These words and the girl's deed motivated the hero to perform a feat. At this moment, Hanzu continued to observe all this, who, after taking a closer look, realized that it was not his imagination. Continuing to watch Sieg, he realized that his former partner's holy sword was in his hands. Nasus realized that the hero would not leave him so easily, so he nevertheless decided to end the hero here and forever. Sieg immediately attacked the prince with his sword. The main character understood that if you do not take into account the sword, then Sieg, in fact, is committing suicide, because Nasus was the mid-boss he recognized. But Holy Sword might save the situation. In fact, Sieg's characteristics have not changed. It's just that the Holy Sword automates the process. He pulls Sieg along with him and acts as he sees fit. While fighting off the hero's attacks, Nasus was surprised that his opponent had such unique moves. A fiery sword fight began between them, which Nasus still dominated. From one blow from the prince, Sieg immediately flew back with his sword. The new hero, barely able to stand, was ready to admit defeat. However, suddenly he hears a voice behind him asking him not to give up. It was his girls who believed in him. Because of these soulful words, Sieg's holy sword began to glow again, because of which a giant beam of light appeared above him, which destroyed everything in its path. Suddenly, Nasus's sword broke into 2 pieces, which is why the prince himself was surprised by this. But his surprise did not last long, because he was overtaken by the holy sword of Sieg. The main character, watching the battle on the sidelines, did not expect anything else, because he understood that the holy sword could easily cope with such a boss. Suddenly, the second hero turns to him, who, being confident in himself, accused the main character of daring to kill peaceful and free elves. Therefore, no matter what, Sieg could not forgive him for this. Without thinking twice, Sieg decided to defeat the main character in order to defeat all evil. However, these words only infuriated Hansa. Sieg continued to say that he only wanted to act like Alex. These words made Khan smile. The main character did not wait long, so he immediately reached the second hero with his fist. Sieg was able to notice this attack only when there was already a powerful fist in front of him. He instantly activated the holy sword, who manages to save the guy from a powerful attack. Hanzu was surprised by this event, because he noticed that Sieg had fast, strong, and at the same time smooth movements. Rank swordsmanship. Because of this, Hanzu began to smile even more, because he realized that this was no different from his first playthrough. The main character did not wait long, so he continued to attack his colleague, which was also saved only by 1 sword. But suddenly Khan's fist stopped right in front of the sword. Both heroes stopped for a second, but after that, the main character seriously began to attack the second hero even more and faster. However, Ziga continued to save the sword, which repelled all deadly attacks. Hanzu, swinging his leg, knew that already in the first playthrough he had guessed. What is the automatic defense of the Holy Sword? It was completely useless against a really strong opponent, because automation remains only automation. While Zig lay completely beaten on the ground, Khan approached him, who leaned over to say that the new hero hoped only for weapons, and only wanted to claim victory and a good name for himself. The main character continued to put terrible energy on the guy, but suddenly someone turns to Zig. These were again his girls who sincerely believed in his victory. Because of this, the Holy Sword began to shine again. In an instant, a beam of power appeared around Zig, who was holding the Holy Sword. The main character finally realized that the Holy Sword accumulated love and friendship. At the same moment, Zig again began to sentence Kang Han Su to death. However, the guy didn't care or frighten him at all. He immediately swung his new sword, and he cut off the heads of all the new hero's girlfriends. Zig was shocked by what was happening, because he could not imagine that the main character was capable of such a thing. While he was distracted by his girlfriends, he did not notice Hansa, who was completely filled with madness. Khan did such an act because he could not afford to leave alive those who went against him. However, Zig also flew into a rage, causing the Holy Sword's beam of power to instantly increase tenfold. The second hero was ready to destroy the main character without any regret. However, Hanzu in turn simply smiled sweetly at him, after which he began to be absorbed by the ray of power of the Holy Sword. Without resisting, Hanzu believed that this was also his achievement. Without dodging, he allowed Sieg's Holy Sword to reach his head. As a result of the impact, the entire circle instantly began to be erased from the face of the earth. Having finished the attack, Zig believed in hope that everything was finally over. But suddenly he was shocked when he saw Khan Hanzu in front of him, who joyfully stood and smiled at him. The main character showed with his finger that his wound, which was inflicted by Zig, healed immediately. Because of this, Sieg began to panic and attack Khan with tears in his eyes. But Hansu was no longer going to give in, and therefore, instantly swinging his sword towards Zig, if it were up to him, he would have cut off the head of the new hero. But since Sieg was also a hero, he wanted him to suffer. He was also stopped by the fact that his inner peace and reputation were very important. The main character turned back. I looked at the severed heads of the second hero's friends. Having made sure that everyone had been eliminated, Khan was finally satisfied with this. After all, he believed that no one could repeat this. Smiling insidiously, he understood how fortunate the circumstances had been, because he was just aiming for SSS reputation score. He thanked the crying Zig. And then I looked at the weather and realized that it was just perfect weather in order to defeat the Demon Lord. After this, events are transferred to the castle of the Demon Lord, where the main character again rushes with all his might towards Pedinar. Events repeated themselves just as in the previous playthrough. The Demon Lord, making sure that his beloved had gone to a safe place, stood up from behind the throne and began to speak to the hero. The guy was listening to him as if he didn't know what was on his mind. It's all about the Demon Lord's penalty. He needed time to get used to the sudden drop in levels. So the hero knew that the demon was not going to listen to his chatter, but the situation was just in his favor. Hanzu turned to Pedinar to tell him more about Ululu. The Demon Lord liked this interesting topic. He told the guy that he had come to the right address because he had all his knowledge organized, so he asked the guy to listen carefully. But after that, the demon did not say anything, and so he began to announce the battle. These words startled the hero a little because the Demon Lord said all this with such passion. While Pedinar thought that the main character would fight with a holy sword, the guy pulled out his new cursed sword. Seeing the new sword, Pedinar was surprised that the hero had this secret weapon. However, the Demon Lord was still confident that the hero had no chance of defeating him. Hanzu immediately began the final battle. Not even a minute had passed before the Demon Lord was completely defeated by one blow from the protagonist. Kang Hansu, being in front of Pedinar, was glad that he was able to complete everything so quickly. Indeed, in the case when the levels were equal, skills came to the rescue. But even in terms of skills, he was stronger than him. Well now, the hero leaned closer to the Demon Lord because he wanted him to tell him everything. Coughing blood, Pedinar asked to show him this damn sword. Suddenly disappeared years ago, the supreme dragon of Oblivion, Noebius. Suddenly, the speech ends there, due to the fact that this was all that the demon knew about. Pedinar, not having time to finish his farewell words, is immediately killed by the main character. Having finished all his work, Hanzu was a little unhappy that he received so little information. Suddenly, the dark energy of the Demon Lord began to be absorbed into the guy's body. Thanks to the black box, Khan still had SS rank dark energy from his second playthrough. Now he could definitely be called the Demon Lord. And now he has a second SSS skill, rank. The Holy Sword helped him in this. Hans was even a little sorry to part with him because they had become so close. Suddenly, the same repeating message that was at each end of the passage appeared in front of the guy. The main character was so tired of all this, because he did not consider the passage exciting because of vile rivals and stupid volunteer work, so he believed that he was just exhausted. This time, these repeated lines especially touched his soul. The third playthrough was really hard. Khan was on the verge of despair so many times because of Sieg the master of hypocrisy and propaganda. And only thanks to the support of demon worshippers was he able to get back on his feet. This time, the main character definitely believed that he would pass. With the analysts appearing in front of him, he was shocked again because he had failed the exam again. Kang Han-soo was furious about this, because he truly believed that Zig started it first. However, they did not listen to him, and therefore they immediately began to send him to the first day of the exam. And again the main character appeared in the same familiar place as always, where Lanouvel greeted him with joy, which again represented this world to the hero. When suddenly Zig appears next to the main character, which is immediately knocked out by Khan. Hanzu understood that Lanouvel and Sieg, and even the palace knights, everything was the same as in the third run. Because of this, he began to laugh desperately out loud, because he understood that this was the beginning of the fourth passage. All attention is transferred to the unfamiliar girl, who was worried because today was her first training practice. Her senior colleagues unanimously gave her this place, so she began her duties without proper preparation. But she was still ready to give it her all. Having opened a portal to a fantasy world, she could not understand what was happening there. Suddenly, the main character notices something above him. It was a portal sphere from which the new teacher's voice came. The guy immediately realized that this was a new style of speech, not like that of the morality teacher, when suddenly the new intern remembers that she didn't introduce herself, telling the guy that from now on she will be responsible for the students undergoing internship. Since this is new to her, she still has a lot to learn, but she hoped that everything would work out with her hero. At this time, while the main character was communicating with the new teacher, Lanouvel called him, whom he did not think to listen to. He was more interested in who his new teacher was, but the girl did not want to tell anything about herself. Therefore, Hansu decided to make fun of her that she was a scary grown man. At this moment, while the new teacher was thinking of what to answer the guy, she did not notice how the hero had already switched gears and was talking to the king. Because of this, she was a little panicked because she was afraid that people would suspect something about the main character. However, this was not the first time for Khan, so he already knew the sequence of what to answer the king and how to bow. Having finished his greeting, he decided to ask the intern how he did, to which she praised him. Satisfied with the main character, she praised him for the perfect greeting, which could not be faulted. The new trainee was not going to leave the hero for some time because she had a lot of time to study and practice. However, this did not shake the smile from the protagonist's face, because he behaved perfectly to finish his journey in this world this time. Slamming the door, he lay down on the bed and waited for the night. To do nothing. Thanks to what he experienced in his previous playthrough, his stat level is FF. Now they looked like this. Suddenly he took out a holy sword from his inventory, which he was very happy to see again. The trainee was shocked by what she saw because she did not understand where the main character got it from. However, the guy was in no hurry to answer this question, because he was glad that he already had everything. But suddenly he invited the intern to become secret friends. However, she immediately began to refuse him, because he was a student and she was a teacher. Having waited until nightfall, the main character sat down on the bed and began to warm up. Opening the window, he thought that during this time he was able to improve skills that require internal concentration. The main character, looking at the guards, wanted to get out of the window right now. He stood on the windowsill, and then he told the intern that he wanted to get into the palace of the demon lord. After these words, he immediately jumped from the window, because he was impatient to quickly end all his torment. Jumping from tower to tower along a high wall, Hansu, smiling angrily, was ready to finish everything quickly so that his reputation would not be spoiled. Heading quickly towards the demon lord, he understood that if he simply dealt with him, then they simply would not find any failures in him. While running past the low-level demon, he had no intention of killing them because he did not want to waste his precious time. He was ready to ignore everyone, to reach the demon lord's palace in a quarter of a day. Upon reaching him, Kang Hansu was glad to see him so quickly. Without wasting time, he immediately went to the main gates of the castle. Meanwhile, Pedinar was excited to be hugged by the elf queen. He was ready to let her go because he was very panicked by the queen's actions. All this was observed by a guy who was a little surprised that it was not the demon who pestered the lady, but she who pestered him. But suddenly he opened the door because he didn't want to wait for their relationship to go further. Pednar and the queen were surprised that the hero, summoned only yesterday, was already here. However, Hansu did not want to drag out for long what he had already seen several times. Therefore, in an instant he threw the queen away from the demon. And then, without wasting a moment, he pierced the demon lord with his precious holy sword. In a matter of seconds, Khan defeated the main enemy of this world, and so I went through my 4th playthrough again. He was sure that they had no reason to cut his grades because nothing had time to happen. While waiting for his grades, the guy could no longer wait for his long-awaited graduation. The hero was sure that everything would finally end, when suddenly a table with successful passing of the test appeared in front of him. Kang Hansu began to scream at the top of his lungs with joy because he had been waiting for this moment for more than years. Shedding a tear of happiness, he understood that he would finally be able to get out of this terrible world. The intern also decided to congratulate the guy, but he thanked her in return because he believed that she also helped him. Continuing to rejoice, Hansu thought that it was enough for him that Miss Intern did not grumble like the morality teacher. The girl was also happy because, with the help of the main character, she was able to complete the practice in a day. She decided to thank the satisfied guy by saying that if they met in society, they would become friends. Hansu happily said goodbye to the girl through the almost disappeared portal. After that, a new message appeared in front of him, which said that even the teaching staff was stunned by his success. The hero, reading this, realized that his ingenious strategy was able to impress everyone. Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of the guy, from which he had the same sensations as when he was sent for recertification. He wished that he would never meet his teachers again. After all, now he wanted to quickly return home. Suddenly he moved to a new place where he was sitting on a stone throne. Khan, realizing that he was in a cave, did not understand what was happening. Looking at your hands, he decided to look at his characteristics, which were the same as before. But still he was worried about something, namely, that his profession as a hero has disappeared. This made the guy a little nervous, because he was not happy that he was left without clothes and unemployed. Looking at the end of the cave, all this was not important to him, because now it is enough for him to leave the cave and start living like a normal person on Earth. First of all, he wanted to find his parents, and then watch all the films and TV series that he missed. Coming out of the cave, his smile immediately changed to shock, because he realized that it was definitely not Earth. Suddenly, he received some new message, in which it was reported that its release had been delayed. The reason was that he passed the test using loopholes and tricks. Because of this, the main character became angry again, because he believed that he had been deceived. Because of his nerves, he silently told the teachers to go through this passage themselves. Looking at the moon, the hero understood that if he once again started taking the exam from the beginning, then Lanuvel would already be babbling something. Suddenly, someone addressed him from above. It was a certain girl who was armed. The main character was surprised by the new stranger, because she was not dressed in the fancy outfits of Fantasia, but in normal earthly clothes. For a second, he had the idea that she was also a hero. Analyzing her characteristics, he realized that it seemed to him. Realizing that he needed information, Hansu decided to be the first to start a conversation with her. Calling the girl a beauty, the girl smiled, and then I decided to go downstairs to him. Suddenly, she instantly appeared with a blade in front of the eyes of the main character. Her blade was a second away from killing the hero. However, the hero did not panic, but, on the contrary, reacted sharply and cut off the girl's legs with one fell swoop. She immediately fell to the floor, where the hero pressed her with his foot, who, with a creepy face, again asked her where he was. He advised the stranger to answer this question quickly, but the girl first of all chose to give up. This answer did not please the guy, so he took out his holy sword, with which he again began to threaten the girl. Suddenly, the girl disappeared from under his feet in an instant. Hansu didn't understand what was happening. That's why he wanted at least a teacher to help him. Immediately after these words, a former trainee girl appeared, who was glad to meet the guy again. She heard that his release was delayed, so she tried to calm him down. The main character in turn also greeted his secret friend. Being on a high tower, the guy was interested in what kind of place it was. The girl first asked the hero not to be surprised, and then she immediately began to tell Hans that this place opened once a year. Graduates gathered here, enjoying fun competitions and exciting events. It was a festival of heroes. As soon as the guy heard that one of the organizers was a trainee, he decided to get closer to her so that she would let him out. However, she responded negatively to his request. Because she wanted Kang Han-soo to finally enjoy the snow-capped mountains, she had a feeling that something good could happen in the shallow spring, near the path to the top. The hero understood his mentor's hint. Therefore, he immediately went there, jumping from the top of the tower. Moving through the air, Khan thought about a festival where graduates gather every 4 years. He realized that this was not a test. Well, according to Miss Intern, you can give up at any time. Suddenly, the trainee said that there was also a prize for the festival, which the last 3 survivors would receive. Therefore, she advised the guy to organize a team of 3 people. However, the main character was more worried about whether it was possible to covet all the prizes by getting rid of the last 3 survivors, not counting him. Walking along an overgrown, dense path, the hero also asked the intern about the time, because they believed that such a festival was held very often. The girl immediately began to explain to the guy that time moved differently in the dimensions of fantasy and festivals, or more precisely, it flew 10 times faster. Simply put, within the time frame of these measurements, the festival lasts a maximum of years. The main character heard this and was instantly shocked. However, he understood that in this case, not years had passed since the moment he disappeared from Earth, but about a year and 1 month. This made him happy, because only a year had passed, but suddenly something bothered him again. He realized that when he returned to Earth, he would still be considered a minor. Because of this, he did not notice how he began to shout to the whole forest, which is why he immediately fell silent, because he heard that someone had addressed him. It was a certain hero who behaved very impudently, which is why his comrades asked him to calm down. Hansu was a little surprised when I saw some hero in front of me whom I called an imbecile. The big man was confident in his advantage, so with a raised tone he asked the main character not to worry. But suddenly he leaned over and began to threaten the guy so that he would quickly run away from him. Wolf was ready not to kill him only because such a brat with the first level would not gain any experience points. The main character was surprised when he heard that they also gave experience points for killing. The heroes all started laughing at the guy's question because they considered him a stupid weakling. Kan did not tolerate this. Therefore, with a murderous look, he advised the big guy to run away, because he could get a lot of experience from him, because he was at the TH level. So Hansu was ready to kill him. The big man didn't have time to realize. He immediately lost his head. Wolf's other comrades were shocked by the guy's capabilities. However, this did not save them, because the main character immediately deprived all of his heads. The guy was a little unhappy that these weaklings called themselves graduates. However, the girl warned the hero, because not all graduates are like this. So the guy decided to listen to the advice. Having taken his clothes, the main character was glad that he now had a normal appearance. Due to the fact that he took other people's things, the inscription thief appeared in his characteristics. He did not like this characteristic. While analyzing his skills, he saw a new skill called fortune. It sounded somehow vague, but at the same time inspiring. Without hesitation, Khan decided to use this skill with the holy sword. He was impressed by what he saw, because he understood that it was even better than the accelerated leveling from the hero profession. Suddenly, a giant troll jumps out from the side, who accidentally steps on a pebble. Because of this, he loses his balance and falls right in front of the hero. The guy, without wasting an opportunity, immediately finished off the monster. This was the action of the fortune skill, which was the incredible cooperation of the thief and the sword saint. Suddenly, from the pond next to which the monster fell, a mermaid who was shell-shocked from such a strong blow emerged. When she woke up, she opened her eyes wide and screamed. The guy, sitting on the defeated troll, asked her who she was, to which the mermaid replied that she was going to show herself to the one who would seduce her with his sweet singing. But she was suddenly covered by a strong wave. Therefore, she believed that their meeting was destined by fate. She took the hero's hand and decided to kiss her. At that very moment, the main character was shaking out of fear, so he was ready to cut off the mermaid's head at any moment. Suddenly, he saw that it was a blessing given by the mermaid from the legends. After this, the mermaid immediately returned to the water. The main character, saying goodbye to her, understood that luck from skill was, of course, good, but he could not forget about the main prize. Suddenly, an intern appeared behind him and asked whether the guy liked the bonuses or not. Hansu, in turn, said that they were so good that he was sorry to share them with others. The trainee was a little surprised by this answer. Meanwhile, the main character had already come up with a plan with the help of which he would quickly return home. His plan was to finish off everyone except 3 people. Therefore, he believed that it was not too late to fully enjoy the festival. Analyzing new tactics, he decided to ask the intern if he was right. But she was not going to answer him because, according to the rules of the competition, she could not tell him. The guy, without losing hope, began to ask her secondary questions about where the most elves and people were now. The girl accepted this and decided to give him a hint. He immediately went to the southeast, where he met this giant tree. The guy, being next to him, was impressed by the fact that it was even larger near him. Looking at the pillar of a giant tree, he believed that people were more like cicadas, all because they climbed and prevented each other from climbing to the top. Meanwhile, the elf archers sat in the thick of the leaves at the top of the tree and shot back at the attack on them. The main character was very surprised when he saw this. Coming closer to one of the heroes, he asked him what was there that everyone climbed there. However, the stranger was not going to tell it so easily. Therefore, Hanzu put a holy sword to his forehead, which scared the stranger. He immediately began to talk about the fact that there were tears of the king of the elves. Having finished off the unfamiliar hero, the main character began to think because it seemed very interesting to him. Tears of the Elf King, which means he meant one of the 3 treasures of the kingdom of Elfheim. As far as the trainee knew, it was an elixir of life that could cure any disease, although it was an exact copy. The hero, continuing to watch the fall of other participants, realized that if they continued in the same spirit, they would never reach the top. Barely alive, one of the heroes asked for help from a healer who ran to save him. The healer, in order to save the guy's life, immediately began healing his wounds. Having completed the healing, the hero thanked the healer for his help. From this sincerity and kindness, the main character seemed to be speechless. The intern, watching this, tried to explain to the guy that this is how one could achieve success with the help of love and friendship. However, Hansu did not listen to her, because they all infuriated him, so he was going to finish them all off here and now. With terrible cunning, he was not going to leave anyone alive. Swinging harder, the guy was ready to eliminate all the heroes in one fell swoop. However, suddenly someone stops his swing. It was one of the heroes who stood behind the main character. Khan was surprised that he was unable to sense the man's presence. Plus, this sword took his swordsmanship to a whole new level. Hanzu understood that this master of the holy demonic sword was a real diamond among a pile of stones. The new hero reminded the guy that this was not a fantasy that existed specifically for the guy. Therefore, he asked him to adhere to the established rules of the competitions. In addition, he warned the main character that for people like him, they had a punishment. If the hero continues to behave as he pleases, then everything will become more complicated. Kan, without turning to the stranger, realized that it was about his sword. Squeezing the hilt of the sword tighter, in an instant, he decapitated an excellent unknown hero. The guy was delighted with this because he hated men who talk a lot. At this moment, all this was observed by the comrades of the fallen hero, who were shocked that their master fell with one blow. While everyone was shocked by what was happening, the main character did not waste time, and therefore, turning to them, he said with a creepy face that he would return them all home. After that, he mercilessly began to eliminate his opponents. Having finished everything, the guy asked the fallen to thank him because he brought them all back home. The trainee was shocked by what was happening, because she could not even imagine that the main character would defeat everyone in a matter of seconds. She understood that if the elders who prepared the event saw it, it would not be good. However, Hansu convinced her not to worry because he would pass the competition. At the same moment, from above, the elves began to shoot at the guy, who continued to run freely due to his excellent fortune skill. Having reached the right place, he was pleased that he was able to do this without a single injury. In addition, he achieved his initial goal. He improved his fortune skill to Class A. The hero immediately began to run up to his treasure, which he immediately started drinking. At this moment, while the guy was busy drinking his treasure, something appeared in the sky. It began to get closer and closer, when suddenly this celestial body lands right in the center of a giant tree, which is instantly erased from the face of the earth. Hanzu, being a little scratched, was surprised because he thought that the universe itself was really helping him. Looking at the giant hole from above, he wondered if this competition had a continuation. But the intern herself did not know what would happen next. In this case, jumping from the top straight into the abyss, the main character decided to trust the energy of the universe. Continuing to fall into the abyss, its depth turned out to be hundreds of times deeper. But suddenly Khan notices something below. These were some buildings that looked painfully familiar to the hero, landing softly on the ground. The guy stood in front of the giant doors. Even the girl did not know that there was such a huge palace underground. This surprised the guy very much. After all, even the teacher had never heard of this place, although she held a temporary position, so the hero believed that this could well be the case. But be that as it may, for the main character it was all suspicious, and this was enough to attract attention. Apologizing, he immediately knocked down the doors. However, it was not an entrance, but a stone wall, which the hero confused with doors. Having looked more closely, he explained why he chose the wall and not the doors, all because no one had been here for a very long time, so he could assume that a trap had been prepared for the first visitor. Therefore, the guy did not want to risk his life. He realized this already by looking at the building from above. It was a labyrinth. The intern decided to encourage the young guy that life is a series of big and small decisions. So she asked him not to be afraid of failure and to boldly move forward. She supported the hero, for which the guy thanked her. Therefore, he considered that he would not be afraid to destroy the labyrinth. He did not want to delay this, so he immediately began destruction. Swinging his sword forward, he provoked a strong blast wave that began to destroy everything in its path. Hanzu, delighted with his skills, decided to ask the girl what she thought about it. The girl had nothing to object to, so she simply remained silent. The main character did not stand still for long, so he ran forward, where traps appeared on his way, which seemed like a trifle to him. Having reached the right place, the guy immediately knocked the second gate off his feet. Going inside, he heard someone's voice. Taking a closer look, he saw in front of him an elf who was sitting on a throne in the dark. Khan immediately thought it was the Elf King. Therefore, he realized that given that they were like 2 drops of water, nothing good should be expected from him. The hero decided to immediately eradicate evil. The elf saw this sword and recognized it. This got the guy interested, because he thought for a second that it was Pedinar's lead that was found. But the elf did not immediately answer his question, because he was still worried about his daughter. Suddenly, Khan knees with all his might right in the stranger's face. The guy didn't like that he didn't hear an answer to his question. Therefore, he decided to finish off the elf, because he almost fell into a trap. What was important to him now was the experience points of this boss. He understood that such characteristics did not suit the elf at all, more like a monster. Gathering all his furious strength, Hans, before the murder, wondered who the daughter the stranger was talking about was. Suddenly, the elf stops the main character to talk. However, this still did not save him. After all, the guy was still able to finish his job. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hanzu said that it was difficult. Considering that the elf was the boss, he decided to look at his updated characteristics. Suddenly, the guy notices that even the black box has increased its rank. The main thing, thinking about this, was wondering whether chaos had a connection between races with these attributes. In any case, Khan didn't think it was a coincidence. Therefore, he realized that he should have studied this issue. Suddenly, someone entered the main character who was standing next to the elf's corpse. It was the daughter of the dead elf, who was surprised that her father was already lying dead. This really scared the girl, because she didn't understand who the main character was. Hanzu, in turn, wanted to immediately begin research. Therefore, he believed that for this, all he had to do was deal with the remaining character of this event. It was clear from his face that he was going to kill again. The guy immediately pushed off the ground, approaching the girl as close as possible. His blade was about to cut off the girl's head any second. But suddenly she disappears. The guy was shocked that the elf dodged his attack, even though the blow was powerful. Having landed at the bottom, the girl decided to ask the guy if he was really a hero. Her characteristics were very high. She didn't understand why he was a hero and attacked others. The hero, in turn, just stood and looked at her, because he was impressed that her skill was very high, which he was able to dodge his strongest attack. But then he still spoke. He said that it was all just a competition, and in the competition they had to confront each other. Therefore, he decided to suddenly attack the girl again. He reacted quickly, and the girl was still able to dodge his attack again. At that moment, the guy realized that it was not just agility, her whole body was filled with smooth movements. Continuing to attack, the hero also realized that it would be difficult to capture her. After all, having killed the boss, it was impossible to get rid of the only character who could reveal to him the secret of the world. He wanted to target her arms and legs because he thought they were the ones he could break. And if it is in the torso, then there will definitely be nothing left of it. Therefore, he knew that special measures were needed. Suddenly, the girl starts attacking the guy, when suddenly she stabs him with her sword. However, this was not an accident. The guy initially lured her into a trap, to grab her hand and finally catch her. With a crazy look, he did not want to let the girl go. But the elf continued not to give up and not lose hope, so she raised her hand and hit the hero right in the face. A fight broke out between them. Hans didn't like it, so he grabbed her by the ears. Because he knew all the weak points of the elves, therefore, he believed that it was necessary. Use them to the maximum. After hitting her head, the girl instantly lost consciousness. Not noticing that someone was standing behind him, the main character laughed insidiously from the heart, planning what to do with the girl. But suddenly he still notices him. It was again the elf whom the guy had killed earlier. The hero, looking at him, knew for sure that he killed him, because he received experience points for him. Suddenly, the high elf begins to tell the guy that this place was a living hell, because the ancestors of those living above locked him and his daughter here. Therefore, no one could die in this prison. Khan continued to listen to the elf, who continued to say that after some time they were simply reborn, so he wanted to stop fighting with the guy and start negotiating. The main character agreed to this. One way or another, he was interested in a lot. Therefore, he asked that in this case everything be explained to him briefly and to the point. At these words, the elves were a little surprised, because the high elf had lived as the third king of the elves for an eternity, but it was the first time he had seen such a hasty hero. Suddenly something happened from above. Hans didn't like it at all when things happened suddenly. They looked at the giant hole and realized that most likely those who locked them here came to them. The hero didn't like that the elf spoke in riddles, so he asked him to speak precisely. He asked that they simply tell him who it was. The elf, after listening to the guy, understood him, but still he did not know what they were called. In this era, but before they called them angels, suddenly everything started to shake, because they descended into the underworld. The same angels who locked them here. Kang was wary of them, so he decided to ask the intern about the angels. The girl immediately began to tell that they were confronting demons. To tell you a secret, they were the main enemies that the graduates faced. During his first playthrough, the main character encountered a bunch of different creatures, but he saw these for the first time. Therefore, this motivated him to find some cool angel. Suddenly, the angels, not having descended to the end, began to fire at the underground city. The elves died in an instant, but the main character stood still because the fortune skill helped him. The hero, watching everyone, liked that the angels were like that because he was interested in defeating them. Being at the top, the angels with their eyes closed began to say among themselves that the attacker turned out to be a hero. Therefore, for attempting to free sinners, they sentenced him to death. Kang Hansu, being below on earth, watched as he was given a death sentence. He realized that they seemed filled with confidence in their unconditional righteousness. Instead of useless chatter, they preferred a mortal battle. In 1 second, they moved to the ground where the guy was standing. However, he was no longer there. At this moment, he was already approaching from behind the angels directly towards them, because he liked that events began to develop faster. With one strong blow, Hansu destroyed everything where the angels were. Holding one angel by the head, with a terrible face, he wanted to kill him quickly. Without wasting a second, he pierced the angel's heart with absolute cruelty. The angel was shocked that the guy, being a hero, possessed such powerful dark energy. He wanted to report this to management, but his entire body began to be corroded by acidic poison and dark energy. At that moment, 2 of his comrades were already flying to his aid. However, this did not frighten the guy, because he liked to defeat divine warriors. The angels attacking the hero were scared that the hero was so strong with eerie energy. Suddenly, one of the angels is instantly destroyed by the guy's attack. The second angel turned to his dead comrade, seeing the main character on him, who only longed for victory for fun. The angel did not fight him, so he began to retreat. But the hero did not like this, because he believed that they should have taken responsibility for starting this fight. The squad of angels tried to retreat as quickly as possible, but suddenly they were all swallowed up by the hero's eerie, dark energy. After this, Hansu immediately began to walk towards the defeated supreme warriors in a relaxed manner. The barely surviving angel could not understand why the guy had such terrible power. Kan did not listen to him, so he immediately finished him off. He liked to kill them all because they had done a lot of bad things. But suddenly he notices someone away from him. It was the surviving angel who pierced the high elf, thus punishing him. The hero, watching this, could not understand why the elf was so weak. But while he stood and laughed, a girl slipped between him, which instantly appeared behind the angel to eliminate him. However, her sword could not even touch him. His energy threw the girl away from him in a second. Because of this, the elf could not even move, so she had to watch her father being executed. But suddenly, the angel is pierced by the protagonist's holy sword. Suddenly, dark energy poured out of him, killing the angels. Kang Hanzu at this time was dissatisfied with the angel, because he believed that the supreme warrior spoke too much pathos. The hero, having learned about the new ability of divinity, realized that if divinity is the same as dark energy, then he simply must take advantage of this opportunity and pump it up. However, the intern said that this was not the case. An elven character who knows the secret will die very soon. Therefore, the main character immediately hurried to him. As soon as the guy ran up to the dying man, the elf immediately said that he trusted his daughter to him. The guys were a little nervous because they didn't understand the dying joke. The main character, unable to bear it, immediately grabbed him by the collar to try to save the elf from death. Hanzu immediately began to cast healing magic on the elf, thus healing the wounded man's mortal wounds. The hero did not want the elf to die, so he tried with all his might to save him. After this, the events are transferred upstairs, where the main character, along with the imprisoned elves, escaped. The elves, being behind the guy, began to rejoice because they had not seen the sun's rays for a very long time. The high elf and his daughter were grateful to the main character because they considered him a savior, so they were ready to answer any of his questions. Khan immediately asked to be told better what those angels were trying to keep silent about. The elf immediately became wary. After hearing the answer, the guy was a little wary, because he already knew that. He immediately realized that they had divinity. In this case, Hansu decided to leave. Looking at the giant hole, he thought about how to get there. Having got out, the elves still continued to follow him. A new day came, and the elves still continued to follow the hero, which annoyed him a little. Unable to bear it, he shouted indignantly for how long they would continue to follow him. The high elf said that if the angels realized that he and his daughter were alive, those angels would send pursuers after them. Therefore, until they have enough strength to fight back, they planned to follow the hero, even though it was awkward for them. This bothered Hans a little, so he asked the elf why he was so sure that pursuers would be sent after them, to which the angels said that the angels were closely watching the creatures of chaos. The hero considered this to be true. Angelic divinity can be threatened either by the same divinity or by a dark force. Demons were adapted to dark forces and were weak in front of divinity, and creatures of chaos can surpass angels, who have no weak points, which is why they are wary of them. The elves resented that they were weak because their skills and weapons were taken away from them. This was very stressful for the hero. He decided to ask the intern where the elves lived, but the girl didn't think she could answer. She admitted that the hero was strong, but the angels were many times stronger than any student. According to the girl, they did not live in this world at all. In this case, the hero began to think about how to find the right way to lure them out. Khan allowed the elves to follow him because he hoped that in this way the angels would find him. Since he himself cannot come to them, then there is nothing left but to use the bait. And it didn't matter in what world he would meet him, because the power of the universe would help him. But in order to definitely get help from the universe, you need to improve your fortune skill a little. But before that, the hero had something to do. He decided to ask the trainee one more question. The girl, having heard this, was already beginning to be a little afraid. With a sweet smile, Hansu asked where it was best to engage in thievery in the big city. After this, events moved to where the guys finally arrived. The main character, looking at the city from the top, called it the starting city. Having descended into the city, the hero did not fully understand where he was. Approaching one from the tables, he was greeted there by one of the assistants of this event, who gave everyone equipment. This made the guy a little tense, because he started on some strange deserted cliff. And here they even gave out equipment. This village looked beautiful. Majestic buildings and no dirt around. There wasn't even anything to complain about here. And there was also a place for summoning heroes. The intern continued to tell the guy that prizes for the winners were also kept here. This was her mistake, because the main character, having heard this, wanted to take them for himself. Out of excitement, the trainee asked the guy to just give up, because any more and he would be in danger. The hero decided not to listen to his assistant anymore, so he asked the elves to first hide their identity. He ordered them to go ahead and make a fuss. Turning away from them, with a smile on his face, the hero asked them not to worry, because the universe itself was on his side. In fact, Khan himself did not like the fact that they found themselves in a situation where they had to rely on luck and intuition. But he needed to steal so as not to lose his profession. and at the same time get additional goodies from the festival. Moreover, the likelihood of something happening, she was insignificant. After all, the power of the universe was on his side. When suddenly the main character is noticed by some guy with a sword. Hansu was surprised that the stranger called his name. The stranger with the sword was glad to see his old friend again. However, the main character could not remember who was in front of him. The blonde guy began to remind the hero that in his fantasy, he said that he wanted to go on an adventure with a bunch of beauties. Kan then immediately greeted his old friend with a smile on his face, which he could never remember. After that, they moved to some institution. A blonde friend asked Hansu how he was doing. The main character answered that it was not bad. He was more interested in how much the guy was in fantasy. The stranger with a heavy smile asked the hero not to mention this adventure, because he believed that he had been there for a long time, even for years. These words hurt the main character because he had been there for years. Therefore, he then simply sat and listened to his friend's stories with a dissatisfied face. There, the comrade abandoned the arranged marriage, met the princess with a sword, and lost. The main character understood that he was telling the truth, because if he defeated her, he would not believe it. Although in his case, everything was somewhat different. The comrade, remembering the princess's body, blushed all over. But in the end, he found the holy sword and defeated her. He went through several battles, and in the end, she had no choice but to join the harem. He also wanted to boast that even the famous ice princess of the northern lands was in his harem. And Hansu, in turn, remembering her, realized that he simply killed her. Having gone crazy, she could easily freeze hundreds of people. He didn't understand where to let her go. The friend acted differently. He gave her his staff so that she could control her power. So in 3 years, he expanded the harem to include people, and apparently the Demon King began to be jealous and decided to stop him. Therefore, the second hero had no choice but to attack him with a detachment. Suddenly, a friend asked the hero about his passage. Hansu, drinking tea, said that it was only a day. This alerted the second hero, so he started laughing out loud because he thought the guy was joking. The main character, putting the cup on the table, asked his old friend how their parents were doing, to which the second hero did not understand the question because he thought that Khan was at home. The hero was surprised when he heard that people were wandering around the earth, looking for a way to the world of fantasy. Smiling at his friend, the main character could not quite understand how they ended up again in this mysterious world. He asked himself questions about the nature of this place, where the most incredible events took place, and where they met incredible personalities. But the laughter and joy coming from his friend inspired optimism. Suddenly, the guys heard a strange, intrusive voice that seemed to dig into their consciousness, forcing them to submit to its power. The voice came from somewhere in the distance, and they could not determine its source. A girl with hair sparkling like gold appeared on the horizon, and she carried untold energy. It turned out that she was the long-lost sister of the protagonist, and their meeting was an unexpected return to his family. Emotions overwhelmed him, and he happily accepted his sister back into his life. Together they held hands and ran away from the main character, feeling how the energy of this world was changing them. This unexpected turn of events stirred their inner world, and they headed somewhere in the distance, literally rushing away from the unknown. The unexpected appearance of a girl from Earth caused Hansu to become alarmed, and his energy began to rage. He realized that the level of difficulty of their adventure was only increasing, because now even a girl from Earth had appeared in this world, which meant that the threats and dangers could be great. At this moment, the intern decided to again remind the hero of her warnings. She expressed dissatisfaction and dismay at his decisions and concern about their future in this mysterious world. Her words urged caution and reflection on the consequences of their actions. However, the main character was not afraid of either warnings or dangers. His confidence was immeasurably great, because even if he died, he knew that in this world there was a chance to start over. This incredible confidence and self-assurance were his main weapons. Therefore, despite anxious thoughts and rushing into an unknown world, he quickly turned the elves around and sent them out. It was important to him that they follow his plan and create distracting noise to attract the attention of their enemies. Using their fortune skill, the elves were able to penetrate even protected territory, which gave them a huge advantage. The main character relied on their abilities and hoped that they would cope with the task. While the trainee herself did not know what awaited them inside this mysterious world, the protagonist was confident that he could confirm his title as a thief and cope with any challenges that awaited them. His determination was limitless. Looking at his sword, the hero knew that if he added a little of the fortune of the universe to the holy sword, it could change its characteristics and make it even more powerful. New plans and strategies arose in his mind based on this new aspect. Suddenly, he is surprised as he looks at the characteristics of this new skill, feeling that something strange is happening. This skill has given him unexpected opportunities and perspectives, and he begins to realize that his destiny may change again. He could not understand why the results became so ambiguous, and his inner peace began to be questioned. But then he notices something unusual. Realizing what happened, he immediately falls into despair because his thieving skills have suddenly disappeared, which means that his plans may be impossible. This loss presents him with a serious challenge. Hansu was shocked that all his plans were disrupted by a classmate who appeared. His holiness washed over the hero, depriving him of his thieves' traits and abilities, but the main character was determined to cope with this test. In order to avoid complete failure, he immediately runs out of the alley to stop the elves, who, on his orders, went to distract the attention of the enemies and create noise. However, suddenly he stops due to strange sounds. All the people stood motionless and looked at the main character, and a feeling of unprecedented power and attention awakened in him. It was incredibly strange. The main character was a little perplexed by what was happening here. He realized that a whole crowd of people had gathered around and they began to proclaim him a saint. It was incomprehensible. When people saw the hero, they were surprised and could not believe that he was a real hero. They considered him only a spiritual incarnation, but this could not explain his presence in their world. Hansu did not understand what was happening, but he felt unprecedented power and attention above him, and he was glad that they envied him. He felt that he played a special role in this world. Suddenly, someone approached him. People immediately gave way to him, creating free passage to the hero. It was a girl who smiled at him and approached. All people closely followed this meeting because it was something special and incomprehensible. This was a girl whose smile radiated a special charm and seemed radiant, as if glowing in her heart. Rag. She wanted the main character to let her into the prayer house, and her pleas were full of tenderness and devotion. The main character was amazed by the beauty of the girl and her incredible attractiveness. Her request did not raise any doubts in him, and he was ready to follow her. He smiled, realizing that he now had the opportunity to enter this mysterious structure, where perhaps they would find answers to their questions. However, he did not know that the force of the universe's fortune would be so powerful that the fate of him and his companions could change in an instant. As he began to follow the saint, he smiled evilly, and his determination was unshakable. He wanted to quickly get to the chapel and unravel the secrets of this world. Upon entering the premises, the main character and the girl continued to move towards the appointed place. They felt the place filled with special air and energy. The main character, analyzing the girl's appearance, considered her the embodiment of beauty. Her appearance was perfect, as if created by the forces of nature. However, as he noticed her experience points, he knew that behind that fragile exterior lay something deeper and more powerful. From the outside, she looked fragile, but the main character knew that if she were thrown into the very heart of the battle, there would not even be a scratch left on her. Her skills and powers were incredible, and he felt that she could become his trusted ally. Inside the chapel, the main character looked at the giant who stood in front of him and realized that he knew absolutely nothing about this place. He felt the world around him opening up into new dimensions, and his curiosity was immense. He decides that the best solution is to simply ask the saint about what is happening and how they can unravel the mysteries of this world. The girl was glad that Hans liked the chapel, and she begins to tell the main character about golems who received the blessing of God himself. These creatures were created to protect the chapel and had amazing abilities. She talks about how golems served the saints and protected the chapel from enemies and demons. This information was valuable, and the main character listened carefully to her story. The main character, listening to the girl, did not want to stop smiling, so as not to upset her. An atmosphere of excitement and anticipation of new discoveries hovered inside him. However, He knew that given that they had the SSS rank enemy detection skill and his entire A rank luck skill, he would not be able to bypass them. Suddenly, he hears from the girl that there is one problem that she wanted to tell him. Her voice was filled with sadness, and he felt that he was facing a serious test. With sadness on her face, the saint said that in fact she wanted to persuade the hero to do something important and responsible. Her words penetrated the very heart of the protagonist, and he felt that his fate could be changed again. The saint opens the holy gates, and they go inside where something unusual and incomprehensible awaits them. They go up the stairs, and the voice that has been teasing and threatening the saint all the time begins to become more and more audible and intrusive. These sounds were full of mystery and aroused forebodings in them. Sighing heavily, the girl continues her speech, talking about golems and their blessing. The main character explores this world and feels that he's becoming part of something much greater and mysterious. The girl, continuing to talk, talks about the demon worshippers who are kept in the prayer house. These were the main opponents of this world, and they had the power and malice that could threaten humanity. Therefore, she turned to the saint for help and protection, and her words were filled with sincere hope for salvation. The fate of the protagonist and his comrades remained a great question, and he understood that they were facing a serious test. This chapel and the girl who guarded it could become the last hope for saving the world and returning to their world. This request brought joy to the main character because he came into this world with certain plans. His goal was to regain his prized profession as a thief, and the sudden offer of rewards and gifts was a pleasant surprise for him. Excited by the proposal, he asked the saint to trust him. This offer looked like a great opportunity for him. Turning to the girl again, he wasted no time and asked her to show the reward they had given him. He was curious to know what valuable items and artifacts awaited him behind those golden gates. Moving between golems, the main character felt his inner expectations growing. The golems guarding the chapel were like guards accompanying him on this important journey. When he saw that the reward was right there, he was amazed. He felt that his expectations were being met. As he got closer to the golden gates, he realized that they were not just decoration, but something that required attention. The golden gate seemed to him like some kind of key to a mysterious treasure. Suddenly, the golems began to activate in front of him. Their awakening filled the chapel with a mysterious aura. They instantly extended their palms towards the gate, opening it. The main character understood that this event was a sign for him to continue his path. The hero was pleased with how quickly and smoothly everything happened. He believed that he would have time to clean out this place and take with him everything he needed. But as soon as the gates opened completely, a magnificent inventory with many objects and artifacts appeared in front of Hansu. Among these items was a mop, and then he felt disappointed because he was expecting something more unique. This idea was shattered by reality. In the midst of this splendor, his eye caught one of the rewards, a mop, but it turned out to be not what he expected. The hero's disappointment grew because his expectations were higher. He expected to see treasures, not household utensils. The guy looked at the trainee with displeasure, and she was also surprised that there were 2 warehouses with awards in the chapel. The warehouses contained items that were not as valuable as those in the main inventory, but they still had their value and unique characteristics. For each reformed demon worshipper, they were given 1 point, which could be exchanged for valuable prizes. This sentence made the main character think. The main character thought about this proposal, began to analyze his choice, examining the objects and artifacts on display. The saint looked at him intently, waiting for his decision, since his choice was the key moment for her. While the hero continued to think, the saint was worried and eagerly awaited his decision. However, with every passing minute, Hansu realized that nothing offered was suitable for him, and his gaze became more and more skeptical. For him, all this equipment and awards were useless. His real treasure was the holy sword, and he couldn't even think of replacing it. The fake holy sword, despite being a good fake, was for him just an attribute in which he no longer saw value. The time when he played with such toys is long gone. Elixirs to improve the mastery of skills beckoned with their promises, but the hero did not come here for such small things. His goals were high, and he was serious. Then, the hero thought, facing this disappointment, perhaps he will simply collect everything he sees and later sort the useful from the unnecessary. The saint was excited, and seeing that the hero was disappointed and had not found a suitable prize, She invited him to choose something that he would like best from everything that was in the prayer house. Khan considered the offer and decided to take the saint herself as a reward, despite the fact that it was unexpected and strange. The girl greeted this decision with panic, since she did not understand what the hero meant. However, the main character only laughed, seeing her embarrassment, since the saint herself offered to choose what he wanted. Once again, finding himself in the role of a traveler in this world, Khan decided that perhaps the saint herself could be useful on his path. The girl was in a panic, as she did not expect such an outcome of events. She realized that her life had changed forever. The main character began to psychologically put pressure on the girl so that she would not be able to dodge and would follow him. This was the key point in their meeting. Dark energy began to envelop the girl, and she felt that she was unable to resist the hero. After that, they returned to the entrance to the dungeon, where the bad heroes were imprisoned, who were also trying to gain access to the prayer house and its treasures. The demon worshippers did not immediately understand what was happening. Their eyes were riveted on the saint, which had a price tag on it and which had just been chosen by the main character. Suddenly, the main character appeared from behind the saint, with a wicked smile, ready to take on the battle with these bad heroes. The saint, seeing his arrival, spread the energy of expectation and hope among demon worshippers. The bad heroes, left alone with the main character, began to worry a little, feeling what terrible energy comes from Hans. In 1 second, their eyes began to glow, and they all began to bow to the main character, realizing that his strength and will are stronger. The main character stood there completely satisfied that he had solved all the problems so easily and received the support of demon worshippers. He did not want to waste time, and was eager to begin the next stage of his journey. Suddenly, he heard the outraged voice of an individual demon worshipper who was not satisfied with how the hero had won them over to his side. This demon worshipper considered everyone, including the main character, to be hypocrites and traitors. He thought that they were not worthy to take the side of demons. The main character was surprised, because he understood that this demon worshipper was not like the others. His behavior and words looked strange and aroused interest. The intern decided to comment on the situation, explaining that they were not accepted into the hero team and had to join the demon side in order to survive. The hero carefully analyzed the characteristics of this demon worshipper and realized that he had an SS rank divinity skill. It was something unique and interesting. The dissatisfied prisoner did not want to trust the hero because he considered all heroes to be cowards and hypocrites. However, the main character wanted to convince him that he was an exception. Smiling dangerously, he asked the prisoner to shut up and keep quiet. The guy immediately directed his creepy energy towards the man, who was shocked by the guy's strength. After completing the procedure, the man of darkness also bowed down to the main character. His eyes were also enchanted, so he said everything the hero wanted. Hansu smiled evilly in response because he understood that his plans were going in the right direction. But first of all, he wanted them to do something for him. The saint, seeing all the re-educated heroes, was happy. She thanked the main character for doing a great job. The guy in turn smiled in response. The saint decided to shake hands with one of the reformed heroes, but he knocked her hand away. It was the same disgruntled man who angrily threatened the girl. Suddenly his other comrades joined him and began to threaten her. The saint was frightened and did not understand what was happening because she believed that everyone had been re-educated. However, the hero decided to explain to her that there was nothing to be done about it, because re-education is re-education, and the memories of imprisonment cannot be erased so easily. Being behind the saint, Hansu smiled creepily behind her back and convinced her that he could change. Saint, having thought everything over, she told the hero that if he helps her gain their trust, then she will add a point for each. Hansu, having waited for the right words, was delighted. The trainee was surprised that the hero was such a master of deception, but he, in turn, said that it was just business. It was already night outside. The hero, standing in front of his subordinates, ordered them to obey the saint. The next day, all the subordinates stood and bowed before the saint. They apologized to her for their rudeness. The saint was happy with this behavior, so she was grateful that they returned to the righteous path. But suddenly one of them turned to her, so that she looked at the main character, who stood to the side next to the fountain. They convinced her to believe that the guy was cool, because he was so perfect and still lonely. Having surrounded the saint, they began to impose on her the opinion that she would fall in love with him. They motivated and encouraged the saint. Because of this, the girl blushed all over. Turning to all the students, everyone convinced her that the main character was wonderful. the best. Wonderful. With these actions, they were still able to bewitch the girl. A week later, Kang Hanzu stood under the rays of the moon, looking to the side. Where did the saint stand? Suddenly she spoke because she wanted to tell him something. The guy allowed her to speak without hesitation. The saint blushed, looked away, and said that there were too many witnesses here. The hero smiled, and then he took her by the waist and decided to walk with her a little. With a creepy look, the guy wanted to take everything he could from this festival. The girl, making sure that no one would see them here. She decided to tell him something, but suddenly she was stopped by Hansu, who, using his charisma, looked great. From this view, the girl instantly fell in love even more. While the girl was under the magic of love, the hero decided to take advantage of this, so he moved his lips closer to her, and then he kissed her completely. But suddenly it turned out that he did not want to kiss her on the lips. He pressed his lips directly to her cheek. And then he began to suck the energy from her. The day has come. The saint looked beautiful. She was truly glad that all the demon followers had been rehabilitated. That evening, the hero did not think of anything bad. He simply kissed the girl and called her sweetly. The trainee was a little surprised that the hero called the saint a rice bun. Hansu was surprised that the saint, despite all her piety, turned out to be normal. Suddenly, the girl turns to the hero, because she wanted the main character to finally spend his accumulated points. However, the guy did not think that he could spend it on his own, clapping his palms. He called his elf friends to whom he wanted to give and share the reward with them. Can, looking at himself, whatever it is, I saw an increase in summoning potion on the shelf, and also a storage expansion potion, and a potion to increase divinity. Having taken them all into his hands, the hero immediately began to drink them, and at that very moment he had already collected what he wanted, so he gave everything else to the elves. Because of such generosity, the elves began to rake into their hands and immediately use everything. Hansu, while drinking his potion, believed that it would be bad if they died at the hands of angels. Looking at his hand, he was convinced of the effectiveness of the potions. Looking at his improved characteristics, the guy's mood lifted. Suddenly, he notices that the girl told him that with so many points, he could take everything in this room. Looking at the guy, she hinted that absolutely everything, including herself. The main character understood the girl's hint, but still did not know what to do with her. After all, in fact, having received SSS rank divinity, he didn't need her anymore. However, he became curious. How will teachers react? That the festival NPC will disappear? Even the trainee did not know the answer to this question if he appropriated the saint of the festival for himself. However, Kang Hansu asked not to worry about her like that. At this moment, while the hero was hugging the girl, golems burst into the room. He immediately turned his head towards them. But the golems were not going to wait for something, so they immediately began to attack the guy. Hanzu had everything under control, so he took out his sword and he destroyed the golems in an instant. The girl was impressed that the hero was so easily able to crush the stone giant with one swing of his sword. Having destroyed one of the divine guards, the guy did not see anything like that here. To resolve the situation with the others, he decided to innocently stick the sword, the purple crystal that was lying on the ground. Having destroyed the crystal, strange energy began to come out of it, which instantly enveloped everyone. The hero ordered his subordinates so that they get rid of the golems. The golems at this time were already approaching the hero, but suddenly they crumble in an instant. It was all at the hands of the hero's subordinates, who carried out all the guy's brutal orders. Hansu, smiling confidently, realized that from this moment a most exciting competition began: extermination. At that moment, a terrible battle began in the prayer room between the golems and the hero's fans. However, the guy's servants easily dealt with the giants, who could not even hit them. They all followed the demon lord. While everyone around was panicking and running away, the main character and the saint stood in an embrace and watched it all. Suddenly, one of the subordinates collided with his sword with the giant's fist, which was still able to withstand the blow, and then he sent him flying. Hanzu looked at the dead servant. I looked around in other directions, where the corpses of his servants also lay. However, this did not upset the guy because he assumed that it would be so. Suddenly, he happily asked his girlfriend to revive everyone. The saint immediately began the procedure. Continuing to pray, the saint, rising upward, was able to resurrect all the defeated heroes again. The golems were instantly enveloped in a large shadow. These were clouds of demon heroes that loomed over the giants in the air. In the name of the Lord of Darkness, they were ready to crush everyone in their path. Suddenly, there was an explosion. This was the final incident before the hero's victory. Having defeated all his opponents, the main character was ready to move on with his servants. With a smile on his face, he ordered them to arm themselves with the treasures of the chapel. The demonic heroes immediately began to empty the holy inventory. Meanwhile, outside, the second hero and his girlfriend were walking around the city. The girl wanted to go to the chapel, but suddenly she explodes. The guys were speechless after what they saw. At the entrance to the former chapel stood Hansu, who, together with his girlfriend, ordered his guards to leave only 2 people alive. Due to the strong pressure and pushing, the guys were instantly knocked off their feet. The guy, in turn, laughed evilly because he believed that he thoroughly enjoyed this festival. But suddenly he heard a familiar voice that taught him to enjoy the festival and not spoil it. Khan was glad to see her again. It was Professor Morality. However, the professor did not want to waste time, so she began to scold the guy for the fact that because of greed, he would lose absolutely everything. She sincerely tried to convey to the guy that he would not receive any benefit by ruining the holiday. The professor, a little despondent, said that they all put their whole souls into this festival, which the hero began to destroy. However, Hansa was not upset at all. As soon as the professor left, the intern exhaled because she was always afraid of her. The intern also tried to teach the guy, but he didn't listen to her at all. Suddenly, someone turned to the main character again. It was an elf girl who asked the guy to look at the sky. The hero looked at the sky and was surprised that a supreme giant dragon hung over the city, which was able to envelop the entire city in its shadow. It was the chaos dragon Noebius. The dragon immediately began to charge its dark flame, which began to incinerate everything that was on Earth. Having incinerated, he landed on that place. Suddenly, an angel appeared on the dragon's body, ordering him to direct his power to this vile blockhead, the hero. At this moment, Hansu stood directly in front of the giant dragon. The guy wasn't going to run away, so he took out his sword to crush both the dragon and the teaching staff combined. There were only ruins around the main character and the dragon. The guy didn't like it a little that the dragon intervened in his plans right now. However, the angel did not want to delay the battle for long, so she ordered her ward to incinerate him in an instant. Hansu, analyzing his new skill, simply stood calmly and looked at the dragon, which came as close as possible to him. Noebius was not as concerned about the hero as he was about his holy sword. Khan does not take his eyes off the supreme dragon. Finally, I understood what Pedinar was talking about. Suddenly, the other angels noticed that the main character had a holy sword. The high angel immediately ordered her comrades to stop him. However, while she was giving the order, the main character was already in front of her. The angel tried to react and defend herself, but the hero was faster. Therefore, he reached with his fist straight to the target. Angel didn't have time to do anything, so she fell motionless in front of him. Suddenly, the dragon began to stand up, and then he immediately began to attack the angels with his claws. In addition to the angels, the city, which had not yet been destroyed, suffered. At this moment, the supreme dragon, Noebius, was furious. Angel, realizing what was happening, I tried to take control of my dragon again. However, the hero did not let her do this. Smiling insidiously, he asked her to focus on him and not on someone else. The supreme girl tried to break free, but this did not help her because the guy was completely focused on her. Fettering her movement, he kissed the angel on the lips. Because of this, the dragon began to go crazy again. The angels, realizing what was happening, began to retreat. However, the dragon was faster. He began to incinerate everything that was around him on Earth. The angels took advantage of the situation and began to retreat. However, the dragon noticed them in an instant, so he swallowed one of the high guards. Noebius began to flail his limbs to increase your area of effect around you. Having made sure that there was no one left around him, the dragon decided to continue incinerating the earth. Having waited for the right moment, he began to incinerate everything he saw in front of him. When the cleaning was completed, he stopped. It was the main character who was responsible for all these actions of Noebius, who used the high priestess to control the dragon. Having made sure that he no longer needed the priestess, he threw her off the top with a happy smile. At this very moment, the dragon took advantage of the situation, so it immediately swallowed it. Having finished his business, Kang Hansu took the dragon for himself to hold an unplanned competition. The hero stepped his foot a little forward. He decided to look back at what was happening around him. He swung his sword, and then he hit the magic collar of the supreme dragon to free him. Having hit, the guy was surprised, because he didn't expect that after that his sword didn't even have a crack. So he decided to do something differently. Remembering the last words to the demon lord, the hero decided to show the holy sword to the dragon. Opening the portal in front of you, he began to plunge his sword there. Noebius instantly freed himself from the magical shackles of the angel, and the collar itself has shrunk and is mounted on the tip of a sword. The joyful guy immediately placed it in his inventory. At this moment, the trainee was surprised by this, because for the main character, all the characters who should not die became easy entertainment for him. Hanzu said that it all seemed to her, because even if something goes wrong, the teachers will find out and correct it. So he decided to ask Noebius whether he was already grateful to him or not, to which the dragon immediately confirmed the guy's words, which made the hero smile because he was glad to hear it. When suddenly the guy jumped to climb higher on the dragon's head. Once there, Khan was ready to go with him to the end. Suddenly, someone underneath him started calling to him. It was the elves and the saint who also wanted to go with him. The guy completely forgot about them, so he told the head elf that it was time for them to say goodbye. The hero asked to wait for him at the next festival in a few years. Until that time, he asked the elf to gather huge forces and give him a good reception upon his return. However, suddenly the guy started yelling at him because he was unhappy that his descendants had unreasonable hatred for the human race. After that, he still grabbed him by the waist. "Your beloved saint to the top." In the end, he decided to advise the elf girl to drink more milk, because of which the girl was shocked. The hero did not waste time, so he immediately climbed up on the dragon. Having lost her balance, the saint did not expect such a sharp rise, but he held her hand, the main character, who smiled sweetly back at her. Without wasting a moment, he created a magic collar around her neck, so that she would not be able to fall. The dragon continued to fly over the ruins he had destroyed. Meanwhile, the trainee was shocked that the main character was going to kill all the participants with the help of the Supreme Dragon. However, the main character was not going to do this, all because he was more interested in where the main prize for the competition was. He asked Noebius who he wanted to kill most now. Having heard the correct answer, the main character smiled evilly, because the one they wanted to defeat was in the Palace of Angels. Rising high into the skies, the dragon moved imperceptibly through the thick clouds, to unexpectedly find a palace of angels in heaven. At the same moment, the angel guards simply stood and communicated without thinking about anything. But suddenly something tensed them. They couldn't believe their eyes that in front of them was the Supreme Dragon with the main character. Hanzu decided to anger the dragon even more by the fact that he was held captive here. Activating your sword, he and Noebius were ready to crush all the supreme rulers of the fantasy world. The dragon flew up in an instant to accumulate your fiery power and bring it down on the prison of his imprisonment. Having accumulated fiery power, he unleashed his anger under the guise of a giant, dark, fiery ray of anger. The angels immediately began to run away, but this did not help them, because they were consumed by demonic flames. At this moment, Kang Hansu simply stood and admired what was happening to the Palace of Angels. He was incredibly happy about this. Demonic, acidic smoke instantly enveloped the entire castle in the air, so the angels began to quickly fly away from there. The great angel on a flying unicorn and his comrades went to punish the main character. However, this did not frighten the guy at all. Suddenly, the great angel began to attack the Supreme Dragon with his holy magic. Having injured the dragon with his attack, the dragon did not like it, so he began to attack him with his paws. When suddenly the flying unicorn began to concentrate its magical power on the tip of its horn. After that, he immediately attacked Noebius with his magical lightning. Meanwhile, while the dragon fought with the high guards, Hansu and the saint were pleased with the duel. After all, he knew that the girl could heal the dragon. Enveloped in your healing energy, she was able to heal Noebius's wounds received from the unicorn. The angels immediately realized who did it, so they began to attack the dragon's head. But this is exactly what the hero was waiting for. Pushing off from the dragon's head, he jumped straight to the squad of angels who were rushing to meet him. Strained my leg. The hero hit the unicorn so that he lost concentration. Because of this, the high priestess became angry with the guy, so she tried to attack him. Having pierced the guy with his spear, the main character was not sad at all, but on the contrary, it made him happy. Angel was shocked by the guy's reaction, therefore I decided to retreat. However, Hansu was not going to leave her behind. Therefore, he directed his holy sword beam at her. With one beam, he was able to absorb all the supreme guards, who were immediately reduced to dust. Having finished the fight, the joyful Khan returned to the dragon. He immediately decided to ask the saint how many participants were still alive. To which she replied that they all gathered in one place. Therefore, the main character, together with Noebius, first decided to take what they were looking for. The dragon immediately began to dig a path to the treasure with its claws. But suddenly he stopped, all because a passage opened below from which demonic smoke came out. An angel with raised hands began to come out from there. The hero immediately realized that this was a representative of the angels in front of him. The angel confirmed the guy's words that he was a representative. Therefore, the hero decided to be brief with him. Suddenly, Hanzu looked at him with a creepy look. He began to tell the representative that he was extremely surprised by the brutal attack of the angels. As soon as he thought about what had happened, he immediately began to tremble. So he told the angel that the hero had the right to demand compensation for the damage suffered. The archangel, who went outside to ensure the safety of his comrades, could not understand why they were being attacked, and therefore offered all his treasure for mercy. This archangel was ready to give his own life to save the angels remaining inside, who were in no way to blame for what happened to the main character. The same one was not at all against leaving a couple of higher beings alive, only if he received the appropriate payment. The terrifying appearance of the dragon under Kang Hanzu made him think, rather than repay, and the main character told him to hurry up if he wanted to say something. The highest archangel currently working as a negotiator told on what basis they work, and what goal they adhere to in their actions. Kang Hanzu became thoughtful when he heard mentions of special equipment and other interesting things stored inside the vault. Only the guy didn't expect to find anything interesting at all, and compared everything one by one in the great repository. Kang Hansu wanted to quickly see the main prize about which the archangel talks so much, and ordered to bring this item to him. In a few seconds, a box with strange golden balls was brought to him. It took a long time for the main character to understand what this thing was. And seeing that he was beginning to lose interest, the negotiator, out of fear, asked to wait a little. After the old man's request, the object acquired a new shape and began to glow brightly while in the air. When the ball was activated, a woman's foot stepped onto the ground and it became too quiet around. This girl was a guardian angel with several pairs of wings. In her hand, the guardian archangel held special equipment for battles and protection of her wearer. The name of this girl was Sixiriel, and in addition to her level lower than that of the other archangels, she was distinguished by her great skill in handling household chores. The excited girl tried to look as good as possible, so that the main character would change his mind about eliminating everyone and simply take his prize. The negotiator, as implausibly as possible, tried to maintain the appearance as if this was an incredible prize for such a strong person. Kang Hansu was quite far away, and was a little confused about what he had to see at the moment. Afterwards, the main character directly called such a prize a terrifying attempt to escape, and he was filled with anger. Kang Hansu did not intend to accept the gift and cried out about canceling the contract. He raised his blade high above his head, which formed a strong pressure effect on each angel. The negotiators were practically powerless against him, and simply tried to stay on their feet. Waves of magic gradually reached the golden objects in the hands of the archangel. Ultimately, these objects were unable to remain intact and destroyed their shell. Since Sixiriel was a creation that appeared from an object, the particles of the body received an equally strong blow. While on the side, the main character noticed how his blade was collecting unknown energy. All the collected magic was combined with his own power and acquired a new shade. Then he noticed that something strange was happening to Pai, and the magic on her neck was reaching towards the blade. Over time, the girl was completely sucked inside the sword, and not a word was heard from her anymore. Due to the absorption of another person, and at the same time the magic of the archangels, the blade released the collected power outward and blinded its owner. When everything was over, the main character had time to think about everything that happened. Suddenly he noticed something too terrifying for his attention and was simply very shocked. This phenomenon was a change in the appearance of his blade, which had wings near the handle. Kang Hanzu began to cry when he saw such a terrible design of the sword in his opinion, and then Miss Manager asked him to look in the other direction. The guy obeyed and looked into the sky where the ribbon of spiritual energy stretched. Above the head of the main character was a guardian archangel who seemed very familiar. As it turned out, it was a Pai in a new form and only the first level. Tearing Kang Hansu asked the girl to come back. The Pai immediately began to be pulled inside the blade, and she could not understand what was happening and why. When she appeared, she immediately disappeared. Immediately after the incident, The guy opened the characteristics menu where he saw the endless festival skill, and it was the first time he had seen this. All the abilities he received seemed to the main character something very interesting and unknown. Suddenly, the guy heard the archangels worrying about the disappearance of their golden object. Unlike the people in the Great Sanctuary, the archangels were not particularly worried that the anti-cheat did not work as expected. The joyful Kang Hansu, having received his reward, cried out that he had nothing more to do among the archangels. Not paying attention to the words of the main character, the dragon continued to move, and the angels asked to stop. In response, they simply heard the main character apologize, saying that there were no personal grudges or anything else. In a few seconds, the dragon opened its mouth trying to eat the negotiator. When everyone was eliminated, a joyful Kang Hansu found himself inside a space with a strange environment. The main character opened his eyes, realizing that completely incomprehensible things were happening. A notification cell appeared right in front of the guy where they questioned him about the festival. Kang Hansu felt ashamed again reading the words of the notice that directly stated his terrible and thorny path of eliminating all living beings. The guy didn't like it even more that he had to look further at the festival's score. He was shown a special report card on which he could see how well a person was doing academically. Kang Hansu couldn't help but mock his own report card, considering it simply beautiful. Simultaneously with all the events that happened, the main character lit up with energy and understood that he would have to go through everything again. The rewriting of the world was completed, and when the main character opened his eyes, he did not immediately understand where he was. He stood right among a bunch of people who were sad about the end of the festival. Suddenly, Miss Manager appeared, telling about a system error that was associated with the end of this holiday. Above the place where people gathered, a notification appeared where you need to eliminate some people to receive a reward. It became clear to the main character what he needed to do next, and he reassured Miss Trainee. He was all fired up with the desire to eliminate people and speed up while there was time. The remaining participants also received such a notification and became worried because only 3 people could survive. Panic arose between them, since there were significantly more people than required. One of the participants, without having time to react, died from the blade. The killer was the main character who ran to the others without stopping. While fighting, Kang Hansu was happy to send weak people to the place where they belong. Each blow of his blade was invisible to human eyes. These impacts were followed by more destruction and explosions. Having defeated many people, the main character received the profession of a thug, which suited him very well. No one wanted to continue fighting against him, and they themselves wondered. He spared no one and eliminated them at once. A little later, he noticed an interesting picture in front of him. Kang Hansu saw several people who managed to survive the battle. While the guy was counting survivors, someone who wanted to do harm appeared behind him. Quickly removing it from the remaining ones, the main character smiled because he counted correctly. Every time they wanted to eliminate Kang Hansu because he is the most dangerous. 2 people in armor were preparing to attack simultaneously while the guy was talking to himself. None of them managed to hit when the guy jumped into the sky. It was not difficult for him to be in flight, and it was easier to inspect the attackers. These guys grabbed each other for the further course of events. They managed to launch one to the main character. The joint strike was unsuccessful, and they missed. The main character, having relaxed about the battle, saw a bright red color coming from the ground. The one who remained on the surface of the earth was preparing to use a special technique of his armor. Then each of these guys made a combination of different magics and hit the main character. The girl thought that they had finally managed to harm the guy, but her hope was destroyed by Kang Hansu, who appeared right behind her. The girl was unable to resist the blows and fell backwards into the stone surface. The girl's comrade, angry at her defeat, ran towards the main character. Only then, Kang Hansu hit him and quickly stopped him, wanting him to just be silent for a bit. The main character looked at the attacker, not understanding why he didn't fall. This man didn't want to let Kang Hansu touch the girl. The desperate words of the man forced the protagonist to specifically do the forbidden. Having abandoned the man, he ran in the other direction. Where the main character ran, there was a wounded girl. She didn't understand at all what was happening and could just watch. In a few seconds, Kang Hansu appeared in front of her, holding a blade to his throat and preparing to eliminate her without pity. The person running behind did not have time to save his comrade. The main character turned to him and greeted him politely. Everything was specially invented in order to relax the man's defenses and strike. The main character killed not only him, but at the same time redirecting the blade. He managed to eliminate the girl behind and they lost their heads. Kang Hansu left the battlefield mocking the couples who are very predictable. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from behind him. In front of him stood a man who didn't like the attitude towards the girl, and then he also got wounded. Bleeding, he screamed at the top of his voice and looked at the mocking protagonist. Kang Hansu, a little tired, tried to relax and did exercises for his back. Just a few minutes passed, and the smiling protagonist was pleased with the remainder of the required number of people. Among the survivors, there was a swordswoman whose level was higher than 900, and she was nervous at the sight of the main character. The sorceress also remained at the same level and state of excitement. Kang Hansu sat down nearby, asking the girls to breathe out and not be afraid to die. The sorceress did not like what was happening inside the festival at all, and she blamed the main character for this. Kang Hansu exhaled at that moment while listening to the girls' pitiful conversations. The sorceress continued to speak, claiming that the main character did not know her at all and was simply ignoring her. The sorceress, trying to convey her idea, screamed that she would remember the guy and would definitely find him on Earth. This behavior seemed to the main character like some kind of stalking. Immediately after this, a notification came about the end of the wait for 10 minutes. The main character became covered in light energy and began to receive many good abilities or items. Each of the girls quickly went to the ground, and only Kang Hansu remained. He didn't disappear anywhere because he was starting to retake the exam due to many mistakes while passing. The main character sat not at all happy, not understanding why the teaching staff were discussing the guy's fate for so long. Suddenly, he woke up in a different place and heard people calling him brother over and over again. Right behind all the voices, a girl appeared, dissatisfied with her brother, who was constantly unemployed. This girl was Ranubel, who was trying to wake up the main character. The guy was sent to a small village closed from external problems by ordinary walls. People around were happy and just lived their normal lives. There were a lot of running spheres or simply transportation for local people. While Ranubel was happy about all the little things, the main character was angry because he was made a local person. Kang Hansu turned to a girl who herself knows that she is the main character's sister. Even despite everything, she doesn't look like him at all. The guy wanted her to quickly say the name that belongs to him. Ranubel has a misunderstanding why Kang Hansu is suddenly asking about such a thing, and she has simply never heard his name. Such words made the main character feel sadness and despair. Kang Hansu could only take off his old clothes and show his dissatisfaction with the people with whom he would have to live. Ranubel blushed all over when she saw the guy take off his usual jacket, and hiding behind her, said all sorts of stupid things, not wanting to listen to her. The main character threw his clothes at her and ordered her to be silent. The guy was pleased only by the absence of other members of the so-called family. Then Ranubel suggested washing the clothes and returning them soon. At the moment when Kang Hansu wanted to refuse the offer and was just about to throw away his clothes, he saw something impressive. Ranubel removed things directly from the spatial magic of the fourth dimension, and this is what became surprising to the hero. In the very first playthrough, Ranubel learned support magic at too late an age. Kang Hansu activated his eyes of assessment to confirm his assumptions regarding the girl's characteristics. The joyful little sister has not changed at all, both in appearance and in her characteristics. No special changes have been made. There was one catch. The girl's profession was changed to scientist, and this could be the reason for her skills. Ranubel looked strange, and the fact that she became Kang Hansu's sister made him understand that he was under the control of observers. The girl showed no emotions at all, other than a smile, and the main character wanted to better beware of her. Since there were many interfering factors, Kang Hansu planned to simply find out the required information alone, and went to the right place. The very first thing the main character decided to do was check the characteristics according to which it would be possible to plan a further plan. One of his skills has already almost completely dropped to D rank. Basically, all the characteristics of the physique and other things like ordinary blade skills remained in the normal range and were liked by the main character. There were even terrible levels of a skill called Infinity that failed to withstand the restart of the world. Besides the boring techniques, Kang Hansu got an interesting effect with a more attractive advantage. The guy came out of the window to examine his own strength and wanted to quickly start doing really important things. Only before he had time to leave, he noticed that the observers sent him straight to the 6th playthrough, and because of this they made many mistakes in which the main character was left with strength. The guy was upset by the characteristics at which he could no longer raise the level of skill power, and became interested in the sell of the mechanics of going beyond the limit. Suddenly he heard the voice of Miss Manager, who also thought that some abilities were stupid for pioneers. Kang Han-soo greeted the observer and was even a little glad to see her. Miss Manager told all the details of why exactly she began to watch the main character again. Without having time to ask anything about Kang Han-soo's affairs, she herself realized how bad things were for him and why everything was not going according to plan. The guy got up from the ground to start solving his problems, and Miss Manager asked him to think better about what to do. She said this because if the limit is not passed, everything done will be meaningless. Kang Han-soo didn't want Miss Trainee to worry about him, and asked for it directly. All the words were due to the fact that in the sixth play, through the guy gained a lot of skills and completely became a hero. He could sacrifice something at any moment for success. The main character considered the skill set to be a gold mine for getting the limit removed. After several applications of the technique, the limit advanced only 6%. Kang Han-soo started to go crazy because this is really too little, and he shouted that he has another 1,000,000 skills. A few more minutes passed when the main character used more skills and advanced to 28%. Kang Han-soo no longer had the strength to continue doing work that lacked skills. Miss Intern recommended not to waste any more energy on this venture. The distressed protagonist was grateful for the intern's concerns and still wanted to continue. Miss Intern felt the anger of the guy who did not want to go through the circles of torment again. Kang Han-soo gritted his teeth in anger at the rollbacks of all events and new playthroughs. The main character's first playthrough lasted for 10 years, and every day he had to waste time on pointless things. Kang Han-soo always failed no matter how good he was. When he first appeared in this world, it took him a lot of time just to try to train. In real time, he spoke with a smile about those terrible days. That is why he was not afraid to use the skills that he had been collecting for 1 year. A wave of light appeared around the village, blinding the inhabitants. The main character was the reason for everything and told people to listen to his words. He seemed to everyone to be a holy man, although in fact he was a thief by profession and his weakness was luck. Kang Han-soo almost cried from losing so many skills. But at the same time, he literally managed to achieve the status of a deity. 2 weeks passed after such an incident, and the main character remained in the village all this time. Each of the villagers brought the guy treats or jewelry, so the hero received a good reputation. Kang Han-soo was no longer going to rush to fight the Demon King because there was no point in doing so. All these thoughts came to the main character while he was looking out the window. In addition to the failure to return to his world, there was also a warning from Miss Manager regarding prolonged development with impaired metabolism. She mocked the guy because he would no longer be able to perform the same ability several times. Kang Han-soo shed a sincere, manly tear, realizing that the quick passage had come to an end. The young man had to train to concentrate on the basic skills. Suddenly, Renewable burst into the room, interrupting her brother's training, and she began to talk about her affairs, directly irritating the main character. The sister began to tell a legend about a beautiful mermaid near the village. According to stories, this mermaid gave the chosen hero a powerful holy sword. The main character, after listening to his sister, began to push her away from him, and at the same time thought about what the holy sword from the legend is like. Kang Han-soo was just near the mountain where the sword and the mermaid guarding it were supposed to be kept. According to the protagonist's recollections, on a mountain near the village, there should be kept the holy sword of the last hero, which has several of its own automatic skills and combat techniques. The guy was quite curious about what could really be stored at the bottom of the lake. Even Ranubel asked to go and check the myths from the residents. For a few seconds, Kang Han-soo thought about a couple of options for what the legendary blade could be. The main character did not care about such nonsense at all, and therefore Ranubel screamed, asking the reason. The main character quickly got tired of such screams, and he threw his sister out into the street. Kang Han-soo well appreciated the need for a second holy sword, having almost the same one. It was more important for him to concentrate on developing new skills. Suddenly, an old man from the village burst into his room asking for help for his sick daughter. The guy was completely exhausted, constantly listening to all sorts of problematic people. The main character couldn't just leave the girl in trouble and went to the resident's house. Inside the house, there was a child completely unable to stand due to fever. According to her father, in order to be cured, water from the legendary lake is required, which is under the protection of the mermaid. Having heard the mention of the mermaid, Ranubel lit up wanting to go there. Many factors forced the hero to go to the pond, and his little sister looked at him with hope. At that moment, Kang Hansu healed a girl who instantly became hungry, and this shocked everyone nearby. The evil protagonist demanded immediate payment for treatment. The old man offered fresh horse milk, telling him how tasty it was, but he was quickly convinced that this payment would not be enough at all, and the man was speechless. Kang Hansu couldn't even believe that the groom was comparing his daughter's life to horse milk, and the hero was supported by the rest of the villagers. The man burst into tears, accepting his own wrongness, and was ready to give the stallion absolutely free. As it turned out, the main character used intimidation on the groom for greater effect. A lot of time had passed, and it was already getting dark outside. Renewable was saddened by the loss of the opportunity to look at the legendary lake, and was so annoying to her brother. Kang Hansu hit her forehead with his finger, telling her how dangerous it was to leave the girl while collecting ingredients. When everything came to an end, Miss Trainee told the main character that everything that happened was the original idea of the search for the legendary sword. Then Kang Hansu noticed Miss Trainee's lack of understanding regarding his sixth pass method and adhering to the faculty rules. All the good attitude towards Ranubel was solely for the sake of not receiving punishment from those watching. The guy also helped annoying villagers who wouldn't really offer anything in return. The main character exhaled, relaxed about the difficulties, and finally wanted to develop further. Suddenly, the screams of the girl who was accosted by the offenders began. As it turned out, these offenders were barbarians who were going to humiliate the girl. Several of the invaders set fire to the village and robbed the people. These villains saw Ranubel in the distance, considering her quite attractive and wanted to treat her like other girls. Also, their attention was attracted by the main character, whom they considered to be Ranubel's boyfriend. Such acts angered Kang Hansu, who could no longer forgive him for taking away his personal time. In order to finish everything, the guy snapped his fingers and used a special technique. The barbarians saw a bright light that was very blinding to their eyes. In an instant, the environment exploded and everything was destroyed. A couple of minutes passed from the moment of the explosion, and several of the offenders lay dead during the skill. The surrounding enemies were scattered throughout the village. The evil protagonist gained a higher level of slaughter skill than before, and hated when jokes were made with him. Miss Intern dispelled his joy in destroying opponents by saying that this fight should have happened after receiving the legendary sword. Kang Hansu did not need another sword and took out his own. The main character coughed before saying something important. Raising his sword above his head, he called himself a hero, and the villagers cried out in praise of the savior. After a certain time, residents got rid of the dead by throwing them into a pit. The main character talked with the headman of this village about all the important matters. He asked the old man, whenever asked by strangers, to say that it was the hero who eliminated the barbarians. Residents completely got rid of the evidence and buried those liquidated. Soon the main character went on a journey and said goodbye to the residents. Ranubel went with him and was glad to see a more animated brother. Kang Hansu followed her straight to the legendary pond and asked her to be quiet. In order to meet the educational process, the guy wanted to get the greatest holy sword. He was not at all worried about the village, teaching them how to deal with enemies correctly. The guys headed straight to the mountain through dense forests. They didn't go very far, and Ranubel stopped the main character right in front of the right place. The guys found themselves right in front of a large lake that shone like stars in the middle of the night. Believing that there was something interesting in the pond, the main character took out a blade and made Ranubel fear him. Kang Hansu was frightening his sister, telling him how easy it would be for monsters to bite her neck, and the guy's face was more frightening than the story itself. After the main character scared the girl, a strange rustling sound appeared behind her. Then Ranubel saw a mermaid nearby. This incident caused Ranubel to scream in fear, falling at the feet of her brother who warned her. The mermaid herself was upset that she was considered a murderer and asked who the main character thought mermaids were. Kang Hansu, all glowing with brilliant thoughts, called the girls race-evil deceivers of young men, and such words hurt the mermaid. She didn't like seeing people who hated mermaids and considered them bad. When Kang Hansu wanted to get the sword, the mermaid refused to give it to someone who was not a real hero. The mermaid wanted to check whether the guy was worthy to hold the legendary sword in his hands and gave the task. The main character needed to find and eliminate the salamander inside the cave, and bring its horns to prove it. Without having time to fully tell the task, The mermaid saw Kang Hanzu's sword in front of her. The guy said that his blade is more holy than the legendary sword. The mermaid, seeing this, simply froze in one position, not understanding anything at all. The mermaid was curious about how Kang Hansu became a hero, and he didn't tell her anything. The creature of the water world went to the depths of the pond, asking to wait for her arrival. The main character was very glad that he came across a not-stupid mermaid, who quickly got her bearings. Then Ranubel touched her brother's shoulder, wanting to say something. Kang Hansu turned to her and angrily asked what she wanted. In response, she simply mentioned how heroes change their sword at any desire. While the sister was dissatisfied with why Kang Hansu did not smile when talking to her, a mermaid appeared from the pond and addressed the hero. The entire wet mermaid demanded to look at the blade. In the girl's hands was that greatest holy sword. Only the blade did not intrigue the main character at all, who wanted to know the greatness of this sword. This question seemed interesting to the mermaid, and she was preparing to tell everything. According to her stories, it became known that the soul of a deceased heroine living in ancient times was sealed in the holy sword. The mermaid, speaking for the pleasant voice of the heroine, hugged the blade. A little later, her joy was dispelled not by the surprise of the protagonist. The guy was extremely interested in learning about other strengths of the sword besides the hero's soul. The mermaid every now and then could only count the help from the heroine and her teachings. Mainly the sword gave her the opportunity to talk to her. Taking his own blade in his hands, the main character called the legendary sword just an insignificant toy. Kang Hansu used the weapon skill wanting to show true greatness. A little later, a little pie appeared above Kang Hansu's head, waking up after a long sleep. The archangel did not quite understand where she was and asked her owner about it. He put his arm around her waist and pulled her towards him. The little pie was glad to be next to its owner and lay on his shoulder. It was then that the main character boasted to the mermaid that his blade had a built-in heating and resurrection function. All the following words passed by the ears of the mermaid, for whom one appearance of the archangel was enough. Kang Hansu displeasedly ordered the mermaid to throw the scrap metal back to the bottom of the pond. Ranubel felt sorry for the girl, and all her brother's words seemed too rude. But it was then that she saw the mermaid no doubt throw away the sword, calling it not great at all. This made the main character finally relax and consider the matter completed. Ranubel tried to cheer up the mermaid, and this incident completely changed the order of the story. Kang Hansu didn't quite understand why this happened, and couldn't even accept his own guilt. It all came to the point that Miss Manager mentioned the soul of the holy sword, which could give a clue, and such an idea seemed brilliant to the hero. Having touched the mermaid, the guy asked to bring him the blade again. In response, she did not understand why he needed such garbage. The behavior of the ocean creature shocked Ranubel. The mermaid immediately beamed with joy, believing that Kang Hansu was going to fulfill the wish of the former heroine. The mermaid actually took out the legendary sword and then returned to the bottom of the pond. Holding the gun in his hands, the main character listened to the words of his sister, who rather wanted to see the effect. Once fully prepared, Kang Hansu took out the blade from its sheath. When the guy raised the sword above his head, holy magic formed around him. A little later, the effect ended and the sword was in a safe place, namely, on the belt of Ranubel, who sang music while jumping. The blade changed slightly in size and made the girl rejoice. The main character looking at her was completely insensitive. Previously, when Kang Hansu started the action of the sword, he heard the voice of the heroine of the past, who wanted to say her name. The girl didn't succeed because the guy asked not to bother him and called the heroine the third holy sword in a row. The spiritual creation was not at all what the future generation of heroes imagined, and Kang Hansu began to order to tell him what to do. The sword advised me to start strength training. The first task was to strike more than 500 blows on a tree every day and ultimately cut it down. The main character did not have to explain for long, and with one blow he cut the tree into 2 parts. The impact caused great destruction of the forest area. The destruction of the forest from the first training surprised the spiritual creature, and only the hero himself was not entirely satisfied. Kang Hansu did not want such a sword for himself and threw it to Ranubel, who found it even difficult to hold it. The guy gave it completely to his sister for training, and the blade adapted in her hands. Ranubel was very happy about the change in weight and annoyed her brother. The hero moved on, considering such a function useless. Suddenly, Kang Hansu stopped when he heard that the Zanpakuto was transmitting information through Ranubel. The sword spoke for the hidden ruins in the north. and it seemed to the main character that it spoke for a snowy mountain in the shape of a letter. Only now the spiritual creature spoke for the cave inside which she trained during her life. Kang Hanzu quickly realized that only the hero who was destined to find the training place would be able to get there. The guy had never heard of such places in his first playthrough and wanted to try going there. Ranubel was glad that she could immediately go in search of the item with enough resources, and the main character first wanted to go into the city. Failure to try to have fun upset Ranubel. The main character wanted to go to the city to try something very interesting. A little later they reached the city, closed from dangers with the help of a protective barrier. Carts with horses drove all over the city. There were tourists and guys walking around wanting to find interesting things. Ranubel was in the city for the first time and was surprised by everything, but Kang Han-soo asked not to act like a savage. The main character's attention was attracted by a sight above his head. They reached the Golden Tower, which was Kang Han-soo's original target. Standing at the magic tower, my sister began to desire only to eat and have fun without intending to study. Ranubel heard that they would have to go inside the tower to search for data. A huge queue lined up straight to the tower, and there was no end. The main character decided to do things a little differently, and therefore moved a little further away from other people. When Kang Han-soo, standing in another place, said that this is where the place where you need to stand begins, one of the people drew attention to this. This guy was unhappy that the main character was not going to stand with the others and climbed forward. Before he could say anything, he saw a bright light coming from nearby. The reason for the appearance of the magical light was Kang Han-soo, who used his skills to get through the queue. The main character tried to make sure of the safety of such an act by asking Miss Manager, and she could not answer this exactly. Since there was nothing in the way, the guys got to the entrance and opened the huge doors of the building. First of all, the sorceress greeted them, congratulating them on their arrival at the magic tower, and she was tasked with observing or examining the most suspicious people. Kang Han-soo quickly stated his reason for coming, wanting to quickly meet with the magician, who is actually the owner of this building and is responsible for every visitor who comes to his house. The main character showed by his appearance how much he was in a hurry, and did not want to wait for permission. The witch agreed to hurry and soon send a message to the magician. The hero was advised to go to the third entrance where the required person is located. Miss Manager could not exactly guarantee the main character that he would like coming to the magician if the person did not have an appointment. A few minutes later, Kang Han-soo was already standing on the special steps leading to the third office. The guys quickly climbed up thanks to special magic steps. Kang Han-soo began to convince Miss Trainee that he will no longer do bad things and will do everything peacefully. When the magician fully appears at the door, the warning function starts working. The guys entered a place where it was completely dark and nothing was visible. They were able to immediately hear the voice of the great magician, who learned that the main character was a holy guest in his magic tower. The magician owned a special staff that gives more strength and asked why people appeared before him without a record. When the flames around the man dissipated, we could see his short stature and very childish face. The magician was amazed by the courage of the people and was preparing to cause harm. Ranubel, afraid of the danger, wanted her brother to quickly ask for forgiveness from the magician. But the guy instead took out a holy sword to confront the boy and scared his sister. The magician was ready to attack with a magical staff without thinking about the consequences. When the main character took out the blade, a little pie appeared from it, asking what the owner wanted. The magician's attention was immediately drawn to the moments when the archangel covered himself with his hands. He even looked at the clothes the girl was wearing, wanting to see more. The magician could not restrain himself, and blood gushed from his nose. Thanks to the call of the pie, it was possible to defeat the boy without a battle. Kang Han-soo showed off to Miss Trainee because he kept his promise, and such a sight seemed very strange to those watching. The magician was unconscious, having previously received a lot of pleasure and joy. The main character approached the boy's body and took away his magic staff. He carefully examined the entire object and especially its ball of energy. Kang Han-soo, remembering the story of the boy from the past, wanted to check the veracity of his words. The magician continued to be unconscious and could still move. The appearance of the boy made the main character wonder whether it was worth leaving him like that. Therefore, Kang Han-soo put his hand to the magician's head in preparation to help. Kang Han-soo used his own spiritual energy to heal another person. In this way, he desecrated the magician and turned his race into a man of darkness. As it turned out, all the previously done things were thanks to the boy in exchange for a staff. Before he had time to finish his business, the guy heard the interest of his younger sister, who wanted to go to the ruins. The girl was again upset by refusing to go in search of objects. The refusal was only due to the fact that the main character was preparing to go to the magic arena. Later, they were in the right place, but a couple of people were already standing inside the arena. In the arena, there were battles between created golems that destroyed each other. Outwardly, they were very different, and at the same time, they were the kind of iron that could collapse if not thought through. While fighting, they attracted a lot of attention from people from the stands. Each of the people wanted to see the destruction of one of the fighters. There were the arena administration who accepted bets on one of the golems. The winner was determined quite quickly, and it was the person who paid more to create his golem. The main character and his sister were nearby, and they didn't mind watching the fight. Kang Han-soo's expression instantly changed when he remembered the purpose for which he originally went to the arena. It was then that a red golem called number 15 entered the battlefield, and the audience liked him. In addition to him, there was an armored golem distinguished by its protection. When the opponents were fully prepared, the bells rang, signaling the beginning of the battle. Each of the robots ran forward, wanting not to leave a single detail of the enemy's body. The armored man was moving fast enough for his own weight and was preparing to attack. His attack was stopped by number 15 with a claw-shaped hand, and this object on his body began to squeeze the enemy with all the strength that the golem has. When the red golem stopped the armored one, he instantly reacted and began using special mechanisms. On the battlefield, a fire engulfed the 15th number. Number 16 acted without stopping, and therefore took the blade from his hand. He slammed it straight into the other golem's head area. Things that were inexplicable to the audience happened to the armored man's sword, and for some reason, number 15 didn't lose. Ultimately, the 16th's blade was destroyed and absorbed into new armor. Previous problems were followed by the destruction of the armored golem's limbs. The 15th number was close to victory and was preparing to make the last attack, which would show the strength of its carrier, while this would give the owner of the robot the opportunity to take the main prize of the arena. Just a small touch caused half of the golem's body to be destroyed. Right on the winner's podium was the man who owns number 15. This owner was a girl with ashen hair and great popularity among people. On the other side of the podium stood a guy in tears due to the fact that he had to lose the defeat and destruction of his golem. All the spectators did not feel sorry for the young man and, on the contrary, threw a bunch of garbage at him, considering him pathetic. One main character was happy because the pitiful boy was the person he was originally looking for. Kang Han-soo followed in the footsteps of the loser, listening to bullying from Ranubel, who believed that his brother was going to beat the youth harder. The guys watched closely for some time in the shadows and tried not to get burned. The loser continued to cry and walked towards the exit and did not stop. Kang Han-soo was going to follow him until the very end so that he could say something later. Suddenly, behind the hero's back, a man appeared who wanted to get an answer regarding the search for Kang Han-soo. The guy turned behind him, perfectly understanding who the interlocutor was. It was a magician from the tower who quickly came to his senses thanks to his tricks and immediately went in search of the offender. After listening to the guy, the main character went on about his business. Then the magician tried to stop the main character, calling him a master. Kang Han-soo didn't like this nickname at all and looked at the guy with confusion. The magician wanted to be taught the magic of love, because at every meeting with a girl he behaved strangely. Telling all the details, the boy again remembered the moment in the magic tower and blushed with embarrassment. He had no strength at all and his nose started bleeding on its own. The boy rolled in different directions, dirtying the whole ground. On top of that, Ranubel listened to the words of a spiritual creature who wanted the little pervert to come with them. The main character, looking at the floor of the deceased magician, did not understand why he should be nearby. Kang Han-soo actually felt sick just thinking about where there was a boy magician. A long time ago, in the very first playthrough, the guy losing consciousness was a brilliant magician saving the country from war. One day he challenged the most incomparable sage on Earth. This sage had a golden golem with even more skills than most people. Ultimately, the sage managed to win by destroying the magic tower on his way. The golden golem could not be eliminated by any of the countries or even continents on Earth. Only this did not last long and the golem was destroyed. Technology was cowardly defeated by the hand that carried the power of love and friendship. And the one who defeated him was simply Kang Han-soo in the first playthrough. and this situation stagnated people to learn better methods of war. Not wanting to lose manpower, people were replaced with robots. The Red Golem from the Community of Darkness, who fought in the recent Bean, destroyed the remnants of public order with his appearance. The main character and the other guys were currently watching from the corner an even more interesting spectacle. A whiny guy who was defeated with his golem in the future will become the god of war, and that is why the main character did not leave him. Kang Han-soo didn't want to ruin his perfect sixth pass and was therefore ready to take care of the guy. The main character looked from the corner without understanding something until the very end. It was also a misunderstanding how a guy with low statistics managed to become so strong and receive the title of God of War. While Kang Han-soo was watching the guy, another man appeared and ran straight after the future God of War. This man touched the guy with his bloody hand, wanting to say something important. As it turned out, the stranger was a wounded old man who was pursued by a society of darkness wanting to gain his knowledge regarding golems. The old man asked the future god of war to save the records so that later the world would not be engulfed by bloodthirsty golems. The old man tried to explain what the guy should do to make everything work out. Renewable, who was behind the main character, did not hear anything, and Kang Han-soo understood that if she had listened, she still would not have understood anything. Kang Han-soo continued to watch because he himself did not understand what was happening and only knew the place the old man was talking about. The old man did not have enough strength to continue speaking normally without coughing up blood. The future god of war panicked, not understanding how to get to the right place. The old man finally lost his strength and fell down, losing consciousness. The guy did not want to take responsibility for the death of a stranger and ran away from the place of his grandfather's death. During the young man's escape, the people who had originally pursued him reached the old man. Looking at the old man's body, they recognized that he was not breathing at all due to an accident with a knife with which they wounded him. The main character watched from the sidelines the plans of the guys who wanted to find the drawings of golems in the house of the deceased. When the enemies moved further, Kang Han-soo managed to come out of hiding. He ordered the little pie to heal an innocent old man. The deceased instantly returned to life and suffered from the pain that manifests itself when strength returns to the body. The old man moved his head around trying to understand what was happening. It was then that he saw the main character in front of him, illuminated by the rays of the sun, like the holiest man in the world, and he ordered the old man to serve him from that day on. He then added that after a while the old man would be offended to receive salvation. The grandfather was very happy and shed tears of gratitude when accepting the offers. A few hours later, the main character obtained all the old man's resources that were in danger. Kang Han-soo couldn't stand wanting to quickly start creating a blue golem to defeat the Society of Darkness. In the past passage, this group will create a red robot that started a war on the continent. Kang Han-soo's whole plan was to create his own golem before chaos broke out on Earth. From such plans, the old man and the magician were buried by the genius of their master. The main character clenched his fist, not wanting to fail in his plans. The guy shed a tear from the desire to achieve the creation of every man's dream, because the destruction of the golden golem was the most offensive event in his life, although the reason for the disappearance of the golem was Kang Han-soo himself. Time passed much faster with attempts to create the perfect robot, and it got dark outside. When the old man and the magician completed the creation, the main character examined the robot, wanting to see something excellent. The robot was located directly inside a special mechanism, and the golem turned out to be much smaller than the hero expected. The guy wasn't worried about his size because the robot is an ordinary prototype, and Kang Han-soo pressed the cook button. The button immediately started working and began to glow. The light emanating from it showed when preparations began for the full activation of the robot. Golden-colored magic was directed into the mechanism where the new robot lay. The doors opened in front of the new robot, and it was easy for her to get out. The golem had the image of a woman. Her whole body was made of strong material. With his mouth wide open, the main character could not come up with a suitable name for the robot. Kang Han-soo looked at the robot called Arching Golem, and didn't quite understand why the robot had all the features of a woman's body. The main character angrily turned to his comrades, wanting to know what they had done to his creations. Only now he saw how they mocked without even hiding it. The worst thing was that the old man turned out to be the same pervert as the magician, and they specially created an Archon Golem. The main character was shocked by the terrifying sight of his stupid comrades who did something similar for their own pleasure. After several redesigns of the new robot in addition to the Archon Golem, Kang Hansu was pleased with the new golem design. The comrades received what they deserved and with cones on their heads listened to the next instruction. The main character began to leave the magic tower, wanting to quickly do very important things for him that could not just wait, and thus attracted the attention of the magician. Kang Hansu warned that he had some homework left to do. A task that could not be postponed in any way turned out to be the exploration of a training cave only for warriors. Being at the entrance to the cave, a spiritual creature warned about receiving the true power of a warrior. Going inside, the main character turned to the holy sword, wanting to say something important. He said to expect something very interesting if a spiritual creature considers real power to be something like the power of love and friendship. Once inside the cave, the first thing they noticed was the inscriptions on the walls. Kang Hansu could easily read what was written on the walls, but he just didn't quite understand the meaning of the words. Suddenly his attention was attracted by something more intriguing, and he was no longer able to look at other things that did not give him the same effect as what he saw did. Continuing to follow the cave, the main character reached the entrance to the room of the newcomer's knight. It was not at all difficult for him to open them, considering the name too childish. Inside the room was a golem with a wooden stick waiting to fight. Kang Hansu exhaled, not understanding the meaning of everything that happened. Without having time to do anything, the guy felt weakness in his arms and all the muscles disappeared. Because of this, the hero learned that the room resets all characteristics to 0, and in the same way, takes away the collected result by the time of defeating the golem. The guy just had to check the state of the black box because it could also change. He looked at completely different characteristics while the training golem began to attack. Kang Hansu destroyed the robot with one blow to the weak point. One robot was followed by many others, and the guy didn't mind fighting after losing his strength. He put more spiritual and physical strength into his hands by adhering to the teachings of Master Milan. The robots suffered defeats from muscle tension alone. The number of stone golems continued to increase. The hero had enough hand-to-hand combat to break his enemies. In addition to fists, legs also went into battle. The robots, losing their comrades, decided to act deliberately and more like team. Kang Hansu was angry because the number of opponents was not decreasing at all. Miss Manager appeared a little shocked by what she saw. She watched the student fight, considering it to be not a training fight at all, and the main character thought the same. While they were thinking about the basic training plan, more golems continued to come from all directions. All the robots falling from the sky stopped doing this, and Kang Hansu had to threaten them with the destruction of the building. Suddenly another passage opened in front of him. He sighed, not understanding what such a test would lead to. The doors that opened led to the inspection room, and Kang Hansu did not hope that such luck would continue. In the testing room, the hero had to fight further with stronger opponents. Having defeated the iron golems, the guy was right in his precautions regarding the room. Golems, like in the first room, did not end. At that moment, the main character got tired of this and put spiritual energy into the blow. None of the enemies were able to resist the skill of the Holy Fist, and they flew into the sky. Kang Hansu ran out of the inspection room and ran to the expert level. Each time, the golems acquired new body material and still lost to Kang Hansu's magic. The last thing left was to defeat the Barefoot, which is several times larger than the hero. Only, he was no different in strength from the previous ones and quickly lost. The robots were very weak compared to the protagonist who trained tirelessly for many years and ultimately completely eliminated the Demon King. Therefore, behind the boss's room, the winner's room appeared. Entering the guy's room, he was greeted by a difference from the other levels. Even something new in the cave could not stop the guy, and he broke down the doors, destroying the entire room in this test of endurance of the man who came. There was even a room with a test that really attracted attention. There was a signature nearby as if there was another boss in the room. Kang Hansu refused to go inside, calling the training complete crap, and wished that the enemies would come to him themselves. In this room, there was a mixture of everything previously seen, and in addition the boss had a weapon with him. The main character put holy energy into his fists, preparing to destroy everyone at once. Everyone was defeated and the guy had to run further during the explosions. Kang Hansu is tired of constantly fighting and then shaking off the dust. Only now the doors with their quirks did not stop in front of him. The young man, going through trials again, stood in the shadow of the new doors, not understanding what awaited him inside. Suddenly, something incomprehensible came to his attention. He saw a man whose body had many scars. This stranger saw Kang Hansu, not understanding why he usually sees a person instead of an angel. This man was a prince and also trained in the cave of the former heroine. This appearance made the main character fall silent a little. Then, with a blank look on his face, he asked who the person was and what he was doing in this place. For some reason, the prince wondered if Kang Hansu was a hero. In response, he tried to find out if the person was from the dragon family. First of all, the prince noticed the protagonist's skills were too good for an ordinary person. Kang Hansu was also interested in the abilities of the naked man. The guys stood looking at each other, cautious and preparing for the worst outcome. Looking at the prince's body, the main character realized that his interlocutor could easily heal from his wound. Kang Hansu was careful with a person who could spend a lot of skills to obtain such an ability. The prince formed an aura around himself that proved his experience in battles and showed how dangerous he was in battle, where not only a person's physical strength plays a role, but also his spiritual balance in any existing problems. Even Miss Manager heard about this prince, because he is a former hero and he achieved many titles by destroying his own kind. The observer was strictly forbidden to disclose information regarding other heroes, and therefore she warned Kang Hansu that the enemy should not be inside the fantasy world. When looking at the prince, the main character realized a strength superior to the rest of the enemies. All the people he had previously met were in no way comparable in strength to the prince, and were ordinary weaklings, unable to stand on their feet for more than 2 minutes. It was then that the stranger spoke about the information received from the leadership completely incorrectly, and as if he had been specially sent to this place to search for a new person who had received a title that is given only to a very strong person. Kang Hansu couldn't understand what was going on and tried to comprehend everything himself. The prince immediately began to attack the hero of the future, who was not at all insignificant in his opinion. The current hero managed to block the attack, which created a surge of magic and blinding of the environment. Such power surprised Kang Hansu and practically did not allow him to stand in one place. He was pushed a little further away without being injured, only thanks to the divine reflection of the damage. The prince did not expect to meet such a strong man, having lost strength in training. Kang Hansu was worried about fighting a person with superior skills. The prince moved forward without difficulty and did not get tired. The main character is about to use divine power because he has a chance to win. Having accumulated a little strength, he was enveloped in magic, and the guy stood up in order to plan the further battle. The hero estimated how many items the prince had lost and how he could fight. Despite his incredible strength, the prince had no chance of overpowering the fight with Kang Hansu. The man himself understood inevitable defeat due to lack of abilities. The prince had only the piercing skill, originally invented for invading protected territories. With the help of this skill, a person could easily penetrate the body of another person and harm him. Thanks to his strong skill, the prince managed to remain in a normal state of mind. This man had calculated the severity of the battle and wanted to consider everything a normal part of training. The main character ridiculed attempts to resist him and ordered to quickly prepare a coffin for himself. Then the prince accelerated and became faster than before. There were only a few seconds left before they came into contact. Kang Hansu had a chance to eliminate the enemy with holy magic. The enemy wanted to oppose her with physical force. Moving faster than sound, the prince managed to smile at the funny fight. At this time, the main character considered him just a clumsy man. They collided with blows and destroyed the ground beneath them. The prince hit him straight in the ribs. The hero's wounds healed quickly and there was nothing left there. The man himself was seriously wounded in the shoulder and could hardly recover. Without having time to ask Kang Hansu for important information, the prince took the attack straight to his face. Kang Hansu continued to throw punches and some of them landed in the head. There were simply countless attacks and the prince could only defend himself. He was unable to stand normally, feet and practically fell. In order to complete what he started, the main character added a kick. The prince did not have time to react to the disappearances and appearances of the main character from different sides. Kang Hansu found the weak point by fully examining all parts of the body that could lead to non-negative injuries, and hitting there caused pain in the prince. All attacks caused the enemy to struggle to stand and lose the ability to breathe calmly. Covered in beatings and bleeding, the prince tried to heal, while the main character was about to complete the massacre without being harmed. Only Miss Intern stopped him and told him to find out important information. The main character was not going to listen to the observer, who was partly to blame for the prince's escape, and Miss Trainee had to ask Kang Hansu for forgiveness. In addition to all the jokes, the main character felt danger and was therefore worried about. The wounds on the enemy's body were simply terrifying, and besides, his spine was broken. It was factors like these that made us wonder why a person does not die and looks like a monster. The prince looked absolutely terrible, much different from his original self, who was confident of victory and began to breathe heavily just after receiving blows from another person. He did not respond to the main character with blows and therefore did not last longer than expected. Kang Hansu, silently waiting for the enemy to come to a complete end and finally be able to go about his own business in search of the desired item. For the guy, it was amazing how a person could live with his physique destroyed several times. Kang Hansu guessed that it was all thanks to the prince's stamina skill. While they stood in one position, examining each other's characteristics and planning how best to start the battle with their opponent, several golems were released towards them. These robots were much larger than the previous ones and had strong skills with the abilities of a real golem. The main character, being between large robots, saw something very important and tried to make sure it wasn't his imagination. This spectacle was how the prince was about to escape taking advantage of the appearance of robots. Kang Hansu did not intend to let the enemy go and quickly approached him. In a few seconds, he grabbed the prince's neck and began to choke him. The hero was finally tired of tolerating a tenacious man and ordered him to die quickly. He was so angry that he did not pay attention to the appearance of a golem behind him, ready at any second to strike a blow capable of harming every person who does not see his opponent and does not feel his presence. Kang Hansu didn't plan to get himself harmed, so he looked at the robot. He also used the prince as a defense and at the same time a striking weapon. The main character went too far in squeezing the enemy's throat and not letting go until the end. The remaining enemies tried to attack together, only they did not have enough speed to be outside the vision of the main character. First of all, Kang Hansu defended himself from the golem's attack with the enemy's body. Due to the force of the blow, the prince's vertebrae began to break. Kang Hansu continued to move around the battle area, delivering many blows. With each such blow, the prince's bones were broken closer to his head. The hero was not going to stop and did what was required. The iron golem was preparing to strike directly at the person and was aiming at the right place. Something inexplicable happened, and the main character remained on the ground, although he managed to defend himself. A couple of seconds passed before the prince's head fell behind him. Kang Hansu let go of the enemy's body and looked at the deceased. Just because of this, the guy smiled with joy at completing the annoying battle, not having time to fully rejoice at the death of the annoying robot. He tried to hit him from behind. Kang Hansu put more spiritual energy into his body and looked at the golem. The guy stopped the attack with one hand and didn't even put any effort into it. The remaining opponents were covered with the magic of the main character. He screamed, indicating where the scrap metal should be. The previously spoken words caused all the golems to lose their strength and be destroyed with the arrival of magic. Everything was destroyed while the guy collected the energy back. Kang Hansu wanted to finish what he started, and then he saw that the prince's body was not in the place where he accepted defeat, and he did not understand how a man had lost his head. Suddenly, he heard a person behind him address him and turned back. This man was precisely the prince, who explained the humiliation he had to endure while fighting against the hero of the present time and suffering an inevitable defeat from him. The man's story did not last long, and he felt incredible pain in the abdomen and symptoms of bleeding appeared in the area below the waist. He fell to the ground screaming from unbearable pain. After receiving a fatal blow, strange things began to happen in his body and the wounded cells changed. Kang Hansu became very curious about how the enemy survived and asked about it directly. The prince told him about this place where no one will die. The main character did not fully understand how everything worked, since he did not have to die in the training field. The prince vowed to one day take revenge on the hero whenever possible outside of this place. He could hardly escape and continued to talk as he walked. Kang Hansu watched this without disturbing him at all. Afterwards, he smiled, thinking that he would not be able to resist the past hero from the outside. He turned around, starting to walk away himself and allowing the man to leave. Before he could get outside, the main character saw a large shadow above him. This shadow spread over a large territory of this educational place, which determines what the person who came, or even the hero, is really capable of. The reason for her appearance was a golden golem that appeared to fight the winner of a test of spiritual strength and endurance while passing through several stages of the cave. Seeing the characteristics of the golem made the main character smile with anticipation of seeing it in action. The golden robot immediately began to attack with his sword. The blow went straight to Kang Han-soo's head. When a golden sword of enormous size came into contact with a person, it began to destroy itself according to the plan of the main character. All parts of the robot, both small and large, glowed with a bright light from Kang Han-soo's magic. Several minutes passed, and having destroyed the enemy, the main character was among the ruins of the training field. He did not take his eyes off the important detail. In front of the hero there was a door called the release room, and the guy liked it. Kang Han-soo did not remain in place and continued to endlessly follow the corridor. Suddenly a street light illuminated his face and blinded his eyes. Kang Han-soo managed to see a girl standing in front of him in the middle of a green field. This girl was an elf, and she greeted the hero with a smile and congratulated him on his victory. That's when the incredibly evil main character told her to stop pretending to be a pretty girl or she would die. The main character, without saying anything, followed the elf moving through an unknown territory shrouded in plants. They continued to walk without stopping, and the path in front of them never ended. After walking for a long time, Kang Han-soo stopped when he heard from the escort that the road had led them to the right place. It was then that they saw an incredibly huge building located right in the thicket of the forest, and could not help but attract the attention of those passing by. Being inside the building, which is an ancient temple, the main character first examined the ceilings, lighting with special chandeliers. The temple was quite huge in size as it was built only to store and glorify the achievements of the first hero. Immediately after entering the building, it began to disappear, hiding from the outside world. The elf, smiling, set about her destiny to accompany future summoned people and put them on the right path. The girl who put in the hard work did not regret doing everything at her own request and knew how with great power comes great responsibility. The elf did not at all want any of the heroes of the new generation to follow the path of the first summoned person. Kang Han-soo, listening to the escort, could not understand what they were talking about and what it would lead to. Upon full arrival at the final destination, a large staircase illuminated by the sun opened in front of them. While behind the elf, the main character noticed a very interesting thing. The guys stood right next to a huge statue covered in golden color and several times larger than human size. In the hands of this creation was a holy sword. The accompanying woman told the story of how the first hero used the sword he saw while traveling around the world. But since in ancient times there was no concept of a holy sword, this blade was simply nicknamed magical. Following this, the girl revealed the secret of the appearance of the wife of the first hero, and at the same time was the guardian of the holy sword from ancient times. Kang Han-soo simply watched the elf without surprise. Due to the fact that he had his own holy sword, he wanted something else, and this slightly confused the girl. Sighing heavily, the girl wanted to talk about ancient times that happened several hundred years ago. The very first summoned man managed to defeat the enemy demon lord, and this incident was supposed to bring peace to the whole world. But inexplicable things happened to the hero and military battles stopped only for 500 years. A called man who has done bad things has lost the trust of his wife who has supported him for many years and she just left. In real time, the elf was inflamed with anger because the hero was cheating on her, but these family problems did not worry Kang Han-soo at all. The girl turned to him, trying to prove that the knowledge of the past generation cannot be taken lightly. It was then that the main character got angry, wanting to quickly get the desired information. The elf, realizing that she had succumbed to emotions a little, apologized to the future generation of the Defender of the Earth. She continued to tell how the first person called received punishment for his actions. When he was defeated by his own comrades, he immediately fled to the other side of the world. The new hero simply listened attentively, trying to understand the reason he told. 31. The elf conveyed her desire not to allow new generations to follow the same path as the first hero. Looking at Kang Han-soo, the girl asked him after the victory of the demon lord to never change and continue to be a loyal person. The guy just has to agree with this request. The elf smiled when she heard such words from the new generation of people called into this world. The wife of the first hero began to come closer, starting a conversation about the 3 tests that the recruit will have to go through. The first task was to fight the statue of the first hero and win the battle. The second test was to quickly make the holy sword recognize the hero as his partner. There was no surprise or usual excitement on Kang Han-soo's face about this. The last task was to subjugate the statue into his possession and make it his own, because the strength of the first hero did not lie in the statue itself. Having fully prepared for the passage, the guy was warming up and was ready for the start of the battle only when he came closer. It was then that he heard from the elf that he could simply evade the statue's attacks or defend himself. The high priest, a suitable one from the ancient people, completely seated, trying to show the main character of the future generation the importance of the power of friendship along with love. Kang Han-soo was not going to stop the girl from doing what she wanted, because at the moment he didn't know the statistics of the golem. Looking at the elf again, there was no reason for him to refuse the free blessing of an excellent rank. Kang Han-soo, remembering the image of his comrades who died at his hands, laughed with pleasure, since if the elf annoys her, a similar fate awaits her. The main character finally approached the huge statue and stopped near it. He carefully examined the statue several times larger than him and thought about his battle plans. Immediately after this, the enemy began to move, activating a defense mechanism against the people who came to him. After the movement began, a bright glow from a crystal with magical potential formed on the enemy's head. The statue raised its holy sword and prepared to strike further at the new man. The attack on the area was followed by a huge destruction of the area. And despite this, the main character did not even move from his place. Kang Han-soo looked at the new enemy with a certain feeling of contempt and understanding, as if he were a weak enemy. The statue guarding the holy sword began to emit hot steam from its mouth as if it was giving it a boost. This creature, once a chaos golem, began to fully approach the person and hid its full characteristics. Kang Han-soo was a little worried because in front of him stood an enemy who had a black box of a certain rank. In just one moment, the chaos golem launched a strong attack with a blade, which the main character almost barely managed to dodge. The statue's movements were incredibly fast, and the stone in the middle of its forehead began to emit magical light, giving an advantage in battle. Even Kang Han-soo, who thought that he could win without difficulty, was shocked and gritted his teeth in anger. After this, an incredibly huge explosion of energy occurred in the temple, covering most of the building. Kang Han-soo was in the air inspecting a fairly strong chaos technique of a rank higher than normal. After much deliberation, the statue struck with its blade and continued to press with all its might, a little too much for an ordinary person. The main character flew near this holy sword, trying to dodge the blow. In a couple of seconds, a wave of dust from the explosion formed at the guy's location, and Kang Han-soo himself disappeared into a curtain of dirt. But the main character was not defeated and landed on the ground, becoming only stronger in controlling his actions. Kang Han-soo took the entire blow to his body, and even so he managed to get away with an ordinary scratch, as well as torn clothes. When the guy was shaking off the dirt, the elven priestess offered her help. She immediately began to conjure a special magic formed around her fingertips. This technique quickly came into contact with Kang Han-soo's body and filled him with more spiritual energy to continue the fight. When a sufficient amount of magic was collected, the main character felt strange sensations in his muscles, and all the wounds were instantly healed. He noticed that with this technique the profession had changed, and in addition, the guy acquired an additional skill. The main character began to laugh at such incredible changes, believing that any method would be useful, because at the moment, it was more important to simply win. Clenching his fist tightly, the boy wanted to quickly test new skills and see for himself the progress. In just a couple of seconds, his body was covered with new magic that spread around the wearer. The ancient statue did not wait for the person to think for long and attacked faster than the enemy. Such a high-speed blow hit Kang Han-soo on the head. Immediately after this, he grabbed the holy sword with only one hand and prepared to retaliate. A statue from ancient times could not show any feelings, but even so, it was very difficult for him to put pressure on an ordinary person. Kang Han-soo, who liked the new forces, held back the technique and mocked the enemy. He decided to make a quick attack with his other hand, and filled it with magical energy from his body. Using this method, the boy managed to throw the statue a little further away from himself, and for some time deprive the enemy of full concentration. Kang Han-soo quickly moved around the body of the statue, ignoring dangerous places. A couple of minutes passed, and the main character managed to get to the required point of the body and is preparing to strike from the knee. In a short time, the guy grabbed the sacred sword from the hands of the statue and began to run away from the battle. At our right moment, Kang Hansu put all his strength into controlling the huge blade of chaos, and it was thanks to this industrial plan that he managed to break through the protection of the statue. The enemy's parts scattered from just one blow, and the light emanating from the body began to flicker faintly. Kang Hansu left the opponent in this state and landed at a safe distance from the Chaos Golem. He was near the Holy Sword where he felt completely different sensations compared to his own blade. The guy touched the sacred sword, and a strange drawing of magical energy began from his body. Without having time to say or react, his arm twisted in the other direction, as if it had been completely broken by an unknown force. Kang Hansu turned in the other direction after hearing congratulations from the elf for receiving the recognition of the Holy Sword. According to the girl, the blade she saw was just a prototype of a real sword, and thanks to it you can awaken the spirit of a hero or heal him in future battles. The elf smiled strangely, saying that the calculated powers of the Holy Sword only work when the blade actually turns out to be real. While she was talking about this, the tricks from the body of the statue began to operate nearby, and they emitted an aura. Each of the Chaos Golem's equipment absorbed Kang Hansu's energy and prevented him from using his own powers. Having lost the ability to move, the main character asked the accompanying priestess if what happened was an ordinary trap for heroes who came to this world. An ancient elf, whose name had been forgotten for several hundred years, came closer to the new hero of this world, and claimed that what had happened was not at all a trap for the guy. The girl smiled strangely as she congratulated Kang Hansu, who had become a hero for future generations, because from that moment on, the forbidden power received from the first summoned person was in his hands. The ancient priestess put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder, trying to say something very important to him. After this, the elf completely pressed herself against the man surrounded by magic that stopped physical actions and said that upon completion of the skill, the guy would completely lose his memories, and he would be under the control of the Holy Sword. As it turned out, the main goal of the priestess was to make Kang Hansu a person who actively plays the role of a future hero, and so that he loves her more than anyone in the world in the role of his beloved wife forever. While the girl was dreaming about the future, the main character touched her face, thanking her for all the congratulations he had heard. From that moment on, his characteristics grew and he gained more strength. Since Kang Hansu had mastered skills that did not allow him to erase his memory or submit to someone else's will, the guy threw the elf to the earth and stood over her, telling her how he was going to use the power he had received. Some kind of hatred was visible in the gaze of the main character, so he wanted to quickly repay the elf for her immeasurable kindness. At that moment, she was lying on the ground, writhing in unbearable pain due to the fall. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared above her, blocking the falling light, and the girl turned all her attention to it. It was then that the main character kissed the ancient priestess for his own purposes. It was thanks to this action that the guy managed to transfer the poison in his body to another carrier and get rid of unnecessary problems holding back his strength. Kang Hansu stood over the elf, watching as she was consumed by the magic made precisely thanks to her. The main character mocked with a frightening look, feeling some kind of déjà vu from the ongoing betrayal. The elf could not understand why her mental barrier did not work as it should, and began to be afraid of what might happen soon. The girl's body disintegrated into small pieces, disappearing along with the magic of oblivion that appeared at a fairly high level of action. With the continuation of the disappearance of the ancient priestess, the main character returned almost all of the stolen spiritual power protecting him from the external influences of enemies. Kang Hansu laughed, rejoicing at the new transcendental dark energy, because he believed that it must be some kind of strong demon or even worse, and it was precisely such thoughts that allowed him to be careful. The holy elf lost the ability to move because her body was completely destroyed by the poison. Remembering the image of the past person called to this world, the main character realized that there was a way to escape from fantasy, since the former person managed to do it. Kang Hansu went to the exit, wanting to quickly find what he wanted. The guy sincerely smiled because he had finally found that ray of light in the darkness with which he had a chance to escape from this stupid world, in his opinion, and mind his own business. He stood right next to the exit, cursing people from the academy, and also wanted to return as quickly as possible to prove his strength, and did not think of giving up, no matter the cost. A few hours later, Somewhere on the outskirts of the kingdom's great capitals, a young girl with big heels was running from a threat to her own life and getting dirty as she went. Monsters several times larger in size followed right behind her, and just touching the ground destroyed the strong soil. The blonde ran away for so long that soon she was simply completely wound up and practically could not catch her breath properly. Feeling the woman's fear, the pig-shaped monsters sped up to eat the innocent maiden. From such persecution, even the forest began to tremble and was enveloped in dark, even evil energy. A girl in a dress that did not allow her to move normally asked for help, screaming about it at the top of her voice. The too big monster had already caught up with the little man and was preparing to strike a blow that would kill the woman, when suddenly, somewhere nearby, magical energy emanating from a special magic staff appeared. The spell hit the enemy directly in the head and formed reflections of destructive light on his head. In just one moment, the monster began to fall in the other direction from the girl running away in fear. The technique used was launched from bushes located at a not very large distance from what was happening. Unable to withstand the great force, the enemy creature fell to its knees and lost the strength to move further. It was then that a sorceress emerged from the place where the technique was used, ready to deliver several blows at any moment. This magician turned out to be Ranubel, surrounded by a certain joyful aura from her victory over the stupid orc. While the girl was rejoicing, the leg of another person following her appeared right behind her. This was the main character, not happy with the power of the monster who fell at the hands of a girl posing as some kind of super cutie. Kang Hansu completely came out of the bushes, reminding how unfair fate is, since the orc was born much weaker than Ranubel. Suddenly, he heard strange sounds from the forest and could not understand what was happening, although he was not particularly afraid or worried about it. In a couple of seconds, more and more orcs appeared from the forest wanting to avenge one of them. Then the main character simply snapped his fingers trying to show something. Kang Hansu's entire body was swallowed by hot fire. The guy, without even intending to fight, decided to deal with the orcs. Snapping his fingers again, he launched a beam of fire at his opponents. This use of magic quickly blinded enemies who perceived too much bright light. Also, at the location of the guys who saved the unknown lady, a huge explosive power was formed that absorbed most of the forest area. After the shockwave dispersed and completely disappeared, the main character, along with his companion hiding behind him, continued to make their way through the thickets of an unknown forest. Ultimately, they managed to get to the place where the massacre took place, and many living people or simply attacking creatures were killed. Spiritual energy came out of the bodies of the orcs, and after the complete death of the body, it gradually evaporated into the sky. Ordinary knights were unable to resist the power of superior monsters, and having given up their lives, lay on the ground, giving their lives to save others. Kang Hansu looked around carefully and was even a little surprised to see such a meat grinder, and behind him was a girl who had received help and was not able to stand normally. Among the pile of dead, there was a cart inside which there were 2 more people and they did not move, having been mortally wounded. Coming closer to the main character, it became clear that these were 2 girls who were the personal protection and servants of the injured stranger. While the guy felt sorry for women who would have to live with scars from wounds and psychological trauma all their lives, a special circle of Miss Observer appeared, also feeling sorry for the wounded. Kang Hansu understood how terribly what happened would affect the condition of the women, and therefore decided to erase their memories thanks to the black box. Ranubel placed the victim near the others, and it was then that the activation of the skill of the new generation hero began. The stranger who ran away from the orcs opened her eyes slightly to look at the rescuers. She saw Kang Hansu in front of her, frightening every person, and he greeted her by calling her a lady running away from bacon, after which the boy imposed oblivion on everyone. Kang Hansu commanded his new acquaintances thanks to his eyes shining with a dark aura. The guy sent a pinch of his energy into the bodies of the wounded in order to heal their wounds with the help of special blessings. In just a few seconds, the girls returned to normal and recovered. Seeing how the girls cheerfully swear among themselves because the princess ran away out of fear somewhere, the main character smiled a little because he managed to save them. Since Kang Hansu was able to see the characteristics of other people, he was able to find out information that the strangers were from the nobles. When suddenly the girls screamed when they saw the prince who died untimely on his first hunt, Panic arose among them from a lack of understanding of what to do, since the kingdom was now completely doomed to destruction. The main character looked away, not wanting to interfere in matters that did not concern him in any way. While everyone was minding their own business, an unfamiliar man on horseback approached the place of the massacre. Kang Hanzu felt the strange presence of a man he couldn't recognize and turned around to look around him. It was then that this stranger began to slow down the horse in order to get off it. What he saw shocked the boy a little, because he had once seen a man standing right in front of him. And he looked at a man carrying a large army behind him. The characteristics of this man were quite large. For some reason, the expression on the nobleman's face showed how excited the person was, and then it became clear to Kang Hansu that this person would become the next king of the Kingdom of Magic. In the future, the current ruler will die in exactly 3 years due to his painful illness. After a few more years, the coronation ceremony will begin in the kingdom, and the people who came will be very happy, and then the brother of the deceased king will take his place, supported by both the townspeople and the local nobility. It's not for nothing that a man will take the place of a king because he has become an excellent magician in addition to managing all the accounting. People loved this man because he honestly believed in the law of equal exchange. Kang Hansu was a little happy to see this individual after such a long time. Suddenly his memories were distorted because the future king ordered the death of all the people in his path. The main character got a little angry, not understanding what this old man was saying and couldn't control his anger. They stood looking at each other. In addition, the women who received help from Kang Hansu asked the king not to fight with the supposedly holy man. The main character is completely confused in what is happening, not understanding why the heirs of the throne can be killed, but saints are strictly prohibited by law. The future king was afraid of Kang Hansu, believing that he could cause trouble at any moment and therefore wanted not to save his life. The main character could only listen to how the knights were going to eliminate him painlessly. Looking at the future king, the guy realized that the skill of divinity does not work against everyone. The king was just seething with anger when he saw a man unknown to him. But Kang Hansu himself laughed because none of the people who see him are capable of harming the body. Each of the knights obeyed the commander-in-chief, even without paying attention to their own fear. The knights quickly surrounded the accused and asked for forgiveness for all his sins because they considered the main character a saint. For a few seconds they rushed to attack with hatred in the name of the homeland where they live and for the interests of their king. Kang Hansu, smiling with joy, filled his hands with special magic and did not intend to eliminate innocent people. Having prepared a hand with enough magic inside, he wanted to prove his innocence to everyone, thanks to the received divinity. A light aura formed around the guy, capable of clearing and calming the attackers' minds. In another part of Kang Hansu's body, he collected dark energy in order to simultaneously get rid of the demon's fans. Upon completion of the accumulation of energy inside one of the parts of the body, the main character collected the skill of luck in the palm of his hand, allowing him to anticipate surprises for complete control of the situation. In just a few seconds, Kang Hansu's body was covered with a bright light, showing the power of the force that the knights fear. The main character screamed at the top of his voice, ordering the attackers to stop immediately, and thus cast a special creation magic on them. The knights were unable to contradict the order, and hovered in the position from which they were planning to strike. The radiance around the main character greatly fascinated the attackers, and they could not take their eyes off. Suddenly, everything changed, and they saw something very shocking, which actually made them think better about their first impression when they met. What they were scared of was Kang Hansu with a terrifying face, and he told how bad it was to eliminate the heirs to the throne, and also ordered them to think better about the relatives waiting for them at home. For the main character, such speeches were a good solution to the problem, but the knights, out of fear, could not even think normally, and looked at the crazy guy. The future king was not going to listen to the words of a stranger, and ordered the others to do the same. On the other side stood Kang Hansu, looking like a saint. Although he is not one, he called on the good knights to choose the right side. Unable to oppose the stranger's words, the king simply began to speak for the future of the kingdom. Before the old man had time to finish his words, the main character suddenly interrupts him with his story about the possessed king and the opportunity to give a chance to a new generation of heirs. Doubts arose among the knights about what they should do, and no one was going to betray their king. This devotion was commendable for the protagonist. He smiled because he had something with which to resist. Sensing danger, the king ordered the knights to quickly deal with Kang Han-soo before anything happened. When suddenly he felt some strange pressure on his body and became worried. This problem turned out to be one of the knights absorbed by dark energy, and he was preparing to stab him in the back. Hatred was visible in the eyes of the traitor, and he constantly repeated the praise of some great man. The blow with the blade clearly pierced the heavy armor of the future king, who did not understand why this happened. After receiving a wound, he fell to the ground from his horse and was surrounded by knights in whom trust had disappeared. Using the technique of dark energy, which allows greater control over people than through trust, the main character mocked the loser. While the battle was taking place, the princess's servants were scared because her uncle was trying to eliminate the girl, and they wanted to quickly inform the current king. It was then that Kang Han-soo quickly used some unknown magic to stop the guys. Kang Han-soo did this only because the women discussed plans in the presence of people who would later be accused of collusion, so that Miss Trainee who appeared would not have to worry about the consequences. The main character was preparing to use a special sword. Behind Kang Han-soo, in the blink of an eye, an image of an angel illuminating everything around appeared. The main character's desire was to immediately revive all the dead people while there was time for this. But the desire to revive everyone did not in any way carry with it the goal of saving the princess's uncle. After completing the previous skill, Kang Han-soo was about to make oblivion on everyone and heard someone call him. The main character turned around in order to better examine the person he was seeing for the first time and focused all his attention on him. As it turned out, the one who knew the main character was the deceased prince, who was too narcissistic and was going to forgive Kang Han-soo for nothing. Following the stupid words, he saw Ranubel behind the savior's back and considered her too cute. The prince invited the girl to the evening as his gratitude, and he himself blushed all over from this. Suddenly, on the prince's shoulder, the main character put his hand in which a lot of dark energy had gathered, and Khan was about to say something. The main character ordered to look at him again and sewed magic himself, which actually frightened an ordinary person too much. A few hours later, the prince was unable to move, and watching this, it became clear to the main character why the duke committed treason and was going to eliminate the heirs. Kang Han-soo decided to completely rewrite the prince's history so that he would no longer be the heir to the crown, and instead, the throne would be taken by a princess who knew absolutely nothing about the outside world. In the future, according to the traditions of magic, the regent will definitely be a son-in-law who has a talent for magic. The main character was literally beaming with an ideal plan that could easily make the world better than before. Kang Han-soo's attention was distracted by the fact that Ranubel felt strange and could not explain what was happening. This girl's behavior greatly angered her brother, who doesn't even look like Ranubel. Kang Han-soo wanted to teach his sister a lesson so that she would stop complaining if she didn't want to get what she deserved. Following this, Ranubel remembered the prince for inviting her, and then the main character briefly explained that he did not want her to go somewhere. The guys began to leave all the other rescued people, talking about their own affairs. As Kang Han-soo left, he remembered something very important and tried to fully understand what it was. The main character remembered the boy to whom he gave the staff, and he thanked him for his help, and also followed Kang Han-soo wherever he went. Having created the guise of an unknown person in his head, the main character wanted to try something, and for this, he needed a magician's staff. Immediately after this, he remembered the snowy mountain located in the center of the northern continent. It was the hot springs that formed at the foot of the mountain that attracted countless travelers heading straight to the very top. Since the pond was located near the nearest village, this village eventually became a popular tourist stop. In real time, the main character smiled, wondering how much such luck could greatly help in his own adventures. He and Ranubel went to the village for which he had previously thought, and they saw a fairly large number of inhabitants. But in addition to ordinary people, bandits were hiding among them, along with mercenaries who were going to cause harm at any moment. The criminals were stopped only by knights constantly monitoring order inside the village. Kang Han-soo, looking around, thought that if everything was as good as the stories say, only ordinary people came to this place. But there was a problem with a huge amount of mana flowing out of the mountain, attracting the attention of surrounding monsters. Trying to earn more money, bandits came after the monsters and hid in the forests infested with creatures. And after the bandits, they sent heroes who came to this village only on orders from above. The main character, realizing how much he was in a good place, stopped after completing the search path. He and Ranubel stood right in front of a large bar building from which an incredible amount of information can be obtained. Not wanting to think long on the street, the main character kicked down the bar doors and illuminated the dark room. Those sitting inside could not properly examine the face of the guy who entered the room as if it were his home. The mercenaries sitting closest to the door became angry at the behavior of a man they did not know, considering him a bug. Kang Hansu, hiding Ranubel behind his back, told the others to better remember his name and face, so that in the future they would know who defeated the princess of the snowy mountain. After that, he ordered the bartender to quickly open the bottles of wine and pour it to those present all night, at the expense of the new hero. For such kindness, the mercenaries changed their minds about the main character and realized how smart the young man was. Wanting to get more drinks, the surrounding people began to shout Kang Hansu's name to encourage his spirit before the battle began. The main character himself smiled, because he thought of everything just to attract the attention of the required person. He saw a man in a mask hiding right behind the bartender and trying to hide from prying eyes. This person did not show her face at all, and only bright red eyes were visible. Seeing the serious-minded main character, the bartender offered him his help, which would make things a little easier. Kang Hansu ordered to quickly prepare the hottest thing he had in stock. Such an idea was sharply remembered in the bartender's head, and he agreed to do everything possible. In the bar where the new hero of the world entered, the fun continued, and the noise became much louder with each passing of time. Thus it became completely dark outside. But even so, the fun continued. Inside the building, it was quite fun, and no one was quarreling among themselves, happy to have such an opportunity to drink. The plates from which the visitors ate became empty over time, and there was nothing left to continue. One of the most drunk was Ranubel, who infuriated the main character with her behavior. She drank so much that she couldn't even speak normally. A little later, the bartender finally brought the steak Kang Hansu ordered. Along with the preparation of food, a man who was hiding his presence arrived at the main character's table. The stranger was a young girl who, having asked why the hero called her, took off her cape. This person smiled strangely and looked straight into Kang Hansu's eyes. The girl standing in front of the main character was a member of the so-called black market squad that fulfills any whim of the customer and gets a decent amount for it. The girl continued to watch the main character because to use her services, you need to know the secret language by which they recognize each other. It was for the sake of the black market participants that Kang Hansu arrived in this village and asked to tell information for the first hero. The stranger sat down next to the guy because she became very curious to accept such an order. The most basic information that the girl knew was that we were talking about the person of the first white demon king. Having confirmed the order, the main character took up the knife and began to eat his own food. The stranger remembered that about 7 years passed from the moment the first called person appeared until the victory, and he himself did not have time to gain many achievements in his life. Kang Hansu calmly said that he wants to get absolutely all the information regarding the first hero. The girl laughed in response, claiming that there was much more available data than the guy thought. The main character took out one of the things from his arsenal, telling how much he already knows. Throwing the thing on the table, he wanted to give it away if only the girl could get data that he had not yet heard. On this document thrown to Kang Hansu were drawings of the body of one girl. The stranger immediately examined these documents, thinking that this would be her advance, which could only be obtained by agreeing to assist. The main character put the cutlery back in place and warned about canceling the agreement if he did not receive what was required. After this, the young man asked if the girl agreed to accept such an offer. Hearing the question from the main character, the new acquaintance clicked her fingers, calling the bartender to her, because she didn't understand the area in question at all. Kang Hansu watched in anticipation as they communicated with each other and could not hear what they were talking about. Having completed his reasoning, the bartender quickly moved away from the reserved table and, without saying anything, went about his own business. Thus, there was complete silence between the main character and the girl with a lack of understanding of what was happening. Only the new friend continued to smile as if nothing had happened. In order to dispel the current situation, she offered to eat dessert, and Kang Hansu agreed with this. The main character calmly ate his dessert, while watching the girl who had not yet answered exactly, and did not agree with the proposal. When suddenly he noticed something very interesting to his attention. That's why the guy rose to his feet. As it turned out, A dwarf entered the bar, anticipating further disclosure of events and a conversation with a man. The dwarf said nothing except his greetings towards Kang Hansu, who was nearby, but the main character himself was somehow relatively unfriendly towards this person and was already gritting his teeth in anger. According to the memoirs of the main character, the god of war surprised the whole world with his golden golem, and everyone began to respect him. But he would never have been able to achieve such fame if the villain had ceased to exist in his story. In the distant past, there was a stranger near the enemy supporting his incredible strength. This difficult role was taken on by a gnome nicknamed the Bloody Gnome. The dwarf held in the right hand of his red golem a club with which he managed to destroy enemy castle gates. In his left hand is a drill that pierces all malicious enemies. The creator of this golem was no worse than a monster, and therefore he was nicknamed Bloody. In the present tense, this acquaintance was looking at the drawing received from the main character. Kang Hansu carefully watched the Bloody Gnome, realizing that now it would be difficult to play with such a strong opponent. The gnome, having carefully examined the drawing, began to wrap it in a tube, making strange sounds of thinking. When suddenly he hit the drawings on the table without saying anything. Such an act of the gnome became a little incomprehensible to the main character, and even so, he did not do anything in advance. The Bloody Gnome was surprised by the original drawing and screamed about it a little louder than before. Seeing the gnome's reaction, Kang Hansu, like some kind of demon, began to smile from understanding where everything was going. The eyes of the creator of the red golem lit up with the desire to get the drawings in which, from the very first page, the content of the philosophy and passion of the creators of the golems begins. The main character listened with pleasure to the old man's incredibly great desire to get the drawings. When the Bloody Gnome left with the bartender having received what he wanted, the girl taking the order was happy to help with amazing conditions. Kang Hansu did not talk and asked her about the future plan of action. The mercenary wanted, first of all, to collect the required information about the first hero, and also about his comrades or other acquaintances. The main character was a little surprised to see how serious the girl was, wanting to turn over every stone just by finding the data. Kang Hansu stood up, wanting to finally go about his business, and the mercenary responded to him. The girl asked him to stay a little in the village while she received information, and in return offered him a personal room. Such a polite request slightly warned the protagonist. In her thoughts, the mercenary hoped with all her heart that Kang Hansu would die at the hands of the Ice Princess, and the drawings would remain in the Bloody Gnome. Since there was no other choice but to stay, the main character simply agreed. A little later, the guy went to his room, not planning to rush into the 6th passage while the Demon King was alive. He just wanted to move on with a cool head and not do anything stupid along the way. One night had passed since the moment of reflection, and the main character stood in his room looking at what was happening in front of him. Seeing how Renewable was seriously sleeping in an embrace with a staff, he changed his mind about sticking to the plan of not doing stupid things. Kang Hansu immediately snatched the staff from his companion's hands while she was talking in her sleep. In order not to tolerate the girl's stupid talk, Kang Hansu threw a pillow in her face with all his might, and Renewable felt a little pain. A little later, the main character was finally preparing to go to a woman who considers herself the most unfortunate in this world. When Miss Inspector appeared in front of him and asked if the guy was going to climb the mountain, he replied that he did not use such methods. Since Kang Hansu had good results in his first playthrough, he went to act outside the village. Somewhere inside the dense forest there was a hut where the smoke came from a new fire. Also, a person located in this territory split firewood with absolute ease. This man was a white-haired guy taking a break from hard work. He had long ago moved away from the village. While the man was minding his own business and then resting due to hard work, suddenly someone grabbed his neck and began to strangle him violently. This stranger hit the worker against a tree with all his might, calling him a lizard, and even so did not stop harming the worker's health. The attacker turned out to be the main character, angrily wanting the interlocutor to quickly take on his true appearance, but the lizard was unable to understand what was happening. It was clear from Kang Hansu's eyes how much he wanted to eliminate the employee, and reminded how much longer the obedient ones live, unlike others. The desire to live never left the lizard, and he used magic that envelops the entire body in order to soon act. The incredibly powerful magic of the creation absorbed a huge part of the thicket of the forest, and continued to spread until it reached the village. At the sight of the transformation into the present guise, a smoke screen formed, covering the view. In a few seconds, a huge and white creature appeared from the mud and instantly began to growl. As it turned out, that worker was from the dragon race with a fairly high level and strong frostbite skills. The incredible size of the dragon instantly attracted the attention of all the villagers, and they began to panic as if the creature would soon attack. Residents ran away with all their might, trying to wake up the heroes who came to work with them. At this moment, the lizard was preparing to use special frostbite magic. The target of this attack was the main character located directly under the dragon, and the guy did not move at all. Kang Han-soo, looking at the enemy's readiness, smiled because the dragon moved exactly the same as in his very first playthrough. In a couple of seconds, the young man launched a lightning attack on the creature's jaw and thus covered it. The magical energy gathered inside the dragon directly burst out with piercing rays. The magic failed to break out and the dragon absorbed the energy into itself. In less than a couple of minutes, the main character turned out to be the winner in the battle, and the dragon lay right next to his feet. Kang Han-soo stood over the head of the poor lizard who did not want to die and turned to her trying to say something. Then the guy ordered to look into his eyes, and he began to tame the creature in order to impose more effects on him. After a short time, a white dragon's wing appeared from the forest, opening quite high into the sky. The lizard flew over the forest at the moment while he was carrying the main character on his back without resisting it. Kang Han-soo was very happy to get such a powerful creature and shouted out Baekgu, which was the new name of the dragon. The main character set a path aimed at the snowy mountains and kept a route there that he wanted to fly in one day. Right behind the snowy mountains, there was a building unknown to people, hiding its presence thanks to the snow. The dragon on which Kang Han-soo was sitting tried with all his might to maneuver away from the rocks several times larger than himself. The passing guy hoped that the ice princess was still somewhere nearby and wanted to hurry. As it turned out, the building behind the mountains was the kingdom of the ice princess, and the young man almost reached her. There were several paths to the kingdom, and one of them was an icy path around which icy cliffs formed. Heroes who hoped to eliminate the ice princess were forever buried inside these rocks. Several of these heroes actually froze in one position while covering themselves from the incredible strength of the enemy. At that moment, the main character simply flew over them and talked to the Miss Observer, who was surprised that most of the heroes were women. For some time, Kang Han-soo discussed the question that worried his assistant, having an explanation for this. The guy claimed that the women who came to this place were divided into two groups. One of these groups was a girl just in charge of the ice princess. This happened only because on the northern continent, girls are constantly compared to a princess from birth. The main character was just about to talk about the second group of women coming to the kingdom, but someone interrupted him and he stopped. Kang Han-soo turned all his attention to the voices in his head trying to stop him, if the guy even had the slightest desire to stay alive. It was then that a woman dressed all in white came out in front of him and stopped in place. The ice princess herself came out to him. Her condition was worse than ever. She was in rage and sadness, preparing to harm the next hero. The princess had no intention of repeating the request several times to leave her kingdom, and directly warned about this. While the main character was listening to the princess, an annoying voice appeared from the side addressing the princess. Kang Han-soo was almost deaf from the screams, and told the miss watching that right now the second group he had spoken about earlier had appeared. This group was the women of one man gathered in a whole harem, and this man directly invited the ice princess to become his wife. The man was nicknamed the Orc Killer, and he told how beneficial it would be for the princess to marry him, because with the birth of a child from these two strong bloodlines, it would be possible to destroy even a dragon. Not understanding such logic, the main character snapped his fingers, calling Baekgu to him, and again asked if the knight was sure of his words. There was a misunderstanding between the ice princess and the rest of the people about what exactly would happen in the future, and they simply fell silent. It was then that the dragon prepared great magical power, preparing to carry out such a blow that it could easily destroy a large area and still have the strength to fight. The magical blow hit right at the place where there were new people who wanted to show their strength. And such a blow to their own comrades was a little incomprehensible for the ice princess. An unknown wave of cold and clouds of smoke formed on the battlefield, which hid behind human images. As it turned out, the blow hit the travelers directly, freezing their bodies before they had time to react and run away somewhere far away. In a few seconds, the main character and the dragon found themselves above the ice princess's head and hovering in the sky. The manager of a kingdom removed from the village could not understand where a dragon with such incredible freezing power had appeared near her. While the girl was thinking about this, the main character appeared right above her head, flying at full speed. The guy landed nearby, as if getting to the desired place did not pose any difficulties. The ice princess immediately began to cast a spell, ordering her to stop approaching the raging frost. All the girl's strength was directed towards Kang Han-soo, who had no intention of moving from his place. The princess's power was indeed simply excellent, and confirmed the rumors that were spreading throughout the kingdom. In a few seconds, the kingdom's territory was swallowed up by cold. When the magical energy surrounding the princess's body began to take shape, the girl tried to catch her breath using a skill that took a lot of strength. The princess was extremely unhappy that her uncontrollable power had harmed someone again. Suddenly, she noticed the absorption of her energy by an unknown force emanating right in front of her face. As it turned out, the main character was not affected by the cold thanks to the staff currently absorbing all the energy around him. In just a few minutes, the magic evaporated, and Kang Han-soo stood smiling at such a failure on the part of the girl. It was then that the main character realized that the boy from the memories was not lying at all when he spoke for the staff. While Kang Han-soo was thinking about his own memories, the voice of the princess appeared wanting to say something, and this attracted the guy's attention. The surprised girl could not help but inquire about the appearance of the magic staff in the possession of the magician. The main character confirmed the assumption and did not try to say anything else, not seeing the point in it. Suddenly he noticed that the ice princess was gradually coming closer and trying to carry out her new plan. Tears appeared in the eyes of the ice princess from the desire to receive the magician's staff to curb her own power. Kang Han-soo fell silent, listening to the girl talk about her hard life or some other problems. The princess tried to touch the magic staff because throughout her entire existence, she thought that there was no end to misfortunes. When a certain magical essence of light appeared between the girl and the staff, she hoped that right now everything would work out. But Kang Han-soo did not allow him to continue touching the magic staff and moved it away from the girl's hands. The ice princess, with tears in her eyes, ran after the guy, trying to give everything she had just to get the magician's staff. It was then that Kang Han-soo hit the princess's head with his staff with all his might and caused great damage. The power was great enough that the girl almost went crazy, and then the staff absorbed her magical power. In order to say a few words, the main character responded to a girl who did not understand what was happening. In a couple of seconds, she heard a frightening voice calling her a princess, who considered herself the most unfortunate person in the world. Kang Han-soo hit his hand with his staff, ordering the princess to learn to control her own strength from that day on. The main character told how he would beat her so that she could not do ordinary things without drawing blood, and the terrifying look of his face made him believe it. Behind the guy's back, there was an angel unable to contradict his master, and the young man spoke for the senseless attempts to eliminate himself. The ice princess was thrown into horror upon hearing that the main character was capable of getting her out of the dead at least indefinitely, and continuing the beating. The worst face on Kang Han-soo's face was when he warned not to ask stupid or unnecessary questions about this. Looking at the winner in front of her, the princess understood that life is very short, and only misfortune can make it longer. The girl couldn't catch her breath because today was the longest day of her life. Just by one call to her, the princess was frightened, and could not move from her place until she heard what the hero wanted. Kang Han-soo asked if the princess still thinks that she lived completely alone all the time. The princess could not answer anything, except that she had been mistaken all her life and in fact was not alone. But she said this only in order not to get hit on the head with a staff. The main character confirmed that this could never even happen. There were several reasons why the girl remained able to live in permafrost where not a single living vegetation grows. Even the princess herself understood that it was someone's love and support for several years. The main character pointed his finger at the girl, emphasizing her incredibly beautiful dresses. The guy also talked about the nutritious food that the princess ate every day. But he was a little angry that the princess's life was simply perfect. Even hygienic things like toilet paper. After that, Kang Han-soo cooled down a little, trying to remember a couple more things that could not leave his head. These things were an incredibly large number of letters in the cold room of the ice princess. Before the main character had to speak for so many sheets lying inside the girl's room, the Ice Princess was all beaming with some hidden joy somewhere in the depths of her soul, and the girl could barely hold back her tears regarding the words regarding people who still love and have not lost faith in their princess. But the next words of the main character a little frightened the princess of the Ice Kingdom who had just appeared. Kang Han-zu, preparing to say important words, squeezed the magician's staff with all his strength and prepared to do something unpredictable. The boy pointed the magic staff directly at the princess, wanting to quickly teach her to control her own power, which brings a lot of destruction. Listening to the loud screams of the main character, the princess stayed away because she was very scared. The girl clasped her hands trying to answer something to her new acquaintance and show her confidence. But instead of words, the princess simply hiccuped, closing her eyes in front of imminent danger. Seeing the uncertainty in the words of the young princess, Kang Han-su immediately attacked her head with a magic staff, and they almost touched each other. A blow from an object carrying such a powerful force flew to the head. The ice princess clenched her hands in half and then began to use some kind of skill emitting ice steam from her body. Before the blow with the staff, there was only a little time left to harm the girl's health. The princess was so afraid that she simply continued to sit in one place and clenched her teeth tightly. Upon complete contact, an explosion of cold and magic from the staff formed around the territory of the Ice Kingdom. Ultimately, the staff still failed to touch the head of the Ice Princess and froze in one position. The environment surrounding the girl, unlike her, was destroyed, and only cold air remained along with frost. The main character was glad that the girl was finally able to succeed with the magic staff, several times superior to the princess's reaction. The owner of the kingdom was trembling with fear and rejoiced like a child because she managed to do what she wanted. The curse of loneliness and sorrow was lifted from the Ice Princess, who managed to control her own powers. Instead of anger, she felt stability and submission. While the young girl was rejoicing at her luck, Kang Han-su remembered that before the good result, the girl died 10 times and constantly in different ways. Watching the princess, the main character understood perfectly well that using dark energy on the girl was the easiest way, but he did not do this of his own free will, and remembering the image of the person who told this, he wanted to apply it to him when they met. For the missing observer who appeared, it became interesting how the hero managed to resurrect the princess 10 times, and then the guy considered this the norm for saints. It was then that he responded to the princess, who immediately turned her attention to him. Kang Han-su set a goal for her today to quickly get to the village by descending along undulating rocks and dense forests. In order to make it easier for himself to move, the main character ordered the princess to immediately go and change clothes, which is exactly what she was going to do. The main character threw all the things into his inventory, saying that immediately after appearing in the village, their paths would diverge, and the girl would be able to do whatever she wanted. The Ice Princess could not understand why they were separated because she believed that the guy was going to make her his companion. It was because of words like these that Kang Han-su got angry, not understanding why the girl was asking such stupid questions. The guy had already once agreed to accept into the squad a magician who had followed him, who later died, and Khan did not want to pick up anyone else, like an abandoned kitten. The Ice Princess was waiting to hear the only reason why she would go with the hero. While the girl was waiting for an answer, the main character came up with a plan, according to which the Ice Princess would increase his reputation among the village people. Kang Han-su dreamed that defeating the princess and appearing among the others would give him praise. He literally dreamed of standing surrounded by villagers listening to how he himself was the greatest hero. In order not to delay in getting what they wanted, they sat on a dragon that spread its wings. The dragon was already ready to fly into the sky and was simply waiting for the order of its new master. The main character stroked the lizard, showing how the dragon was a good boy and the creature liked it. Then the dragon took off from the ground, flying a little higher into the sky. In a few seconds, the dragon managed to fly a fairly large distance from the Kingdom of Ice. While the main character was happy to ride with the breeze, the princess was sitting behind her, not understanding why so fast. The dragon flew without stopping and roared at the top of his voice. In this way could attract the attention of other creatures. It was because of this action that the ground cracked under the guys. Following the crack, a creature too large appeared to harm the flying dragon. The unknown creature managed to swallow the dragon's body and left virtually nothing behind. When the dragon was defeated, Kang Hansu and the princess managed to jump to the side. They flew down without any advantage of being above the enemy. The enemy Data was an ice titan whose level exceeds 900, and he was preparing to eat people. It was then that the main character asked in what respects the ice princess consists of a similar creature. In the distant memories of the young princess, she constantly looked at one point and never paid much attention to what might be happening at the given point where her gaze fell. There was a fluffy cat who attacked the main character and his pet in real time. The girl told how she is often visited by a white cat, and he comes only in dreams. Touching this creature constantly seemed soft and warm to the girl, like a heated bed. The ice princess really enjoyed hugging the white cat and feeling safe. In response, the creatures did nothing and simply looked at the girl with their big eyes. In real time, the princess was only afraid of dying at the sight of a big cat because the creature could easily eat her. She also didn't remember the white cat being so big and standing on 2 legs compared to the dream. The main character had a vague idea about the creature that appeared. It did not move at all and only watched the actions of the little people in the sky. In the characteristics of the Ice Titan, many interesting facts were written regarding its lifespan or even powerful abilities. Due to some inscriptions in the characteristics, Kang Hansu initially felt that the creature might die soon. The remaining skills corresponded to the short life expectancy of the white cat and even doomed him to death. The main character could only assume that only the white cat was to blame for everything that happened. The fact that a high-ranking princess lived on top of the snowy mountain instead of a private territory really interested the guy. And when a strong enemy appeared, she was left without a strong one, unable to control her own strength. Looking at the white cat, the main character understood that it was precisely because of him that they were unable to get to the village on time. All furious with hatred of the enemy, the guy took out his sword from his inventory, wanting to take revenge on the creature. Kang Hansu rushed into battle with lightning speed, trying to eliminate the enemy who was preventing him from moving further towards the goal. The white cat began to act in response and formed a purr like a wild creature preparing to grab its prey. The snow cat unleashed its sharp claws and aimed at an ordinary person. Due to the incredible power of the snow creature, after the impact, a wave of ice formed, freezing all living things in its path. There was only a little time left for contact between man and monster, when suddenly the main character used the special magic of the sword, which fell into 2 parts. The entire sharp blade was covered with this energy. The man's speed of movement increased several times more than before, and he managed to dodge the blow with his paw in order to head to a more important point on the enemy's body. Kang Hansu practically hit the cat and asked him to turn into the necessary experience to improve his skills. With just 1 blow, the snow cat was struck by a blade whose effect spread throughout the body. While in the air after a good attack, the main character felt a strange sensation around him. In a few seconds, he found himself inside the space of Miss Observer, who greeted him. The woman told how dangerous a cornered rat is and warned him to stop being so careless, because the hero could soon face the consequences. Kang Hansu was not going to listen to the observer's teachings and simply said how glad he was to see her after such a long separation. After that, he asked what exactly the word carelessly meant because he didn't understand what Miss meant. Miss Observer, without answering anything, listened to how dissatisfied the young man was, because in his 11 years of experience in this world, the hero had never gained experience from a snowcat. Kang Hansu did not consider himself careless. He went this far and managed to dispel the space of the observer. Miss disappeared the same way she appeared, just fulfilling her own desire to warn the hero. When Kang Hansu got out completely, he saw a snowcat falling to the ground below him. The guy managed to ensure a safe landing by falling directly onto the body of the enemy creature. The young man began to raise his hands into the sky, preparing to use something he wanted. But in fact, he just caught the ice princess falling from the sky in time. The guy stood right on the body of a white cat, which eventually fell to the ground, having lost all its strength. The cat fell completely and made a loud sound behind him. For some reason, the cat's body emitted the remnants of accumulated magical cold. The main character was there along with the princess, observing how calm the guy was when faced with such a strong enemy. Kang Hansu thanked the girl who did not understand why he was receiving these words, and the young man understood that without the princess, he would not get a good reputation. At this moment, something very strange began to happen to the body of the ice cat. Ultimately, the destroyed head of the creature was instantly restored and returned to its original state. And there were some changes, as if the snow cat, after one death, gained more strength and was ready to eliminate the person. After inexplicable things began to happen to the snow cat, the princess of the Ice Kingdom hid further behind the back of the main character, who was about to continue the battle. Kang Hansu collected 2 types of energy inside the sword because he perfectly understood that absolutely every cat has as many as 9 lives. At this moment, the snow pet was almost completely restored to its previous body condition and could also die completely at any moment. The huge creature became angry after being defeated at the hands of an ordinary person and struck the territory, which actually brought with it considerable destruction and humiliation of the area. Around the mountain where the main character went, loud cries of a snow cat who had fallen into a rage began to emanate. After a few minutes, the creature calmed down, and there was complete silence in the kingdom. At this moment, the hero going through the test clenched his fists, collecting some kind of light magic in them. As it turned out, silence came after the guy eliminated the snow cat and finally began to gain a lot of experience from this. Just getting ready to continue fulfilling his goals, Kang Hansu noticed some very strange cold nearby and turned all his attention to the possibility of finding the source. The main character, looking a little lower, saw how his leg was covered with ice and continued to grow in size without stopping. Kang Hansu, having found himself in such an uncomfortable situation, remembered his past liquidations of a sea creature very similar in strength to a cat. After defeating these creatures, the entire village was doused with an endless rain, and an incredible number of villagers or village pets died. And real time was too different from the ideas of the protagonist, who believes that the victory over the cat will be followed by the appearance of a snowstorm. When the ice almost reached the guy's face, it was unclear what had changed in such a long time after the last passage. Upon completion of the frostbite, the young man froze, not in his best form, leaving only one thought in his head. He did not want to become the king of irresponsibility. Finding himself in the worst situation possible, the main character saw strange visions where there were inhuman eyes shrouded in lightning and cold. They were followed by memories of how the guy wanted to eliminate the snow cat, and he was warned that the destruction of this creature would be followed by a curse. Unwilling to endure the foolish instructions of the unknown, Kang Hansu dispelled the effect of the curse by destroying the surrounding ice. The guy was filled with hatred and anger at what had happened, which he could not imagine or predict. While the main character was talking about his own problems, the princess stood behind her, happy that her temporary comrade had finally woken up, and she could continue to go down. When the girl asked to give her some time to prepare, Kang Hansu angrily shook off the snow and recalled how he had given time before. Suddenly he saw something very incomprehensible and simply forgot. The hero saw that the princess looked completely different. In addition, she had new abilities and an incredible level exceeding 500. It was then that Kang Hansu asked the princess what kind of ant she was, and the observer did not like the detailed attitude towards the young girl. The appearance of the changed princess could not help but come across, especially her age did not allow the main character to be treated as an equal. The guy was completely unaware of what had happened during the few minutes he was under the influence of the curse. Then, looking at the princess, he asked how long he had been inside the ice. Following this, the young man learned that he had been under the influence of magic for about 6 years, and all this time the princess had been waiting for him. The grown-up princess told how many events happened, while the main character was not himself. In 6 years of frostbite, a turbulent war between kingdoms began on the continent. All continents except the southern one continued to be in the midst of war. Only on the northern continent there was hope that destruction could be avoided, due to how the Lord Magician and the goddess were winning many victories. The main character had a little headache because he didn't know who the goddess from the princess's stories was. With the companion's explanations, it became known that the golem created by the Lord Magician was no different in size from ordinary people, and only the strength exceeded the limit of survival. Kang Hansu sat on the ground listening to the golem with the soul of an ancient hero. When the guy wanted to go down to the village, the princess wanted to tell him something while there was time. It was the previous words that were about the destruction of the village and the remains flying through the air. It became clear to the main character why the girls tried to stop him, and this shocked him a little. Suddenly, the princess mentioned that the magician lord had prepared a special golem for Kang Hansu, and these words completely attracted the young man's attention. The princess conveyed words that spoke of the power of the golem capable of destroying the world itself. At this moment, Miss Observer listened in shock as the hero was about to eliminate the Demon King and quickly begin the 7th playthrough. But suddenly, Kang Hansu began to look at the prepared golem with anticipation and only then carry out his plans. Little by little, the main character was more surprised listening to the princess who received a golem thanks to the radiation of the mortal illness of the Lord Magician on which they are going to go to their destination. The princess immediately began singing carols, calling on her golem. The main character blushed all over from the expectation of seeing something too excellent even for his eyes. The girl used magic, sending her to the sky to fully summon a golem under the name Glaciora. Hiding from the falling snow, Kang Hansu praised the magician lord who considered him the best in the world, but he was not happy for long, and when he saw the shocking picture in front of him, he simply fell silent, not understanding anything. When a shocking sight in the form of an iron maiden appeared before the main character, the princess asked whether this creation by the hands of a master was real art. For some time, Kang Hansu agreed to quickly climb onto the Iron Maiden, and inside himself felt only disappointment regarding the master of troll creation. The created mechanism in the form of a girl quickly moved along the surface of the earth, thereby destroying the environment. The golem did not stop even when destroying weaker monsters or magical creatures under its feet. The main character watched from a special window, as creatures less than level 200 seemed like ordinary dust underfoot, and thought that this was the reason for the start of the war. Suddenly, the princess responded to the guy, warning him to be extremely careful so as not to stumble upon enemy troops. Hearing this about enemies, Kang Hansu beamed with joy because he believed that in this world all was not lost and could be used for his own benefit. But they were unable to quickly pass through the dangerous territory, and the guys came into contact with the enemies. Enemy golems from a completely different organization appeared directly from under the rubble of snow, trying to compare something to other corporations. Seeing the red color of the golems, the main character believed that these enemies could have been made by a bloody gnome, and this would give hope. But in just a couple of seconds, all thoughts were destroyed when similar golem processes appeared in front of them, only of a different color. That's why Kang Hansu almost swallowed his own tongue at the shocking sight. The main character completely swam from just thinking that the future of the 6th passage was lost, and it would be impossible to restore it. When suddenly the guy remembered his past actions regarding the transfer of golem drawings to the Bloody Master, Kang Hansu fell to his knees, realizing that he himself was to blame for everything that had happened, and that history had been distorted much worse than it was before. In order to ensure the safety of the hero, the icy process told where to better stay inside the created mechanism. There is only a little time left between the golems for them to destroy each other's mechanisms responsible for all functions. When one enemy tried to hit the princess golem, it blocked the blow thanks to its stronger blade. The enemy golems were weaker, and therefore the golem suffered an incredible attack that destroyed half of its body. He was followed by another golem which was pierced in just a few seconds. Thus, the princess's golem cut the enemies one after another, not intending to stop in one place and rather move towards the set goal. The enemy equipment was unable to remain intact and was destroyed right behind the princess, creating a huge explosion. The Ice Princess could not come up with anything to justify the appearance of enemies, except that the main character had awakened and attracted the attention of stronger golems. Turning to Kang Hans, the girl suggested taking a quick shortcut because they couldn't wait for reinforcements from their comrades. But Kang Hansu didn't listen to her at all, because at that moment his brain was literally melting, and he wanted to immediately start the 7th playthrough for the sake of his own sanity. After a long journey through new territories and countless numbers of dead enemies, the guys were approaching the required goal. The princess's golem was superior to everyone in strength and stood on the remains of enemy equipment. The princess herself, who was inside the golem, warned the main character about the complete completion of their journey. The goal of the long journey was the huge tower of the Lord Magician. Noticing the danger inside the territory belonging to the Lord Magician, many protective golems were sent towards the main character. The Ice Princess was not going to be distracted by weak opponents. Wanting to quickly get from Kang Hansu to the very top of the tower, suddenly the main character, not in the mood, heard someone calling him without stopping, and these voices were coming from outside. As it turned out, these voices belonged to the comrades of the main character who came out to meet him. Kang Hansu came down from the golem, seeing in front of him, first of all, a boy who was interested in the health of the main character. But the hero himself was not particularly happy to see the young man and grabbed his shirt with all his strength in order to find out something. With an incredibly frightening look, Kang Hansu asked what the boy was doing all the time to allow the world to come to such a terrible result. The boy's excuse was the creation of a golem which the main character had dreamed of for so long. The boy's eyes showed how scared he was. After the words spoken earlier, the boy counted all the difficulties in obtaining the necessary materials. It was then that he pointed to a little thing that, according to him, gave results in creating the technology of his dreams. Kang Hansu became a little interested, wanting to see something fascinating as soon as possible. Immediately after the protagonist's words, several lines of smoke appeared from the top of the tower. The appearance of something unknown completely covered the blazing sun above the main character. On the territory where the guys stood, two new creations appeared, causing the earth to shake. The eyes of one of them glowed directly from the smoke screen. As it turned out, there were 5 golems, and each of them acquired its own color or other battle skills. The darkest of them had 2 drills that could easily pierce the soil of the earth. The blue one has launch tubes from which many projectiles can be fired in a few seconds. In the pink one, there were special places from which a wave of fire was released, acting as a flying jetpack. After many displays of the made golems, among them was the golem of the Ice Princess, slightly different from all the other robots that now belonged to the main character. It was then that all 6 golems gathered in front of the guy who did not respond to their appearance and simply watched what was happening. Kang Hansu, holding the boy in his fist, responded to him in order to soon find out something that was very exciting to him. The evil look of the main character spoke for itself, and the fact that the presence of several golems near him was not particularly interesting. The guy wanted to see something more exciting than all this scene. The creator of golems was afraid to say something towards Kang Hansu, and therefore simply raised his hand into the sky and began the remaining performance. Within a few seconds, the eyes of one of the golems glowed with a bright light showing its magical power or potential in battles. Everyone who remained followed the example of the pink golem and then flew high above the ground together. In the air, the pink golem threw away its limbs while the others tried to act according to the plan. The red robot took on the appearance of a left hand with a drill and the shape of a dragon's head. Blue was responsible for the other hand with the launch modules. Green at that moment took on the role of a wing like some birds. Also black was responsible for movement, that is, he became the lower part of the golem's body. In the resulting golem, a golden mechanism appeared on its head like a king's crown. Ultimately, in front of the main character stood an incredibly huge golem formed from its smaller and stronger parts. When such a powerful golem appeared on the territory of the tower of the creator of mechanisms, it was also followed by the formation of an explosion of magic. Kang Hansu looked at such a creation, not expecting that the boy was capable of such a good result. The main character stood right under the golem, which he soon nicknamed Megazord. The boy who created the technique asked if his friend liked his art, and in response, the hero simply extended his hand to him. Kang Hansu grabbed the young man's shoulder and began to squeeze with all his might, and this scared the boy. But immediately after this, the repassing hero relaxed his grip, turning to his smart friend. A tear of joy and a small blush appeared in Kang Hansu's eyes. The guy asked to leave the rest of the work to him, calling himself the best hero in the area. While the main character was kindly communicating with the creator of the golems, Miss Observer appeared behind him and asked if Khan was going to start a new playthrough. Without answering, the guy jumped into the sky. Then he simply approached the center of the new creation, wanting to put aside detailed thoughts for a while. The hero landed right inside a golem that had all 5 attributes of natural elements, and therefore the golem became immune to magic. Thanks to special training from the creator of the mechanism, the main character managed to learn something important about versatile elemental weapons that absorbed huge amounts of mana from their users. This information gave the hero a deeper understanding of what awaits him. Immediately after this moment, the boy heard the hero address him, trying to warn him about an extremely important detail. The main character felt that events were happening before him that would change the course of his adventure. Kang Hanzu began to smile strangely, while magical energy began to gather around him, as if foreshadowing something amazing. This magical energy created the impression that something incredible was about to happen. In response to this, the boy screamed, announcing that each of the heroes had an infinite supply of mana, and suddenly his own body began to be enveloped in power. The moment of discovering this infinite mana was simply amazing. The appearance of magic inside the main character was accompanied by his receiving a golem, but this golem had a completely different, incomparable energy. The main character felt how this new energy permeated his essence and became a part of him. The creator of this amazing technology simply observed what was happening, while at the same time experiencing inner fear of the possibility of his death. He did not have to control events. They developed too quickly and unexpectedly. The boy watched carefully as the great mana reservoir instantly filled to the brim, as if being a ready source of endless power. Everyone around understood that something incredible was about to happen. Kang Hansu's thirst for achieving greater heights awoke within him, and he did not want to limit himself to just the 5 natural elements. He felt that he was capable of more and was ready to use all the possibilities of his new magic. Suddenly, the golem created by the hero was struck by a new magic, much brighter than the rest. This was a sign that something amazing and powerful was happening inside the golem. At this time, strange changes began to occur near the tower, and enemy troops nearby felt a strange feeling. It became clear to them that their enemy was ready for something surprising. This magical power came directly from the tower, and it inspired the enemies to great efforts and the hope of victory. The enemies began to tremble along with the environment, and they were unable to explain what was happening. Unprecedented powers and magic enveloped them, and they felt that they were faced with something incomprehensible. In just a few minutes, a golem, the main character, appeared before their eyes, spreading its wings and ready to use all the elements in one powerful blow. This moment became a sign for all who witnessed that a new era had begun in their conflict. While the enemies were trying to figure out who this unknown person was, the internal energy of the golem began to break out, illuminating the path. Everyone who was in a close radius felt how the hero's magical power filled the air. Some time passed when the golem, which was the divine guardian, reached peak contact with several magical energies. Something was happening inside him that shouldn't have happened. Explain in words, and he became omnipotent. Kang Hansu himself at that moment experienced joy equal to the joy of a child who is preparing to destroy everything in his path. He was aware of his power and was willing to use it without restrictions. While the guy triumphed and rejoiced at his new power, the miss who watched the events was perplexed about the name of the golem. She felt that this name did not correspond to his power and would prefer to call him Pi. The protagonist's golem rushed into battle, ready to use all available technologies from the particles of each golem, which made it stronger and more powerful. The golem rose high into the sky, like an artifact of death falling on its enemies. His power emanated from every part of him, ready to destroy everything in its path. The enemy units were scattered in disarray around the tower and could not cope with something like this. The main character decided to immediately use the storm from his right hand. In a matter of seconds, this attack had pierced his opponent's defenses, and he had no intention of leaving any of them alive, especially after their aggressive actions had led to the destruction of the 6th passage. The resulting line of destroyed enemies completely destroyed their formation, and everyone who was in its path found themselves in excruciating pain from the attack. The protagonist's golem easily tore through enemy magical attacks, which were several times weaker than his own power. Seeing the incredible power of the Ultra Golem, weaker enemies decided to strike back, choosing to target one of the opponents and hoping to defeat him with a numerical advantage. The enemies gathered in a heap, which practically blocked all possible paths of attack for them. Despite the fear of death, they decided that together they could confront the unknown threat. Because of their strong determination and willingness to fight to the end, they put aside the fear of death and were ready to face an unknown enemy. One of the enemy creatures decided to attack first and raised an iron mace. As soon as he began to move, the main character noticed this movement and instantly reconfigured, choosing a new target for destruction. In addition to the attacking robot, the enemies were armed with sharper blades and were located behind the golems. The main character was ready to confront them with redoubled strength and power. At that moment, an incredible light emanated from the eyes of the Ultra Golem, which became brighter every second. Everyone nearby felt the magical energy that filled the air. The soldiers behind the golems encountered a strong wind that followed the appearance of magic. The wind tore them off their feet and did not allow them to move further, creating a barrier in front of the main character. The enemies nearby could not understand why something like this was happening and had no explanation for what was happening. This new energy and power was incomprehensible. At this time, the main character inside the golem enjoyed the new destruction and believed that all the opponent's attempts were useless. It was at this moment that the Divine Guard released a powerful volley of light, blinding everyone within the radius of this attack. The enemies were limited in their vision and were so blinded that they could not react adequately. After using this attack, the golem turned out to be even stronger and full of energy. Inside him, it was no longer Kang Hansu who spoke, but the golem himself, who laughed, rejoicing at his new strength. Technology specially created for the green golem appeared right behind the golem, and they began to unite with the rest of the robots. In addition, two pipes reminiscent of electronic batons emerged from the golem's hands. These new weapons added even more power and danger to the golem. After this, the activation of energy cannons began, which collected a huge amount of mana. These guns were ready for a new, destructive attack. The main character shouted like a madman, calling this moment barrage fire, and was ready to use this attack with maximum power. The Ultra Golem launched two blasts of energy that destroyed the surface of the earth in a few seconds. Everyone around was amazed by the destructive power of this attack. Almost all the ranks of the enemies were destroyed and disappeared in fire, sparks, and ashes. Thanks to this, a chain reaction occurred, and the magical bombardment engulfed everything that was left of the enemies. This new skill was a powerful weapon, but it also burned a huge amount of mana. A skill like this would quickly consume mana, and it was clearly marked as a warning on the monitor inside the golem. However, the main character had no intention of stopping due to any warning, because his mana was inexhaustible and he could replenish it as needed. It was thanks to this inexhaustible mana that the Ultra Golem above its enemies began to glow with a completely different color, which greatly impressed even those behind the golems. Even the people behind the golems were unable to resist the strong gusts of wind that followed the emergence of new magical energy. The enemies felt powerless before such an inexplicable force. The commander-in-chief of the enemy forces ordered his troops not to retreat until victory was achieved. He believed that together they could face this threat. The golems tried to calm down, claiming that Kang Hansu could not have an endless source of mana and power. They hoped for the exhaustion of its resources. Together they decided to act as if the battle was one of attrition and hoped that the Ultra Golem would eventually become exhausted. However, the main character did not live up to the words of the enemy commander at all and continued to demonstrate his infinite strength and mana. The golems gathered together like a swarm of beetles and tried to reach the single ray of light that was above them. They hoped that this might help them in the fight against an unknown threat, but all their intentions were quickly destroyed by a powerful blast of magic that destroyed them, leaving their enemies helpless and without hope of salvation. Kang Hanzu felt truly satisfied. He was absolutely free in his actions, and his inner fire burned when he acted solely of his own will. Nothing could restrain his resolve, and he would not listen to advice or orders other than his own. The Ultra Golem, his faithful companion, worked in perfect harmony with Kang Hanzu. His movements were precise and consistent with the desires of the main character. He was an integral part of his mission and faithfully carried out any commands. Kang Hansu's incredible speed left his opponents in the dust. He moved forward relentlessly, as if nothing could stop him. Even the technologies that got in his way disappeared instantly, as if they were just an illusion that got in the way of his path. Just a few moments after the start of the attack, the main character managed to eliminate the defenders of the enemy commander. He simply destroyed the soil under their feet, causing them to literally disappear into the depths of the earth. Magic continued to radiate from the Divine Guardian's shell. It was a stream of pure magical energy that filled the air and made it seem as if Divine power was irresistible. Soon the enemy commander lost his balance and fell to the floor. He had nothing more to resist, and he remained lying on the ground, overcome by helplessness and fear. From that moment on, it became difficult for the commander to even move. He lay on the ground, trying to understand what was happening, but his fear only grew with each passing second as he realized Kang Han-soo's proximity. And then, suddenly, the commander was gripped by fear of something incredible and terrifying that was nearby. This feeling overwhelmed him, and he felt fear penetrate his soul, like a cold wind in a hopeless darkness. The divine guardian, upon landing, created a source of destruction. Upon impact with the ground, it created a powerful impact that destroyed the surrounding area within the radius of the golem creator's tower. The ground cracked, rocks scattered, and dust filled the air. All around the divine guard lay debris and the remains of destroyed enemies. Their bodies and equipment are scattered everywhere, creating a horrific landscape of destruction. Kang Han-soo approached the enemy commander, who was lying on the ground in a shameful position. The main character stood over him, like the lord of the situation, and demonstrated how hopeless the commander in front of him was. The enemy commander, looking up at his invincible enemy, was only able to make frightened and incomprehensible sounds. He was wiped out in this fight. The man lying on the ground was terribly scared. His inner trepidation was visible even on his physical body, as he felt an unbearable fear of Kang Han-soo and his divine power. Realizing that his opponent no longer had a chance to win, Kang Han-soo activated the mechanism to open the compartment where his blade was stored. The opening process was extremely thorough and careful, as if the weapon itself was not only his tool, but also a precious artifact. After completing the discovery process, Kang Han-soo picked up his specialized sword, designed to destroy technologies similar to the Ultra Golem or even more powerful creatures. This sword was his last line of defense, and a powerful weapon, ready to eliminate any threat. The Divine Guardian raised his weapon high above the ground, telling the enemy commander that his chances of victory were slim to none. Kang Han-soo had a confident smile on his face, because from the very beginning, he sought to end this senseless war and eliminate all contenders for power. With fear of death, the enemy commander began to scream like a child in terror. His cries were incomprehensible and helpless, and they echoed throughout the entire battlefield. In response to the enemy's cries, Kang Han-soo activated his special magical wings, opening them to maximum amplitude. These wings were his key to free movement in the air and allowed him to use magical energy beams. Pushing off from the ground, Kang Han-soo soared into the air, trying to quickly approach his goal. His movements were light and graceful, and he instantly rushed towards the enemy commander. His wings were important to him, as they allowed him to maneuver in the sky and direct beams of energy where it was needed. This was an important element of his strategy. Knowing that his death was inevitable, the enemy commander accepted his fate and curled up into a ball, like the last wretched ant before a giant horse. He was ready to accept his punishment and take responsibility for his actions. Time was precious, and the protagonist jumped into the sky, preparing to deliver a deadly blow with his blade. His movements were fast, and he aimed to attack in such a way as to land as many blows as possible. Thanks to his magical skills, he managed to release several powerful rays of magic that destroyed the very nature and structure of the world around him. This was his magical power, capable of changing the world around him. After completing the attack, the Divine Guard landed on the ground and waited for the magic to wear off. All around him was a landscape of destruction, the remains of technology, and the bodies of destroyed enemies. As the Ultra Golem rose to its feet, a series of explosions erupted behind it, destroying the remaining technology and its traces. This moment was the end of the battle and Kang Han-soo's victory. There was still some magic left in the Ultra Golem's eyes, even after the protagonist tried to loosen his grip slightly. He was ready for any development of events and did not lower his vigilance. Kang Han-soo himself smiled, for he had achieved what he had set out to do from the very beginning. The war, which had lasted for many years, had come to an end, and the balance of power was in his favor. The battlefield, where many armies fought each other, was a testament to destruction and suffering. The war had been going on for a long time, and on this continent it was close to an end. How many lives were lost and how much destruction was caused no longer mattered. On other continents, wars continued and only intensified. Every continent was drawn into this bloody conflict, and destruction spread everywhere. However, on the northern continent, the war came to an end. The main character, Kang Han-soo, deservedly sat reading letters from other rulers, offering him terms of surrender and an end to hostility. But Kang Han-soo was adamant. He refused any peace agreements and had no intention of making peace with those whom he considered responsible for starting the war. Suddenly, indignant screams began among his comrades. Miss Manager suddenly began to challenge his decision to refuse such lucrative peace offers. In her eyes, it was stupidity. But Kang Han-soo was serious. He did not intend to forgive the villainy of those who started and supported the war, bloodshed and destruction. He was dedicated to the ideal, destroying all those responsible and leaving them no hope of survival. His main targets were several rulers who wanted to live on the shoulders of their subjects and were not above putting the lives of others on the line, as well as those who were no different from them, and in some cases even surpassed them in cruelty and greed. Such cruelty, immorality, and ruthlessness did not leave Kang Han-soo indifferent. His heart was filled with anger and a thirst for justice. He imagined the image of all three categories of culprits, whom he intended to destroy with the help of the Ultra Golem. He saw them in his nightmares and dreamed of the day when they would be punished. In his eyes, rulers were no different from kings, only their methods were less visible, but no less destructive for ordinary people. He also held the community of darkness, responsible for most of the chaos and destruction that came from the darkness. This community was for him a source of evil and injustice. Kang Han-soo imagined how he would publicly execute all these culprits in front of ordinary people. Each of them will seek salvation, but will not find it, and everyone will know that their execution will be the last note in the symphony of their atrocities. In his imagination, people will praise him as the savior of humanity, as a fighter for justice. He would sit and listen to their pathetic and whiny thanks, but he had no intention of giving them anything in return. His goal was clear: to destroy evil and restore justice. Imagining such a future, Kang Han-soo felt a certain disgusting feeling. He realized that in this way he could become the king of the beggars by manipulating their hopes and fears. It was disgusting, but at the same time necessary. Exhausted from such thoughts, the guy moved away from the problems of restoring destroyed countries and places of residence of people. He left this world on the shoulders of the creator of golems and dreamed of one thing: the final victory over his enemies. Then he heard a strange laugh. Laughter sounded among the darkness and magical energy, forming a mysterious smoke screen. A figure began to form inside this veil, filling it with incredible magical power. A man with incomparable magic stepped into the territory of the tower of the god creator of golems, which filled the whole world with the colors and shades of living beings. His appearance was both imposing and mysterious. This man introduced the protagonist to a goddess he had created, a lady goddess who was ready to do his bidding. The girl radiated incredible love for the creator of the golems, as if he were her savior and hero, ready to protect her from all evil. Lady Goddess was willing to take care of Kang Han-soo's safety, as well as take care of everything that was dear to him. Her love and devotion were unwavering. This same love did not make such an impression on the main character. He was a tired warrior who had suffered many losses and disasters, and his heart was chilled by endless battles and battles. After completing the conversation with his allies, the main character summoned his golems. These creatures, created by magical energy, stood behind Kang Han-soo, ready to follow him into battle against the community of darkness that started this long war. All golems were created by him and served his will. Now they were ready to go with their creator and his army towards the community of darkness to complete their atrocities and bring peace back to this peaceful continent. After Kang Han-soo shouted the order for the golems to begin the unification process, he summoned his inner strength and became the function of Captain Fantasy, bringing amazing robots to life. He focused his attention on every detail of the merger, feeling the mana magic within him begin to rise. Within seconds, one of the golems, pink in color, began to accumulate enough magic to begin the process of unification. The mana energy sparkled in his eyes, creating a sparkle that was reflected in Kang Han-soo's eyes. All 5 robots, each with unique characteristics and colors, took to the skies, synchronously performing a complex sequence of merging into one. The robots positioned themselves around the pink golem, forming a protective circle. When the unification process was completed, the robots were distributed into certain positions. The pink robot was in the very center, symbolizing the main core of the united entity. His glowing eyes radiated calm and determination. The red golem that stood on one side took on the role of controlling the combined form's right arm, possessing skills similar to those of a drill. His metal fingers and shoulder were decorated with runes of magic. The blue golem took its position opposite the red one, and it became responsible for activating the internal devices and storing magic. His body pulsed with blue light, like a magical resonator. A green robot, with extended high-speed wings that allowed it to instantly fly into the sky, took a position at the top. His eyes sparkled green, and he controlled altitude and maneuvers. A black golem, on new mechanical legs, was on the side. Its legs are equipped with drilling technology similar to that of its right arm, making it a fearsome weapon in close combat. However, suddenly, the unification process was stopped by a mysterious lightning strike, which went straight to the golems. Lightning lit up the sky brightly, like daylight. Kang Han-soo was struck with fear as he watched this unexpected failure. He felt his confidence begin to shake, but he didn't give up. Under some influence, all modules and forms of robots were destroyed and slowly disappeared into smoke, leaving only destroyed debris and parts. The main part of the divine protector was torn off from the body and lay destroyed on the ground, emitting a faint light. Kang Han-soo fell to his knees, mourning the loss of this newly acquired mechanism. His hands touched small debris, as if trying to restore what had been destroyed. Anger and hatred flared up inside him towards the unknown force that suddenly attacked. He dared to look up, trying to find the source of the lightning. A cloud of lightning formed right above Kang Han-soo, and he questioned how this could happen during the unification. The cloud looked like an angry celestial phenomenon. Among the thunderous lightning, the appearance of a man appeared who was preparing for a new transformation and for the liquidation of the hero's dangerous task. His figure was wrapped in the silhouette of a lightning bolt. But the stranger's attempts were useless, as Kang Han-soo attacked him with incredible light mana. The lightning magic dissipated in front of the protagonist's light protection. Kang Han-soo mocked the attempted attack, trying to take revenge for the disaster that had happened. He released a light beam from his hands, directing it directly at the enemy. After the main character began to mock the enemy, the woman did not understand how he could attack her during the transformation, and considered him a coward. Her face was distorted with rage. Then Kang Han-soo, satisfied with the results of his work, wanted to express his desires to do whatever he wanted. He turned to leave but was unable to move. Suddenly, an amazing picture appeared in front of him, and he fell silent, fascinated by this spectacle. A picture was slowly being drawn in the sky, as if made of magic and light. This stranger began to cast a spell with her hand, calling on an unprecedented power that the main character had never encountered before. Her hand wrote airy patterns of magic. It turned out that the girl was of a demonic nature, which could be judged by the horns on her head. Her black horns were as if carved from the night itself. While Kang Han-soo embodied light magic, the demoness possessed dark demonic power. Her power radiated something sinister and cold. Carefully examining his opponent, the main character could not remember that such a monster had ever existed in his world, or even there were mentions of it. He tried to understand the origin of the demoness. The strangest thing was that the blow that Kang Han-soo dealt to the girl could easily defeat even the Demon King, but she seemed to feel nothing. The demoness's magic was more powerful than he expected. To ensure his safety, Kang Han-soo took out his blade, which flashed under the rays of the sun, and prepared for a solo battle. His blade was a weapon of light and magic. At this moment, the girl was holding something vague in her hands, and seeing the power of Kang Han-soo, she tried to justify the use of such a weapon, which seemed something strange in a fantasy world. Her gaze was full of challenge. The demoness summoned some of her power to transform the object into a magical lightsaber. Magic permeated the object, creating a dazzlingly bright blade. She was directly above the main character, who had not yet managed to fly into the sky. The air around them filled with tension, and the silence became unbearable. Kang Han-zu was not on Earth for another reason. He could not believe in the existence of a lightsaber in a fantasy world, and it seemed strange to him. His eyes were drawn to this unusual weapon. The girl suddenly blushed, trying to justify the use of such a weapon, which, as it seemed to her, had no restrictions on its use. Her face was contorted with rage and embarrassment. Not wanting to listen to the man she thought was a children's robot lover, the demoness pushed off the air platform and rushed forward. She was determined and full of aggression. Kang Han-zu also couldn't listen to the talk about robots uniting and jumped higher. He moved decisively, his magical aura surrounding him like a protective shield. The heroes met in the air, creating a new force that spread over long distances. The moment they collided was epic. Their battle embodied magic and destruction. The Miss watching thought the two fighters complemented each other perfectly and looked amazing together. She felt the tension in the air reach its limit, and all her attention was focused on this dramatic fight. The power emanating from the battle between the protagonist and the demoness reached the tower where the creator of the golems was located. The building began to tremble under the influence of their magic. He, unable to ignore the strange tremors of the earth, went outside to make sure his territories were safe. His face was distorted with worry. He saw something terrible that made him speechless. The battle of these two powerful creatures exceeded all his expectations and ideas about magic. There was a mutual absorption of two incredible powerful energies that tried to destroy each other and stay alive. Light and darkness merged in a cosmic dance between these two opponents. The battle lasted too long, and the protagonist's blade began to deform under the influence of demonic magic. His light blade became increasingly unstable. Both fighters found themselves at an impasse, unwilling to concede to their opponent. They learned a lot about each other, but their fight became a stalemate. On one side stood a demoness who was consumed by hatred and the desire to eliminate an ordinary person. Her eyes sparkled with the fire of aggression. It was because of her aggression that she managed to push back Kang Han-zu using the lightsaber that remained in her hands. Her power was downright hostile magic. The guy landed on the ground and was not seriously injured, but his eyes showed his determination. He was eager to protect his world. The protagonist concentrated most of his physical strength in his legs, and the ground beneath him collapsed, forming a deep hole. He landed inside her, as if preparing for a new onslaught. He then bounced off the surface to get closer to his opponent, his body moving at incredible speeds and the ground shaking beneath his feet. The air around them was filled with traces of magic and destruction. Light and dark magical flows between them formed a kind of barrier, distorting space. Suddenly, the demoness remembered how many lives Kang Han-zu had taken from her fellow demons and could not recognize him as a true hero. She felt a burning desire to avenge her brothers. In response, Kang Han-zu mockingly called the girl a fake angel and asked how she managed to get out of hell. His words were filled with challenge and pride, and he had no doubt that he was right. The main character was too worried about the demoness's words, and gritting his teeth in anger, he wanted to say something. With just one blow, the guy threw away his interlocutor, telling her to never compare him with cowardly people again. The girl just flew without answering the boy's words. Suddenly, a very important detail came to her attention. Kang Han-zu, who wanted to quickly destroy the girl's existence, quickly approached her and attacked her with light magic. In order to alleviate the power of a flying magic sword of a person, the demoness applied her light blade to the place where the blow was flying. Only the main character's strength was so incredible that it easily pierced the enemy's armor and the sword touched her body. Kang Han-zu looked around carefully and realized that the girl deliberately allowed him to harm. It was then that the demoness's eyes lit up with a new light and magic stronger than before. Upon completion of the preparation of her plan, the girl again created a lightsaber and instantly pointed it at the man. And she managed to damage the main character's body. Having received a good blow to himself, Kang Han-zu realized that all previous attacks were just a deception for further use of skills. Blood was bleeding right from the place where the wound was inflicted, and the guy believed that it should soon recover. While the main character was distracted from the battle, the demoness tried to achieve her goal as quickly as possible. Right in her hands was an unknown weapon made from human blood that takes on any desired form. The girl fired several bloody arrows at the falling protagonist, and he tried to somehow block such magic. After the enemy managed to drive the main character into an uncomfortable position, and the girl began to mock, believing that now she would be able to put an end to the man's life. Several of the bloody arrows remained inside the guy's body, and even so, he wondered why the demoness thought that he was finished. At the same time with the words spoken, Kang Hansu, thanks to his magical blade, repelled the stylish arrows. Only now the flying shells could not harm the girl to whom this blood belongs. Such an attempt slightly amused the demoness, who began to consider the main character stupid. While she was distracted by the fun, Kang Hansu quickly pierced her body with the special magic of several beams of bright light. The main character looked at the girl with a strange grin, although at that moment he was below her. Then again he saw a picture that had become completely incomprehensible to him. The guy saw that the blade was unable to achieve the required result, and simply stopped near the demoness's chest. This became strange for both sides who were fighting. Instantly, following the failure, the holy sword bounced off the girl's body, and her physical condition returned to normal. Such a performance angered the main character too much, who nicknamed the enemy Too Afraid to Fight Honestly. All confused and angry, the demoness could not understand what she had done wrong, because what happened was not her fault. Kang Hansu, considering that it was worth ending the battle as quickly as possible, began to strangle the demoness with his elbow. In response, she also grabbed the main character's clothes, not wanting to listen to the words she wanted to say herself. After that, they again continued to endlessly fly through the sky, destroying the environment. They flew too far from the place where their battle began. The guys, without realizing it, in a few seconds reached the territory where many electrical charges appear. The fighters could not fly for long and therefore simply fell to the ground. Due to the battle, the formation of smoke screens or ordinary dirt did not stop around. A few hours later, the main character squeezed the hand of the demoness with all his strength, not trying to leave him behind. They also continued to press on each other with their sharp blades imbued with magic. Being in no better position, the guys were still able to speak and call someone a coward. The demoness continued to be confident in her own strength and believed that the person had no more chances, which is why she suggested simply giving up and ending everything. Without hearing any answer, she hit with all her might the most painful and weak spot that the main character has. Such despair made Kang Hansu too angry, considering the girl an ordinary desperate victim ready to use any dirty tricks. In a few seconds, the guy managed to get rid of the lightsaber by sacrificing his own holy blade. The main character had no choice but to start collecting mana inside himself. What she saw made the demoness surprised and at the same time very confused about her survival. As it turned out, the most ingenious plan that Kang Hansu came up with was to kiss the demoness, who was blushing with shame. And in addition, the guy asked the girl not to complain about his actions. Without having time to do anything, the main character heard a strange voice in his head that addressed him directly. Somewhere at a far distance from the guy's location, voices were heard asking the main character whether he considered the twitching relationship with the daughter of the Demon King unacceptable. The voice only spread further across the territory of the huge mountains, and the questions did not stop. All the voices heard by the main character came straight from the demonic kingdom shrouded in darkness. In the very center of this building was the Demon King himself, smiling strangely, and all the words belonged to him. Ultimately, Pedinar wondered if he was too old-fashioned for such a relationship between his daughter and the hero. At that moment, the demoness lying on the ground was watching Kang Hansu before, not imagining that he was a hero. The guy himself didn't understand at all how the Demon King was on the northern continent. Then, Miss Observer appeared near him, who all the time watched as the guys flew to the central continent fighting. After a while, the Demon King raised his hand to say something very important. He again introduced himself to the main character, calling himself the embodiment of evil, and all his words were not an ordinary invention. Pedinar decided to thank Kang Hansu for his independent appearance by immediately releasing the wife of the Elf King, who at the moment was simply sleeping peacefully. The main character was not at all going to listen to conversations regarding the respect of the Demon King. Without having time to finish anything, a small essence of light similar to a demon's lightsaber formed near him. This was immediately followed by a dark mana magic pillar attack from the sky. The main character was thrown a short distance, and he simply lay on the ground unconscious. As it turned out, the cause of the explosion was the daughter of the Demon King who had wings. The girl herself, covering her face, considered Kang Han-soo a pervert who wanted to kiss her. Kang Han-soo, hearing the insult directed at himself, quickly came to his senses and responded by calling the girl a pervert. The smartest example that the guy was able to give was the torn clothes on the demoness flying everywhere, which he himself tore. With a calm expression on his face, the main character inquired whether the girl had received at least some manners of etiquette. While they were talking about all sorts of nonsense, another demon appeared nearby and began to cough so that they would pay attention to him. After hearing a cough from an unknown demon, all this was followed by the spread of magical power throughout the central continent. The main character simply could not pay attention to this. He stood up listening to the words in which the daughter of the Demon King himself was supposedly in love with Sosia. Pedinar himself continued to say how problematic it would be if the enemy hero became one of the demons and desired to be with the daughter of Satan. Listening to such nonsense addressed to him, Kang Han-soo simply could not help but become angry and grit his teeth. The main character stood in one place, watching as the highest level during the first playthrough was broken and a new record was set. Such an assumption made him understand that at the moment the Demon King was not restrained by absolutely no force. Instantly behind the guy's thoughts, words came from the lips of the Pedinar in which he was going to thank the main character twice. First of all, the Demon King was glad that the young man spent time with his daughter, who was trying to fly to a safe distance. Kang Han-soo expected the second reason and prepared for the worst outcome of events. It was then that he managed to see the joyful face of Pedinar, who was very grateful to see how strong the main character managed to become, and he exceeded all the expectations of the Demon King. The enemy demon was not very far from the guy, and therefore he quickly flew into the sky with special magic. In a few seconds, the main character managed to get closer to Pedinar and prepare to strike him. Kang Han-soo had a strong desire to feed the Demon King with endless blows and send him straight to the very hell of this world. After such an attack, a large explosion occurred, destroying several buildings nearby. When the power dissipated, the main character looked at one point without understanding anything. Due to unexpected circumstances, the main character's blow did not penetrate the demon's defense, and he managed to simply block the attack thanks to one hand. From the expression on Pedinar's face, it was clear that it was not at all difficult for him to fight even with such great strength. They were right in the air communicating about the worries of the demon who wanted to give up when he learned that the main character was on the northern continent. Kang Han-soo was very shocked that the Demon King received dark energy of a rank lower than the guy's powers, and at the same time could resist it. Suddenly he saw something frightening and was stunned. In front of him stood a demon lord who was happy, and at the same time grateful that he had the opportunity to fight such a strong person. Pedinar was emitting too much dark energy from his body. When the enemy's aura approached the guy, he could not understand what was happening with the skills of the demon with whom he had to fight many times. In order to ensure safety, the main character had to jump back a little. Pedinar gradually squeezed his hand with magic, telling how strong Kang Han-soo's divine power is and how weak his dark energy is. The main character listened that the demon was going to teach him how to use dark magic correctly, and the guy also understood that if he relaxed, he could die. Having collected more magri in his body, the Demon King asked the enemy to better observe his movements. In a few seconds, the demon's entire body was covered with dark mana, and his muscles tensed for further display of power. From such a sight, Kang Han-soo was thrown some distance away. Pedinar began to prepare to carry out an attack that could cause too much damage to the body of an ordinary person. After the contact of two forces differing from each other, a burst of air was formed. The magic that the demon used when touching the hero's body began to transfer to him over time. Kang Han-soo did not move anywhere, and only a magical column of light essence formed behind him. Afterwards, the man still could not stand in one place and followed the beam. Such an incredible force simply did not stop, destroying everything in its path. The power was so strong that it could easily divide seas or rivers into two parts. Ultimately, dark magic broke out near the protagonist's location. Kang Han-soo himself, covered in electronic charges unknown to him, vomited blood and tried to defend himself. The guy panicked, feeling a great danger that could really harm him. Because of such thoughts, he had to quickly run away from the Demon King. In order not to lose sight of the hero, the King of Demons sent some dark energy, appreciating the guy's speed. With one slash through the air, Pedinar managed to release more pillars of light. Almost all of them came into contact with the body of the main character. Kang Hanzu blocked everything, and even so he felt the danger because of which he could soon simply die because he was not so familiar with dark energy. After much thought regarding the battle, the guy heard an apology from the demon for wasting his time. Looking at Pedinar, I was able to see how he was collecting dark mana from the environment. The Demon King's entire body began to be covered in an unknown force in an instant. Ultimately, Pedinar acquired magical armor and wanted to fight at full strength to make it more interesting for the main character. The main character had been waiting for this for a long time, so taking a fighting stance, he could not wait for the battle. The Demon Lord began to activate his super speed abilities. The guy understood what the demon wanted, so he waited. When suddenly the Demon Lord appears next to him in an instant and hits him in the stomach with all his might. He puts maximum effort into his fist. Because of this, the main character immediately went flying from the demon's blow. With great speed and an explosion, it landed far from the battlefield. Hans had a hole in his chest, so he was coughing up blood. The guy was unhappy with this because he understood that he could die like that. He didn't think that the Demon Lord would be so strong. The guy, looking at the modernized Demon Lord, could not believe it, because he had previously thought that the demon should be a pathetic loser who is defeated by the power of love and friendship. While the hero sat completely beaten, the Demon Lord told him that up to this point he had only fought him as a Demon Lord. But now, he wanted to fight a hero, like the father of his tomboyish girlfriend. Hansa was a little surprised by this. He did not tolerate this, so he decided to be the first to attack the demon. However, he expected such a reaction from the guy. He immediately directed his demonic ray at the hero, which was supposed to incinerate the main character. When suddenly Khan holds back this stream of demonic power with one hand. Because of this, a breakdown of demonic power begins between them, which creates a huge explosion between them. This did not frighten or bother Pedinar, so with a smile on his face he continued to hold his beam. The guy was a little tense in response because he understood that he could not lose to him. He decided to use his other hand, which contained a magic sphere, to attach it to your attack. Due to the appearance of the second ray, the Demon Lord did not expect this, so he easily missed this attack of the hero. But suddenly he smiled, and this bright energy was visible in his mouth. The Demon Lord was impressed by this. However, the guy didn't like the demon's reaction because he was angry that his plan didn't work. Suddenly there was an explosion. The main character flies out of the created smokescreen from the explosion, which, having no strength, immediately falls and bounces off the ground. His body was destroyed as much as possible. Hansu, lying motionless on the ground, understood that the situation was as bad as possible. He couldn't believe that he would lose to the Mao. While the guy continued to lie motionless, the Demon Lord approached him. Pedinar understood the guy's problems. Therefore, taking advantage of the moment, he took out his demonic sword. A demonic sword that was weak when the Demon Lord was penalized. For the first time in the memory of the hero, he emits such a dangerous aura. Looking at the main boss, he realized that he had raised too many levels. At this moment, Pedinar decided to turn again to the hero, who was lying motionless, nervously on the ground. The Demon Lord told him that he realized that his daughter had finally found a worthy man. However, Hans did not like this, so he asked the demon to finish him off as quickly as possible so that he would not suffer. But Pedinar had no intention of killing him. He had something else on his mind. Piercing himself with his sword, he wanted to give the guy an unofficial patch. The guy was shocked by these actions of the demon. The Demon Lord continued to open his body to give the guy new opportunities. When suddenly blood poured from his body, which instantly began to spread around the main character. Hasnu, drowning in blood, could not understand what Pedinar was doing to himself. He analyzed the situation. The hero understood that if he continued to lie motionless, he would drown in demonic blood, so he began to figure out how to take off. However, he was unable to do this, so the demon's blood had already almost consumed the guy. Plunging completely into the blood, the hero had only one eye open, in which he saw the Demon Lord, who smiled happily at this incident with the guy. Having freed himself a little from the blood, Kang Hansu finally decided to speak out. However, he failed to do this because after a second he was completely covered in blood. Being in complete darkness, the hero saw a certain light. It was a message asking whether the guy enjoyed the adventure or not. Hansu, seeing his skills reset to 0, began to rejoice because he thought that he would finally go home. But suddenly he receives another message, informing him that he failed the test again. The hero did not become nervous because he believed that this time he would calmly accept it, because he lost to the Demon Lord. Even though his skills were better and their levels were equal, he was still able to surpass the hero. While the hero was talking about the Demon Lord, a new message appeared in front of him, in which he was invited to become stronger and better again. However, Khan did not like that there were so many unnecessary messages. He believed that the world was already saved because the Demon Lord himself saved it. Falling onto the floor again, Hansu calmly folded his hands and fell down, because he had long since come to terms with his regular failures. As soon as the guy appeared again in the same place, he immediately waved his fist forward, where Lanuvel stood, who asked him what he was doing. The hero responded by saying that he just warming up. He understood that everything had returned to the very beginning, but still he believed that it was not so bad. The 6th playthrough was even more of a nightmare for him, but the results turned out to be what we needed. The combat power was appreciated in FF because it was destroyed by the Demon Lord. But the hero knows how to deal with this. Therefore, he believed that now it would be easier for him to graduate. When suddenly La Nouvelle begins to address the guy again. However, Hansu didn't even think about listening to the girl. He was a little interested in why there were magicians everywhere around him. The magicians stood as they did near the side walls. Same thing near every entrance. But suddenly he realized that this time he was in royal magic. The guy was even a little happy that he was starting his 7th playthrough in the Northern Kingdom. He didn't rule out his previous plan, so he just wanted to do what he did last time. Suddenly he remembers something, namely Captain Fantasy, whom he was going to resurrect again soon. Hansu decided to look at his characteristics, which looked different last time. After analyzing the situation, the guy realized that this would reduce the level of his abilities by so much from his overall level. This happened when he was defeated by the Demon Lord. Therefore, he realized that there was no need to worry. After all, he can remove with the help of his divinity and blessings. He decided that he would not hide his strength on the 7th pass, because with his divinity he will force those two to obey him. The magicians were frightened by the hero's strength. In order not to tempt fate, they instantly bowed down before the main character. But Hansu noticed that one of the warriors, being in fear, still continued to stand in a fighting stance. He realized that this magician could resist his holiness, so with a crazy smile he decided to show off his dark energy. Because of this, the warrior also bowed before him in an instant. Listening to the blessing in his direction, the guy was pleased with this. Suddenly, La Nouvelle appears to the side, expressing her surprise at the hero's ability. She convinced the guy that she was who she was. Hansu didn't want to listen to the girl, so he immediately opened the gate from which the light emanated. Hansu was pleased with this, because he wanted to quickly greet His Majesty. He entered the royal palace with Lanovel. Without wasting time, he instantly bent down in front of the king, thus greeting him. When suddenly the king turns to the hero, who still continued to sit on his throne. He also greeted the hero in return. Kang Hansu at that moment believed that the king was like a sick dog. Just by looking at his abilities, he is able to live a long and healthy life. If everything continues like this, just like in the previous playthrough, then he will soon die. The prince in turn asked his father to stop because he believed that the greeting was enough. When suddenly the commander who was sitting next to His Majesty turned to the king. The future king assured his elder brother that he would take care of this hero. Therefore he asked the king to go and rest. At this moment, the hero, listening to these words, understood that the king was going to rest forever. The current king decided to listen to the duke, so he began to get up from the throne to leave. The main character, watching from the sidelines, understood that if the duke could afford to order the king like that, the king should trust him. It didn't matter how the guy figured it out. After all, the future in which he becomes king does not coincide with his release. Suddenly he turned to His Majesty. Because of this, the magicians immediately began to threaten the guy because he so brazenly addressed the king. But suddenly they began to be immersed in holy light, which came from a guy passing between them. The main character asked the king to accept his light, so that Kang Hansu can solve all the king's problems. However, His Majesty did not fully understand what this meant. The main character did not listen to the king, so in an instant he illuminated the entire royal palace with his holy light. Having finished the procedure, he looked at the throne, which was covered in smoke. Hansu, without thinking twice, asked the king how he felt, to which the king responded with energy that he felt as if he had been born again. Letting tears of happiness flow from his eyes, He could not even imagine that his body could be so light. At the same moment, the Duke was on the sidelines, who was shocked that the king was back in line. Kang Hansu was happy about this because he didn't want this future king to become a real king again. The king's children immediately attacked their father to rejoice for him together. Suddenly the king turned again to the holy hero. Looking at the guy, he wondered how he could express his gratitude to him. He continued to tell the guy that anything he could do would help ease his burden. The king was ready to give his daughter in marriage to the hero. However, Hansa was not interested in this. He immediately gave the king a scroll, in which it was written what the guy wanted. The main character convinced the king that this was what half of humanity wanted. This scroll contained drawings of that same robot. It was also a guy's dream come true. Suddenly Khan finds himself somewhere. Behind him stood Professor Morality, who greeted the guy. She reminded the guy that she told him that she wouldn't wait long. Therefore, it was expected that this day would come. But still, she was deeply touched. This guy got a little mad. That's why he didn't want to talk to her. The professor did not tolerate the guy for long, so she immediately went to check. It infuriated the main character that teachers who didn't even do anything constantly pestered him. Because of their terrible teaching methods, he wasted 17 years of his life, including the emotional stress and suffering he experienced. In any case, the hero did not become sad any further, so he turned to the king to convince him that if this golem is improved, the world will be in their hands. The king, analyzing the drawings provided by the hero, could not even imagine this, because he believed that it was a completely different level than he imagined. So he asked the guy for a little time to think. Hansu in turn smiled joyfully and innocently at the king because he considered himself so generous. However, the guy understood that negligence could be fatal. There was no guarantee that he would be able to make AAA again. He needs to maintain good relations with the king for some time and get a position worthy of an A grade. Dark energy and divinity. Not quite suited to be a king. Therefore, he believed that there was nothing to be done about it. Perhaps he loses something in this, but he could not do anything except calm his heart and help him. With insidious emotions, he asked the king to think about it slowly. Because of this, the king and his magicians began to get nervous. The hero was surprised that the king began to act faster after his words. After a complete analysis of the hero's dream project, the king informed the guy that he had approved the project with his best engineers. With a joyful smile, he assured the guy that she would immediately begin production of this golem. The king motivated the guy to convince him that this golem would be completed within 3 years. Hansu was instantly shocked by this news. He was completely shocked that the king continued to say that this was the fastest possible time for the implementation of such a project. The hero couldn't even imagine that it was already 3 years. After all, in such a time, he could kill the Demon King more than 1,000 times. Therefore, he understood that he could not wait that long. Immediately, he decided to appeal to His Majesty again, offering him a new blueprint for a golem. The king instantly took it in his hands, and I was very surprised by this. After all, in the drawings, there was a girl who was a golem. They immediately began to reanalyze this project. After finishing the meeting, the king informed the guy that such a golem would be made in 15 days. However, something bothered the main character, because the king could not understand why the space for the core was empty. However, the hero asked not to worry about it because he would take care of it himself. Because he's already done this before. Golem D, he would be quite useful in battle. But the hero had a completely different goal. All high-level golems had a built-in summon function, with the help of which they could be summoned if necessary, since the core of the golem and the soul of the user are connected. Golem D was built into the Holy Sword in a similar way, so the golem could use the Holy Sword. But what would happen if he used a golem? One hero was one officially awakened Holy Sword, but Hansu understood that with this method, he would not be able to use more than one of them. Being bent over in front of the king, the guy understood that he would still need to test this. He didn't want to use this method, but if he wanted to defeat that nasty demoness, he didn't need to be too picky. At that moment, the guy decided to thank the king. He will pray for His Majesty. The king, in turn, thanked the hero with a joyful smile. The intern was surprised, when suddenly she is noticed by the joyful main character who greeted the girl. He assured the intern that he had no problems, so he didn't have to come. However, he was still glad to see the intern again. 10 days left until creation. The main character, being completely serious, told everyone that there was not a second to lose. It's been 6 years since becoming an ice cream man. Now, Khan believed that he would rather die than waste time in this way. Suddenly, La Nouvelle turns to him again. She enthusiastically wanted to chat with the guy. Therefore, she convinced him that it would be more profitable for him if she were nearby. After listing the facts, Hans was infuriated because the girl was putting pressure on his weak points. Turning his back to the girl, he allowed her to do what she wanted. The girl immediately asked where they would go now, to which the hero, looking out the window, said that it was there. It was a snow-capped mountain. Lanovel could not understand why they had to go to that particular mountain. However, the guy still decided to answer her because he was looking forward to learning new skills. Events moved to a house in the middle of the forest. The white-haired guy, having chopped wood, decided to take a break for himself, when suddenly someone grabs him by the throat, and the fight begins. Because of this, Baku turns back into his real form. The main character, sitting on top of a snowball, ordered the white slime to move forward. He ordered his Baku to get rid of Lanovel. Therefore, the snowball instantly threw it off and went to the next destination, the top of the snowy mountain. The main character couldn't wait. See your enemy again, who is at the very top of the mountain. After this, events are transferred to a snowy castle on the mountain, where there was a table in the snow, behind which the Snow Queen sat and drank tea. Suddenly, the girl notices that some kind of shadow is hanging over her. Suddenly, she is kidnapped by White Baku, who immediately sets off on his journey. The girl was shocked by what was happening. She did not understand who kidnapped her. Hanging over the top of a snow-capped mountain, the main character ordered his snowball to release the stolen one. Suddenly, someone cuts through multi-layered blocks of ice. It was an ice titan who wanted to swallow the main character along with his friends. However, this time, the guy, I wanted to do everything differently. Jumping away from the snowball, he sent his holy beam straight into the titan's eyes. With this very attack, he deprived one of the eyes of the snowy giant. But this still did not stop the Snow King. Kang Hansu was ready for such an outcome, so holding the sword in his hands, he really wanted to kill the titan so that he would suffer before his death. In an instant, the hero cut through the icy heart of the Snow King, passing right through it. Appearing behind the ice titan, the guy instantly swung his sword, after which holy energy began to emanate from the entire ice hero, along with dark energy. However, the main character did not stop relaxing, flying up. He aimed his deadly beam of justice straight at the Ice King. The hero did not waste any time, so he decided to finally finish off the titan by connecting two energies together. He immediately attacked the Ice King, thereby creating a giant explosive mushroom. The hero, having completed the attack, was now sure that he would not leave. His feet were covered with ice, and he himself raised his rank to the 2nd level. In 1 second, he destroyed all the ice that bound him. Because of this, he began to rejoice. Turning to Baku, he said that he no longer needed the Ice Princess. Therefore, the snowball decided to swallow it. And the guy, looking at this, decided to pretend that he had not seen anything. He had minor problems to solve. Having set off again to fly to Baku, the guy understood that there was still quite a bit of work to be done. Therefore, the next destination will be the Cave of Water Lilies. Flying over the monsters, the hero told the white slime that there was no time to waste. Therefore, Baku immediately began to incinerate all the ground monsters that were in the forest. Hanzu, watching this, thought that everything was not bad, because the characteristic was rising. Having flown to the right place, the guy descended from his flying friend. He ordered the snowball to sit here and wait for him. And he himself wanted to enter the tunnel in front of which he stood. He decided to analyze his characteristics again before entering. Having finished watching, the hero was decisively ready to meet the unknown. After this, battles began where the guy destroyed various robots that were tens of times larger than himself. Hanzu, being level 1, joked about the iron giants because they were losing to him at that level. Once he entered the training cave, he was no longer an armored hero. When combining divine and sacred skills, they transform into hunter knights. Blessing skill increases every minute. Therefore, he believed that in this way he would have to sweat a little. The hero moves forward with a creepy smile. I tried to run out of the cave as quickly as possible. Climbed out of the tunnel, the main character began to look around, when suddenly he notices in front of him was a stranger who was motionless waiting for him. Hanzu was wary, so he still decided to ask who he was, to which the stranger began to greet the warrior of the new generation, the hero. It was an old demon who greeted the hero here because he had come a long way to get here. The demon was the manager of this place. However, he assured the guy that he was harmless, so he hoped that they would not fight, because he was sure that this could end sadly for the hero. Kang Hansu, observing the old demon, assumed that he was not aware that he was the first warrior in this universe. A long time ago, the first warrior was called into fantasy. He was the same as other people, had amazing talent and was very friendly. He led the entire race of humanity. After a fierce battle with the Demon King, in the end, he won. The guy, listening to the demon, told him that everyone already knew about this. Therefore, the manager decided to tell the guy the backstory, where the hero defeated the Demon King. He lived in need of nothing, among fairies, mermaids, and beautiful saints. Khan didn't like this a little, so he asked for something closer to the point. The old demon said that the truth was completely different. The hero who defeated the Demon King was not happy, the first warrior whose enemy has disappeared. However, this still bothered Hans because he already knew it. The demon praised him for being very insightful. The hero didn't care about this, so he asked not to be flattered. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the place. This place is very different from the previous one. The guy walking behind the demons could not understand why this was so, but still he understood that it was like that time. This elf girl was a ghost from the past, the hero's wife. The old demon told the guy that they still couldn't understand her thoughts, because he asked the guy not to worry about her. Having reached the appointed place, the manager pointed with his hand to the underground entrance, which went down. He assured the guy that the truth was waiting for him ahead. Having gone down, the hero and the demon appeared directly in front of the golden statue of the first hero. The guy, looking at the sword, asked the demon if it was that holy sword. But he asked the guy to watch carefully. The demon took a step forward. Something activated that the statue moved the sword away. She got her breath, and suddenly the golden statue immediately attacks the manager with its sword. However, this did not frighten the demon at all. He immediately dodged it using the space technique, after which he took his staff, and he put it to the sword, thus snatching the golden sword from the hands of the statue. The old demon could easily hold this giant sword with one hand, after which he immediately reduced it to his size. The main character was shocked by this sight because he could not even imagine such a thing. The old demon, being in front of the guy, asked him to look at it. Stretching his hand up, his hand was immediately covered with some kind of green energy, which followed the hand and covered the golden sword. Suddenly, this sword falls apart. The main character was at first surprised by this action, and then I was shocked again. Hanzu believed that it was impossible to destroy the holy sword so easily. He could not even imagine that a sword that could destroy a demon lord could be destroyed so easily. The hero listened to the manager, which said that this sword was used by the first hero who destroyed the Demon King. That's why he asked the guy to look at him. Even he was not eternal. Therefore, he convinced the guy that he was not the only warrior. And this world was not a copy of the previous one. This was a dimension where stability reigned, a world where 100 is not more than 1. That's why the holy sword broke so quickly. The hero decided to inquire about the Demon King, to which the old demon confirmed the guy's assumptions. It was said on the continent that the Demon King had risen, but he never even resurrected. There were so many worlds separated from each other, but he was still sealed. Khan was impressed by the stories and information he learned. Therefore, he truly believed this was additional information for warriors. Meanwhile, the old demon told the guy that the hero's real enemy was not the Demon King. With a smile on his face, he believed that the hero might not believe him now, so he just wanted him to know. The main character was looking forward to the continuation of the phrase, but suddenly a thought occurred to him that he could have been bluffing, but there was no reason for it. He had a strange feeling, so he thought that he should have immediately completed his training and stopped there. At this point, the demon decides to continue speaking. He told the hero that there was no Demon King to defeat. Because of this, Hanzu wondered, why did warriors exist back then? He didn't understand what the point was then, and so he asked to be told about everything briefly. The manager was impressed that the hero was so attentive. He confirmed the guy's words, and then he said that the main thing was to defeat the first hero, a hero who escaped and started his own family. Very different from the previous one. The family, on the contrary, maintains the stability of relationships. The manager assumed that they had all become demons, so he believed that he was the one to be afraid of. Hanzu, listening to this, found this story tempting. However, the old demon interrupted him and continued to say what he wanted to convey to him. This is a high price to pay. Disappearing, he offered his support to the guy because he was ready to give strength to the hero. And so he wanted the hero to use it with dignity. Turning into energetic dust, it immediately covered the main character. Hanzu noticed something and decided to look at his hand. He didn't know if there were any changes in abilities, but he felt that his strength and skills were increasing slightly. Suddenly, the elf girl began to panic because she did not understand why the hero was here. However, Hanzu did not answer this question and therefore immediately decided to knock her out. Looking at the lying girl, he talked about what a successful meeting it was. He already had a plan in his head for her, so he couldn't wait to do it. After walking for some time, the girl continued to lie, but suddenly she wakes up from the touch of the protagonist's hand. She immediately started to panic, because the guy tied her up, when suddenly the guy hits her on the forehead again, to make her lose consciousness again. With insidiousness, he asked the girl to be grateful for his indulgence, when suddenly someone steps behind him, because of which the guy immediately notices this. He considered that this was his step, because he had been waiting for it for a long time. Being in anticipation, he asked the old prince not to go out. Having reached the end point, the guy realized that he had been noticed, so he decided to act. In an instant, he jumped up, because he was confident in himself, because this time he had all the information, but suddenly he notices someone lying on the ground. It was an old friend of the main character who was already waiting for the guy. Kan landed on the ground and immediately approached the second hero. Out of great surprise, he asked the guy what he was doing here. A man living in his fantasies, he was obsessed with defeating the Demon King through friendship, and later return home. To him, it was an unmistakable fact that everything could be done peacefully. Events return again to reality, where the main character was still interested in why his friend was here. The second hero said that he went hunting with his friends, but then accidentally ended up here. But suddenly he began to talk about his relationship with the girl, which is why the hero began to rage again. Having finished talking about his relationship, the guy returned to say that when he woke up in the morning, he saw a fairy tale city in front of him. However, Hans had little faith in such a story. While the second hero was telling his story, the hero looked at him and thought about the fact that this guy who was recognized as a hero 3 years ago. And again, I was here, in this wild fantasy world. Therefore, this really bothered the guy, because he didn't understand why the second hero was here again, when suddenly he gets the idea that they are going to kidnap him again. The hero, continuing to think about his guesses, did not listen at all to the second hero, who was telling the guy his story. Suddenly the blonde guy says that he has found a new holy sword. However, he interrupts his story because he didn't like that the main character didn't call him by name. Hansu, not knowing his name, addressed him as a friend, because he was interested in why he was hunting while dressed in combat clothing. This surprised the second hero a little because he thought it was obvious. The hero, realizing his mistake, immediately fell silent. The friend continued to say that it was an android, the main weapon of the aliens who invaded Earth 6 months ago. Hansu was shocked by the story he heard. He could not fully believe that some aliens had attacked the Earth. Of course, he met robots that were quite strong. He also saw lightsabers that looked as fantastic as possible for the ordinary world. He believed that this was only supposed to happen in a fantasy world. Therefore, he could not understand why it reached the Earth. Not knowing the time of events irritated him so much. It was the same 6 months ago when he met the old prince. But he still understood that now was a different time. Suddenly, the second hero asks Khan what he is doing here. Hansu, before answering, I decided to analyze different ways of answering, which all did not suit him. Although he believed that there were no problems, he could have simply ignored his stories about aliens. After all, now he had to approach each new information wisely. Suddenly, a loud scream sounded from the heroes, which frightened them. This cry belonged to the elf, who, having woken up, thought that the hero had taken advantage of her and abandoned her, so she insisted to the guy that he now take responsibility for her. However, Hansu didn't want to listen to her, so he immediately covered his ears. At that moment, his friend addressed him, but the hero did not hear him, so he asked him to speak louder. The guy immediately started screaming at the top of his voice. Continuing to shout at him, one could understand in his words that he fell in love with her at first sight. However, the main character was not interested in this. Listening to indignation from both sides, Hansu understood that if they continued now, he would not live. So he decided to leave first so that the others would follow him. In fact, he was worried. His goal is to return to Earth and protect it no matter what happens. In his opinion, he believed that this was the only way. After all, now was not the time to relax. Having got out of the tunnel, the main character was pleased with this, but his friend was all tired. When suddenly Hansu invites his friend to go kill the Demon Lord. The guy was shocked by these words. After all, he couldn't understand how it was possible to go fight against the Demon Lord at such a low level. Therefore, the hero's friend invites him to go meet the Ice Princess, whom the hero and Beku previously ate. After that, the guys got ready and flew to the appointed place. Being on a flying snowball, the main character was stressed by his friend, who really did not rest and chatted incessantly. However, he still understood that thanks to him, he would be able to learn useful information. While Hanzu was thinking about his affairs, his friend continued to tell him about the incidents on the ground, where many countries have suffered greatly, but the heroes did not sit idly by. And with the help of love and friendship, they defeated the aliens, and so now they are being caught by the remnants of the defeated army. Now Khan understood what his friend was telling him, but he still understood that despite this, there was still a lack of essential information. He realized that the first heroes and aliens were of different strengths. Suddenly his guesses are interrupted by the second hero, who was scared because he did not understand what happened to the mountain. Hanzu also acted out his surprised emotions in support. Suddenly they arrive at the appointed place, and Baekgu lands right in front of the destroyed castle. However, the main character was wondering why they flew here specifically, because he believed that they had to first find the staff and then fly to the princess. His friend tried to explain to him that he was right, because if you give the staff away right away, you won't be able to achieve the desired effect. First, it was necessary to instill in her hope that there was a way to control the power. Therefore, the friend was badly happy, because this plan was so that the princess herself would begin to worry. The hero, watching his friend, was surprised that he was still able to graduate. The blonde guy hoped that the main character understood what he was talking about, so he believed that he needed to find the princess as soon as possible. When suddenly Hansu notices something in the ruins that were located away from it. But suddenly the guy became even more wary because he heard sounds coming from there. Looking with a terrible look, he ordered the stranger to crawl out from under the ruins if he did not want to be eaten by the dragon. It was an ice princess, who, although in shabby form, nevertheless presented herself aristocratically in front of the guys. But suddenly she notices something, namely Baku, who had previously kidnapped her and tried to eat her. She was shocked with fear because she thought that now it would be the end for her. But suddenly the main character appears in front of her, smiling joyfully at her. He tried to talk to the princess closer so that she would trust him. Smiling terribly, he hinted to the princess to keep silent about what happened to her earlier, so that she would not repeat the fate of the white cat. The girl understood the threat. While the guys were talking, the second hero ran up to them, who was interested in what happened to the ice castle. The princess did not hide the fact that someone had attacked her earlier. This made the hero a little tense, but the second guy didn't panic, because he considered himself a superhero who knew completely everything about the princess's weaknesses. This calmed the girl down a little. After this, the heroes again climbed onto Baekgu in order to quickly find the necessary item for the princess. Because of this, the girl was scared again. Therefore, she screamed and asked the guys to leave her, because she considered them to be criminals. Due to the nervous emotions of the ice princess, the second hero immediately began to be carried away by icy energy. However, Hansu was not like that. He immediately put his hand on the princess's head, and with a creepy, scary face, he ordered the girls to freeze. After these words, the girl immediately froze. While she was in this state, the main character decided to take advantage of the situation to answer instead of her. But suddenly he notices that his friend was completely immersed in a block of ice, which froze him. This made Khan very happy, so he decided to leave here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a trainee appears who tried to convey to the hero that if he makes the same mistake every time, then he will never achieve anything. Indeed, in the sixth attempt, he did not abandon the girl, but rather helped her. The intern was unhappy that the hero continued to make the same mistakes over and over again. These words made the guy think a little, so he turned Baku back. Returning again to the ice castle, Hanzu appeared before his frozen friend. Because of this, the trainee was glad that the hero decided to re-educate and listen to her. However, the main character was not going to save him, because he was only interested in finding the princess. He and Baekgu immediately took off in flight to find from above the frightened girl who was alone in the forest. Meanwhile, the ice princess was in search of help. The girl could no longer walk through the snowy forest. Suddenly, over the days, someone appears. It was the main character along with his snowball. The girl was very scared. However, the hero tried to convince the girl that he could be trusted. The princess was glad to see the hero again. Therefore, she immediately climbed to the top of the snowball and hugged the main character tightly. When Hansu suddenly decided to contact her, because he didn't like that the princess was dirty and pressed right up to him, but she was still tormented by the question of where they were going. After this, the events are transferred to the kingdom, where the king ran to meet the hero and princess. As soon as the dragon landed on the ground, the joyful hero tried to explain where he got such a dragon from. The king was glad to see the guy return because he arrived just in time. But suddenly, His Majesty is surprised, from the one who was behind the hero. It was the Ice Princess, who was happy to see her father with tears in her eyes. The king also began to cry in response because he was happy to see the princess. He immediately hugged his daughter. At this moment, the touching reunion was observed by the main character, who had previously thought that the princess was a noble princess of some large country. However, this country turned out to be the kingdom of magicians. When suddenly the king turns to the hero, who was very grateful to the guy. He was interested in how he could repay him. But Hansu asked not to worry about this, because there was no reward for him better than release, so he was more interested in looking at his newly built golem. After that, they decided to go look at the hero's dream personified, where they were joyfully greeted by the magicians. They all stood on the sides, so that the king and the main character could go to the golem. As soon as Hansu saw the golem, he was very surprised, because the holy golem was perfect in his opinion. Continuing to admire his new warrior, he believed that it was necessary to add to him a pinch of divinity that no one could compare with. Suddenly the king asks to wait for the guy, because that was not all. Kan looked in surprise at what the servants were conveying to the king. For him, it was a familiar thing. The king, taking this thing in his hands, began to tell the guy that this golem was made as a reward for saving lives. Its manufacture required very unusual materials, from the heart of a dragon to the teardrop of an elf king. Everything was settled by order of the kingdom. Having opened the thing in front of the guy, he presented the diamond to him for saving his precious daughter, a task that was impossible to carry out by order of the kingdom. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, he gave the hero a national treasure. Hansu was very surprised when he saw the national treasure. He could not believe that this king was so generous compared to the previous one. But suddenly he notices something. These were the terrible thoughts that came from this diamond. This eerie, mysterious energy of the stone began to envelop the main character. Because of this, his skill began to change. This made the guy very happy, because as long as his skill level was growing, the rest didn't matter to him. Taking the stone in her hands, the hero immediately began to place it in the golem's mouth to activate it. As soon as the guy placed the stone inside the golem, a strange, powerful energy immediately began to radiate. When suddenly he began to move, the chaos golem awakened and was glad, because she had been waiting for this for a long time. But suddenly her joy is interrupted by the main character, who addressed her as if he were a tin can. With a hypnotizing gaze, the hero ordered her to look into his eyes, to take control of her. As soon as the guy heard what he wanted, he immediately finished. The hero could not have more than 2 holy swords, but he was wondering what if he had a golem that had a holy sword. He canceled the call of the golem, and then I looked at my characteristics, in which one could see his new updated status. Hans liked it immediately, because from the very beginning, it was just an experiment, which ultimately worked out for him. So now he was ready to set out for adventure. Events are transferred to the dark castle of the Demon Lord, where, as always, Pedinar sat on his throne, who was already expecting a hero, located behind his demonic gates to the palace. Suddenly, the main character appears in a moment in front of him. Hansu was completely confident and ready for this battle. This appearance of the hero greatly infuriated the demon, because he did not like the guy's manners. However, Khan didn't care what the Demon Lord said. After all, he was really looking forward to his decisive battle. Pedinar liked this confidence of the hero. Therefore, he also stood up from his throne in order to quickly begin the battle. He wanted to show the chosen hero how stupid it was to renounce the power of love and friendship, choosing dark energy instead. But suddenly the guy turns to the demon, because he was interested in where Sophia was now. The Demon Lord was surprised when he heard such a question from the guy, because he could not understand how he knew about her. While listing the assumptions, he was suddenly concerned that the guy could have a relationship with her. He immediately began to scream and be indignant at the hero. At that moment, Khan Hansu, observing Pedinar's behavior, realized that judging by his reaction, Sophia was not here. If he had been here, he would have called her and asked her directly. Therefore, the hero did not waste time, and immediately began to call on his new henchman, namely the Chaos Golem, which appeared in front of the guy to protect him. This new addition of enemies surprised Pedinar. However, this call of the Golem was not just like that, because the hero understood that the Demon Lord's penalty only affected him. This action of the guy greatly angered the demon. Hansu wanted to take advantage of the moment, so he decided to finish off the demons before he came to his senses. Together, they suddenly launched an attack on the Demon Lord. Because of this, the demon was immediately at a loss from not understanding what to do.